Welcome to Latin America International Championships. This is the first 2024 season international event, bringing together trainers from around the globe. Trainers are showing up to see friends, trade cards, train Pokémon, and play side events, while others are here to make history as a top Pokémon competitor. The International Championship started in 2017, bringing together global competitors and showcasing top-tier matches. Last year, JW Naldo became a hometown hero from Brazil, taking home the Pokémon GO LAIC 2023 Championship.
Como falei, consegui atingir objetivo que eu queria. Mostrar primeiramente para o mundo que o Brasil é uma região muito forte, para dar mais oportunidade a nossos jogadores.
JW Naldo trying to become a champion here in Sao Paulo. He's 2 wing attacks away, and that is it!
Tort Recleb added LAIC to his championship belt, completing his collection of international titles with the LAIC 2023 Pokemon TCG Championship.
It means a lot to finally be back on top. The LAIC was the missing piece.
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe.
But we haven't had a VG LAIC champion since playing on the Nintendo DS back in the 2020 season with James Pack.
Last year, you came here and took the runner-up title, and this year you leave as the champion.
It feels amazing. This was a great tournament to end off, especially since it's the last big major for the Nintendo 3DS.
He will be forever known as the last international champion in the DS era.
Who will come out on top at this event is anyone's guess, as our trainers all compete to rise and become an international champion.
Here comes the Shadow Ball. What a victory!
Can he get one more counter? And he does!
He's just retreating into Oricorio and passing again. Ryan draws for turn and draws the boss's orders in order to bring up the Mew.
This can give it up, except the Hydro Pump to follow it up. He's gonna get the knockout.
Ice Spinner into the Dragonite, 4 times super effective.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning to all the trainers joining us today. We're coming at you live from Sao Paulo, Brazil, at the Expo Center Norte Pavilião Amarelo, and we are very excited for the first international event of the 2024 season to begin.
I'm Shea Burton, and I'm joined by Sierra Dawn, and we're here to welcome everyone here who came to compete across the various Pokémon titles we have here in attendance today, as well as all the people who are here to cheer them on.
Speaking of, who's excited for the Pokémon video game this weekend?
And who bought the best deck for the Pokémon trading card game?
And who's ready to get the action started in Pokémon GO?
Thank you to the over 2,000 trainers who will be competing here this weekend at LAIC 2024. We're excited to see who will make it to Championship Sunday and who will be crowned a new international champion.
And trainers aren't just here for the trophy. They're fighting to win a piece of over $500,000 in available prize money and the championship points for an invite on our Road to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii next year.
So let's get things started. If you are a competing trainer here this weekend, soon you will make your way to the competing tables and start your run at becoming a new international champion. Everyone else can stay tuned though, as we get ready to kick it over to our casters to begin our pre-game shows to prepare you for the tournament and give you the relevant trainer information you need to know.
Make sure you catch all the action this weekend at Pokemon.com/play. Use the hashtag PokemonLAIC to join the conversation online and follow the channel if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube.
We hope you enjoy the competition and all the broadcasts from here on out. So let's get ready to kick off the first day of the 2024 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Casters, over to you.
Well,
Welcome in, trainers, to the 2024 Latin America International Championships. I am Amanda, also known to a lot of you as Lundberger, and I'm alongside my good friend Jim here, who's bringing you some good old wholesome entertainment.
Thank you, Amanda. It is great to be back here. It's been about 6 months since we've been on the casting desk, so very, very happy to be here for the 2024 Latin America International Championship. We have a lot to look forward to this weekend, some great battles. Very curious to see if some of our previous competitors from previous LAICs will be able to try and take the crown again. But that said, I think we're going to be starting off here with taking a little bit of a look at our International Championship roadmap. Amanda, take us away.
Yeah, as we see, this is the first international championship of this season. Right here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, we are absolutely maxed out at capacity with 256 competitors. Of course, like I said, this is only the first gym. We are also going to have the EUIC in London later on this year, also the NAIC in New Orleans, and finally wrapping it up at Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii.
All right, well, along the journey here, obviously one of the big motivators is going to be the championship points. One of these international championships is a great way to earn those championship points. In fact, you can see first place 500 championship points, second place 400, and cascading down from there.
Yes, all the way down to like 64th place, still getting a respectable 130 points, which will help a lot of players on their leaderboard climb as well.
That's right. Not only are these trainers competing for championship points, though, we have some great prizes for them as well, all the way up to $5,000 for first place, not to mention those exclusive booster packs as well. Very, very exciting, Amanda.
Yes, I think all these players are really ready for this, not only for the accolades of maybe becoming the new LAIC champion, but also to be able to take home some of these really nice prizes and at least, like we talked about, some championship points if they are not able to make it quite all the way. But you know who did make it all the way last year, Jim? JW Naldo.
That's right, and he'll be here again, so very much looking forward to seeing how he does. But that said, we do have a lot of veterans here that are going to be competing, a lot of folks watching worldwide that probably know the game very well. For some of you that don't know, we actually have a format video that we're going to toss to here to give a rundown for everything to expect this weekend.
This 2024 International Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon Go matches all weekend from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $500,000 in cash prizes, booster packs, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 3-day event with our trainers competing in double elimination brackets using the Great League format in Pokémon Go until only 3 trainers remain at the end of Day 2. Day 3, our trainers compete in the final matches until the champion is crowned. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a bring 6 pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokémon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who's taking home the title of Latin America International Champion? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokémon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, thank you again. Hey, Jim Lawson here on the mic along with Amanda Lundberg. We are so excited for the 2024 Latin America International Championships. In fact, we want to spotlight the 2023 winner. We mentioned him earlier, but JW Naldo. What an incredible journey that he had just 1 year ago. Looking at the teams, though, actually interesting because it's quite a different meta that we were seeing, and you can see that reflected here on these team sheets.
Yeah, I think Noctowl, who used to be the reigning bird of the skies, is really nowhere to be found this 2024 play season. However, Lickitung, which had kind of fell out of the meta last year, has been back here, and I think that we're going to see a lot in the tournament today as well. What do you think about the rest of these teams, Jim?
Not expecting much Galarian Stunfisk, not expecting much Skarmory at all, but I think that there's still some picks like Medicham, Sableye, even that Lickitung that I think have a lot of strength within this meta. The question will be, can JW Naldo repeat here in 2024?
And do you think he will be bringing that Toxapex back up, or at least some sort of what we call a spicy pick Pokemon? I think think as the meta has sort of started to shake out over time, Latin America is a place that really likes to start shaking it back up, putting some new Pokemon back into the mix.
Well, it's a little bit of an anniversary, not just for the Latin America International Championship, but also for Fashion Week, which I believe was the debut for Toxapex into the game. Yeah, I think it was the Peoria Regional last season, but we're back in Fashion Week here in the 2024 season. But that said, not only did we want to highlight previous winners, we have some players to look out for here in the 2024 season as well. Let's go ahead and take a look. Starting off, we have Patricky Albani, who we've seen in many of these LATAM regional and ICs as well, along with Ice Chris and Marto Galde, three incredible trainers.
And two of the trainers already with quite a few championship points on the Latin America leaderboard, so they will definitely be these players to watch. But they are not the only ones. We also have Zardy, Huzmunes, and Rajef on the teams.
That's right. I think we already saw Jimenez already win some championship points. In fact, we saw Harjef completely sweep his regional. I think he went 18-0, didn't drop a single game, which I believe is the only time we've had that in Go for Play Pokemon.
That's right. He set a Go record, and that is incredible. He will be here battling today as well. I think he wants to keep his record going, but I'm sure a lot of players are saying, I see you. I'm wanting to take a game off the remaining champion here.
Yeah, end that hot streak, right?
That's right.
All right, well, we want to take a look at the LAIC meta as well. In fact, one Pokemon that we want to little double down on is going to be one of our most recent community days, that being Clodsire. Evolved from that Paldean Wooper, has a very interesting, flexible moveset, Amanda.
Yeah, a lot of people are choosing whether they want to run Poison Sting on it or Mudshot as the fast attack, but then there's also a variety of charge attacks that you can also choose from. Mega Horn, which was that community day one, but you could also go with Earthquake. You could be going with other attacks as well. Jim, I have to ask, are you keeping it on Mega Horn if you're running a Clodsire?
I'm probably going to be running that Earthquake Sludge Bomb, maybe even Stone Edge in some cases for some of those ice or maybe flying types as well. For me, I'm more of a Mudshot person as well. Not a lot of fast move pressure in general with this Pokemon with Poison Sting and Mudshot. Going to be generating energy quickly, able to tank a lot of attacks with its incredible bulk as well. I think we're definitely going to be seeing some this week, but let's take a look here as well at our overall top 12 for the Latin America International Championship. No surprises here. Metacham on top, Amanda.
Metacham on top, quickly followed by Lantern, which we've seen a lot of as well. And no surprise, Superior keeps slithering its way up. This grass Pokemon being able to now take the 3rd spot overall. Now, Glaska Bolton in Lille ran it with a Leaf Tornado instead of Aerial Ace, but I don't know how much of that we will actually see here in Sao Paulo.
I think that Leaf Tornado Frenzy Plant was the original moveset way back in the day, but now with the coverage move of Aerial Ace, definitely going to be preferred there. In fact, a lot of Aerial Ace users there. We've been starting to see a little bit of a formula, and I think we're going to see a lot of the similar meta here in this weekend. All right, that said, we went through the spotlight, we went through the top 12 as well. Let's take a look at some of our top trainers around the globe. We've already been generating some championship points, a lot of points on the board here for this tournament. Amanda, walk us through NA.
Well, as we can see, JJN right off of his last victory, leading the top of this leaderboard with 429 points, but there is Dunebug 97 and Rise to Occasion right behind him there on the board. These players have also competed in the World Championships in previous seasons. We also see some people who have already won championships as well, with Dodge and King Alexander on this list.
That's right. And in fact, I think we're going to be having Nighttime Clasher and Buckeye Fitzy there on the right side of your screen that'll be competing here at LAIC as well, trying to lock in enough championship points for them to go to Worlds. Let's move over to the EU region, though. You can see our players from Europe, including our most recent regional winner, Galaxica Bolton, with that Leaf Tornado Superior, leading the top alongside Swilus, our other regional winner. A lot of Worlds competitors there as well, though.
Yeah, we have a lot of competitors who have made it to Worlds, including our 3rd place person, Tomahawk, Patoman in 5th place, and of course Inadequance in 9th place overall, Colin 6th. All these players have made it to Worlds in the past, but all the rest of them are new up-and-comers ready to make their marks, already with 100 points, rounding out that top 16.
That's right, but we are here in the LATAM region this weekend. You can see Harjeff already with 200 championship points on that undefeated streak. Someone's going to have to figure out a way to take him down. He's leading us off here in the LATAM region.
I wonder if Andrew Manjaros may be the person to do it, as he is right behind him in scores there, being able to climb very quickly. And then we have some of the people that we've already talked about as well, the players to watch list, and also just some new people as well that I think that are going to be very interesting to see. A lot of them were already shown on screen during the Curitiba event, but I'm glad that they're going to have a chance to shine on the big stage here in Sao Paulo, Brazil at the Latin America International Championships.
That's right. All right, well, we've had some speculations already, but we actually have some caster predictions for you as well, giving some thoughts here of what we think is most likely to succeed. Starting with me, I have to start with that Superior. We've seen it on some of the most recent winning teams, the Gligar, the Frostlass, the Mandibuzz. Definitely a lot of answers, actually, to that Clodsire. I'm very curious to see how it's going to perform.
You are a meta man, Wholesome.
I am definitely a meta man here this tournament, but I'm just going with the formula that's working. You picked that Clodsire, I see, though.
I did pick the Clodsire. I think that since this is the first tournament that it will actually be viable to be used in, we might see a lot of players looking to try it out, see how it goes against that top meta. I also went with a pretty standard pick as well with that Alolan Sandslash. However, this season has really been different with it because we've seen it on Powder Snow rather than on Shadow Claw. But the one that I don't know if you noticed that I added to it, something a little bit spicy on my side, was that Artibax.
All right. Well, we did see actually a little bit of that Powder Snow earlier, I think on Zweilous' team, the first regional winner. So we were able to see how that translated, especially in that Lickitung matchup. But we'll have to see what the trainers end up picking this weekend. Now that said, it's not just Amanda and I looking fashionable here, guys. It's Fashion Week in Pokemon Go as well, so make sure that you open your app. Lots of exclusive catches, some new shinies that you guys can use as well. In fact, even some PvP relevant Pokemon.
Yeah, I know as well. If you looked at, we've been calling him the Dapper Dragonite, rocking that bow tie and sunglass combination. And of course, the new ones that we are going to see with that Wooper with that cute little hat on as well as some old favorites. Now remember, if it has those little sparkles next to it, that means it does have the possibility to also be shiny.
That's right. And don't sleep on that Quagsire. I know we just had a community day, but we did see actually Quagsire make it to top 2 at Worlds last year, I believe with Rubik's Masters team.
That's right.
Very exciting. All right, well, not only are there prizes here for these trainers competing, but you guys can actually get part of the action here as well. Follow along on twitch.tv. You guys can get Twitch drops here not only for Pokemon Go, but for TCG as well.
Yes, that's right. This is very exciting because not only are we giving away so much on Go, we will also be giving away Alex Gomez-Berna's Dragapult in the video game.
That's right. You guys make sure that you have Scarlet and Violet. I think you need to get to a certain progression point within the game to be able to get this mystery gift here and receive Alex Gomez-Berna's Dragapult. But like I said, not only are there prizes or there giveaways for the Twitch drops, but also this specific Dragapult as well. Very exciting.
Yes, you can see the code on the screen, trainer, so make sure to go ahead and grab those when they are available. But again, not just Pokemon Go, not just the video game, we're also giving a giveaway for the card game.
That's right, Amanda. We have the rare Iron Valiant EX card that you guys can redeem for TCG Live. Again, 1 redemption per account. Make sure that you redeem it by the 27th of November. But what a good-looking Pokemon there. Haven't seen that one in Go just yet, though, here, Amanda.
That's right. I mean, that's just a good-looking Fashion Week. We got it all going on here, so don't go anywhere. And if you are enjoying the action, if you're here at the place as well, go ahead and make sure to post about it on socials, am I right?
That's right, yeah, you guys can post on X, #PlayPokemon, #PokemonLAIC. You can also follow us on Twitter, Instagram, as well as YouTube at /Pokemon. All right, well, a lot to look forward to this weekend. Again, we want to see how JW Naldo is going to do. We're going to see if Harjeff is going to be able to maintain his momentum here into the battles. Excited to see if we're ready on stage here to go ahead and kick it over.
I know. I think that there's going to be so many people waiting to see who are going to be our competitors, who is going to be able to take this title. Again, like we said, this is the maxed out tournament. 256 seats have been already completed. There's so many people in the venue. I don't know if you guys could hear it at the beginning, but the crowd was electrifying. They are ready for these matchups.
If I have one word to describe the LATAM community, it is passion. You can see it in the fans, you can see it in the communities, you can see it in the trainers as well. An incredible amount of passion and love for this game coming from this LATAM community. So it's great to see at this international championship all the folks from all the different regions coming together for one common goal.
Now, Jim, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about it. We saw on the top 12 usage list a Pokemon that has sort of fallen off of the meta, I would say, and that is an Azumarill. What are your thoughts on Azumarill in this current meta?
Yeah, great question. Azumarill's obviously been a staple of Go Battle League for seasons and seasons and seasons. I think since the since the impetus of PvP, really. But you're right, it has fallen out of the meta a little bit. I think that Azumarill has a lot of okay matchups. It's pretty balanced, has some good coverage with things like Ice Beam, but where it starts to fall short is that it has very few hard walls, where it just hard wins a lot of matchups. I think that in many cases you're having to get a little lucky sometimes with, am I shielding the right charge move? Am I getting a successful bait? I think that a lot of people like matchups that are a bit more predictable, and Azumarill is a bit less predictable in my sense, so I don't think that we're going to be seeing too much success from it, but it is nice to see it back in top 12.
I want to kind of add on to your point there. I think one of the reasons that Azumarill sort of fell out of the meta was the rise of Lantern, especially Lantern now that it got that spark buff. I think Pokemon that are water typing without that ground typing added onto it, like the Quagsire, like the Swamperts, struggle a little bit against this Pokemon because of the electric damage that Lantern is able to churn out. Azumarill really has not a lot of play against it, and either does other Pokemon that we saw in the past, like Walreins or even Laprases.
Well, it's really interesting, though, because we do have Azumarill with so many great coverage moves. Ice, as far as an offensive typing, hits super, super well against so many different types, especially against things like Gligar, things like Mandibuzz, things like Serperior. Even Medicham has play rough for in many cases, yet we still have not seen many people have a lot of success. It looks like we're getting ready on stage here, though, Amanda.
Yeah, this is very exciting. We were talking a little bit earlier about the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, at least that was one of my picks, and I see it is on both teams, but actually Emilio looks like he's running the regular Sandslash variant. Now, this is also the question, like we talked about earlier, we've seen it on Powder Snow, we've seen it on Shadow Claw in previous seasons. What will these trainers be running? And both of them will have a chance to find out, because this is the first tournament where we will be using open team sheets. So all of these players will know what the opponent's attacks will be.
Yeah, I think there's kind of two ways to look at this. I think it's great information, especially early in the day when normally you wouldn't be knowing what movesets that your opponent's going to be running. But now you get that visibility early on. It helps you team build a little bit, helps you plan for which Pokemon are going to be most impactful versus your opponent. Now, at the same time, it takes a little bit away of the element of surprise, right? People might be running like that Hyper Beam Lickitung, and in many cases that Dynamic Punch Medicham was a bit of a spice pick before. It's becoming more commonplace now, though, Amanda.
I think the Dynamic Punch Medicham is almost the Medicham of choice for this season, and I think a lot of it has to do with also the rise of Lickitung. A lot of people like to use Lickitung, which you also can see on Emilio's side there, as what we call the safe swap or a pivot Pokemon. So if you see a Pokemon that you to play out that matchup, a lot of people are switched to Lickitung because it has a lot of neutral matchups.
You're right, and when we take a look at some of the Pokemon that were great answers to that Lickitung in the past, Galarian Stunfisk used to be a very common response to that Lickitung. We don't see quite as much Galarian Stunfisk now. Registeel, another answer to that Lickitung. It's still around, but it's fallen off as far as usage goes. One of the other Pokemon, though, like you said, that was one of the common answers to Lickitung, I would argue is even stronger now, that being the Medicham, running that Dynamic Punch, and takes a matchup that is a little sweaty to a matchup that's a lot more consistent with that Dynamic Punch. I think that with the counters, one Dynamic Punch, that's going to be most of Lickitung's HP.
And I think a lot of times in the past, the Medichams wanted to run Psychic as its charge attack, and that was mostly because of the other Medichams, or the Azumarills, which we had kind of talked about falling out of favor. But if everyone is now running Dynamic Punch and Ice Punch on their Medicham, it's a little bit more of an even foot if you're playing the Medicham versus Medicham matchup. So I think a lot of players are learning a new battle styles of how they want to play out different scenarios, and I'm really excited to see how the Phoenix is going to be playing against Emilio here in this first round matchup.
Well, we can hear the passion of the crowd already. They're cheering on these trainers already. They're getting ready to go here. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our trainers, though. I think over on the left side here, I think this is going to be LNDS the Phoenix. And one of the Pokemon I wanted to call out here really quickly here, Amanda, is actually on the right side with Emilio's team, that Shadow Dragonite. Right. We saw Wadaj run it early in the season. Haven't seen much of it since, though, but I think it has the potential to be one of those core breakers, especially with fewer fairies that we're seeing nowadays.
I think a lot of times people like to sort of take adaptations of winning teams. We did see a lot of Shadow Dragonite run by Patoman and Christian in Barcelona. They did make it to day 2, but ever since then we haven't really seen a lot of Dragonite. You're absolutely right, Jim. Emilio has what we call like a pretty meta team, pretty standard team going forward, except for that Shadow Dragonite really throwing a curveball into that whole thing.
Well, we mentioned earlier the idea of open team sheets, and one of the curiosities that I have is going to be that Shadow Alolan Ninetales that we see on the side of LNDS the Phoenix. Specifically, running Powder Snow, there's 2 Pokemon on Emilio's side that would take double super effective damage from that Powder Snow. Now that said, there's still a lot of strong play for Charm as well. In fact, I'm expecting Charm, especially Medicham and the Shadow Dragonite, but I think that might be a must-bring for LNDS the Phoenix, because what is Emilio's response to that Shadow Alolan Ninetales? Really, it's just the Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, I think that Dragonite really has nowhere to go with 2 potential ice types on the team, although we have seen people play out of some pretty tricky scenarios before. One more thing just to mention about LNDS the Phoenix. The LNDS prefix at a lot of, you're going to see a lot on the screen, trainers, and that is sort of like they're a team, they're a group that likes to play together, and so if you see this is most likely a Brazilian competitor that has been practicing with some of the best people in this whole region.
That's right, one of the most well-known groups of trainers here in the Brazil region, specifically the LNDS. The Phoenix going to be starting us off here. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about the overall, what I call the formula right now for the Pokemon meta. We're seeing a lot of that Superior mixed with a Dark. And, oh, it looks like we're actually getting into our battles here. Amanda, we are ready to go. We're kicking off the 2024 Latin America International Championship. Amanda, take us away.
My goodness, this is not the best matchup for the Phoenix, but it looks like going ahead and staying in this matchup between the Umbreon and the Medicham. Medicham is hitting it with the super effective counters here, but meanwhile, Umbreon is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in this great league. We're about to see the first charge attack being set up, and that is going to be an Ice Punch from Emilio, and no shield on the Phoenix's side. Meanwhile, Phoenix goes ahead and swaps out here to that Medicham mirror. And surprisingly, we were talking about dynamic punches before, but both of these Medicham are running Psychic.
All right, well, this is where you want to have Psychic. Dynamic Punch, obviously, not going to be hitting, it's going to be hitting for resisted damage versus Medicham. So interesting to see a swap out when we had not seen that Dynamic Punch. The Ice Punch came through. Vital information for both of these trainers, but I do like the swap out. Not really a response from Emilio. You don't want to swap in that Alolan Sandslash. Probably not the Gligar either. Here comes the Gligar, though. Now that you've been able to do some chip damage, might even be in a full farm down range. This is going to be close, Amanda.
This will be close, but Emilio is forced now to shield up this Ice Punch because it's going to be doing super effective damage to that Gligar. Not enough to knock it out, but definitely wants to keep this Pokemon as healthy as possible. And you're right, Jim, we might see a full farm down. No, releasing the Air Lace right before Phoenix is able to get to another Ice Punch. And I think if you're the Phoenix at this point, you choose to let it go.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think that you want to use a shield. You probably wouldn't be able to get that second shield from Emilio anyway. But that Gligar, it does have a lot of energy. But this Umbreon has way more. In fact, already at 2 charge moves. Here comes our first foul play. Not going to be nearly enough to knock out this Gligar. Both very tanky Pokemon. Could be a long matchup here, but maybe 3 foul plays will be enough. We'll have to see how quickly that this Umbreon can pace the moves.
Yeah, Aerial Ace is coming through on the Gligar side. And again, Umbreon often used as what we call even a 3rd or 4th shield because it has so much bulk to it. Down just barely into the red. And meanwhile, another foul play going off. Emilio also not using any shield on this as well. This foul play will connect with the Gligar.
Well, we have to look a little bit ahead here as well. When we take a look at what's in the back for these 2 trainers, 2 Alolan Pokemon, we have our Alolan Sandslash and Alolan Shadow Ninetales. That Alolan Sandslash should have the advantage here, especially now with this Umbreon almost going down. A quick swap to the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. It is running the Charm, and this is going to be Powder Snow, resisted fast move damage. Things are looking very good right now for Emilio, but keep in mind, he is at a shield disadvantage.
Yeah, at a shield disadvantage, but going for the super effective Drill Run here, the one that will be doing more damage against this Alolan Ninetales, and now the Phoenix is starting to use those shields, recognizing that this is where it's going to be important. Throwing the Psyshock, Jim's not going to be doing that much damage, but chip damage is chip damage at this point, forcing this last shield from Emilio.
This is where you actually like having the non-Shadow variant of the Alolan Sandslash, able to take these charms a little bit better. However, not having that Shadow Claw is detrimental. You're not doing that neutral fast attack damage, you are doing resisted fast attack damage. That said, I still think that one Drill Run is going to be close to knocking out. You still have 2 other Pokemon. It's going to be a race to the finish here. Who gets there first? It is the Alolan Sandslash coming in with the Drill Run.
Drill Run is going to be able to connect with this Alolan Ninetales. This is about to go through. Here hits the Drill Run, and not quite enough to knock it out. Looks like the Weather Ball might be able to go off in time. And a quick swap out by the Phoenix here, able to do this foul play to knock out the Alolan Sandslash. What a play by the Phoenix.
The combo play from the Phoenix, and very low HP on this Umbreon. Not going to provide a lot of farm. The question is, how much energy does the Medicham? It has a full move ready to go. Shields are down at this point. Has the Psychic locked in. Only 1 HP, and here comes the Psychic. Should be able to knock out about this Alolan Ninetales?
Wow, well, incredible plays by both of these trainers here, coming down to charge attack priority, and of course the Medicham going to be able to win that over the Alolan Ninetales. They're being able to throw their charge attack first, and Emilio takes game number 1.
All right, well, I think that no surprises there from game 1. A lot of that Shadow Alolan Ninetales saved it for the last there, actually. A good opportunity to try and sweep, but unfortunately was not able to do so. That Medicham just had a little bit too much energy. Also, not a surprise to me, no Shadow Dragonite there. Too many threats, I think, on the side of LNDS the Phoenix, but Emilio, a great game 1 for him.
Yeah, and it seems like these two trainers were just dancing through this whole thing, recognizing when their switch timers were up, immediately switching out, doing the best that the Phoenix could, being able to at least knock out that Alolan Sandslash with the Umbreon. Unfortunately, just giving a little bit too much energy to the Medicham at the end to be able to throw that Psychic for the win.
Well, we saw the Psychic at the end of the game, but you were the Psychic at the beginning, predicting that Powder Snow there on that Alolan Sandslash. Now, it's interesting because it's going to perform a lot worse versus that Shadow Alolan Ninetales, just like we saw. But that said, it actually does get some great matchups there, especially versus things like the Superior, as well as versus the Umbreon. Shadow Claw damage would be resisted, but now matched up versus Umbreon, it's a lot more neutral matchup when you're hitting for that neutral Powder Snow fast attack damage.
I really like the team composition, though, of the Phoenix there, because if you think about it, if you have 2 ice types, you don't need them both to be running the same fast attack. So you have that choice on either Pokemon. Do I want one of them to be running Powder Snow and then the other one running Shadow Claw if it's going to be the Alolan Sandslash, or do I want it to be running Powder Snow and then having Charm on the Alolan Ninetales? It looks like this was the option for the Phoenix. We also often remember that since it is a Shadow Pokemon, they're going to be doing 20% more damage overall. So, but in return, they're also taking 20% more damage.
That's a great reminder, Amanda. For those of you watching at home, you'll see the non-Shadow as well as the Shadow variants. Just like you said, the Shadow Pokemon are going to be doing 20% additional damage. That said, they also take 20% additional damage, so they can be there's a lot of strategy that goes into which Pokemon do you want to have as Shadow, which ones do you want to have as normal. Like I said here, for the non-Shadow variant of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, that extra bulk, that lack of 20% additional damage that it's taking, I think helped out in that Alolan Ninetales matchup, but keep in mind that final drill run didn't knock out. We saw that Alolan Ninetales hang on.
Yeah, I like the whole composition of these teams. It's like deciding how many Pokemon you want to have that have a little bit more bulk to them, and how many do you want to be able to really get off their attacks very quickly, that what we call a little bit more frail Pokemon, but can, you know, hit faster, hit harder than before.
All right, well, we mentioned the Shadow Dragonite is probably not going to be bringing, or maybe has limited play for Emilio. One of the other Pokemon that I wanted to highlight as well is going to be that Lantern. Now that we know that it is the Charm variant of the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, it has a lot more play rather than the Powder Snow variant. Umbreon also has a great matchup as well, and we can see our official word here. Yes, this match is under review. My speculation is that it was right at the end of that matchup. I'm not sure that the charge attack was displayed for the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Likely, we could have potentially seen that win a charge attack priority versus the Medicham, since it does have the higher attack stat. The judges are taking a look now, and they're going to make sure to give us the correct call here as soon as possible.
Yes, and thank you again for our judges. Many of these judges here are coming from around the globe to be able to decide over these matches, and I think this is one of the great things about Pokemon is a lot of these trainers, if they think that there's something going on, it's best to say something right away, right? I mean, like, that way we have people here, people who understand the game, who understand how the mechanics should work, and they will be able to give the most decisive ruling that'll be best for both players.
That's right. For now, we can continue to speculate on some of the picks that we might see here in a potential Game 2 or a rematch of Game 1 as well. The Medicham is so strong. In fact, we saw quite a bit of action from the Medicham. It was kind of the sweeper there for Emilio. I expect to see quite a bit more of that as well. Again, one of the other Pokemon that we haven't seen just yet that we mentioned has actually been on, I think it was our Toronto team, our Lille team, our Sacramento team, our Peoria team for our winners was Superior.
Yes.
I'm going to be curious to see how the matchups go, because you definitely want to watch out for the Gligar, you want to watch out for the Alolan Sandslash, even the Dragonite, but if you can avoid those three, there's a lot of pretty solid matchups there against Emilio.
Yeah, I do agree with that overall. And also, if you think about it, with the Phoenix's team, he's got the Swampert as his water type Pokemon, but there is no grass Pokemon on Emilio's side.
Yeah, Emilio not running the superior at all. So I think that Swampert does get freed up. The thing that it has to watch out for is going to be that Shadow Dragonite though. So we're talking about all these divisive matchups here, and sometimes you might be even getting in your opponent's head and saying, all right, I didn't bring this game 1, but then game 2 and game 3, it shows up. Sometimes people try and scare away a Pokemon as well. They might bring 3 answers to a Pokemon and just trying to scare it away. In some cases though, that's the perfect opportunity because, okay, I scared it away. Now I can bring my Pokemon weak to it in game 2. They're not going to bring it. That might be the perfect time to actually bring that Pokemon as your opponent.
I think that you've discovered and maybe pointed out one of the bigger skill strategies in the Show 6 Pick 3 format, and that is also that the game is mostly played in your mind, a lot of it on the battlefield, but you see a lot of Pokemon, they say, oh my goodness, this Pokemon is so strong against my opponent. And then your immediate afterthought is, do they know it's strong? Are they going to be countering this Pokemon? Should I not bring it? Should I be bringing the counters to that Pokemon's counters? Again, it's one of these games where that's what I really enjoy about it. And also that it is the best of 3 format as well. So even if you do lose game number 1, you have a whole new game to decide, is the strategy working for me? Should I implement something different for game 2?
That's right, and as a reminder, this is a double elimination tournament as well. So even for the loser of the game 1, or sorry, of the match, they will fall to the loser's bracket, and what that means is they'll still have additional opportunities to work their way to day 2. Now that said, we are getting a ruling here. This will be a rematch of game number 1. I believe it was coming down to the final charge attack not showing up for that Alolan Ninetales. We'll see if we can get some more dialogue around that specific instance right there. Either way, Amanda, we're getting back into game number 1, starting from scratch.
That's right, we are absolutely starting from scratch. If it is a rematch type scenario, the players do not have to play the same 3 Pokemon. If they can, if they choose to, but a lot of times it's basically saying, okay, it's like that game never happened. Let's snap it out of existence here. And now these players at least have a little bit of indication, though, of how the other player likes to play their games.
Amanda, I got official word here. The charged attack for the Alolan Ninetales did not show up on Phoenix's screen, so that was going to be justification for the dispute and subsequent rematch here. Now that said, we are picking our new team starting from scratch. You've got a little bit under your belt now. You can see a little bit of the play style from both of these trainers. Let's see how that gets reflected. We're starting over here, guys. Game number 1 coming at you right now.
Game at you with the Umbreon against the Alolan Sandslash lead here. This is fairly neutral overall. I mean, it's we have to remember again that it's the Powder Snow, so it's going to be doing a little bit better than the Shadow Claw variant against the Umbreon. But we have seen it from game number 1. Umbreon just has a lot of bulk to it, able to tank the charge attacks from any Pokemon pretty effectively.
Well, one thing for Emilio is that you don't have your Shadow Alolan Sandslash lined up versus the Metachamp, so that's a great spot to be. Now that said, you'd love to have it lined up versus this Shadow Alolan Ninetales hanging out in the back, but you take what you can get here at this point. I think that just due to the fact that Umbreon outbulks the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, as well as it has the same type attack bonus benefit for its foul play, is going to be doing additional damage. I have to give the lead matchup probably to this Umbreon, but we actually see a quick swap out into the Gligar. Will this be drawing out these Shadow Alolan Ninetales? Staying in for the time being, Amanda.
Staying in, being able to do perhaps what we call a chip and dip strategy here, throwing this foul play just to get a little bit of help off of that Gligar before switching out of Pokemon. But no, it looks like the Phoenix is going ahead and staying in this. Like we talked about, Umbreon's bulk just really being able to reliable shield almost for the Phoenix here, taking this dig as well. And then I think that the Umbreon is still already at another charge check. No, saving that for later. And now we do see that Charm Alolan Ninetales coming in.
Well, I think this was the strategy all along from Emilio, wanting to bring out this Shadow Alolan Ninetales, knowing it's probably lurking somewhere in the back. This is going to allow him to realign his Shadow Alolan Sandslash with this Ninetales, which is a hard counter to it. What this also does is it frees up his own Metacham to no longer have to face this Alolan Ninetales. So a very smart heads-up play from Emilio.
Yeah, a really good play here. Looks like the Phoenix going ahead and just letting all of those attacks go through, able to completely charm down and come out with a charge attack to be able to throw Weather Ball. It's not going to be doing that much against the Alolan Sandslash, but at least it's a little bit of a parting gift goodbye before the Alolan Ninetales goes down.
You're right, this is a 2 times resisted move, and a quick swap out from Emilio, bringing in the Metacham, getting a quick snipe there, one counter, a little bit of an advantage now versus the Mirror. So now this could come down to a battle of who can bait. Going straight for the Psychic, though, is Emilio. No dynamic punch here whatsoever. Going for the hard-hitting Psychic. Potential for defense drop as well. Will it get shielded? No!
No shield. Will it get that defense drop? We'll have to see. No defense drop either. And now the Phoenix is also at the charge attack, baiting here with the Ice Punch. There are 2 shields left on Emilio's side. Now 1, as the first one is being stripped away by this Ice Punch. Not the baits you really want to fall for in this late game, but when you have 2 shields, it almost seems worth it to shield it up at that point.
So now the Phoenix is actually ahead in energy, going to be able to go for this Psychic. You still have 1 Protect Shield as Emilio. Do you think that there's going to be another bait? Uses both Protect Shields, still wanting to prioritize his HP, but we have a defense drop on the Medicham.
A defense drop, not good, very good for Emilio there, although the Phoenix is already into the red, throwing this Ice Punch, which would not be enough to knock it out, but still get it incredibly low. Even the counters are getting this low as it's already far down in the red, forcing both of the shields off the Phoenix here off of 2 small Ice Punches. Meanwhile, the Phoenix still just getting a lot more energy, and we have to remember there is also a foul play. Sword, a combination play this time by Emilio, going ahead and getting that drill run off on the Medicham.
You can actually see, I believe that Sandslash survived 1 counter, going to be at just 1 HP, will get farmed down now by the Umbreon, has some energy ready to go. Last Resort does slightly more damage. If you're only going to get to 1 move, you probably want to throw the Last Resort. I think the Medicham's going to have the opportunity to counter down here on Emilio's side.
I think you might be right there, Jim. This first foul play is going through. It's going to be a race. Will the Umbreon be able to get to another one? He's too far away. 1 punch, 2 punches down, and Emilio taking this first game.
All right, well, there we have it. I think a clean matchup there. I did not see any evidence for any sort of disputes. Congratulations to Emilio for a 1-0 head start here. Again, a lot of work on the Medicham. It came down to that 2-shield matchup early on. I really like the heads-up play from Emilio, actually bringing in the Medicham early against that Alolan Ninetales to get that 1 counter advantage. The Phoenix tried to come back and actually was able to get some successful baits, but Emilio early on landed that Psychic, and what that meant for him is that the rest of the game, the Phoenix was having to shield Ice Punches from there on out. So I really love Emilio's play. He made some very good calls, and getting that energy lead I think was pivotal for him winning game 1.
I like what both of these trainers are doing. They're going ahead and they're getting a lot of energy on a Pokemon before they're swapping out, which we've seen has come into like really in handy in the games that we've seen so far. Being able to hit that drill run on the Medicham to knock it out. One of the Medicham's Pokemon that usually loves to see the Alolan Sandslash said, hey, I got a little gift for you here, and then was able to go ahead, not give a lot of farm for that Umbreon in the end, and be able to secure that victory for Emilio there.
Yeah, Emilio, as far as just game strategy as well, incredible plays. I know that, yes, that Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash performs okay into that Umbreon, but swapping out actually into the Gligar, drawing out that Shadow Alolan Shadow Alolan Ninetales was a very, very heads-up play. It allowed his Medicham to be freed up so that it's aligned versus the Phoenix's own Medicham rather than getting in a terrible matchup, which is versus that Ninetales. So he even kept his own Alolan Sandslash still quite healthy, so it could easily tank that charge attack from Ninetales. Great heads-up play. Amanda, we're moving into game number 2. 1 game away from victory is Emilio. Let's take a look at our leads here.
And what we were talking about before, with no grasses on the other side, Swampert has a lot of opportunity to shine here, and the Phoenix has brought it into the lead. Let's see, just storing up a ton of energy, knowing that's going to win that charge attack priority, and releasing this first Hydro Cannon, which goes unshielded against Emilio's Medicham.
Amanda, we're seeing a lot more non-Shadow Swamperts recently. I think it does tank some of these charge attacks a lot easier. Now that said, you probably still don't want to tank a Psychic, and we're going to see that first Protect Shield come out on the side of LNDS, the Phoenix. Let's see if we get a defense drop. No, not this time. Hydro Cannon loaded. Actually going to be able to get to the Earthquake. I think 1 Hydro should be enough to knock out. Throws on the charge attack priority. Great timing here from the Phoenix.
Yeah, the Phoenix choosing, since it's already at that charge attack, to go ahead and use that first shield, because then we'll be able to get an Ice Punch off and maybe force a shield off of the Phoenix as well. We'll have to see if he chooses to, because you saw it as he clicked the next Hydro Cannon, which should be enough to knock out the Medicham. Should this Ice Punch not be quite enough, we'll have to see if it hangs on. It does hang on by a thread, able to throw this Hydro Cannon and perhaps secure the lead.
Yeah, that's just really nice counting there from the Phoenix. Knows it's just the Ice Punch. Shadow would have been knocked out by that Ice Punch, but the non-Shadow variant able to hang on, win that lead matchup with even shields, both 1 consumed here. This is very nice now because it will, well, I like the energy lead here for this Gligar, but it allows your Medicham to not be lined up versus it. Umbreon has a very nice safe matchup versus this Gligar. Outbulks and has the benefit of that foul play, which is going to be a great low energy move.
And we have to remember, like you're talking about, a lot of non-shadow variants here. This Gligar is also not shadow, so this Dig won't be doing as much as it would be from the shadow counterpart. However, the foul plays will be able to tank on this Gligar a little bit easier than if it was a shadow variant. The Phoenix already had a lot of energy on this Umbreon, going ahead and probably doing another style before throwing the next foul play.
I'll be curious to see how Phoenix wants to treat this Umbreon. Do you want to end up shielding it potentially? Because you've already got that Medicham out of the way, and if you look at Emilio's team, that's the primary answer to that Umbreon. So it could be your MVP, your most valuable Pokemon at this point. Let's see how the Phoenix wants to treat this Dig.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and let that go through as well. Still in the yellow, this Umbreon. This Dig might bring it down to the red. Yes, just barely into the red. Meanwhile, add another foul play, catching it on the Lantern here. And we can see a wonderful play there by Emilio, catching this foul play. Although, the Umbreon is still at enough health that it's going to have to throw a charge attack at it if we want to knock it out. But Phoenix says, that's okay. I'm going to come in with my Medicham.
All right, well, we need to keep in mind the move update that happened with this Lantern here, guys. Remember, Spark is not going to be charging him energy quite as fast. However, it is doing more fast attack pressure, going straight for the Thunderbolt here. No baits whatsoever. Lands onto the Medicham. A lot of damage, but we have a Psychic already loaded.
A Psychic and a half almost loaded, throwing now at basically 100 energy, almost throwing this. There's only one Protect Shield left on Emilio's side. Is this a bait? Is this the real thing? Going ahead and protecting, a very good call by Emilio there, protecting the Psychic, now being able to throw a Surf at the Medicham.
This is 2 games in a row. Emilio's been able to, with a shield, still land the hard-hitting move and correctly calling that Psychic as well. We see the final Protect Shields removed from the game here. A Psychic is loaded. Is an Ice Punch enough at this time? You get there just before you get to the Surf. I think an Ice Punch is going to be enough to knock out. I don't think that you're going to get farmed down by wing attacks. It's going to be very close to see if this Medicham can get another Ice Punch off. Can we see a CMP tie? Yes, and actually we have the Gligar winning this one.
Yeah, Gligar being able to knock this out with the super effective aerial ace. This Medicham was at an attack as well, but going back into its Pokeball instead. Now it's going to be an energy gain. The Gligar is ahead. Will it be able to reach it beforehand? Going for this aerial ace. Will this be enough?
Beautiful. A chef's kiss here for Emilio. Great energy management, able to take a 2-0 victory versus the Phoenix on the back of the Gligar. Congratulations to Emilio. What an impressive victory.
Incredible, incredible plays. And you can see these two trainers. You know, I like this part about the event, even though a lot is on this, on the line here, Jim. But these trainers still being able to hug it out, being able to show some gratitude towards each other. And I like this. And if you were a fan of the Phoenix, don't worry. He's not out of the tournament. Like we mentioned earlier, this is a double elimination format. So he will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, where the run will be just a little bit longer, but we could still end up seeing him in day 2 and perhaps even the champion of the LAIC.
An important call out for sure. Double elimination. It is going to be much more challenging, a lot more battles in the loser side of the bracket, but still another opportunity for the Phoenix. Without a doubt, I'm sure he's going to have lots of success. Now that said, for Emilio, I love the plays that he was making, swapping out of almost every matchup early on. He did play out that lead matchup in game number 2, and in fact, what I think was very pivotal for him was getting the farm down on the Swampert with his own Gligar. Once Swampert was neutralized, that Gligar became much more powerful, knowing that its main counter is out of the way. There was no Alolan Sand Slash either, so that was lovely for that Gligar. I just love every time he was able to get farm downs, to come out with energy to unleash, and able to outpace that Umbreon at the end of the matchup to that aerial ace. That's one of the big benefits from the most recent season, is getting access to that very quick charging aerial ace, so that when it comes down to that low HP scenario at the end of the game, you're normally going to be the one coming out on top.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Let's go ahead and look at some highlights from this matchup, because it was incredible plays. This is the very first game of this LAIC that we're showing, and I can't think of a better way to do it.
All right, well, I think we're going to be getting these highlights queued up here very quickly, but again, congratulations to Emilio with a 2-0 victory. In fact, technically one that, okay, here we go, we have our replays coming. This was the double resisted Weather Ball, a quick switch out to the Medicham to get that energy lead. We're seeing the shield on the Ice Punch. LDS, the Phoenix, trying to come back here with that energy lead, but again, not able to do it with the combo play from Emilio, able to secure that game 1 victory.
Incredible plays here. A lot of times you like to win the lead, so you can end up getting your Pokemon aligned in the back, but wonderful play by Emilio there, being able to really dance around to that. And even though this was knocked out, the aerial ace at the end being able to win that charge attack priority over the Medicham to secure the victory for Emilio there. wonderful, fantastic plays, and we're only getting started.
That's right. I think for Emilio, it was just consistency across the board in team building, in which Pokemon that you're bringing, making some combo plays, making some reads there, swapping in the Gligar to draw out the Alolan Ninetales. Just quality play here in Game 1, and I can't wait to see the rest of our battles as well.
Now, you brought up a point that I just want to kind of re-emphasize, because we will probably see a lot during these tournaments, what we're calling the farm down. So it's like when there's just a Pokemon with just a sliver of health left on it, being able to come in with a Pokemon that is maybe even weak to that Pokemon, but not taking a lot of damage from it, meanwhile still getting some fast attack damage in, and that's going to help them in the later part of the game. We saw that happen with Emilio, being able to be one counter ahead when the Medicham mirror, so it was able to throw that Psychic first, and then later on having that 2 wing attack advantage on the Gligar, which came in crucial in the endgame against the Umbreon.
Yeah, great point, Amanda. When you're looking at, okay, the lead matchup, in many cases you want to win that lead matchup because it's going to allow you to dictate the alignment in the back half of the matchup. What we had there in Game 2, though, was neutral matchups for the most part, hanging out in the back. So actually, Emilio benefited from the farm down, just like you said, being able to take that low HP Swampert, get 2 or 3 wing attacks of a fast attack advantage to come out with an energy lead versus your opponent. In those neutral matchups, energy becomes the most important factor. That's exactly what we saw there. So to your point, though, when it comes to farm downs, as we call it, in many cases you actually want to bring a Pokemon in that might have resisted fast attack damage so that you can actually get more fast attacks, therefore more energy, get closer to those charge attacks, so that when you do that full farm down, you might even have a move loaded for the next Pokemon that your opponent brings in.
That's really the best case scenario. And a lot of times, like, a Gligar doesn't want to have anything to do with the Swampert, but when the Swampert in this sort of scenario is so low health and is really relying on the Hydro Cannons to be doing that effective damage to the Gligar says, okay, I think I'll take this matchup from here.
You know what, that was pretty risky there. There was a lot of Gligar counters that we saw on the Phoenix's team.
Yes.
The Swampert, we saw a lot of the Alolan Ninetales. It's not as bad with that Charm variant, but there was also, I believe, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash as well.
Right.
It was running Shadow Claw, I believe, that we saw from our team sheets as well. A little bit less risky, but still pace it to those Ice Punches so quick. Now that said, bringing that Gligar in all of those matchups there, a little bit risky, but it certainly paid off for Emilio there. Great use of leveraging it versus the Medicham, versus the Ninetales. Had a lot of flexibility that we saw there, especially landing those hard-hitting digs.
Yeah, I mean, that was a definition of a high-risk, high-reward scenario, I guess. I mean, I think the Dragonite would have been a little higher risk. That one did seem to stay on the bench for Emilio in that first round matchup, but who knows? I mean, if there's not an Ice type to be found, or like we said, since there's open team sheets, if we do see it's a Shadow Claw on the Alolan Sandslash, perhaps even that Dragonite may see some play in later matchups.
What's interesting is to go back to the beginning of the season, Amanda, and look at some of the tweaks that we've had to move sets, right? I think one of the biggest benefactors of moveset updates was actually the Gligar. Not only with the tweak of Aerial Ace, lower energy, so it can reach those charge attacks quicker, but also the rebalance of Dig. It's a little bit less damage, but lower energy, so it's so much more accessible. But that's not the only Pokemon that had some changes. It was Medicham as well as Lantern, and we saw them on full display in that first matchup.
Yeah, and also speaking of Pokemon that are having some changes, don't forget there is going to be a Community Day coming up as well. So these are chances to get Community Day exclusive moves.
That's right. All right, well, one of the other highlights that I think from game number 1 that really stood out to me was just the idea of baiting out an opponent's Pokemon. I mentioned it a couple times before already, but that said, I think that a lot of strategy goes into, okay, well, which Pokemon are going to be my counters for my backline? How do I draw one of those out early on so that I can free up some of my back Pokemon? The Medicham doesn't have a good matchup versus that Alolan Ninetales. If you can draw out that Charm Alolan Ninetales, it frees it up, and we saw some great plays by Emilio with that.
Yeah, we saw some great plays, and now we're going to go ahead and see some great tweets as we have some little socials that people have already been tweeting in about the LAIC. We have 1 million catches. Without a doubt, my greatest achievement in the game so far. Thank you all very much for the immense support. Without it, it would not have been possible. And this is by Rocha Babyface.
Yeah, popular content creator here in the LATAM region as well. We also have a net, okay, 1 million catches without a, I think we're still seeing the same one, but we actually, oh yes, this is also from Rocha Babyface. You can see his shiny Jirachi there. What an incredibly good looking Pokemon there. Look at all that dust, Amanda.
My goodness, that is way more dust. I think if you took a 30 million of that off. That is about the dust count that I have right now.
I don't think I've gotten 33 million dust my entire Pokemon Go journey. We have another tweet here from Pokédaxi. 6 months ago, I decided to try and hit Legend ranking, and today I finally made it. Don't blame the algorithm. Practice, learn, and put in the time, and you can do it too. Another content creator, Pokédaxi here. You can see the determination. In fact, I saw his celebration for hitting Legend. You can see the passion and just the sense of fulfillment that he had finally achieving that highest of ranks, the Legend rank.
I think that is absolutely incredible, and something that should be an encouragement for players who are maybe just starting out as well. I mean, I got to meet him in Barcelona, and we talked a little bit about his journey. He's a player who's gone from someone who likes to do catches, likes to do, like, you know, go shiny hunting, to saying, you know what? The PvP component of the game is actually quite interesting as well. If you're one of these players that are saying, you know, I haven't really done it before, go ahead and give it a try. I think you'll end up liking it.
I think the research is called We All Start Somewhere, right? And I think that a lot of players actually have the Pokemon already in their Pokedex that they can start leveraging here in PvP as well. So make sure you guys check your Pokedexes, see some of those Pokemon that you're seeing on screen, maybe even our top 12. You can build a team, even if you're starting from scratch. So many great resources out there, even on our Pokemon YouTube channel that has some best practices for how you can get started in PvP.
And if you're a player who says, you know what, I don't know if I want to play yet, I don't know if I have these Pokemon built, but I want to definitely come and check out the action, I will say that the regionals, these international championships, are great places to do that because of all the places that has the lure modules on them. A lot of Pokemon that are very relevant in PvP will be spawning at the events. We're getting Carbinks here, we're getting Lickitungs, we're getting Shieldons, Medichams, Lanterns. I mean, you name it, we probably have it here at the venue.
I know Caleb's going to be working on that Shadow Bastiodon,
oh,
right?
I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah. I know that he got his, I think, his best rank Carbink from his co-caster Butters. But I know he's always looking to try and build those steel Pokemon that have very, very hard victories in many cases. Yep. You know what? That actually brings me to another point. I wanted to mention, in many cases, the Pokemon that we see in the meta that are the most successful are Pokemon that can reach charge attacks relatively quickly. Sure. For me, the line in the sand is 12 turns. Lickitung, Medicham, Sableye, Powder Snow, Alolan Ninetales, they all reach charge attacks before 12 turns.
Nice.
What are some examples in your mind of Pokemon that maybe are slow charging, like Bastiodon,
sure,
that still have some relevance within the meta?
So we haven't seen it a lot lately, but we did see it last season and even early meta this season. I think Registeel is a good example of this. Even though Lock-On is a one-turn move, being able to generate, it just generates energy kind of slow because it's really relying on the Focus Blast or the Zap Cannon.
High energy charge
all
attacks.
Of this, yeah. But I think when shields are down, Registeel is one of the best Pokemon in the game. There's always that potential as well that Zap Cannon is going to debuff your opponent's attack. And I mean, they say it's only a 60-some% chance, but it feels like 100% when you're on the receiving end of it.
That's right. Some others that come to mind for me are going to be Pokemon like Carbink. We actually seen some new success from Carbink. Yes. I think in it may have been the Lille tournament. That's where we saw in top 16 a handful of Carbinks. It's a relatively new Pokemon in the meta, and in fact Clodsire is going to be one of the most impactful Pokemon to counter that Carbink, but it's using Rock Throw, doesn't generate energy very fast, but it still finds a lot of very safe wins despite its inability to quickly charge to those charge attacks.
Yep. No Carbinks to be found on either Mystic Chansey or Kate Fitzgerald's side. However, a lot of Pokemon that we've seen pretty meta so far. We have that Superior, like what you're one of your top picks on this, but we also have Frostlass, which was one of mine.
Like I said, I think that there's been a formula for a lot of people that they've been kind of copy-pasting here into the tournament. You have your grass Pokemon with Superior. You're going to be having a dark Pokemon. Some people run Sableye, some people run the Umbreon. I think a lot of people will run the Lickitung as well. Then you're going to be having your Flyer. Mostly people are running the Gligar, but we've seen things like Pelipper, even Mantine from time to time as well. I'm not seeing the Flyer here on Mystic Chansey's team actually going for a double ice strategy. But speaking of ice, that Frostlass I think has become one of the most impactful Pokemon in the meta. It charges to moves relatively quickly, hard hitting with Powder Snow and Avalanche, and then the devastating Shadow Ball that it can unleash as well. I think that some of the main answers to it have been removed from the meta, like the Galarian Stunfisk, so it's really freed it up to spread its icy wings here in this meta.
One of the Pokemon we talked about in that last matchup with Emilio versus the Phoenix about that farm down potential with the fast attacks. Another Pokemon that is so good with this is Frostlass, and Frostlass is on Mystic Chancy's side. Also, we're talking about heavy hitting charge attacks. Those avalanches and those shadow balls from the Frostlass's side are going to be doing heavy damage to most likely any Pokemon that's coming in.
Heavy damage indeed. Now, Amanda, one other thing I wanted to talk about, when you look at a lot of these teams, the one thing that stands out to me is, oh my gosh, you're so weak to fire. But we don't see a lot of fire Pokemon in this meta whatsoever, especially things like Frostlass, Superior, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Alolan Sandslash, for instance. All these Pokemon share a weakness, and that's going to be fire. It's pretty good offensive typing as long as you're not running into things like dragons, not too many rock Pokemon in the meta, so there's not a lot of Pokemon that resist fire. In your mind, why is fire not taken off as more of a staple within this meta?
I think a lot of times, a lot of the Pokemon that are fire, I mean, if you think about it, Charizard is one of the more popular used Pokemon, but it's not even using a fire type attack. It's using, so I mean, like, it's one of those scenarios where it's like, do I want to use a Pokemon that is potentially so weak to all these lanterns, that is potentially so weak to the Shadow Swamperts or these water types that I will be seeing? But you're absolutely right, Jim. It's going to be doing so much heavy hitting damage to the other Pokemon, like the ice types, these grass types that have really started to rise. I will say, we talked about it before. I mean, Carbink has been doing so well in the last couple tournaments, getting even the top second place Elephant Flash had brought it up to that point. It's sort of a risk to be using that fire type in that scenario as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things as well is when you look at the moves for fire Pokemon, not a lot of great fast attacks. You mentioned with Charizard, it doesn't use a fire fast attack. It's using wing attack, which is a great flying fast attack. So that said, I think that until fire can get maybe a little bit of a rebalance like we've seen for some other typings, I think that it may have some play in the future. That said, we have seen some strength in things like Shadow Kanto,
that's right,
Ninetales, but I think that's maybe in some previous metas. Now, I want to make a couple callouts here for these two trainers, Mystic Chansey and Kay Fitzgerald. One of the callouts specifically on Kay Fitzgerald's team is going to be the Alolan Ninetales. Actually, he's running Powder Snow here, Amanda, so that's going to be interesting to see how that lines up versus things like the Medicham versus like maybe the Superior as well. It's going to be able to outpace the Superior to moves, so that's one of the matchups that I think it's going to be able to pick up here.
I am absolutely loving this open team sheet scenario. I think a lot of times, some of the mind game is taken away from this when you see that, okay, I know that my opponent is going to be running this moveset. I'm not really sure. I think a lot of times in the past as well, when people saw that there was an Alolan Ninetales, they were very wary of what the so they maybe would not bring Pokemon that was either weak to Charm or Ice in that first matchup, just to see for sure what it was, get some intel before they go ahead and do their selections for game number 2. But speaking of games, we're going to go ahead and hop right into game number 1 here between Mystic Chansey and Kay Fitzgerald with that, a great lead for Mystic Chansey, that Alolan Sandslash versus that Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, this is Powder Snow versus Powder Snow, but you do not want to be running Powder Snow as this Alolan Ninetales. Definitely going to be at a disadvantage. This is the Shadow variant of the Alolan Sandslash, however, so you are going to be taking 20% additional damage, for instance, from things like that Dazzling Gleam. Here comes the first drill run, though. It is going to be doing quite a bit of damage. Alolan Ninetales is able to hang on. Amanda, here comes the Dazzling Gleam. Will we see a shield? Actually, yes! An Alolan Sandslash shielding a Dazzling Gleam. Hard to believe.
While it's not going to be doing that much damage since it is that Shadow, it does not want to be tanking any of it. Now going ahead and throwing this Weather Ball bait here. Looks like the Alolan Sandslash knows it's going ahead and tank it there, letting that go ahead and go through before reaching its own drill run. Still getting a ton of energy before releasing the Ice Punch.
Yeah, throwing that Weather Ball now allows this Shadow Alolan Sandslash to overfarm to get to nearly 100 energy at this point, and even a Ice as well. Mystic Chansey bringing in their own Medicham, and there's not really a great response. You only have this Lickitung hanging out in the back, so you're going to have to be content with Medicham versus Medicham here, Amanda.
Yeah, this Medicham also on Mystic Chansey's side running that Dynamic Punch over the Psychic. You know what? We're seeing a lot more Psychic Medichams than I think we've seen in a lot of the past tournaments here. Speaking of Psychics, that's now being released, and it looks like Mystic Chansey's going ahead and letting that go through. Looks like it's also going to connect and no defense drop.
Okay, well, we do have Dynamic Punch on Mystic Chansey's team, which is going to be putting him in a little bit of a disadvantage versus Kay Fitzgerald's Medicham running that Psychic, just like you said. Going to have to be satisfied with Ice Punches here, and we see the nod from from Kay Fitzgerald, just letting the Ice Punch go. I think recognizing no dynamic punch, you still have 2 shields. You probably are in Ice Punch range, but here comes the next Psychic. I think this is a heads-up play. Probably not enough to knock out with this Ice Punch. The other Metachamps almost at that Ice Punch. Let's get it off the field here. Here comes the Psychic and knocks out the Metachamp.
Metachamp is off the field, so also one of the Lickitung's hardest counters on that side. Also out for Mystic Chansey. Mystic Chansey going ahead, properly waiting out that switch timer before coming in with the Superior. Superior has an aerial ace, but not before the Metachamp gets to the Ice Punch. Ice Punch is going to be doing lots of damage to the Superior, but Superior has a lot of bulk to it. It's going to still be most likely in the green.
Yeah, Kay Fitzgerald still has a ton of play with this Metachamp. Can you get to another move? No, actually a quick swap in. This is going to be now Lickitung versus Superior. Superior has a lot of nice play here with these hard-hitting Frenzy Plants. Kay Fitzgerald shielding up what could be a Frenzy Plant, and it was. Nice shield, you still have 1 remaining. This Alolan Sand Slash, though, still has a lot of energy. We see this quick swap out. The drill runs are going to be coming through, and another shield using both Protect Shields back-to-back for Kay Fitzgerald.
I think this is where the Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash really comes in handy, is against this Lickitung, since the Shadow Claws would be resisted against it. These Powder Snows are at least doing a little bit to start chunking away one of the bulkiest Pokemon in this field. This drill run still in the yellow. It's like Lickitung's tongue is out, just taunting the other Pokemon still.
We're going to have to keep an eye out on the energy for Superior. I think it still has some residual energy. You're not able to one-shot knockout this Alolan Sand Slash since you only have resistant moves. Even a Power Whip's not going to be it. Do you throw this Body Slam? One drill run is going to be close now. I think this Lickitung might barely hang on. I have to give the advantage right now to Mystic Chansey, still having that Protect Shield in the game. Lets the drill run go. Can he farm down? Yes, a giant farm down. Has energy ready to go. Only 1 Protect Shield left. Doesn't have a charge move now. I think you may need to shield up this last move.
I think you're absolutely right. Mr. Chansey agrees with you, as well as that last shield is, we have to remember, I don't think the Metachamp has any energy left, but it was going to be able, will he be able to completely bind whip down? This is just giving a little bit of extra farm for the Superior, being able to throw this Frenzy Plant at the 1 health Lickitung to secure game 1 for Mystic Chansey.
1 HP on this Lickitung, but this Frenzy Plant's going to do plenty of damage, knocking out the Lickitung. Game number 1 going to Mystic Chansey. Kay Fitzgerald was in a pretty solid spot towards the end of that game with a Protect Shield advantage, but that Superior had such a great play. Once that Alolan Ninetales was out of the way, really freed up to have some very flexible play versus that Metachamp Lickitung backline. In fact, I think that's been one of the biggest surprises that we've seen in this meta, Amanda, is how Superior has really risen to the top. I think it was top 3 here at LAIC for day 1, and it is because of how well it responds to not only the Lickitung, but the Metachamp as well. It can win the even shield matchups versus both of those Pokemon, and one of the very few core breakers that can break up that Lickitung Metachamp core that we see so often.
I think a point with that as well is because most of the time people aren't wanting to use a lot of flyers that are weak to Lantern. I mean, we do see the Mandibuzz on Kay Fitzgerald's side, but I mean, there's no Noctowls this season. Mandibuzz does not want to be facing it. Gligar does very well against Lantern in that respect, being able to resist those sparks. But I mean, Gligar doesn't do as well against the grass types as a standard flyer would. I mean, those Frenzy Plants from either the Venusaur or the Superior are still going to hurt the Gligar way more than it would a typical flyer.
That's right, and it's interesting when you look at, okay, well, what are your grass counters going to be? Ice still very much in the meta, that's probably going to be the main counter, but to your point, the flyers these days, the main one that we see is going to be the Gligar, and that takes neutral damage from grass. Amanda, let's move into game number 2. Currently a 1-0 lead right now for Mystic Chansey. We're going to be seeing the Frostlass into the Metachamp. A great lead here for Mystic Chansey. Here we go, moving into the game.
And it looks like, yeah, going ahead and staying in this. I mean, we do know that it is going to be a Psychic trying to catch, and a very successful Avalanche catch onto this Alolan Ninetales. Wonderful counting by Kay Fitzgerald, and a lot of this energy has now been wasted from the Frostlass's side. Let's see how Mystic Chansey decides to respond, just gaining up a lot of energy still, and I wonder if we'll see a swap out of his own.
Well, yeah, this is a bit risky because Kay Fitzgerald is running the Powder Snow, so you're going to get significantly outpaced. We actually have a charge attack priority event here. This is going to be Frostlass winning with a higher attack stat. 1 Shadow Ball is actually enough to knock out. Let's see if we see another call. No, all of this energy going to waste. Down goes the Alolan Ninetales.
Ninetales, basically, there you see it, there it goes, as now a Lickitung comes in. And we have to remember this Lickitung's licks will be doing super effective damage to the Frostlass, but Frostlass has so much energy at this point, already at an Avalanche, and Kay Fitzgerald is going ahead and letting that go on the Lickitung. Lickitung may be bulky, but now it's going to be answered by an Umbreon.
And you've got, honestly, a great backline for handling this core. The Umbreon, not a terrible performer versus that Metachamp. Great versus this Lickitung, and this Lickitung is still locked in. We have to keep an eye on these switch clocks, Amanda. So here comes the Body Slam. probably wants to swap out to the Medicham. And again, with this energy lead, it's not so bad. And we know this Medicham is not running Dynamic Punch.
That's right. While it was a very advantageous earlier in that Medicham mirror, now it's kind of to the detriment of the Medicham, as this Umbreon has so much energy, and it's really the fighting type damage that the Umbreon fears, not any of these charge attacks that the Medicham is going. Medicham shielding up a foul play here.
All right, well, at this point, you have 2 Protect Shields, both these trainers. You're trying to think to yourself, what is going to be my hardest hitting move? We have not seen the 3rd Pokemon revealed for Mystic Chansey yet, so K Fitzgerald not wanting to take any chances here and shielding up the foul play. Medicham does still have some good advantage, but is having to throw Ice Punches, which is a non-same type attack bonus move, and just overall not just a great move in general. Relatively low energy, not great efficiency ratio from damage to energy. This Umbreon is still hanging in there and really doing a lot of work into this Medicham.
Yeah, being able to just chip down. I think a lot of times you say, oh, it doesn't do so much. It's getting this last shield from K Fitzgerald, recognize the importance of the Medicham, but is it too late? Because this Frostlass comes back in and there is no shields left on K Fitzgerald's side. This Avalanche now connecting with the Lickitung once again.
Frostlass already knocked out this Alolan Sand Slash, Alolan Ninetales. It's close to knocking out this Lickitung as well. Lickitung comes in with the Body Slam. I don't know that this is quite enough to knock out, but I don't think that we're going to see a Powder Snow down. Might see a Lick down, in fact, here, but still, we have 2 shields and a Superior. The full team for K Fitzgerald has been revealed. In fact, you can see no taps there from Mystic Chansey, wanting to get even more fast move damage, or fast attack damage. Shields remaining though, even though we're close to 2 Ice Punches, letting the first one go here, Amanda.
This one connect, as we saw before, we know that it does a lot of damage, but it's still in the green. Meanwhile, already out of Friend's Plant, going ahead and throwing it, and the Mystic Chansey knows it as well. And Aerial Ace might have been enough at this point, but releasing the Frenzy Plant to say, I just want to go ahead and make sure as this Medicham goes down.
All right, well, Mystic Chansey will be taking game number 2 in a 2-0 match sweep. Congratulations to him. Incredible plays there. Someone that we've seen in some previous regionals here in the LATAM region as well. I believe took 9th place in the Curitiba regional as well.
Right.
So congratulations to him. Now I want to talk a little bit about some of the plays from K Fitzgerald there, because we saw that early catch with the with the Alolan Ninetales catching that Avalanche. What was interesting is that Frostlass was actually a Shadow Ball energy. Not only were you catching a move, but you were calling a bait as well. So an incredibly heads-up play. Tried to call a second bait, though, saying, you know what, you threw an Avalanche before, I'm predicting a second Avalanche. Unfortunately, it was the Shadow Ball, and all of that energy was neutralized from that Alolan Ninetales. Just too much to come back from there in Game 2.
Yeah, I think Game 2, Mystic Chansey was really smiling to himself near the end. Once both shields were down, that's where Frostlass, just like Registeel we talked about, really shines, because those heavy-hitting charge attacks, being able to connect with Pokemon, usually has some play. I mean, we see Licktung's licks doing super effective damage against the Frostlass, but those charge attacks not doing much. 2 Avalanches basically enough to almost knock out that Lickitung.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of our highlights there from those 2 games that we just saw. Mystic Chansey versus K Fitzgerald. Game number 1, we saw the Psychic. Again, Ice Punch is not going to be enough here. Very heads-up play to land the full Psychic and take down that Medicham, freeing up that Lickitung. But no, we've got a response here. It is going to be the Drill Run coming from the 1 HP Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Not able to quite farm down the Lickitung. Hangs on.
Yeah, now being able to throw this Friends Plant, like we said before, probably could have even Vine Whip down at that point, but taking no risks, going ahead and knocking that out to secure game number 1. And then this wonderful play by K Fitzgerald, they're calling that bait, being able to also catch, still in the end game, not quite enough to overcome Mystic Chansey's Superior, as once again, taking that last part of the game, knocking out the Pokemon and gaining points for Mystic Chansey on both ends.
All right, well, congratulations again to Mystic Chansey. I think very solid play there. Again, some great plays from K Fitzgerald. Sometimes you have to make those really tough 50-50 calls. One went in her direction, one did not. So that's just kind of how things go sometimes. But again, great battles that we're seeing on display here in the Latin America International Championships. Now that said, I think we did want to go ahead and talk a little bit about a contest that we have going on as well, Amanda. I think you may have seen this at some previous regionals, but we actually have an art contest that is ongoing as well. So for all of you artists out there, now is your time to pay attention here. The Pokemon Company International and Creatures Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest here for 2024. It's back for another year, guys. We're inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork capturing the theme of this year's contest. magical Pokemon moments. Now guys, the contest is simple. Choose one of the 10 Pokemon like Charizard, Pikachu, or Koraidon and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon and join a moment in its day, or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic to capture the magical Pokemon moments theme. Now guys, the contest is open to applicants 18 and over in the US and Japan, in addition to the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand regions, all for the first time, so that's great. The event did open on October 12th and it runs until January 31st of 2024 at 5:59 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So still a lot of time to enter. Make sure that you guys go check out, I think it's ptcgic-cr.com/2024/EN for all updates.
Nailed that. Look at this guy. Wholesome, everyone. Wow. And now I have to ask as well, since it is viable in your region, Jim, how is your artistic skills?
Not good.
Okay.
No, I'm more of an MS Paint kind of person versus any sort of professional tools whatsoever.
Well, you have one of our casters for the TCG game. She is a fantastic drawer, and I've been watching her draw over this weekend. She does live in the United Kingdom, so I'm going to ask her if she is going to perhaps be entering in this competition.
Skill sets, counting Pokemon moves, pretty good. Drawing, not so much, Amanda.
We can't win at everything.
No, we can't win them all, unfortunately. But so far, we've seen, I think, 2 sweeps so far.
Yeah.
So
they have been
winning them all so far, but I'm very excited to see some of these upcoming battles as well. Any reads so far that you've seen? I know it's been limited views that we've had, but any impacts that you're seeing that you want to call out as far as the meta that we're seeing so far at the Latin America International Championship?
I mean, it's no surprise that Metacham, we've been joking around, Metacham is meta for a reason. I mean, a lot of times it's just so good against the Pokemon that even are coming up to be, like, rising up to be this top 12 Pokemon. We've seen almost on every team an Alolan Sandslash. Metacham is like Alolan Sandslash hardest counter, and yet we still see it everywhere. Gligar doesn't want to be tanking these ice punches, and depending on the other moveset as well, Dynamic Punch, you definitely, those Umbreons, those Lickitungs don't want to be facing that either. I am wondering if, because Metacham is always going to be in that #1 spot, it seems, that's why we're seeing the rise of so many Psychic Metachams again.
I think that's a fair call out, and to your point, I think that Alolan Sandslash has so much play versus everything that's not Metacham, so it's very often that we see it lined up versus the Superior, the Gligar, the Lickitung, the Mandibuzz, where it has a lot of great play. Now that said, we've seen some great plays on stage, but we have a whole lot going on at the event here today. Let's take a look at some of our tweets coming from LAIC here today, guys. We've seen a lot of social media check-ins already. We saw 1 million catches already, but Amanda, take us away here.
Yeah, we have a Scraped Pete. He is one of our judges, and he says, I'm ready to give it my all at LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's go time. And you know what, Pete? You are right. It is go time indeed.
That's right, he's got a smile on his face. I think he perfectly captures the energy here. Again, passion, excitement, happiness, just having a lot of fun here at the Latin America International Championships. We got another one here from Maddox TCG. Yo, champ in the making. Today will be a tough challenge, but you're ready for it. Believe in yourself, stay focused, and you will achieve your goals. Best of luck to all my friends competing at #Pokemon LAIC this weekend. Show them what you got, #Play Pokemon.
I see we have a lot of champs in the making for this Latin America International Qualifier. There we see also from Dancing Rob, our first champion. World champion. This is at Play Pokemon, #LAIC. The venue is looking fire. And this is what we were talking about earlier. With all of these Pokestops being lured up, there's so many chances to catch PvP viable Pokemon that you're going to see often that are probably in this top 12 usage at LAIC.
That's absolutely right, Amanda. I think that if you come to one of these events, you quickly see, I can do this too. I can catch these Pokemon. I can get that research, like I said. Everyone starts somewhere where you can get Alolan Sandslash, Swampert, Noctowl, a lot of Pokemon that we see not on previous metas too, but in our current meta, things that are immediately relevant. And like I said, I challenge those trainers watching from around the world. Take a look in your Pokedex. I bet you have some of these Pokemon already built, ready to throw into the Go Battle League or maybe even a regional tournament.
Now, speaking of Go Battle League, I want to bring up this point as well, because a lot of trainers, especially in the European region, which is the matches that I've seen the most of, there's a lot of trainers who have never competed in a Show 6 Pick 3 format before, but were very well known within the Go Battle League and saying, okay, I've had a lot of success in this Blind 3 format. I want to try my hand at Show 6 Pick 3. And they did so fantastic. Pato Man, one of our Spanish competitors, the first tournament that he ever competed in, he got 2nd place overall. He also got 2nd place in the Barcelona special event earlier this year.
Yeah, I believe also for SS Thorn, I think which was in Toronto, I think it was their first tournament as well, taking, I think, 3rd place. So really interesting to see how some of these trainers, maybe even if they're a bit newer to PvP, apply their skills and go Battle League and then take it to the Show 6 Pick 3 format. I think that there's anyone who might be feeling a bit intimidated, I think that they can see here today that anyone can do it. And practice makes perfect.
That's
There's
right.
a lot of practice tournaments that people can participate in as well, so kind of get you ready, a little bit of that practice before you actually do the real thing.
And you can also scrim against people, what we call like, you know, like just fake battles with the team say, I want to try out this team. And if you look at these two trainers, they both have that LNDS at the beginning, so I'm sure that they have perhaps scrimmed against each other, even in perhaps in preparation for this very tournament, only to be now playing against each other on this stage. We have Cruz Zhao on one side against Tibis on the other.
That's right, and like you said, potentially a battle of friends here. What's interesting, actually taking a look at these teams, one of the Pokemon that we didn't see, it was on I believe Kay Fitzgerald's team, but did not end up seeing the battlefield, is that Mandibuzz. We talk about core breakers, especially with some of the very common cores like Medicham and Lickitung. One of the core breakers that actually breaks apart that very common core that we see so often is the Mandibuzz. It resists the licks from the Lickitung, so that's a big part of Lickitung's moveset, is its fast move pressure with its, or fast attack pressure with its lick. Now that said, versus the Medicham, while it's still taking neutral damage from the counters, super effective from the Ice Punch, it can hit back with those super effective aerial aces that it can reach even faster now with the moveset update.
Now, speaking of aerial aces, that's also one of the reasons I think Serperior has become a grass type of choice. Doesn't look like it is on Tibis' side, going ahead and choosing that Shadow Venusaur instead. Shadow Venusaur also has been seeing a lot of play this season, and I think that's also because of that Frenzy plant being able to hit very hard, and also the potential to be Shadow. Like we talked about earlier, Shadow Pokemon being able to hit 20% harder, it has being able to do a lot more damage, it seems, in this Great League format.
There's two benefits to the Venusaur. Number one is going to be, specifically with its Sludge Bomb. Number one, it's just a more efficient move compared to Aerial Ace. It does, when you look at the energy to damage ratio, it's going to be a little bit of a more efficient move, so that's great. Now secondly, it's also, this benefits from the same type attack bonus, or stab as you'll hear it commonly referred to on broadcast. With those stab moves, it's going to be hitting for additional damage compared to a non-stab move like an Aerial Ace on a Serperior. Now, the one thing though that I have to give the advantage to for Serperior is that with Aerial Ace being such a low energy move, it can leverage it as a bait move, as we call it. So instead of throwing that hard-hitting Frenzy Plant, you can throw a lower energy move to try and bait a Protect Shield with that Aerial Ace, which in many cases, trainers thinking, I don't want to take a Frenzy Plant, I got a shield. But when it's the Aerial Ace, it lets them maybe get a little bit of an energy advantage to potentially turn some matchups.
It does also, if they're going to be facing face-to-face the Serperior against the Venusaur, the Aerial Ace is going to be able to outpace, and it is going to be doing super effective damage against that other grass-type Pokemon. So against the two of those, Serperior does have a little bit of an advantage against the Venusaur, but I am excited to see how Tibis is going to be able to use this Venusaur because it is one of my favorite Pokemon in this league. But let's go ahead and also talk about some of the spice that we see on Cruz Zhao's side as well, because we see an Araquanid, we see a Shadow Steelix, and we see a Pelipper. So not the most common picks that we've seen in this meta.
I'm feeling like this might be Inadequate's team. We've seen so much of that Pelipper used by him, one of our fellow co-casters, but also this Araquanid as well. We've been seeing a lot of Steelix in the Ultra League format, less so in the Great League format. I think of it more as a great Go Battle League Pokemon, less as a great Show 6 Pick 3 Pokemon. But I'm very curious to see how it's going to be matching up. It does really well with its Steel typing defensively. In fact, it's going to be able to resist a lot of different types of attacks. Now, the ground subtyping does make it a bit more vulnerable to things like water, things like grass, right? Which we see plenty of on Tibis' team as well. So there are definitely some things that it wants to avoid, but I think that when it can get into a matchup like a Mandibuzz or a Lickitung, for instance, where there's two very bulky Pokemon, that's when we see its new move, Breaking Swipe, really start to come to fruition and start to debuff the attack of their opponent's Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that is where Steelix really starts to shine overall, and we have to remember that it is 100% guarantee. Every time a Breaking Swipe happens, it will lower your opponent's attack. We've seen this as sort of, sometimes people like to use it maybe as a, what we call that safe swap or pivot position, even if they end up losing that middle game, they can at least lower the attack of the Pokemon, and so then they can come in with a Pokemon that it does well against it and get what we called earlier, that farm down with the Pokemon that is not doing as much damage anymore. We're hopping right into game number 1, and this is not what this spider wants to see. Araquanid versus the Mandibuzz here, although we have to remember that bug is going to be doing okay damage against that Mandibuzz, swapping into the Medicham.
That's right, yeah, the Araquanid does still do neutral damage with its moves, doing the Bug Fasta type. I believe it's the Bug Bite there, but that said, you want to swap out of that. You do not want to take any of these aerial aces whatsoever. It's definitely a losing matchup. Now, Medicham doesn't have a great matchup either versus this Mandibuzz, but it's going to have a more neutral matchup, able to get to these super effective ice punches here. Now, that said, I'm a little surprised not to see Tempest swapping out maybe to the Frostlass here, which is a very hard answer, but wanting to save it in the back, actually. Let's see if that Frostlass is going to have some play in the late game.
Oh my goodness, if you look at this, the whole team is not doing that well against that Steelix on Cruz's side. We'll have to see how they're playing out. Going in for this heavier hitting Psychic and shielding it up from T-Bus's side. This is a really heads-up play by T-Bus there. Now, just being able to potentially lick all the way down, or at least count and release a Body Slam right before an Ice Punch. No, going for that full lick down. This Ice Punch will go through.
Able to get there with 1 HP. And Amanda, I love your call out. You mentioned the Steelix hanging out in the back there. The 3 Pokemon that the Steelix wants to see are the 3 Pokemon that Tempest brought. Doesn't bring the Lantern for the Surfs, the Frenzy Plants of the Shadow Venusaur, or the super effective counters from the Medicham. So I think the Steelix has a lot of play. Despite a lost lead, I still think there's a lot of play here. In comes the Araquanid. Still lots of energy on this Lickitung at this point, though. Going to be unleashing these Body Slams. Araquanid has the ability to get to a Bubble Beam, which will also lower the attack of the trainer. But I think that you might still need to land this Bug Buzz if you're going to be knocking out.
Yeah, we talked about earlier, Lickitung has a lot of bulk to it and a lot of energy at this point too, as T-Bus did properly shield up that Psychic, just being able to come out with a full farm down. But these Body Slams, this Araquanid still being able to be in the yellow, releasing this next Body Slam before the Bubble Beam or Bug Buzz is even able to be released on the Araquanid side.
Okay, here comes another Body Slam, and look how much damage this Lickitung, how much work that it's put in. The Steelix is going to have a lot that it's going to need to do. In fact, here comes the Steelix now. This is going to bring in the Mandibuzz. I like saving this Lickitung with a little bit of HP because it's going to allow the Frostlass now to have a swap out to remove any potential debuffs, and actually shielding the first Dark Pulse from the Mandibuzz. Doesn't have really a lot of options at this point. You have to start shielding something. Want to shield the one that's going to be doing the most damage before the debuffs from these breaking swipes.
Speaking of the debuffs coming in right now, being able to take it on the Mandibuzz, but yes, that attack has now fallen and just charging up a lot more energy here, timing the moves here, throwing a Dark Pulse, but another Dragon Tail goes through at this point, already probably another breaking swipe. This Dark Pulse will not be doing as much as we saw. The attack has already been debuffed.
Okay, and you know what, Amanda, I think that there's still a move stored on this Araquanid as well, so I think it's possible that we could see a combo play later on. Here comes the Aerial Ace, though not able to get to the Dark Pulse. A great no shield there for Cruzal.
Yeah, let's have to see what will come out. I assume at this point it's going to be the Frostlass, like you said, being able to use that Lickitung potentially to clear a debuff that a Breaking Swipe will be doing to the Steelix here. Meanwhile, already at it, not even letting the Frostlass get any energy before this first one goes through, and T-Bus not shielding up the first Breaking Swipe.
Yeah, the Steelix just has so much energy, and it's going to continue adding up, throwing on good timing here. Again, this is Shadow Steelix doing 20% more damage. I don't know, this is going to still do a lot of damage and actually take this Frostlass down into the yellow, close to the red. Your Lickitung does not have much HP left on it whatsoever. Trying to throw good timing here. There's still the possibility of a catch, but you still have to keep a shield for that. Oh, and actually a quick swap out, maybe trying to catch a move there. Able to get to the Body Slam. I don't know that this is enough, though, Amanda, to knock out the Steelix.
It's going to be a resisted move here, even though that will be doing 20% more damage. Not very effective, not quite enough to be able to knock it out, and they'll be able to Breaking Swipe ahead of time. And it looks like T-Bus knows it as well, that going ahead and conceding this match, not using a shield. And it looks like Cruzal has taken game number 1.
Yeah, Cruzal there just relied on that Steelix. Like we said, it looked pretty bad at the start there. You have your Bug aligned versus a flying type Pokemon, and then you really don't have a great matchup there with your Medicham as well. Now, the things I would have liked to have seen from T-Bus there would have been swapping to that Frostlass early on, making sure that you're getting value out of that Frostlass. We didn't see too much value versus that Shadow Steelix, but it's incredibly impactful versus something like a Medicham, so maybe something for next time. But that said, I think that Steelix was the MVP, the most valuable Pokemon there, Amanda, able to get lots and lots of energy versus that Mandibuzz, no shielding that Aerial Ace, only taking attacks once they've been debuffed. So I like that first Protect Shield against that Dark Pulse as well. And despite it being at half HP, it had almost 100 energy going into that Frostlass matchup, and we still had a full, I think, Bug Buzz stored
That's
on
right.
the Araquanid as well. So that matchup was even less close than we saw, despite being such a tough lead there for Kushizao.
Now you talked about earlier that you weren't sure about Steelix's place in the meta. Now after watching this dominant game by Kushizao, has it changed your mind, Jim?
No, that was Tavis bringing 3 Pokemon weak to Steelix. I think that was a bad team read there from my perspective. That said, I think that overall there's still lots of threats, maybe less so on LNDS Tavis's team, but still, the Lantern, not really something that you want to go up against. The Shadow Venusaurs, those Frenzy Plants, they hurt, let me tell you. And then the Medicham is going to be that primary answer as well, with those super effective counters.
Now, I do like that we're seeing some Pokemon that we aren't seeing very often, at least in the play Pokemon meta that we've seen so far, and that is going to be, though, that Steelix and that Araquanid, because that is, like, it's always interesting to see how players play out new Pokemon, and also different players' reactions. Like, do I actually remember the counts of an Araquanid? How long does it take to get to a Bug Buzz?
You know, it's tough with that one-turn fast move sometimes to really keep track. I believe it's going to be 14 turns to the Bubble Beam, 20 turns to the Bug Buzz, but I don't know how many people are counting those individual one-turn moves.
You know, I actually wrote it down. I'm just going to go ahead and 14 and 20. You're absolutely correct, Jim.
That's right.
Maybe
and
I'll quiz you a little bit later if you're up for it.
The second Bubble Beam, 13 turns, by the way.
Yes, and also the third.
And the third one. Okay, I was not aware of that one. It's rare that I'm seeing 3 consecutive Bubble Beams being thrown back to back to back, but it does happen. One thing call out that I wanted to make while we're waiting for these next matchups to get teed up here, by the way, Kushizao actually was a participant in our Latin America International Championship back in 2023 as well. I believe actually took 7th place, so another top cut trainer, someone that we've seen throughout some of these tournaments have success in the past and already with a 1-0 game lead.
Yeah, I think that is a wonderful point to be making, and it's like it also shows that look how far that we've actually come. It's just like our Pokemon Go theme song. Look how far we've come. The trainers have been playing since the beginning, still making it on the big stage, and not only that, but they're playing against people who perhaps are maybe in their first tournaments, and now 3 or 4 years from now we can be talking about the Tibus in the same way, saying this person also competed in the 2024 Latin American Championships.
That's right. Well, I'm curious to see, has the Steelix scared away the Mandibuzz? Has the Steelix scared away the Lickitung? What will the response be from LNDS Tibus' team? I'm very, very curious to see what that response is going to be, and if Kushizao is going to be bringing the Steelix again. If I'm him, I'm definitely bringing it. It had so much play, and even the counters, as we're saying, there's really only one hard counter, that being that Medicham. Everything else, and even then, you can still get those breaking swipes off relatively quickly.
Yeah, and like you were talking about before, Jim, it's like a lot of times maybe people will bring a Pokemon to scare off in the first game and then not even bring it game 2.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll see something like this from Kusao's side, seeing how heavily the Steelix relied on. No, we're not seeing that. We're jumping right into game number 1, and it is that Steelix against the Frostlass, what we saw at the very end of game number 1 there, going ahead. It looks like both of these are staying in.
Well, both of these Pokemon do get to their first charge attack in 12 turns, but actually Tibus being the first to throw, this allows a full Dragon Tail to go through, allowing the Steelix to get to energy a little bit faster. Shields the first one, doesn't want to take the non-debuffed attack. I think we're going to see good timing here. Here comes the breaking swipe. This will debuff the Frostlass's charge attacks and fast attacks at this point, and maybe make that second charge attack a little bit easier to tank.
Yeah, no shield on that side, going ahead and swapping out immediately to clear this debuff, and in comes that Shadow Venusaur, and we'll have to see. It looks like going ahead and giving a little, at least a parting gift of a breaking swipe. We'll have to see if Kusao will also swap out, but now the Venusaur has also had its attack lowered. Now that 20% more, not really doing 20% more anymore from that Shadow Pokemon, just charging up a lot of extra energy here, throwing the Frenzy Plant before Kusao is able to get to yet another breaking swipe.
I think the Steelix is just recognizing, okay, well, let's just keep it going. Let's keep this debuff train going here, Amanda. We have another breaking swipe coming through. We've already taken one shield from a breaking swipe. Can we take another? This is now, I think, going to be the second debuff coming through. Actually opting for a bit of an undercharge, maybe trying to get a farm down, but no, actually swaps now, quick swap into this Araquanid, and this is actually going to be the Sludge Bomb. This is interesting. Both moves, I believe, are going to be neutral here, but the Frenzy Plant is a bit more efficient.
Yeah, but efficient, but I guess at this point you realize that going ahead and going down, wants to do something a little bit more heavy hitting, but this is what the Lantern actually wants to see. The Araquanid coming in, and now the Lantern being able to go ahead, build up a ton of energy. Look at that Araquanid already down to about half health, releasing the Bug Buzz, which was going to be doing the more effective damage against that Lantern.
Don't sleep on this Bug Buzz. Look how much damage that does to that very tanky Lantern, also with a debuff potential as well. No shields remaining at this point from Crucius out. Already used both of them on the Steelix. This Thunderbolt should be enough to knock out, and with the shields down now, this Lantern does have a lot of play. I think that we're probably going to see the Medicham come in at this point, which will be the final Pokemon reveal for Crucius. The Steelix, it's going to get outpaced to moves is the issue, despite resisting all of the sparks. Oh, and a quick swap into the Frostlass.
A quick swap. The timer is not quite up yet. It looks like now this timer is up, but there is a ton of energy on the Frostlass, being able to know.
Oh, unable to throw the charged attack.
Maybe got a little bit greedy there. Thought they could get one more Powder Snow, and not able to. Goes down with a Shadow Ball loaded. Now this Breaking Swipe will go through onto the Lantern. There is no Pokemon to swap out of anymore. This attack is going to be for the rest of the game, and it looks like Tebas knows it as well, going ahead and just letting that Steelix take it out. Steelix really the MVP for Crucius' team here.
Absolutely devastating, Amanda. Getting that full farm down, not only does your Pokemon not get his charge attacks off to damage your opponent, but also it allows that Steelix to have so much energy to debuff your Lantern for the remainder of that matchup. An absolutely devastating loss there for Tebas. Congratulations for Crucius winning 2-0. Sweep, sweep, and a third sweep here so far to start the Latin America International Championships.
Yes, I was joking around earlier that this heat wave in Brazil has nothing to do with the actual sun and everything to do with these fire games that we have been seeing at the LAIC. I mean, my goodness, a Steelix, a Shadow Steelix sweeping, being the MVP for 2 games. Despite what Jim thinks of it, I am a big Steelix fan. I would love to see it continue to do well in this meta.
It's certainly on fire right now. In the Shadow variant, I think actually really impressed me with how much fast attack pressure it was doing with those non-stab Dragon Tails. Looking at it versus that Frostlass, those were adding up very quickly, forcing you to shield a relatively low energy non-stab, not that even hard-hitting move. I think we saw at least one Protect Shield get used against on a Breaking Swipe. Now, one thing I do want to call out, at the end of that game, we did see the farm down from the Steelix, maybe a little bit of a miscue, but I think it's always great to play to your win conditions.
That's right.
In many cases, you have to try and take risks, and sometimes say, okay, I'm not sure if I can do this, but I'm going to go for it. This is going to be my winning play. And Frostlass with energy, I think, would have been a winning Pokemon, able to unleash back-to-back avalanches, or maybe an avalanche and a Shadow Ball into Crucius. So I like the idea. Unfortunately, there was not able to do it. Let's kick it over to some highlights and take a recap here for the 2-0 sweep for Crucius.
We saw earlier this Body Slam, not quite enough to knock out that Steelix, which just gives it a little bit more energy over being able to now Dragon Tail that. And you see almost a swap out, but not quite able to. This Thunderbolt coming through on the Araquanid, able to take it out, super effective damage here, but still for Tebas not quite enough to manhandle through all of the Steelix and the Medicham in the back here, being able to now Breaking Swipe the Lantern at the end for the win.
That's right. Shields were down for Crucius, but getting that full farm down proved so impactful. Able to not even need to use that Protect Shield at that point there for Tebas. Knew that, hey, that Steelix has so much energy. I'm so far behind. There's another Pokemon I need to get through. A good game. And again, congratulations to Crucius.
Now, what you said a little bit earlier, like playing to your win condition, I think you're absolutely right. Sometimes recognizing this is the only way I could potentially even pull out the win in this scenario. Let's dial it back a little and say that Tennis was able to do it. He was able to throw a Shadow Ball. With that low of energy on the Frostlass, do you think he maybe could have flipped the matchup, or do you think it was just prolonging the event?
Well, I think that you need to not only get an Avalanche into that Steelix, I think that you also need to get a second charged attack. I think you needed 2 charged attacks without a doubt. Yeah, I think that you still had your Lantern, which would have been able to do some work there for sure, but I think you needed to get something off there versus that Steelix. Even a little bit earlier, though, I think that even if you're not quite there, those Dragon Tails just add up so quickly. Knowing that that's probably the hardest hitting fast attack pressure, maybe you're satisfied with a charge attack and a half, and then maybe try and reach it a little bit later. So I think it was a good play in theory, but maybe a sliver more of HP would have been a great play, right?
And I want to dial it back even farther, because while we were inside the matchups, you said a couple of times this was great timing. Could you explain to maybe some of our newer viewers what this means when you said this is great timing, or when you said, oh, they released an avalanche at the beginning, allowing another fast attack through?
Yeah, I think that's a great thing to review. So in general, when you're throwing fast attacks, in many cases it's going to be 2-turn versus 2-turn. There's no proper timing for that one. You're always going to have a fast attack go through when you yourself release a charge attack. Now that said, when there are turn differentials, a 3-turn fast attack versus a 2-turn fast attack,
which we saw with the Dragon Tail versus the Powder Snow.
That's right. There will be windows of opportunity that you can minimize the additional fast attack that your opponent gets. Like for instance, if we throw on alignment, as it's known, a full fast attack registers. But there are many cases that you can throw in the vicinity, in the middle of your opponent's fast attack, so that you're minimizing the energy and the damage that they can get, leading to what we call good timing. So the best trainers in the world that we see are regularly throwing on good timing to minimize the energy and damage that their opponent gets.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mathematical equation going on, but once you get the hang of it, it is something that is very helpful, that it can help maximize your plays and take you from potentially a good player to a great player that we see on the screen.
Amanda, a lot of intricacies within Pokemon Go. It's surface level in many cases. There's a lot of tapping, there's a lot of firing of your charge attacks, but there's so many little subtle plays that can make the difference. In fact, let's take a look actually at the difference between Shadow and Purified, which can be the difference makers in some cases in your battles.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Wholesome_ here to give you a breakdown on Shadow Pokemon and Purified Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon are special Pokemon who can be easily distinguished by their distinct purple auras, red glowing eyes, as well as their menacing expressions. Shadow Pokemon have several unique characteristics that differentiate them from regular Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon have a special bonus that increases the damage of their fast attacks and charged attacks by 20%. Taking a look, you can see the Shadow bonus next to the Pokemon's attacks on their summary page. While the damage increase can often come in handy, Shadow Pokemon also receive 20% more damage from opponents' attacks, meaning they can faint more easily as well. Shadow Pokemon also take more Stardust to both power up and add a second charged attack. Additionally, Shadows also learn the exclusive charged attack Frustration, a high energy, low damage normal type attack that can only be removed by a charged TM during Team Go Rocket Takeover events. To obtain Shadow Pokemon, trainers have to defeat members of Team Go Rocket, including Rocket Grunts, Rocket Leaders, as well as the Rocket Boss Giovanni. These Team Go Rocket members have powerful Shadow Pokemon with extremely high combat power, so trainers need to be sure to pick a strong Pokemon with typing advantages when it's time for battle. After defeating the Team Go Rocket member, trainers can get the opportunity to rescue or catch the Shadow Pokemon. Be careful though, Shadow Pokemon are difficult to catch, so consider using a Nanap Berry or Raspberry when you're in the catching tower. So let's move on to Purified Pokemon. Purified Pokemon are former Shadow Pokemon who have gone through the purification process, freeing them from the grasp of Team Go Rocket. Purified Pokemon have a distinct glowing white aura around them, but otherwise they look like regular Pokemon. The purification process not only changes the Pokemon visually, but it also grants the Pokemon a stat increase, reduces the cost of adding a second charged attack, reduces the cost of power-ups, and grants the Pokemon the exclusive charged attack Return. Return is a high-energy, hard-hitting normal-type charged attack that can really come in handy in trainer battles. Speaking of battling, let's see how trainers use their Shadow and Purified Pokemon in the Bring 6 Pick 3 Play Pokemon format. The most common Shadow Pokemon in Pokemon tournaments so far are Shadow Swampert and Shadow Alolan Ninetales. You can see their usage rates here. Shadow Swampert especially benefits from the Shadow bonus applied to its hard-hitting, fast-generating charged attack Hydro Cannon. Swampert, of course, will be the premier anti-steel, anti-poison, and anti-ground type Pokemon, but in some scenarios, the Shadow variant of Swampert can be tough matchups with Polygon Pokemon that the non-Shadow variant cannot. In fact, Shadow Swampert can knock out both Trevenant and Noctowl with 2 Hydro Cannons, whereas the non-Shadow Swampert needs 3 Hydro Cannons to secure the knockout. Shadow Alolan Ninetales is another benefactor of the Shadow bonus. Already a top pick as an anti-flyer, anti-fighting, and anti-dark type Pokemon, Shadow Alolan Ninetales becomes a huge threat in many neutral matchups as well. With the Shadow bonus applied to the charged attacks Weather Ball and Dazzling Gleam, Shadow Alolan Ninetales becomes even more threatening. Quick tip, Shadow Alolan Ninetales and Shadow Swampert form a great core and complement each other's strengths and weaknesses quite well, as seen in many versus common flying and ice-type Pokemon. Overall, Shadow Pokemon have become a force in the Bring 6 Pick 3 play Pokemon meta. They're expensive investments, but the Shadow bonus damage boost usually outweighs the extra damage they take. Keep an eye out for the likes of Shadow Swampert, Shadow Alola Ninetales, and even Shadow Charizard. Be sure to get out there exploring to find some Team Go Rocket stops, and don't forget to check the skies for Team Go Rocket balloons. Until next time.
Could also be a little jet lagged. Possibly. I feel you, Jolteon. I feel ya.
I love it. Yeah, I cannot wait to be able to see the rest of the competition today. And good luck to all of our trainers and our judges that were featured in these posts as well. I'm so stoked to see and hear how people are enjoying the event so far, and we'll be able to check in with them just a little bit later.
Yes, please do keep engaging on all of the social medias that are using the hashtag PokemonLAIC, because as you can see, we love to be able to see how you guys are enjoying the
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. I'm Caleb Payne, joined by Speedy Chief 2, Will Dunphy, the man that loves Fortress. How you doing?
It's so good to be back, Caleb. I'm really excited for the tournament this weekend. We're already off to a great start. Tons of really hype matches so far, and so many more games yet to come. You're trying to become the Carbink King. I think that's the rumor I heard.
You know, you could say that, but in today's meta, it might not be the best time to run Rock Pokemon or Fairy Pokemon, because we got Clodsire, the first biggest tournament that we have Clodsire eligible in, and on top of that, we actually have open team sheets as well, so you can really predict some of the movesets their opponents will be bringing and strategize around it before you even lock in for the first game.
One of the big questions I've had is what moveset are these Medicham going to run? I think we've seen a lot of Psychic Medicham so far, obviously recognizing that the Psychic variant can help you in the mirror match so much, but Caleb, you're one of the first trainers in my mind to pioneer the Dynamic Punch Medicham. With Clodsire coming into the meta though, you need that Psychic more than ever.
Yeah, Ice Punch will come in handy though in a pinch, but the Psychic will help you close out that matchup for sure, and especially that head-to-head matchup with opposing Medicham. Medicham is one of the highest usage Pokemon in the past few months. I mean, really in our competitive history, and it's for good reason for sure. So definitely a lot of pros and cons, but now you can really see the pros and cons right off the bat against your opponents. So no surprises for our opponents. Adds a different layer of strategy for sure, but team building is still very important too.
I've actually got a really cool factoid for you about Medicham usage. All right?
All right.
So across the past 4 tournaments, if you look at all of our top 8 trainers, so a total of 32 trainers across the last 4 tournaments, right? How many of them had Medicham on their team?
Ooh, 34?
32.
32. Yeah, sorry, my math's terrible. I want to say 31.
You're right.
On point?
You're actually
Let's
right.
go.
Yeah, you're actually right. Out of the last 4 tournaments, 31 out of 32 teams had Metacham. The only trainer to kind of be the exception to that was Magmar Man with Shadow Kanto Ninetales as his anti-steal. Otherwise, Metacham is just ubiquitous.
Yeah, and I think it's very strong for a reason. Meta is meta for a reason. But if you can run a very spicy team like Magmar Man, you can make something happen. And we are really, I feel like, in the region where spice happens a lot. We already saw some spicy. We saw Shadow Steelix in the last set of battles, and I think we're going to see a lot more spice this entire weekend. These trainers here in Latin America are paying attention as well to these tournaments all around the world, so they know Metacham is going to be around, and they're going to be working.
Steelix as well. I can't wait to see what other Pokemon make their way onto the stage. We had some pretty interesting caster predictions, right? Some of us a little more meta than others.
Yeah, I remember you put a Haunter down for yours,
Hey.
so we'll see if we see a Haunter on stage at all. But for Speed Chief, he thinks that's the secret sauce.
It's got what we call core breaking potential, all right?
Yeah.
It can definitely work. You just have to avoid the Umbreon, the Mandibuzz,
Yeah.
the Lickitung. There are a lot of obstacles, but I do think that a Haunter could work in this meta, especially, Metacham, Clodsire, Frostlass. It's got a lot of coverage.
I mean, yeah, it's such a core breaker. It core breaks itself sometimes with how frail it is, but we'll see. I put down Runerigus too, which I don't expect to see too much, but you never know.
Runerigus could be good. That's like one of the top Clodsire anti-picks, right?
Yes.
If you have the Sand Tomb, you've got Shadow Ball, you're a ground type yourself, so you're able to kind of just hang in that matchup as long as you need to, come out, debuff the opposing Pokemon. It's a great setup Pokemon as well, but I agree, it's so weak to Ice. It's got some tough matchups across the board. Superior, it doesn't want to see. Lantern is tricky. Runerigus would be a little tough.
So we'll see how it goes and really how much the meta is going to be adjusting for that Clodsire pick. Of course, a lot of people expecting big things from it, or some people thinking, it's maybe not living up to the hype. And this is really going to be the true test to see if it will perform or not. And this is a cap tournament too, right? We had 256 open spots, and it is filling up with these players from Latin America and really all over the world, to some players even outside this region.
No, absolutely. So we had some time to actually go out into the crowd before we came on to cast, speak with some of the trainers from all around the world, not only LATAM, but like you said, multiple countries. We even have some Americans flying down as well to compete here at LAIC. It's a really, really fun tournament. And my favorite part of coming here to Brazil is always the crowd. Every single time the crowd is so electric and so much fun. And we've already heard that. I mean, even in kind of minor things like a catch in the middle of a match, the crowd just erupts. It's just the best crowd in competitive Pokemon. I love being here.
Yeah, other regions, take some notes, because this is the hype we want to see. But yeah, they treat this like a full-on World Cup sport, and it's really awesome to see them cheering on for their competitors, for their friends, their family, and people they've been playing Pokemon Go with. It's really a truly magical experience here. And here's some of the crowd too. We see them right now.
Yeah, exactly. Cheering on a lot of the LNDS trainers that we've seen, but there's so many very, very solid and incredible teams here in this region. I cannot wait to get into some more battles pretty soon. But that being said, though, Caleb, we've got some awesome plushies on the stage as well. We've got the Wobbuffet, we've got the Meloetta. We also have some teams coming up here as well.
We do. On the left-hand side, we have Bray Riado, and running the Lantern, Frostlass, Metacham, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Lickitung, and Shadow Dragonair. Really interesting team. No grass types, but double Shadow.
I like the Shadow Dragonair pick. I think it's got tons of core breaking potential. We've seen a lot of trainers, including our co-caster Softov, actually use it in grassroots tournaments to great effect. On the right side, though, Old Draco has Metacham, Shadow, Alolan, Sandslash, Umbreon, Superior, as well as Talonflame and Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Caleb, tell us about Talonflame.
Talonflame, I feel like super underrated. It is hard to play, especially using that 5-turn move Incinerate. But in the right situations, Talonflame could really be in a really clutch spot, being able to beat Metacham, really burning through the ice types like Frostlass, double weak to fire, Alolan Sandslash, and just so many positive neutral matchups. And of course, you land the hard-hitting Brave Bird, a lot of damage, or you force him to shield a bait move with that flame charge, just boosting up its attack. It was really a staple in Season 1 of the Championship Series, and on some teams here or there. Kind of fell off a little bit in Season number 2, but I like how the old Draco is bringing back in season number 3.
Yeah, speaking of old, something new, something old. Looking at these teams, we've got the Shadow Kanto Ninetales on the side of Bri Riado, and then we have the Shadow Alola Ninetales on the side of the old Draco. It reminds me of the 2022 World Championships, right? We had Godan Hada and the Shadow Kanto Ninetales versus Dancing Rob and his Alolan Ninetales. So I like how there are echoes here of previous matchups, previous history playing out in the current timeline.
And speaking of the updated with the teams, open team sheets for our players, we also get some of this info to the casters, and now we're going to provide some of that for you all too, watching at home as these trainers are locking in their teams. Bri Riado is actually running an Ember Weather Ball Scorching Sands Shadow Ninetales. Yeah, Scorching Sands. Yeah, different. A little bit of a spin on the old Shadow Cancel Ninetales, but Scorching Sands, a new recent addition move added to Shadow Cancel Ninetales this season of Go Battle League and of the kind of PP updates. So definitely gives us some interesting coverage, especially against stuff like Lantern. So we're getting into the first set of battles, and it's going to be a Shadow Cancel Ninetales into Umbreon.
All right, like you talked about, we have the moveset reveal here as well. No need to worry about the Psyshock or the Overheat. These trainers have full access to the opponent's teams. We see the Ninetales building so much energy, but Umbreon is going to strike first. We've got Umbreon in the lead, Medicham, and Superior for the old Draco. And then we have, on the left side, Lantern, Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and Lickitung.
And I like what you point out there, too, right? Now that you know it's not Overheat, the old Draco could probably safely just no-shield this, right? At worst, it's maybe a Scorching Sands or Weather Ball, but it's not going to do that much damage. Umbreon, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Open Great League, and now knowing that you don't have that hard-hitting Overheat move, the old Draco can strategize around that much more.
And that's just the rule of this matchup, right? The longer that these neutral matchups go on, the better a chance Umbreon has to actually win them. And this Shadow Kanto Ninetales is going to do everything it can to try to chip down the Umbreon. But as you look at the backline here, switch advantage is super, super important because we have the Lantern there from Bri Radio, and we do have the Superior on the side of the old Draco.
And it looks like the old Draco is going to actually give up switch advantage in a really great swap from Bri Riado, because now, here's the thing, she gets to avoid the Lantern into Superior matchup in the back end, so really great prediction on her end to avoid that matchup, and having the Lickitung, that bulkier neutral matchup for Superior, is going to play much more favorably.
Yeah, very, very well said. Lantern going to go for the Thunderbolt here. This won't be quite enough to knock out the Medicham, but it will bring it very low. A great shield here by the old Draco in order to stay in this matchup. And another Psychic Medicham hitting the field here for us.
And Psychic is going to be reached before the Circuit Surge, and throwing out Charge Attack priority, and old Draco going to win that Charge Attack priority against the Lantern, securing as much energy as possible before knocking out this Lantern. Now, Bri Riado has the decision to make. Do you show that Lickitung right away, or do you throw the move that's banked on the Shadow Cannon Ninetales? I believe it's Ember. No, going to come in with the Lickitung. And again, she knows that there is no Dynamic Punch, so this is just going to be at most a Psychic. It's going to do a decent chunk of damage, but not as much.
I don't know. I feel like that could have been a potential shield opportunity, right? Because you don't know what the third Pokemon is. You come in with the Umbreon here, going to throw the Body Slam before the foul play is ready. Bri Riado, a very nice read here to throw this Charge Attack. It's going to be just barely not enough to knock out, though, and we see the counter swap into the Kanto Ninetales.
A huge Ember to knock out the Umbreon before he can get to another move, and you can see Bri Riado trying to take out this Medicham, not able to Ember down, so forced to throw this Weather Ball. The old Draco, yes, you have to bring a Grass type into Fire type, but this Ninetales is pretty much done with. Getting this extra energy can be nice.
Yeah, and as you see the Superior come out, I'm sure if you're Bri Riado, you wish you still had this Shadow Kanto Ninetales, but she's got to make do with what she's got left. We do see the Frenzy Plant getting queued up here from the Superior. This will be enough to knock out, so the final Protect Shield gets used.
And it is going to be shielding the harder hitting move of Frenzy Plant, but there's so much health left out in the Superior. Superior, one of the bulkier grass types, definitely bulkier than Venusaur, another popular grass type in this meta, and that's why Superior, I think, is so valuable in a lot of these neutral situations. It's just going to hang on and tank so much more damage than Venusaur can. And here, the old Draco is going to throw this final Frenzy Plant. Should be enough to knock out Bri Riado's Lickitung.
Absolutely. Huge knockout there and a huge Game 1 victory for the old Draco as he's able to walk away from that matchup. Very safe lead, right? Choosing the Umbreon lead, kind of grinding out that initial matchup. The swap comes through there from Bri Riado, and then we see the counter swap from the old Draco and the closing power of that Superior. Like you mentioned, Caleb, it's such a bulky Pokemon, you can leave it in neutral matchups. It really has changed the meta, and it's one of those Pokemon that we really didn't see coming with the new Go Battle League update.
And I think it really fits into this current meta really well. You saw in this first matchup too, and really a lot of matchups in these past few months, there's so many neutral play in this current meta, which makes it so much more exciting. It's not as clear-cut as who's going to win these matchups. Ninetales into Umbreon, neutral matchup. Medicham into Lantern, neutral matchup. Superior into Lickitung, neutral matchup, right? Just neutral matchups all around the board. Yeah. And I think Brayriato played really well there, trying to predict the backline of the Odrico, but just unfortunately a little bit outbulked in the end there from Odrico there to close it out. But again, it just provides so much more interplay around the different Pokemon. Alignment is not as important as it may seem. You actually mentioned alignment's pretty good, but turns out that Odrico didn't have alignment, still able to come away with the win.
No, you're exactly right. I feel like that was a really good kind of analogy for how Lickitung was very prominent in the meta to start the season, but then really decreased in usage, and it's because of Pokemon like Umbreon. Lickitung has a very tough time versus Umbreon, versus Bandabuzz, very grueling matchups as those wear on, and I think that bringing the Lickitung here from Brayriato is a really nice choice. I think it's got great coverage. Haunter doesn't want to see it, for example, but Umbreon is a great answer for that Pokemon. So because the Odrico has it on the team, I do expect it to come again. If you look at the team from Brayriato, the only direct answer is the Medicham for Umbreon. Otherwise, you have to play with neutral play. And if you look at the team here as well, Brayriato, Shadow Dragonair can't really beat Umbreon in even shields. It's not that comfortable. Lickitung struggles. Shadow Kanto Ninetales, as we saw, brings it close but can't quite do it. Frostlass doesn't want to see it. Lantern's probably your next best option besides Medicham.
You mentioned in our pre-battle analysis too, Shadow Dragonair looks pretty good in this current meta. And I agree with you, I think it does. But against the Odrico team, not a great spot, right? You got Umbreon again, a bulkier neutral matchup typically wins. Medicham also can win that matchup over time against Shadow Dragonair. But then you have two hard answers in the Shadow Alolan Ninetales and Shadow Sandslash. So it's just not a great time for that Shadow Dragonair. We're getting into game number 2, and it is going to be the Lantern in the lead into Talonflame. This is the perfect spot for Brayriato.
Yeah, fantastically for Brayriato. We see the counter swap into the Medicham here. No swap out yet from Brayriato. It's got to be a little bit tedious here because the longer you stay in this matchup, the longer that Talonflame gets away from the Lantern, and you can manipulate the switch timer if you're the Odrico.
And we talked about how alignment was important that first game. It is really important in this game. And you see Brayriato grabbing that first shield from the Odrico and now coming in with her own Medicham. But her own Medicham has Dynamic Punch. It is not Psychic. It's going to make the matchup a little bit harder. But you have a shield advantage, and you have some energy building up on Brayriato's side.
Well, it makes so much sense as to why she threw the charge attack on the Lantern first, right? Because she knew that Medicham needed the helping hand. So great team awareness, great team synergy here for Brayriato as she tries to maintain switch advantage.
And the Odrico is going to go for another Sidekick. Brayriato is going to shield this up. And you know, even if the Odrico doesn't win this matchup, he's going to have a much better time into the Medicham with the Talonflame. Because Talonflame does not have to worry about any potential Psychic.
I want to point out the awareness here from Brayriato to throw that Ice Punch as soon as she could. That means that she knows the switch timer's coming up. She knows the switch might happen, so she's trying to chip down this Medicham as much as possible. I really like that play, and she can't quite get the charge attack priority tie here on the Psychic though, but she's going to double shield, Caleb.
Is going to fight for that switch advantage. I don't think that's a bad play at all because that Lantern is going completely walled off the Talonflame. And now getting the full counter down, coming in with energy. Again, you don't have to worry about this damage from the Medicham as much because it is not Psychic on the Medicham. Ice Punch is still going to add up though, and really good timing from Brayriato to throw this Ice Punch, not letting any extra turns come through from this Incinerate Talonflame.
Yeah, exactly. And you see there again 2 counters for 4 turns versus the 5-turn Incinerate, only ceding 1 turn of energy to her opponent. Incredible mechanics here. Second Ice Punch does connect. We see the Talonflame gathering so much energy though, and that third Incinerate does the trick, Caleb, and there's a shield advantage for the Talonflame as well.
Looks like Umbreon is going to be a core breaker for the back line of Brayriato, having positive matchups against both the Lantern and a very positive matchup against Lantern. However, the Talonflame is pretty low on health. You might be able to even finish off with Lickitung. You could probably just stay in here and chip down the Umbreon.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? I think the Lantern's going to fire up the Thunderbolt here. We might see a switch out after this into the Lickitung, but I do think if you're Lantern, you want to bank some energy, and you want to stay outside of Brave Bird range, which honestly, it might already be within Brave Bird range.
Yeah, and it looks like Odrico's Umbreon is pretty strong. Oh, and catching the foul play on the Lickitung. This is still the move of choice for Odrico, but saving that Lantern for later for the Talonflame. We're just leaving with some extra energy so that you can keep on chipping down this Umbreon with the Lickitung and hopefully finish off with the Lantern later.
Just like we saw in the opening matchup though, the switch timers are heavily misaligned. The Odrico can reach for that Talonflame in about 10 seconds time, and that might flip this matchup a bit.
And yeah, I think so. And I think that might be the play that Odrico's running for. And here comes the Talonflame going straight away for the hard-hitting Brave Bird. It is going to come through, and there is no shields on Bray Riato's side. Can you hang out for the Brave Bird? If you can, you might be able to get a full lick down. Not enough to knock out, and here comes the Lincoln trying to do its best, but then Cinerace adding up and forcing Bray Riato to throw this body slam.
Again, Bray Riato's time is crispy right out of the oven. We saw 4 licks. Can't do it.
And now this puts the Odrico in a much tougher position. Do you want to take the body slam? No. Silk trying to go for that aggressive farm down. You're already over 100 energy, and here going to throw the foul play. This might be enough though. One foul play's not enough, but you have the back-to-back foul play in this Lantern. I don't believe has any energy, or not enough energy, I should say.
Lantern, oh my goodness, Lantern can't quite get to the surf. The second foul play comes through. This is going to deliver a knockout, and it looks like the Odrico is going to win this series 2-0.
And you see all smiles on both competitors' faces too. What wonderful sportsmanship we're seeing there too between these two trainers, and we see the crowd too loving it. The Odrico brings some Talonflame action back. And you're right, Speedy. It is getting close in here.
Yeah, that was very fascinating Talonflame gameplay. Coming back from a really tough lead, right? You lead Talonflame into Lantern, and then you get a pretty tricky counter swap as well. I don't know, go Battle League Caleb, they might be a top left situation, right? You might want to get out of that matchup, but the Odrico played it all the way through, came out with the win.
Having the perseverance to fight through such a tough matchup there, and it was really relying on that Medicham safe swap and that Umbreon. So much neutral play in this current meta to take it out. Look, Talonflame, Medicham, Umbreon, you know what core breaks all of those, right, Speedy?
A rock and fairy type.
You know it, you know it. But, we haven't seen too much of that yet here.
Yeah, I was gonna say in my own Go Battle League sets, I did line up my Clodsire against Carbink. Not a good time for Carbink. This was a good time for Odrico though, as he's able to take the 2-0 victory with some really key pivotal plays throughout this series.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this set here too. Running that spicy Talonflame, but in that first series, it was really the charge attack priority on this Lantern versus the Medicham matchup, knocking it out, ensuring that the Odrico now has switch advantage, and the bulky superior, the grass of the season, coming in clutch for the Odrico. But using some new meta and now using some old meta in game 2. You see the hard-hitting Brave Bird, and you just can't lick this down. Defense is dropped by 2 stages, still not enough. Talonflame being a little bit bulkier than the more popular Shadow Charizard in this current meta, and Odrico really taking advantage of it in this second game.
Yeah, really well played. Just a little bit too much HP to avoid the lick down, and Lickitung just did not have enough gas left in the tank. Really well played by the Odrico, and a great series by Bray Radio. I'm telling you, her counting was pristine. The counting with the counters versus the Talonflame, the licks versus the Incinerate. Her counting was on point. Really, really, really well played. Can't wait to see what she does in that loser's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, overall, like, I don't think you really point out any noticeable misplays from her. She was playing very on point with her energy management and her timing on the fastness to maximize the most she can, get as much energy as possible, and not give any extra energy to her opponent, especially someone using a Talonflame. 5-turn move, you let Incinerate sneak through, it's over in a lot of situations.
Yeah.
But, you know, that really just speaks to the talent of the pool here at Latin America International Championships. And I think we're only on round 1, so we have so many more battles to go. But really impressive stuff, and I love it, right? We haven't even seen that much Clodsire, but we've seen so much spice in general, which I love to see, because it provides so much variety in these battles, and the interplay between these Pokemon is just going to be super unique.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch. That Pokemon, we've kind of talked about it because it had that recent community day, and last year, if you recall back to JW Naldo, he took Toxapex all the way. A very bulky poison-type Pokemon that a lot of trainers tried to make work, but couldn't find the right formula. JW Naldo cracked that safe wide open, and he got a championship from it. Will a trainer here at LAIC bring Clodsire all the way to the championship? That's what I'm wondering. But I just want to point out one thing mechanically about Talonflame before we move on from that. What gets really tricky is when that Pokemon switches in, because you're always used to the 5-turn intervals, but that switch takes a turn. So then you're on the 6-turn intervals, you throw 2 Snarls, and then you think, okay, I'm going to time my foul play, it's going to work out perfectly, and a whole Incinerate comes through. It's the worst feeling.
It is the worst field, unless you're using Talonflame. Then it's the best
That
field.
is the
You're
best
getting
field.
a lot of energy there. So really great. Big congratulations to Odrico for running that Talonflame and taking that 2-0 victory. We might see more of him later in the tournament as long as he keeps winning. And speaking of JW too, I was able to catch up with him backstage before, or not backstage, out in the spectator area, I should say. And he actually had his Toxapex little plushie, but he's not. I don't think he's running it though. So yeah, that might be a little bold to run it in a potential Clodsire meta. But you know, and speaking of names that we recognize, we got at least one we recognize on stage. We got Patrick Albany, two-time Worlds competitor, one of only 2 Brazilian players in the entire world to qualify for World Championships in back-to-back years.
Wow, I'm really excited to see Patrick Albany. Also, huge success in Go Battle League, frequent leaderboarder, very, very talented. When I see those trainers that come in from the Go Battle League, I expect great mechanics and great team prediction. I think Patrick Albany is going to be on the money when it comes to predictions, but he's got a very tough opponent, LNDS Marcelo. We saw in the crowd already huge support for that trainer on the left side. Cannot wait to see what he does either. And we've got some teams on the screen, right, but we won't talk about that too much. I'm curious what you think, Caleb. You and others have been predicting these water and flying type Pokemon so often. I don't think they're going to be an impact Pokemon. I don't think Mantine is going to be an impact Pokemon. I don't think Pelipper is going to be an impact Pokemon because of Lantern.
Mr. Haunter Aficionado is here to critique the meta, is what I'm hearing. But yeah, let's take a look at these teams, what they're running. LNDS Marcel running a Mana Buzz, one of the bulkiest, I think maybe the bulkiest flying type we have in this current meta. Yeah, Swampert, non-Shadow Swampert, which I like a lot, especially in this current iteration of the meta. We got Medicham, Cresselia, very bulky Psychic type, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Another double Shadow Ice combination. I think we've seen actually a decent amount of Shadow Alolan Ninetales in this current meta, and I think part of it is a lot of people predicting Clodsire in the meta, but it seems like everyone's kind of trying to predict it and not actually bring it themselves.
Well, it actually echoes what it did last season as well, because the Powder Snow variant is actually very, very flexible. You can use it against Gligar. You can use it against Superior. You can even beat Medicham, right, if you land the Dazzling Gleam. It's got so much flex play. It beats Mandibuzz really hard. It just has to fear a couple tough matchups. If you see Carbink on the other side, obviously that's really going to be a rocky time for your Alolan Ninetales. But Registeel has basically fallen out of the meta. I don't think we've seen a single one yet today. And without its hardest counter, Alolan Ninetales might resurge back into the meta.
And it has a lot of play into the more prominent fire type, which is Shadow Charizard, because you just have to worry about the Blast Burn, but you just outpace the Weather Ball compared to Blast Burn. You have to kind of bait perfectly if your Shadow Charizard to even have a chance in that situation or land a hard-hitting Blast Burn. And that's where, you know, Talonflame, like the Odrico brought, has a lot more play, right? Because you have that Incinerate damage really adding up that fire damage over time against the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. And you're right, too, right? Lack of Registeel? Ice is
You're so caught up on my Haunter pick, you didn't even realize I picked both Shadow Alolan Ninetales and Shadow Alolan Sandslash as my picks.
You're right. I did not realize that. I did not realize that. We got Patrick Albany on the right-hand side, though, running Umbreon, Medicham, Mantine, or Mantine, I should say, Superior, Lantern, and Gligar. And you said Mantine's not that good.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much play it's actually going to have. LNDS Marcelo, like you pointed out, Mandibuzz leading the team, but he's also got Swampert, Medicham, Cresselia, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Cresselia has been one of those picks that was good from the very first competitive Pokemon tournament in the Championship Series. As we recall, Lurgan Rocket winning the tournament with Diggersby Cresselia Core. Now we've got Cresselia versus Patrick Albany with a very meta team. This looks a lot like the same team as King Alexander and Elite.
It's a very safe pick into Patrick Albany's team. But speaking of Patrick Albany, we got his team there, and we have his achievements too. Second place in Joinville Regional Finalist, and then top 8 at LAIC last year, which is, again, a stacked bracket last year. And now we've pretty much doubled the amount of players this year on the second iteration of Latin America International Championships for Pokemon Go. And like I said earlier, Patrick Albany, one of 2 players to qualify for both the first and second season of World Championships for Pokemon Go. We're getting into the battles. We're going to put your theory to a test, Speedy Chief. And it's going to be the Cresselia versus the Mantine to start it off.
Cresselia versus Mantine. We get a little bit of moveset reveal here as well for the viewers at home. Cresselia with Grass Knot and Moonblast. We've actually seen Grass Knot and Future Sight being run quite commonly as well. You might even think that the Future Sight is for the Clodsires, for some of these other poison types that are prominent in the meta. But this is a very, what I call, classic moveset on the Cresselia on the left. Going for the Moonblast here, also on the Mantine, Aerial Ace, Ice Beam.
And I really like this pick from Marcelo in this first game, but really, I think he's probably going to bring this Cresselia into almost every game because there's really nothing that completely walls it off, right? With the lack of seal size on Patrick Albany's team, it looks pretty good. But this is bulky Pokemon into bulky Pokemon, and Patrick Albany's Mantine is actually putting up quite a fight here, too.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Two very bulky Pokemon, right? And even when you land these Grass Knots, they're only neutral due to that flying subtyping of the Mantine. Ice Beam coming through here. I think this deals slightly more damage to the Cresselia. I don't think it knocks out, though. Cresselia will hang in there and get off another charge attack of its own. But is that what Patrick Albany wants? Does he want to soft lose this matchup and farm down the Cresselia?
And the trainers on stage, they don't know this yet, but the backline matchup is rough on both sides. Alignment is going to be pretty key, and unfortunately Marcelo not able to get to another charge move there. So now Patrick Albany has the alignment he wants, and this looks really good for Patrick Albany so far in the back.
Yeah, I agree. He's got all the pieces in place, just needs to let it play out. We see a charge attack come through here, shaking his head, but you know what? When you've got Ice Beam and Aerial Ace, you don't really have a lot of options against a Shadow Lowland Sandslash, so I'd just be happy to get off one move at all.
Yeah, and actually the Aerial Ace is probably the better move anyway. Double resist Ice Beam is going to go not very far, and I don't think Patrick Albany is going to be shaking his head very long because he's going to see, he sees it all, right? And he says, here, I got the Lantern into the Mana Bus. This is going to be a good position. However, Mana Bus does have some play if you land Dark Pulse and you're shielding the Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
The problem is, I think you only have, no, I think there's still 2 shields on both ends, so you can really drag out the switch timers quite a bit here.
No, you're right. I think if you're Patrick Albany, you recognize that. You're going to go for the Thunderbolt straight away. Does Marcelo shield up this charge attack? So much damage pouring in as Thunderbolt lands, and Mandibus takes a huge loss of HP.
Lantern, one of the most meta Pokemon in Season 2 of the Championship Series. It is definitely a meta Pokemon in Season 3. Coming in clutch there, huge Thunderbolt against the bulkiest flying type, but even Manibus can't put up a sizable fight in that situation. And here too, I mean, you have Powder Snow alone Sandslash too. This is going to struggle against the Lantern.
Yeah, it's always a trade-off, right? Powder Snow versus Shadow Claw. The Lantern matchups is one of those matchups you really wish you had the Shadow Claw for, but we know there's a healthy Medicham in the back. Double super effective counters. That's a left jab and a right hook. We get a drill run, but this is going to be all Marcelo can do.
And a parting drill run, unfortunately just not enough to do enough damage to the bulky fighter of Medicham, and that's why it's so relevant. You can see the players are going to talk it through a little bit too. I believe Marcelo did miss out on at least like 1 or 2 cycle cuts in that lead matchup, so we're going to see if we're going to take it to review or not too. You can see Patrick Albany, great support there too. I think when he saw it too, he was a little disappointed, right? Yes, it's an alignment he wants, but he wants to win the game fair and square as well. He wants to make sure that Marcelo had all the opportunities he could.
And that's just a sign of a good trainer, right? When you battle against somebody, you want to beat them at their best. You don't want to take a win when you feel like maybe things weren't as even or fair as they could have been. So I agree. I definitely think it's worth talking it over, reviewing the tape, looking back at the matchup, because like we pointed out, that lead matchup mattered so much. If you reverse that, you get Shadow Lowland Sandslash for Marcelo versus Lantern for Patrick Albany, and you get the Mandibuzz versus the Medicham. There's so much more play there, but as we saw, when the Mantine won lead there, it got really tough for Marcelo.
There definitely is a lot more play for sure. I think it still would have been a slightly tougher matchup for Marcelo because the Medicham actually can beat the Mandibuzz in that 1 and 2 shield scenario, unless you're running Shadow Ball on Mandibuzz, which most trainers aren't wild enough to do. And you're also running the Powder Snow Shadow Lone Sandslash on Marcelo's side, which is actually going to struggle into the Lantern as well, because the Lantern is going to be resisting that fast move pressure from the Powder Snow from the Lone Sandslash. So I think overall, Patrick Albany did have a much better backline, but you know, again, the great sportsmanship too from these trainers are recognizing that that is a match that they would like to see under review. But I gotta say, Speedy Chief, Mantine did not look too bad in that neutral match against Cresselia. I'm just throwing out there.
It looks good, right? It looks good. You have 2 very bulky Pokemon, 2 very low attack stat Pokemon, just kind of duking it out, going back and forth, throwing those charge attacks. We have seen a lot of trainers have success with Mantine in the past, right? It takes a lot of finesse to play, especially if you're using Bubble Beam. I do think that Aerial Ace, Ice Beam is much more more consistent damage output. It's a lot. It's a lot more, consistent, and as you work your way through the matchups, it feels a lot more reliable. When you have the Bubble Beam and it doesn't get shielded, it's really deflating if you are the Mantine trainer. What I really like for Mantine, though, is the matchups against the Dragons, right? We've seen either Dragon or Grass on every winning team. I think that if you line up an Ice Beam against Shadow Dragonair, Shadow Dragonite, even Superior, it can be devastating.
It's pretty good into that Medicham as well. Let's not forget. It's very, very strong, especially if you're not running that Psychic. I mean, I remember you not only said Mantine wasn't so great, you said Pelipper too, the other water fly type.
I'm calling them out.
Hey, I don't think you're in the right region for that, right? We had LNDS Hard Jeff, who's actually at this tournament too, the winner of Curitiba, run that Pelipper on his team. He didn't lose a single battle, not even a single opponent, not a single battle, and he's ran that Pelipper. I'm
not going to dispute greatness. I won't argue against greatness, right? What Hard Jeff did was just absolutely incredible. No trainer has ever gone 18-0 at any competition at any level in the championship series. Absolutely fantastic plays by him. I can't wait to see him on stream. Will he bring the Pelipper? Probably not.
And it looks like we have a conclusion to this review, and it will be a rematch. So a clean slate here for these trainers, and I think that is the correct call here, too. We're going to see right here in this situation, Marcel could not get the moves off he wanted. I think, actually, if he went for that Grass Knot, too, he could have got the double Grass Knot and win that switch advantage if Patrick Albany did not choose a shield in that situation. So a great call from not only the trainers recognizing it, too, but our immaculate judges on stage making these right calls. So we have a fresh, clean slate for this series. Marcelo versus Patrick Albany, 0-0, and real test to see is Mantine as good as I think it is, or not so good.
And I was going to tell you, if you're a viewer watching at home, a great eye test for you there is looking at the Psycho Cuts versus the wing attacks. Both of those fast attacks are 2 turns. So for every wing attack that comes through, we should see the Psycho Cut. Did not see them all come through, so I definitely agree this is the right call. That was just a warm-up match, Caleb. We're jumping into the real, legit game #1 between LNDS Marcelo and Patrick Albany. Shadow Lowland Sandslash versus Lantern.
And this is going to be an interesting situation because we talked about it earlier too. The Powder Snow variant is not going to be as viable as a counter for the Lantern. Lantern already had a lot of play into Shadow Call variants, but Patrick Albany making a huge early shield call and the correct shield call against the Drill Run. And I like this choice from Patrick Albany to bring Lantern back into another game. As safe as Cresselia is for Marcelo, Lantern's actually super safe for Patrick Albany as well. I mean, your worst match is probably Cresselia, but that matchup's not even that bad for the Lantern because it's just so bulky.
Like we always talk about, you look for Grass or Dragons, and your only Grass coverage is the Grass Knot on that Cresselia. Another Drill Run coming through. This Lantern can withstand this charge attack. It does deal a lot of super effective damage, but it does hang on through it. But now you're kind of within Ice Punch range. It gets a little bit more dangerous. Another Surf coming through here. I think this is enough to knock out.
And the real question is Marcelo going to shield us up and spends the final shield as well on his side, trying to fight for switch alignments. Oh, and getting a little greedy there. Patrick Albany able to get a Surf up. You can tell the moment that Surf came through, Marcelo regretted that decision right away. Now Patrick Albany is really in the driver's seat. Switch advantage and shield advantage is going to be huge. But I love this play from Marcelo. You know Cresselia has a lot of play into the entire team of Patrick Albany, so this is what you want to do. Get energy on it and have it for the matchup. This is going to be your best matchup, though, if you Patrick Albany have the Umbreon locked into it.
Yeah, I agree. Moonblast will connect here into the Umbreon. Only 1 Protect Shield for Patrick Albany remaining. He's going to save it. Did we get the attack drop? No! Small chance of that happening, and it does not trigger here. Foul play coming through here from the Umbreon. We know Cresselia is bulky. This is super effective damage, but don't tell Cresselia that because it only takes a little bit of its HP in this matchup.
Fantastic timing from Patrick Albany as well, throwing that foul play before the Moonblast was reached, and you can see Patrick Albany going for some great timing, not throwing the foul play at that time, knowing that Marcelo is going to get this Moonblast off first, choosing not to shield yet again. I don't hate this play because Patrick Albany, there's no electric types on the side of Marcelo. Oh, and making a huge catch on the Mandibuzz too, catching the resistive foul play on Mandibuzz. This is going to be pretty nice. Patrick Albany still has a shield remaining though, and it's going to swap right away to that Mantine.
But just look at how crafty Marcelo is being. He banked a charge attack on the Cresselia, switched it out, and then caught the resistive foul play on Mandibuzz. Really gnarly chain of events there by LNDS Marcelo to stay in the matchup. Dark Pulse gets rattled off here by the Mandibuzz. Does take a lot of HP from the Mantine, but here's where Ice Beam is really going to kick in against opposing Flying-type Pokemon.
And Manti, I mean, you said, yeah, the Mana Buzz is a bulkier flyer type, but Manti is pretty bulky in itself. And here it comes in with a super effective Ice Beam, one of the better moves for this matchup. And here you see Patrick Albany throwing it again before Marcelo can get this move off. Does this knockout because you just waste all the energy on the Mana Buzz. Mana Buzz is not able to hang on, and now Cresselia is forced to throw his energy into Manti, and Patrick Albany still has a full shield.
Still has a full shield. Not going to shield up this Moonblast onto the Mantine. Remember, he's got Umbreon in the back. It's going to resist the Psycho Cuts, and it's got a little bit of energy on its own. Does he even need it, though? No! Mantine going to close out this matchup and take game number 1 for Patrick E. Albany. LNDS Marcelo, you can see collecting himself just a couple seconds late, too many times, and it cost him.
And I think Marcelo did make a good adjustments after spending that shield and not getting too much value of it, the second shield. I think if he, was able to take out the Lantern, it might be a different story. However, the backline of Patrick Albany still looked pretty good into Marcelo's backline, especially up a shield. But Patrick Albany relying on the bulky Pokemon team to close it out. Umbreon, Mantine, Lantern, just straight bulk, and so many positive neutral matchups in these situations really was able to get him the victory, and that extra shield could not hurt as well.
Exactly right. Surf was almost enough to knock out the Shadow Lowland Sandslash, but right here the miscount is so critical. Just 1 second off, and LNDS Marcelo unable to lock up the Ice Punch and take control of Switch Advantage. Lantern takes it, takes Switch Advantage and Protect Shield Advantage. Cresselia had its work cut out for it.
And there you see, if you were running Shadow Claw in the Sandslash, it might be a different story. You can Shadow Claw down, get that fast move pressure, and finish off the Lantern, having a much better matchup. But people at home might be wondering, why would you run Powder Snow then if it's better? Shadow Claw is better, right? Into the Lantern, into Regiseal, into Medicham, even though that's not a great matchup. It's really because I think, well, first off, Lickitung, right?
Yeah.
Definitely something that's going to resist Shadow Claw damage. Umbreon to a degree, although you don't really win that matchup. But on top of that,
it gets closer, right?
Yeah, it gets closer. And it's really the Clodsire. Everyone's scared of Clodsire, but no one's actually bringing it. So it does create a very interesting meta we have here today in Brazil.
Yeah, look under your bed. There's a Clodsire. Watch out. Going into game number 2 there, what kind of adjustments do we want to see? Are we going to see the Mantine return? It was really solid for Patrick Albany. I'm not even going to lie. It was really, really good for him in game number 1. LNDS Marcelo, I think if the challenge for him is to stay mentally in this series. You were a couple seconds late on a couple of plays. It wasn't that big of a gap, right? Just a couple of mistakes. You can't let that go to your head and impact how you're going to play out this game number 2.
Exactly right. And I think, Marcelo, again, also a very talented trainer going against Patrick Albany, so definitely can't put up a fight. We're going into game number 2. It's going to be that Shadow Alolan Ninetales. So it's going to be Charm into Lantern. Charm's going to be much better in this matchup, doing all that neutral, hard-hitting fast move.
Yeah, a lot of chip damage as the neutral charms land. Surf coming through here from the Lantern. This won't be enough to knock out the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, but he does pull away the Protect Shield, which is a really nice play early on in the matchup. A great bait by Patrick A. Albany, looking for the Psyshock. Gets to it. Here comes LNDS Marcelo.
And Patrick Albany shielding up the Lantern. Again, I love this decision because that Lantern's so strong for him. He can grab maybe both shields again off the bat, and having shield advantage if you're Patrick Albany, not a bad spot to be in, especially because you got the Charm Alolan Ninetales in the lead, and your Umbreon's free in the back end at this point.
Exactly. Surf does connect. Shadow Alolan Ninetales hangs on, gets a couple more charms, and gets knocked out by the Sparks. Coming with Cresselia to try to farm down the Lantern, just like we saw in game number 1. The Psycho Cuts don't do a lot of damage, but they do add up over time. Reaching for Cresselia, but it won't quite come out of the Pokeball. Here comes Sandslash instead.
Alright, so trying to get a Powder Snow down at this point, but the Thunderbolt is going to be reached from Patrick A. Albany. We got that double ice combination in this second game, and it does not get shielded. Energy on this Alolan Sandslash is not a terrible spot for Marcelo. Maybe not the Pokemon he intended to come in with, but here comes that Umbreon, which, again, not the worst case scenario, but now bringing in the Cresselia into the Umbreon. It's going to be a much tougher position for Marcelo coming in down energy against the Umbreon.
Exactly. We saw this in game number 1 as well. The Dark type versus the Psychic type. Classically, Umbreon will eventually get the better of it. Cresselia looking for another Moonblast here. Going to fire this one off, deal a lot of super effective damage. As we saw in the previous games, Umbreon can tank 2 of these charge attacks. Patrick Albany uses his final protection.
Patrick Albany did not shield in that first game, but now that he's seen the full back line of Marcelo, recognizes, wait, this Umbreon's pretty good. This is going to be the hardest hitting move for my Umbreon. Now I'm going to shield and preserve it for that lone Sand Slash in the back end. And here comes that bogey Manti. I mean, I don't know. You said Manti's kind of clunky. It's not so great, but it looks pretty good in this situation, Speedy.
I said it takes a lot of finesse. All right, and Patrick Albany has finesse in spades, right? He's going to do everything he can to make this Pokemon look awesome, and he's definitely succeeding. Aerial Ace gets fired off here. This is going to be enough to KO the Cresselia if it comes through. LNDS Marcelo allows it to connect, loses his Cresselia, comes in with the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, just a little bit of HP. You got to fire some charge attacks pretty quickly here. Goes for the Ice Punch.
I'm definitely cherry-picking some of your words here, but Manti definitely has some play, especially in this head-to-head matchup. The Alolan Sand Slash is going to throw that first Ice Punch and not going to throw the next one. Do you shield and try to farm down? I think that might be the play from Marcelo, but that's a lot of Powder Snow damage you need to go for. And let's not forget, the Umbreon's pretty much full health in the back. I mean, that's a bulky Pokemon you have to kind of power through, which might be near impossible at this point.
That's a lot to contend with no matter how much charge attack energy you have stored. Shadow Lone Sand Slash, Ice Punch will connect into Manti. No Protect Shields for Patrick Albany, but who needs Protect Shields when you've got a healthy Umbreon coming out of its Pokeball? Another Ice Punch will connect here from LNDS Marcelo, but as you pointed out, Caleb, you can probably fire off 4 or 5 Ice Punches and still not get the knockout here.
Powder Snow makes this matchup a little better for a lone Sand Slash, but not that much better, and Umbreon is going to close it out. The trainers, you can see, are talking through with our judge to see if there needs to be a potential review for that game or not, and we're going to see, again, you know, you see Patrick Albany, the sportsmanship, recognizing the situation, knowing that Marcelo is trying to bring in the Cresselia in that situation, and is going to talk over the judges too to make sure that everything's playing out how it should be. I think a real important question always that you have to consider is, even if Marcelo came in with the Cresselia, is it possible for him to win that matchup? And I think that's something that our expert judges and our players can kind of come to their conclusions on.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to predict too far ahead, right? Because then you come in situations where the switches, the catches, the charge attacks, the baits, you never really know exactly how a matchup is going to play out. And I do think that, you know, a definite win is really hard to define. Even at the highest level, trainers can make mistakes, right? They can throw the wrong charge attack. They can make a switch too early. They can switch into a fast attack, which we have seen before, and just get immediately knocked out. There's so many variables, so I do think it's important to look at every single piece of information you have and try to decide what is the best way to proceed. But I just want to point out again, the sportsmanship here from Patrick Albany. He knew what LNDS Marcelo was trying to do. Once he saw the team composition in the end, he told himself, yes, Cresselia was the choice in that situation. It didn't come out. Something went wrong. And I definitely think that just recognizing the interplay between these two trainers is super important, and recognizing the sportsmanship, because it would be so easy to just say, yeah, you had no chance to win it. You know, I just want to take this win, but instead we're talking it out, we're working it out. As we saw, he pressed on the right side, he pressed on the Cresselia, and the trade comes up again, and he tries to press it again, and Sand Slash comes out.
That's why they say third time's a charm there too. Unfortunately, not getting that
He didn't
third
get 3
attempt.
chances,
No,
right?
3 chances. But we do have our awesome replay feature. We can see it getting replayed for everyone that might have missed it. And as we mentioned, the match will be under review in that situation. But overall, Speedy, I gotta ask you, right? You predicted the double ice combination in your top caster predictions.
I did. I picked 4 things, not just Haunter.
Okay, not just Haunter. yeah. I guess. Yeah, I saw the ghost and just couldn't think of anything else. But it was just haunting my thoughts. What do you think about Marcelo's team now that he's running that double ice combination?
I just have to point out, I think that the Shadow Alola Ninetales with Charm is a little bit tough of a bring, just because, you know, you have targets. You've got the Umbreon, you've got the Medicham, and you have maybe the Gligar in certain shield scenarios, but you have to work through the Lantern, you have to work through Superior, and even the Mantine can deal a lot of damage to you. So I don't know that it's the best bring. It's not bad, right? I do think it has a lot of play, but I think that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash and Cresselia is probably going to be the core that he relies on the most.
It's a really great core, too. They really protect each other's weaknesses. And, yeah, I think you're right, too. The Charm is a little finicky at times. There is not as much Steel types, especially Reggie Steel.
Yeah.
So that might be a situation. And I think there are some situations where Shadow Charm Ninetales can actually power through at a Alolan Sand Slash, especially if they're running Powder Snow. So, you know, I mean, if you like the fast and pressure strategies, that can be for you for sure. But, you know, the lack of Steel types, and you can see Patrick Albany's team. Wait, you know what? I feel like I like completely missed this too. Patrick Albany's team running a really meta team that we've seen a lot in North America as well. Really just swapping out the Mantine
That's what I'm saying, Caleb. I feel like you don't listen to me.
Look, I heard you said Manting's not good, and I just been on a tirade since. But the team composition for Patrick Alpin very, very strong for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you pointed out, right? Just switching out one or two pieces in order to kind of add a unique touch to it. We do have a resolution here as well from our review. We're going to replay that game number 2 between these two trainers because we saw LNDS Marcelo reaching for the Cresselia, didn't get the response that he needed. We're going to go into a fresh game number 2 here between these two trainers. Iron sharpens iron, and these two trainers are going to clash swords yet again. Shadow Lola Ninetales is going to find a positive lead here, though, Caleb. Here comes Umbreon.
Hey, Charm looking pretty good in this situation, and here we get the swap straight away to Lantern, met by the Cresselia. Now, everyone looking at home is probably thinking, this is not a great matchup at all for Lantern. I mean, you got the super effective Grass Knots for the Lantern from Cresselia, but it's actually not the worst situation. The Surf and Spark damage really starts to add up against the Cresselia. And you see Patrick Albany going straight away for Surf, not even going for the Thunderbolt in that original matchup. Now, Patrick Albany potentially can dictate switch advantage or shield usage from the side of Marcelo if he decides to shield himself. And going to throw this Surf on charge attack priority, trying to get the most out of this Lantern.
Yeah, and we see the adjustment here from LNDS Marcelo as well. If you recall back to game 1, he was throwing just a little late, just a second or two late on his charge attacks. You see him actually being more aggressive here, throwing a little bit sooner, trying to catch Patrick Albany off guard, but it actually triggers the charge attack priority. And like you pointed out, Caleb, the more that Patrick invests in his Lantern, the tougher this matchup becomes. Even though they pace really similarly, the Grass Knot here, actually a little bit of a switcheroo here. Patrick Albany upset with the counts, wanted to throw that Surf on that charge attack priority.
Yeah, maybe try to lost a little bit of count there too, but Patrick Albany can force both shields from Marcelo in this situation now. I think Marcelo is going to respond with that. You have a fantastic lead in the initial situation. You want to maintain that switch alignment as much as possible. You see Patrick Albany going for that play for sure, trying to grab the final shields from Marcelo. Marcelo's in a pretty good spot. I mean, not only can you get to this Grass Knot, let's see if he... Oh, and catches a Grass Knot on the Umbreon. A huge catch from Patrick Albany. Yes, you're about to get this locked into a lone Ninetales. Yeah. But the thing is, you're already going to lose switch advantage anyway, so this is going to be inevitable. At least you're able to save the Lantern for something in the back potentially later. And you can see Patrick Albany is going to throw this last resort, but the Shadow Charm damage is really adding up.
Yeah, it really is. I think that the Shadow Lola Ninetales is going to leave this matchup with the Psy Shock and the Weather Ball. You just cannot take another last resort. Luckily, it won't even have to. We see Patrick Albany recognizing that as well. Can't quite get to the charge attacks. You've got a really weak Lantern and a Mantine if you're Patrick Albany. It looks like LNDS Marcelo is in the driver's seat in this game number 2. Coming in with the Lantern, going for one Charm and then the Weather Ball. Great timing. He's going to get another Weather Ball right after this.
Fantastic optimization, and this is where the Shadow Charm and Lone Ninetales and just fairy users in general is really thriving in this current meta. No steel types on the side of Patrick Albany. You have neutral play into everything. You can see this alone Ninetales getting so much value in this matchup, farming all the way down to Umbreon, now almost taking out the Mantine. I was talking about how bulky Mantine is, but it doesn't look that bulky in this matchup. Yeah. And here you have Marcelo still with the lone Sand Slash in the back and a very low health Lantern on the side of Patrick Albany.
LNDS Marcelo was probably 1 or 2 charms away from not even showing this Shadow Lowland Sand Slash. And I really like, oh, here we go. Marcelo hitting the Ice Punch right on the charge attack priority, fighting back, correcting the mistake in the first game. He's dialed in.
Found his groove here in this rematch game and able to powder snow down. You know, I'm not really trying to call you out, Speed, but I feel like every time you say something's not so good, it's looking pretty good. We are like, maybe not Charm or Low Ninetales, but here Charm came to play.
Hey, that's the trick, though, right? As soon as I say it's not good, it just shines. So I think
maybe the real play is you had to say Haunter's not the play this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody run Haunter, please, right? Going to this game number 3, though, we saw Shadow Alola Ninetales really flex its muscle against this team. Like you pointed out, you've got great matchups against Medicham and Umbreon. The other Pokemon, like the Mantine, like the Gligar, you need certain scenarios to play out. You need energy, you need Protect Shields. It needs to be very situational. But I think that leading into that Umbreon was really solid because it gave Marcelo the early head start, the jump that he needed to get to those Weather Balls more quickly and fight back against the other more bulky picks.
And like I said, you know, the Cresselia and the Lantern super strong for both respective trainers but Cresselia is going to come out on top against that Lantern. I wonder if Patrick Albany, if maybe he landed a Thunderbolt, things could have played out a little differently, but it's just Cresselia won the bulky Pokemon greatly. It can handle the spark damage a lot better. In the old iteration of Lantern, when it was getting to the moves on 5 and 7, I believe, it was just a little bit more reliable to get to those moves consistently. Now that it takes a little bit more spark damage or spark energy to generate to those moves, it plays a little differently in that situation. So you see both trainers are going to try to adjust for this final game.
The question in my mind, right, if you are Patrick Albany, you've brought Umbreon every single game. You finally see that Shadow Lola Ninetales get favorable alignment for LNDS Marcelo. Does that mean you abandon the Umbreon? Does that mean you go away from your choice pick? Let's see what these trainers decided. Decisive game number 3. We've got bulky Pokemon on the field. We've got Cresselia versus Umbreon.
Looks like he's going to double down, and it is going to pay off in this situation. Running the same exact team, not even switching anything up on the side of Patrick Albany, and now gets the matchup he wants. And trying to catch the energy on the Mandibuzz is not able to. Really great patience from Patrick Albany, and now getting the matchup he really wants. Lantern on the Mandibuzz.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but this feels like the team compositions from the very first game that we played between these two trainers, right? We talked about how important switch advantage was in the lead. We saw that Lantern versus the Mandibuzz was going to be really tough. And as we see here, a bit of a tough break for both of our trainers, but they're going to continue to play things out on the stage. We know Lantern is going to have a solid position here, no matter what. So we'll see what happens in the end. We're going to play it out.
Yeah, we are for sure. And a Lantern is going to continue to power through this matchup. The Alone Sensation doesn't look too bad for Marcelo in the back end, though, I will say. I mean, really, if you get rid of the Lantern, there really aren't very reliable checks, especially if you could chip down the Umbreon quite a bit with the Cresselia.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of a choice decision here. LNDS Marcelo chooses the Cresselia. It pops right out of the Pokeball this time. We're going to see the Surf get fired off and a Protect Shield. Could have been the Thunderbolts, but this matchup is kind of snowballing in Patrick Albany's favor here in sunny Brazil. Another Surf getting fired off.
And the Cresselia, yes, you can tank this damage, but the energy on Cresselia needs to be thrown. You are not able to fast move down pretty much anything in this current meta with Cresselia. Grass Knot is going to connect on the Lantern. Is it going to knock out? It just takes out the Lantern, and now you have still a lot of energy on this Umbreon. I think Marcelo's really his play is to try to trick Patrick Albany into thinking that the Umbreon doesn't have as much play in the back end, so trying to chip it down and then try to sweep with the lone Sandslash afterward.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Cresselia going for the Moonblast here. A Protect Shield from Patrick Albany. This is the second Moonblast he's shielded in this series. He let 2 through, actually, in game number 2. We're going to see the foul play get fired off here from the Umbreon as well. This should knock out Cresselia. LNDS Marcelo wants to hang on to it. Going to use his final Protect Shield.
I do like the prediction from Patrick Albany as well, because if he thinks about it, he's like, all right, the only that can really take out my Manti in the back is going to be a lone Sandslash, so I want to preserve the health on my Umbreon instead, just in case that's a situation. Maybe in the back it's, you know, a lone Ninetales or Medicham or Swampert, where the Manti is going to thrive much more in that situation. But making that correct prediction is going to be Patrick Albany here and throwing the foul play to really start chunking away at the Shadow Lone Sandslash.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these 2 Pokemon remaining for Patrick Albany. We keep talking about bulk. I mean, there's got to be like 300 HP between these 2 Pokemon that are remaining, right? If you look at the Mantine, you look at the Umbreon, so much HP still on the board and only neutral damage here. We knew that Umbreon would be a choice pick for Patrick Albany. He did not go away from it in spite of the success of the Shadow Lola Ninetales in game number 2.
And Patrick Albany closing out this game with this Umbreon. I don't think you're even going to see the Manti on the side of Patrick Albany trying to reveal, keep that information hidden for future games. And Patrick Albany is going to rely on the Umbreon. I think Patrick Albany brought Umbreon into every single game in the series.
Yeah, exactly right. Only having a really tough lead in one of those matchups. Looks like a 2-1 victory, but I think we will touch base with our stage judge as well, just to confirm.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of shenanigans going on in that Mandibuzz Lantern matchup. Obviously not a great matchup for Marcelo either way, but Mandibuzz can do some sizable damage to Lantern in those situations, maybe even shielding a few crucial Thunderbolts to make something happen. And it was so early on in the matchup too, right? So much could happen after that.
Exactly. I know that we've had this set on stage for quite a while, but one of the matches to watch off stage is actually Zardi versus LNDS Krustizan, which, as we know, is playing the Shadow Steelix this weekend. That's going to be a really fun matchup. The winner will play against Rocha Babyface, a very, very talented trainer from Mexico.
That's a stacked set of brackets for sure. I mean, we have some big names all across the region here at Latin America International Championship. So many of them meeting so early on in the series. Zardi, the other Brazilian trainer to qualify for World Championships in Season 1 and Season 2 of the championship circuit too. The other one being Patrick Albany on stage right now. So it's very talented trainers, and Krusty Zhao as well, playing incredible on stage earlier, but also last year at Latin America International Championships too. I remember seeing him make some incredible plays a year ago and coming back for some more.
Dude, Shadow Steelix, Araquanid? What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on in this matchup, though. We saw Lantern find very favorable alignment, but this is the point that we are reviewing, right? We did see a little bit of a pause here between both trainers, some mutual latency as this charge attack gets queued up from the Mandibuzz. Lantern just kind of swimming along, Mandibuzz flapping a bit, and like you pointed out, Caleb, you really want all the damage from that Dark Pulse. It just feels a little bad to not get it.
Once in a while, you might see an undercharge in these situations, but that definitely is not an undercharge situation for sure from Marcelo. So I think that match is going to be reviewed. And again, it did happen early, so the real question is, did it make a difference or not in the outcome? And we have our expert judges on stage to sort that out for us.
Exactly. Yeah, we definitely want the best trainer to win on an even playing field, so we'll get this as long as it needs, right? We want to make sure the right trainer advances in the winner's side bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, so staying in that winner's side bracket gives you a huge, enormous advantage, especially once you reach the grand finals. Because if you're coming from the loser side bracket, you not only have to win that first best of 5, you have to win a second best of 5, up to 10 games of Pokemon Go in order to take the championship. Meanwhile, if you're in the winner's side bracket, it's actually, you know, if you win that first series, it's done. You actually get a second chance, a redo, if I may, in that reset to take the championship. So you definitely want to coast to that winner's side as often as you can.
I mean, if you love battling, starting the loser side is not the worst case scenario. You got to battle a ton more people just to even get to that grand finals. But if you're really trying to go for gold, staying on the winner's side is definitely the play for sure. And you see a lot of our champions of these regionals, of these internationals, of world championships really staying on the winner's side all the way throughout to really ensure in these situations. And yeah, so we're going to have to see. This is winners round 3 though of Group A, and for those tuning at home, double elimination bracket, and for our top cut for top 16 for day number 2, it's going to be 2 trainers from each bracket moving forward, one from the winner side and one that battled through a gauntlet to get to the losers finals and take it all there.
You actually mentioned top 16, and I want to tell everyone at home, there's a lot to look forward to, especially tomorrow, right? Because we have all the top 16, every single battle. So if there's a trainer you're watching that you're cheering for, that you think can win it all, you're going to see them take every single step along the way to get to that grand finals. There's going to be so much coverage, so many battles. Like you said, if you feel battling, go to the losers bracket. If you love watching battles, come to the stream tomorrow and of course on Championship Sunday. So many awesome games yet to be played.
Or come spectate, come to the venue itself. I mean, the crowd here at Latin America International Championships is electric for sure. I always tell people too, don't even come spectate, come compete, right? If you compete, you get knocked out early, you can still spectate. You don't have to go home, right? You can hang out with the crowd, hang out with people, or you compete for your first time, you do much better than you expected, and hey, you're battling all day instead, and that's also not a bad thing too.
There's nothing quite like getting your pairing number and sitting down at that table across from your opponent, exchanging the team sheets, scanning the codes, getting ready to battle. It's just an experience. I definitely think it's worth just seeing what these trainers go through. If you've never been to a regional championship or an international championship, you might think, oh yeah, they're going onto the stage, that's cool. Once you actually walk a few steps in their shoes, sit at that stage, it's definitely a way different feeling.
Yeah, we gotta get your competitor shoes warmed up, Speedy, too, so you can see the competitor POV there. But yeah, it's a really great experience, and overall, fantastic sportsmanship all across the board, right? I mean, a lot of trainers, you make a great catch, your opponent's like laughing a little bit, like shaking their head, but you know, congratulating you on that situation, and you know, vice versa. That happens a lot.
as we see here, this is the moment that we're taking another look at. We want the full damage from the Dark Pulse to come through here. But like you pointed out, Caleb, you don't want to undercharge, and you're probably not going to win this matchup. But we want everything to be as fair, even, and equal as possible between these two trainers. So I definitely think it's worth another look.
I agree. So this has been an exciting back and forth between both trainers too. Like a lot of interesting situations for sure. And again, a ton of neutral matchups. I mean, this is really one of the best metas in my opinion for Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I think Pokemon Go just really differentiates itself from the video game series because you have one Pokemon on the field at a time. So switch advantage is super critical. Team prediction is incredible. Team selection screen, that's for a reason, right? If you just make one instinctual pick, if you say Shadow Load and Sandslash is my choice, and then you second guess it, you change it to Lantern, Superior comes out on the opposing side, it can be really, really uphill. So making those correct choices and really kind of reading into your opponent, super, super important in Pokemon Go.
So I gotta ask you too, right? As someone that's maybe competed in grassroots tournaments in the past, some Go Battle League, a couple here or there, right? What is your strategy as you're looking at your opponent's team, right? How do you decide your 3 to choose? Because I'm sure some at home have played Go Battle League, but haven't tried, haven't dipped their toes in the water for the championship series yet, haven't done any show 6 pick 3 tournaments.
So 50% of team reading is knowing how your team works, knowing its strengths, knowing its weaknesses, what Pokemon you're weak to. That's only half though. In my mind, the other half is knowing how other people will approach your team. Do they see the same things you see? Do they see that you have a weakness to a Zumroll? Do they see that their fire type is a free safe switch? Recognizing how your opponents are going to approach you is equally as important as knowing how your own team works. Because otherwise, you know you're comfortable with your team, but you keep leading to the same lead Pokemon, switch Pokemon. There's a reason for that. It's because other people are seeing it from their own perspective. So I think that not only do you have to account for those two things, you have to consider the skill level of your opponent. Is Patrick A. Albany going to guess my lead? Is he going to know that I see what my team is good against? Is he going to recognize that? Is he going to counterplay that? A lot of kind of circular thinking as we kind of work our way back.
Yeah, it's kind of like advanced checkers or chess or even tic-tac-toe in some ways.
It's underwater checkers.
Okay, yeah, without any snorkeling gear too. So sometimes it really could dictate. And we saw that in the last 2 games, right? You saw Patrick Albany losing really hard in that second game, running that Umbreon into that Charm Alolan Ninetales in the lead. And you know what? He said, I just lost. I'm locking that same team back in. I'm calling you right here, Marcelo. I don't think you're going to run the same exact lead. And if you do, I'm going to try to play it out a little better if I have to. And so, making that huge recall. Imagine just losing that hard in a game and saying, you know what? I'm going with the same exact strategy.
The people at home can't see when these trainers lock in, but we actually have a little bit of insight there. As soon as Patrick locked in that team, I saw him. He was like, you know what? I'm just going to lead Umbreon.
Let's do it.
I'm just going to do it. He committed, right? Committed to that pick because he knew it was so strong for him. And that's a little bit of the counterplay. I'm so glad you brought that up, right? Because as a series develops, certain trainers can manipulate you into playing Pokemon you don't want to play or leaving your key Pokemon on the bench based on what they bring. If you see Shadow Alola Ninetales in games 1 and 2, you just expect it'll come in game 3. That could be a diversion. That could be a tactic to make you lead that Umbreon on the bench. And I think that Patrick Albany had a great counterplay to that. He recognizes LNDS Marcelo's skill level, and he respects it.
Yeah, and so part of it is recognizing, like you said, right? Every player is going to be a little different. Some players are going to read your team differently too, or play around it differently. Sometimes you might have let's say a bulky rock type Pokemon on the team as bench pressure, right? And some players respect that bench pressure. Other players are like, I know you're not actually gonna bring it, right? I'm just gonna play as risky as possible and assume that you're only playing with 5 Pokemon, and that sometimes pays off.
Yeah, exactly. Something like a Bastiodon, a Carpink, I think a bulky rock type like that can really have a big influence on team selection. But as we get dialed back in here, we had a little bit of a review in our tech as well. So hopefully it's going to be smooth sailing from here to Rio. Let's see what we get in our matchup here. These two trainers already 5 games into this series, right? A couple of rematches. We're 1-1. We're heading into a decisive game number 3.
Yes, and so, this is something I really like about the open team sheet change as well for the competitive format, because in the past, let's say if you had to rematch a game because of a review, because of some issue within the game, you're revealing information in that first game that you would otherwise wouldn't have had if the game played out smoothly as expected. But now that you already have the open team sheets, you know the movesets, you're not actually giving away any information to your opponent in these situations. So even if you have to replay it again, it's not the worst case scenario because you're not saying, oh, you know, I'm running Charm on my lone Ninetales, and now my opponent knows that they know how to play around it. They've been like Patrick Albany, exactly. Unless you're not reading the team sheet, right? That's playing hard mode, right? If you really want to surprise yourself, right? If you love surprises, that might be the play. But most players, I think, will read that team sheet and say, you know what? All right, they're charmed, so I'm going to figure out how to play this before the first game even starts.
Yeah, a little insight here into our judgment call as well. I think because that full Dark Pulse damage did not apply, there was some stored energy on the Cresselia. There was the Shadow Lowland Sandslash in the back. There was a chance there for LNDS Marcelo to win that matchup if things would have played out a little differently. So we're going to take a look here at a decisive game number 3 as these two trainers lock in their teams. We've seen so much Umbreon, so much Cresselia. I really sincerely feel that the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Cresselia core for LNDS Marcelo is his best shot. I think that's his best chance here, but answering Umbreon has been so tough for him. Does he finally lean into Medicham?
And I think that might be a potential option. I mean, we talked about this is like chest underwater without snorkeling gear. I mean, when you got a rematch, what do? Do you run the same exact team or do you switch it all the way around? You're allowed to do either. And here we go. It is going to Medicham like you predicted, Speedy, but it's going to be Mantian in the lead.
I was going to say, you called out the Mantian versus Medicham matchup, and it almost came to fruition. We see the counter swap here, and this counter swap is going to be one of the most important impact points of this series. Cresselia's Moonblast, Umbreon's Foul Plays. These two Pokemon are going to fight it out. Do we get an attack fall? No! Here comes a foul play from Umbreon.
I like the team composition from Marcel. Yes, he didn't win the lead matchup, but you got two strong checks to Umbreon, the Medicham and the Charmeleon Ninetales, and you have the Cresselia, which also hits hard. Yeah. Marcel said, I'm done with this Umbreon, right? I'm going to have play into this for sure. However, Patrick Albany, he does get the Umbreon in the best spot possible against Marcelo's team. Let's not discount the fact that Shadow Charm double shielded can do a lot of damage into the full team of Patrick Albany still.
Well, you talked about how safe the Lantern was for Patrick Albany, but the Mantine is as well. Oh, an attack fall, but doesn't make that much of a difference. Foul play does get queued up here by Patrick Albany. This will knock out the Cresselia, obviously, even after the attack drop, and LNDS Marcelo lets it through.
Yeah, not very consequential for that specific matchup. Medicham might take a little bit less damage though, so that might come into play. And you see Patrick Albany still not even able to get the foul play off, so it really didn't matter too much. I think Marcelo is going to go for this chip option, chipping down the Mantine, maybe even taking a move. And you're saying, you know what? It doesn't matter what's in the back. He's probably already predicting the Lantern at this point. I'm going to go for the 2-shield charm strategy. And here Patrick Albany is going to throw the aerial ace. I think we're going to see a quick swap to the lone Ninetales very shortly.
And this is just the might of Medicham, right? A super effective, same type attack bonus, aerial ace, and Medicham only loses about 35% of its HP, but Mantine is very fast-paced with the wing attack, fast attack, goes for another aerial ace here and forces away that protect shield. This disrupts that 2-shield strategy.
Yeah, actually shielding there. And you see Patrick Albany tilting his head with like, wait, why did you shield that? You're not in a great matchup.
He's going to bait.
Yeah, he's going to bait. And he actually gets the shield from the Ice Punch. Ice Punch still neutral damage, but not hitting as hard. Now Patrick Albany's probably super confused. Gets to another aerial waste. Do you just tank this move if you're Marcelo? I think Marcelo might just let this go at this point. And pretty good for Patrick Albany. You had to throw the aerial waste a little bit sooner because you end up shielding an Ice Punch. So Marcelo's going to get to a Psychic much sooner. But now here comes the Charm strategy, and here comes that neutral Lantern. So much bulk. Marcelo's definitely going to have to bait away the shield or land a side shock to do any meaningful damage against Patrick Albany.
I'm telling you, LNDS Marcelo wanted the Medicham in the back. He wanted even a Gligar. Would have been fine, but it's the Lantern as the third Pokemon. Double water types here for Patrick Albany, just really hammering away at the lack of grass coverage from LNDS Marcelo.
And I love the composition from Patrick Albany because Mantine, we talked about, great into Medicham, has played into, fire types obviously and some grass types, but a very hard wall to that Swampert too. So really victory 2-1 over LNDS Marcelo.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought series. I'm telling you, back and forth. So many times these trainers had to take another look back at the battle and wipe the slate clean. And just the endurance and the persistence it takes to get through that series was admirable by both trainers. Again, I want to compliment Patrick Albany's sportsmanship. I want to compliment LNDS Marcelo's sportsmanship to get things right. It's so important to get things right here in the championship series, especially at an international.
And shout out to our judges too, that definitely had to work to review all those matches and make sure that it is the best outcome for our players and for the competition. I think both trainers did agree with the rulings from the judges as well too. And so congratulations to Patrick Albany on his way to yet another World Championship qualifications as he moves forward in the bracket for Latin American International Championships.
LNDS Marcelo does fall to that loser's bracket, but there's still a fighting chance. Again, I think that Pokemon Go set an incredible precedent in the very first World Championships, right? Dancy Rob is actually here on staff helping to gather these players and make sure the stream runs smoothly. Dancing Rob forcing that bracket reset and winning the World Championship doesn't get much better than that. But we're here in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. It's been a great series here by these two trainers. Very hard fought. As you said, Caleb, Patrick Albany advances. Let's take a look back at those battles.
Yeah, look at the brief highlights from what we just saw on stage between two heavy-hitting trainers. And you can see that Lantern coming in so clutch for Patrick Albany. You can see getting that final surf up to Marcelo, breathing a sigh of regret there in that situation, not able to get the farm down against the Lantern. And Lantern coming in clutch for Patrick Albany. I think in almost every game. I'm not sure Patrick Albany even dropped the Lantern in a single game. And I think that was probably for a good reason. And Mantine knocking out the Mana Bus with that Super Effective Ice Beam, and here comes another Ice Beam too. Mantine looking kind of good for Patrick Albany.
Yeah, actually pretty solid, right? Pretty reliable, especially without Bubble Beam. With that Aerial Ace and Ice Beam combination, very, very consistent. Last Resort does connect into the Shadow Lola Ninetales, but this is when Marcelo struck back, right? He got the favorable alignment in the lead, found the Umbreon here in the switch-in matchup, and gets the full charm down.
Getting so much value out of that Shadow Loan Ninetales, and now comes the other Shadow Ice type, Shadow Loan Sandslash, closing it out against Patrick Albany. I mean, I love that Marcelo's persistence of bringing the Shadow Alone Sandslash as well in multiple games, despite the fact that you have a Metacham on the side of Patrick Albany. And it's really the Cresselia that really scared it off. But Patrick Albany, I mean, I don't know what was the MVP for him. The Umbreon or the Lantern, I think it was both, because he brought both into pretty much every game. I think he even brought Mantine almost every single game too.
I was going to say, it's not even a single Pokemon or a duo. It's the trio that were so good for Patrick Albany, and like we pointed out earlier, just hammering away at the lack of grass coverage and the lack of electric coverage. LNDS Marcelo just did not have the tools he needed to beat the Mantine and Lantern water duo from Patrick Albany.
Yeah, fantastic series from our trainers. Patrick Albany coming out on top as he moves forward to round number 4 of Group A in the bracket. But we have a lot more of the bracket to go, so I'm excited to see some more battles. And, you know, we saw a little bit more of a meta team from Patrick Albany, but honestly, Meta and Spice has been working at LAIC, so it could really be anyone's game.
That's true. Well, Caleb, we've had so many debates, right, about what Pokemon's going to succeed, what Pokemon is Spice, what Pokemon deserves more respect. How about the great moveset debate? Let's go ahead and talk about some movesets, why they're different, why they succeed, and which one is the best. I really want to hear your opinion on some of these.
Yeah, okay, so this is a great question too, especially in this current meta. Is Shadow Claw better or Shadow Alone Sandslash? Or Shadow Powder Snow, I should say. Shadow Claw, much better into Registeel, better into Lantern for sure. We don't really see much Registeel, like you said earlier, so it's really for the Lantern. However, Powder Snow, way better into Lickitung, much more reliable, which you see on a lot of teams. Slightly better into Mana Buzz and Umbreon, but those matchups don't really change too much.
Yeah.
And the real kicker is that Powder Snow you need for Clodsire. We haven't really seen much Clodsire. You know, I thought we were going to see a lot more Clodsire here in Brazil, but unfortunately not as much. I think Powder Snow might be what more people are running today, but I wonder if that might change in future tournaments.
Did I miss it? Did you mention Superior and Gligar?
Well,
those are two matchups where you absolutely need Powder Snow.
That's true. I mean, Shadow Claw is pretty good in general. All right, so I'm going to say for what we've seen so far in this tournament, that's a tough question. I think I still like Shadow Claw. What about you?
I'm Powder Snow.
Oh, you're Powder Snow. Okay.
All the way. Yeah.
Well, fun fact, in the head-to-head matchup, right, you're thinking Powder Snow double resisted into compared to Alone Sandslash. Shadow Claw going to be stronger, right? However, it's actually not that bad because you still need to land a drill run to take out either Shadow, Alolan Sandslash on both sides. So it actually, you're not really giving up much in that mirror matchup. As much as I'd like to say, you know, my Shadow Claw Sandslash is going to beat yours, it's actually not really the case. Charge attack priority is really the bigger factor there.
Shadow Claw, Alolan Sandslash versus Frostlass, definitely a little bit more advantageous there. Next Pokemon, Superior. All right. Aerial Ace versus Leaf Tornado. Okay, I just want to open this up by saying Galaxica Bolton won the regional in the Europe region with Leaf Tornado Superior. And in the grand finals, actually, I went back and I watched it, right? I got some popcorn, got some snacks. I watched back the grand finals. He threw 5 Frenzy Plants in the grand finals and 9 Leaf Tornadoes, all right? When you need just a little pinch of grass-type damage to close out a close matchup without kind of risking too much, throwing your opponent off balance, or even getting a debuff, Leaf Tornado is the choice. What do you think?
Well, Speed Chief, I got my counter argument right here. Yes, Galaxica Bolton won his tournament with Leaf Tornado, but in that same month, we got King Alexander in Peoria, we got Elites in Sacramento, and we got JJ in Toronto running Superior, but all with Aerial Ace. So, I don't know. 3 against 1. We'll see. I think Galaxica Bolton was definitely onto something for his specific team composition and his strategy, but I think that's a really hard recipe to replicate.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. If you have the right supporting cast to defeat other grass-type Pokemon, other fighting-type Pokemon, you can seed Aerial Ace in lieu of the Leaf Tornado, but it really depends on the rest of your team. Speaking of teams, though, we've got 2 trainers taking this stage, ready to throw down. Let's break down some teams and get into some battles.
Yeah, let's do it. And here we have LNDS G-Zone 9 running that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We don't know if it's Powder Snow or Shadow Claw yet. Sure. I think, no, this one is going to be Powder Snow. We got some insider information from production. We have Superior, Medicham, Purified Sableye, Lantern, and Gligar. And this is Medicham's actually Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch as well.
Oh, interesting. We have Andrew Menares on the right side. He's got Lickitung, he's got Registeel, he's got Gligar, as well as the Quagsire, Shadow Dragonair, and Medicham. How are you feeling about the Quagsire pick here, Caleb? I just want to call that one out. We saw Wadaj succeed with that at NAIC last year, but Quagsire, Cloudsire's the new thing. What's Quagsire doing here?
Yeah, it is a different sire for sure. But Andrew Manhart actually ran that Quagsire at Pittsburgh Regional earlier this year. So definitely, it's technically the same meta, although the meta has really changed a lot since that first tournament of the season. Now, here's the thing. Quagsire now has Aqua Tail as an option from that recent Community Day move. But this Quagsire on Andrew's side is actually Mud Bomb Stone Edge. So it's going to be still the original coverage that you used to see. I think it's interesting for sure. I think you lack the coverage you need for Gligar, but I think Andrew Manhart might just be more comfortable with that Quagsire, and we're going to see how it plays out. But a fantastic lead for Andrew so far. Shadow Alolan Sandslash into Medicham. You want no business in taking counter damage there.
Yeah, G-Zone 9 is forced to switch out into his own Medicham. We see the Gligar response. This is a non-Shadow Gligar, but Ice Punch is still going to sting this ground and flying type Pokemon. Ice Punch connecting here. No Protect Shield from Andrew on the first one. Cannot absorb a second one, as you can easily tell there. Gligar's going to need to Protect Shield if it wants to win switch advantage here. He's going to build to 2 Aerial Aces, though. Honestly, Caleb, if he goes back-to-back, he could probably get the knockout.
And I think Andrew Manhart is definitely going to try to win switch advantage in this situation. Also saw it was a Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash too, and Andrew Manhart knows that too, especially with the open team sheets. So is really going to want to maintain switch advantage because the Lickitung is going to struggle into that situation too.
Yeah, I just want to point out, after seeing the Medicham here, that's the hardest answer to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Now that this Medicham has fainted, I think it's going to be a really, really solid pick. Another Aerial Ace connects, undercharge, a few wing attacks here, and a big farm down from the Gligar.
The question is, can you get to Dig before the Alolan Sandslash Powder Snows you down? I don't think that's possible. You talked about how great of a matchup this is, and you're absolutely right. Here comes the Alolan Sandslash, not going to shield. It's just going to be Aerial Ace. G-Zone is trying to figure out, how do I play around this back-end matchup? It's really going to rely on the Gligar to do a lot of work. And you can see building up to an Ice Punch before swapping out.
Yeah, really, really nice play there. And great counting by G-Zone9 to know that that's not quite the dig energy on the opposing Gligar. Going to shield up this Ice Punch here as he recognizes the Gligar is probably his only chance to win this game. But he has to work through a Lickitung to do it. We've seen Lickitung be really prominent in the meta early on in this season. It's coming out here. There's no Umbreon on the opposing side. Lickitung is a safe pick for Andrew, and it might be the pick that closes closes out this game.
And a quick shield from Andrew, shielding the harder hitting move of Dig. This matchup is kind of interesting for sure. I mean, the Gligar did have a slight energy lead coming into it, only taking resisted counter damage too, so it didn't really take too much damage for the cost of the energy. However, you do have to land some Dig to take out this Lickitung. It is super bulky on the side of Andrew. But I'd love to play from G-Zone 9 because Gligar is pretty much unchecked on the side of on the side of Andrew's team. So you have that shield advantage Gligar. It can definitely win you some situations. But Andrew is building up to that body slam, and now G-Zone has to shield and spend the final shield. Can you knock out the Lickitung with the Dig, though? It's a real question.
No, you gotta switch. You gotta go for Sand Slash here. This is the best use of Shadow Low and Sand Slash in this matchup, right? You keep your Gligar in the back, you save it. I want to call out earlier, the bait call by G-Zonai was massive. He knew it wasn't the charge attack he was watching out for. In comes the Medicham, gonna get a full counter down, but this actually gives him a slight chance, but there are no Protect Shields either.
And G-Zone trying to do what he can, but unfortunately not only losing charge attack priority, but had to throw back-to-back aerials to have a chance. And Andrew Mahar is able to close out game number 1 in dominant fashion after winning that lead and counter swap situation.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that got a lot closer than I thought it was going to be in the end. That was a very, very well-played matchup, and we saw G-Zonai trying to create win conditions for himself, right? Trying to create situations where he could succeed, but Andrew maintained that initial advantage to the very end and walks away with a Game 1 victory.
And something I really like from Andrew's gameplay is he didn't even care about the catches. He was just like, you know what? You can catch your move if you want. I'm just going to counter swap you anyway, right? I'm going to go for my win conditions. You can try to catch, but I'm just going to maintain the lead I have over you. And even if you try to kind of wiggle your way out, trying to make some catches, the alignment for Andrew was just so dominant in that situation that even when G-Zone was able to catch these moves, win charge attack priority over Andrew just stayed calm and collected and said, you know what, I'll undercharge, I'll build some additional energy, and I'll just keep playing it through. A really tough alignment for G-Zone, unfortunately, in that first game.
I mean, this is what our North American International Champion talks about when he mentions Shadow Low and Sand Slash, right? It's so polarizing. Either you get really solid matchups into Gligar and Superior, or you can have some flex play into a Lantern, or you get lined up against Medicham. And when 31 out of the last 32 top 8 trainers have brought Medicham on their team, it just seems inevitable that that counter user is going to find that Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash eventually. My question to you, Caleb, does G-Zonai go back to that Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash after absolutely getting decimated in Game 1?
See, that's the scary part too, right? That might be the gameplay that Andrew's going for, right? Psych your opponent out, scare them from bringing the Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash, and just bring things weak to it. You got the Gligar, you got the Lickitung, you got the Shadow Dragonair, all pretty weak to it. However, you have 3 strong checks in the Registeel, Medicham, and the Quagsire. So it's kind of 50-50 for G-Zone. G-Zone has a 50% chance of getting a good matchup with that. Yeah. But at this point, when you're down a game, do you take the 50-50 odds? Do you take the coin flip, or do you go for a more safer strategy into game number 2? We're going to have to see in just a second right here.
Jump into game number 2. We've got a very neutral lead. Andrew brings out the Shadow Dragonair, and that Dragon Breath damage is going to pile on to this Gligar. Aqua Tail is going to be super effective damage as well, but Gligar paces pretty quickly. Going to look for a charge attack here. Finally gets to the Aerial Ace, pulls the trigger on the charge attack. Andrew using his first shield.
Andrew doing exactly what he was predicting, scaring off the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. We see no Shadow Alolan Sand Slash in sight. However, G-Zone getting a shield advantage, and here's where the open team sheets come in handy. You know this is Dynamic Punch Medicham. If you're Andrew Manhars, you don't have to worry about it. Yes, you're down a shield, but you know that you're having the upper hand in the situation as long as you're landing the Psychic against G-Zone.
Exactly. Ice Punch connects. Medicham kind of wobbles a little bit there, but like you said, the Psychic here from Andrew is going to be the heavy impact charge attack. Another Ice Punch coming through here. I think G-Zonai just wants to get his charge attacks off. He knows the Psychic is going to connect. He knows it'll do a ton of damage. He wants to make this as painful as possible for the opposing Medicham.
I love the strategy from G-Zonai, not shielding anything. You know why? He doesn't want that. He doesn't want switch advantage. Superior is not going to be better into the Shadow Dragonair. He's just going to lose his matchup, come out with energy on the Gligar, and Andrew already down a shield is forced to shield even more in that situation with the Dragonair. Shadow Dragonair does have energy, but you still have a shield advantage on G-Zone side, and here he comes trying to farm as much energy as possible. Maybe perfect calculation, not even getting to the Ice Punch there. G-Zone making the most of the situation he's in, and now he's hoping the Dragonair comes back in. He's like, I don't want want alignment. I hope you bring it in because I don't want that anywhere near my Superior in the back end.
Yeah, this whole matchup has been about leverage. We see the Aqua Tail get fired off from the Shadow Dragonair, finally pulling away one of those Protect Shields from LNDS G09. Does Gligar strike back? It's going to look for a charge attack. We can see the swap into Lickitung. I like this play a lot from Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew is going to bait out and see how valuable that Dragonair really is. Unfortunately, you don't really get the Lickitung, the Dragonair aligned on the Superior. However, now Andrew is going to value the Lickitung much more in the situation, spending that shield again on the Lickitung, saving the bulk on it because that Frenzy Plant was such a hard-hitting move, a very likely move that G-Zone was going to throw in that situation.
I'm telling you, no Umbreon, no Mandibuzz, and no Registeel. Lickitung is a safe pick, like we called out in the first game. I expect that Pokemon to show up to every single game. If this goes to a Game 3, Andrew will bring it again. It's going to throw its body weight at the Superior. Body Slam does connect. Superior going to look for a charge attack here. You have Superior to knock out this Lickitung.
And Lickitung is going to start licking down the Superior. Can you get to Bison before it's reached? Andrew just throwing it right away. Does not want G-Zone to have even the chance to catch. Now G-Zone again in a similar predicament. You have energy on the Gligar. You have a shield advantage. How much can you farm down here? Is going to try to get as much farm as possible. Throwing the dig. I love this play. Throwing the dig, expecting the catch is going to be the harder hitting move either way. Saying, you know what? I'm not messing around. I'm going for it. Andrew's going to get hit by the dig. One shot knockout, and here comes another dig to close it out for G-Zone 9.
Wow, incredible play here by G-Zone 9, farming so much energy, and the double knockouts onto Andrew's Pokemon there. You can see him on stage. He's fired up.
And you can see the crowd, too, cheering him on. He's got some maybe home court advantage with the crowd there, but I love the play there, too. And the crowd's absolutely amazing, but also respect to the amazing play from G-Zone 9. The Aerial Ace was enough to knock out the Lickitung.
Yes.
But instead saying, you know what? I'm building up to double dig.
Yes.
I know that he's going to go for the catch. You try to go for the catch, I'm still going to knock out your Dragonair. The loose conditions to throw the Aerial Ace in that situation allow Andrew Mahart to survive the Aerial Ace on the Dragonair, get an Aqua Tail, and knock out the Gligar.
Exactly.
Execution.
Andrew wanted G-Zone 9 to use all his energy on the Dragonair to clear the runway for the Lickitung. If he would have thrown Aerial Ace, he had to throw a second Aerial Ace before Andrew got to the Aqua Tail. But like you pointed out, G-Zone 9 knew the switch was coming. He knew he needed to close out that matchup, and he must have brought a shovel here to Sao Paulo because he double-digged his way through both of those Pokemon in the end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is such a great example of team reading your opponents and predicting their plays, right? Andrew Mahar's had a great lead matchup for sure, had a pretty good back-end matchup, right? But G-Zone 9 saying, you know what, I'm giving up switch advantage. I'm giving up the counter swap just so I could get a little bit extra energy in my Gligar. That's going to be my MVP, not only in this game, but the entire series. There's just really no strong checks to it. And G-Zone 9 just making the prediction call of what Andrew's backline is. Andrew playing great too, but G-Zone 9 just one step ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to make a quick shout out to our judging team and our production team as well. These battles have been smooth like butter, and they're so much fun to watch. One of our trainers is already locked in for a decisive game number 3. The other one taking just a few more moments to think things over and how they want to proceed in this series. Again, this is super important. To win this matchup, to stay in that winner's side bracket is so, so critical. Both these trainers are going to fight hard for it. And I got to tell you, Caleb, every matchup we've seen on stream, every matchup in the bracket, period, is so stacked. The best trainers from so many countries, so many regions coming here to compete at LAIC.
And if you don't know who these trainers are on stage, let me give you a little short resume of them too, because like Speedy said, super stacked. Andrew Mahar's on right-hand side, qualified World Championships in Season 1 through 2nd place at North America International Championships, 7th place in Mexico City, 4th place in Pittsburgh, and for G-Zone 9, 4th place in Johnville in the first season, 3rd place in Porto Alegre, 13th in LAIC last year, 4th place in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and this year, both trying to fight for even higher placements. And here we go, shiny Shadow, a shiny Purified Sableye Best Buddy even into the Glide Guard.
Say that 3 times real fast, right?
I can barely do it once.
A shiny, a Best Buddy Purified Sableye going up against the Glide Guard. Glide Guard going to look for a charge attack here any moment. Goes for the dig. This is going to deal a little more damage, but I don't think it's quite enough to knock out this Purified Sableye, depending on how G-Zonine has trained it. It's not enough. Andrew needs another charge attack. It's a charge attack priority tie. Here comes Sableye.
And here, G-Zone9 maximizing this situation. I think he might not even shield after this. Getting a shield off of Andrew Manhars and just, again, relying on the shield advantage on the Glide Guard. It's been such a great play for G-Zone9 in both the first and second game. He goes for it again, grabbing that shield from Andrew Manhars, maybe just going to farm down with his own Glide Guard, and it's going to be so much, this energy is going to be so useful for the back-end side of Andrew Manhars, his team.
I don't think the shield advantage matters too much here on G-Zone9's side, because Andrew has that bulky Lickitung, has his own Medicham in the back, and he's going to deal a lot of chip damage right here with the Aerial Aces. You have to throw if you are G-Zonine and you don't want to take another Aerial Ace.
And G-Zone9 does not know if he's going to win charge attack priority or not, so just going to throw one wing attack before Andrew Manhars gets to his own Aerial Ace to, you know, play a little bit safer in this decisive game number 3. Andrew Manhars is going to bring in the Lickitung. Here comes the Medicham, and here comes the counter swap from the Medicham on Andrew Manhars' side. There's still 3 shields apiece, though, on the side of both trainers combined. You could potentially go for a combo play with the Glide Guard later once you get shields down on Andrew Manhars' side.
Every single one of these charge attacks takes about 10 seconds off of the switch timer, so they're just going to shed time with each of these hard-hitting charge attacks. Maybe the Psychic. Oh, actually going for the bait! Going for the bait Ice Punch. Andrew peels away that Protect Shield from LNDS. G-Zonine.
Wow, Andrew going for a huge bait. G-Zone9 not super phased about it at all. Now, actually, we get critical information recognizing that G-Zone9 now, Medicham is going to lose charge attack priority, so cannot farm as much energy in this situation as he would like. Andrew Manhars now building up as much energy as possible, throwing another bait move. Do we get a second shield? Getting another shield from G-Zone9. The question is, can Andrew Manhars get to the Psychic before the Psychic is reached from Andrew Manhars? He's going to try to count down. He does a full counter down. So much energy on G-Zone9's side, and Lickitung has no energy. Now it's time for G-Zone9 to go for the potential bait. Do shield, and instant shield from Andrew Manhars, shielding a huge dynamic punch.
The question is, can Andrew get to a body slam here and knock out the Medicham before it gets to another charge attack? He's closing in on. He's got the body slam. He's going to throw it. Here comes the Glide Guard, though, trying to disrupt his plans. G-Zone9 banked energy on Medicham.
Patience on the side of Andrew Manhars, but G-Zone9 relying on the MVP of Glide Guard in this matchup. So much play into the entire team. Andrew Manhars is going to build up even more energy. Going for the Power Whip here, too. Not as energy efficient, but it does more damage, and it might be enough to knock out. Can you hold on to your Glide Guard? G-Zone9, you hang on, and now you get to the dig. It's going to be so much damage. You can hear the crowd roar here. Do you hang on? If you're the Lickitung, can you hang on? There's so much in the back. Ice Punch hangs on. You have a body slam, though. Here comes the Ice Punch I mentioned. No! Andrew Manhars gets a body slam, all the crucial body slam against the Medicham.
Oh my gosh, LNDS G-Zone9 does everything right, but Andrew just does it better, getting that 2-1 victory in one of the closest games I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh my gosh, going for the Power Whip, not enough. But you see, there's fans of G-Zone9 in the crowd, but there's fans for Andrew Manhars as well, and the crowd is electric. You can see both trainers too. They love it too. I mean, they're smiling, right? G-Zone9, you're saying, I played the best I could in that situation, but you gotta give it up to your opponent there, playing just a little bit better.
Dude, I can't. I mean, we're just sitting back here in the booth, and I'm like, struggling to hang on. Just imagine being one of those players. That was so incredibly close. Dude, I thought the dig was going to knock out Lickitung. You called it. You said, I don't think it's enough.
I thought the Power Whip was going to knock out the Glide Guard. Like, I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, if you're Andrew, you had to bank a Power Whip and the Body Slam because you knew the Body Slam wasn't enough, and G-Zone9 put you in such a position that you had to throw energy. You could not continue to farm, or you would lose the Lickitung anyway, and it still wasn't quite enough. One counter, 1 second, one opportunity to get that Ice Punch to close out the series, and G-Zone9 could not get it. Couldn't get it.
I need to see the replay on that. We're going to have the replays for you all very shortly because here's the thing. I think the Power Whip, because it wasn't able to knock out Gligar, it allowed Andrew to get more damage, more lick damage, actually, to get to Bison. I don't know if he's at the Bison yet. We're going to have to take a look, because if he wasn't at the Bison, Power Whip not knocking out the Gligar actually was the win condition.
I don't think he was. Here we see game number 1 between these two incredibly talented trainers. Aerial's undercharge, the 2 wing attacks to get the knockout. Andrew trying to take control of the series early, and we saw a great lead for him, maintain switch advantage, just everything he needs to do.
And here, the powder slowed down, but the alignment was just too strong for Andrew in that game number 1. And you can see Andrew closing out game number 1 on the backside Medicham. G09, though, had the recipe to success, relying on the Gligar just to not have the alignment in that specific situation. So choosing to bench that Alolan Sandslash in that second game, because recognizing Andrew Manhars's Medicham pretty strong in the entire team of G09 outside of really that Sableye.
Yeah, exactly right. I think the team composition really came to full fruition here. Ice Punch does get the knockout onto the opposing Medicham here in game number 2. But here comes G09 getting the full wing attack down, perfectly calculated. And then the decisive Lickitung in the back for Andrew. Gets the body slam onto the Superior, but G09's got something for that in the back. He's going to go ahead and bring out the Gligar.
And here we saw the catch attempt from Andrew Manhars. I mean, it was a great catch attempt. It should have been an airways, but G09 thinking, out-predicting the opponent. You can see on Andrew Manhars' face like, oh, wow, okay. He made the read there, too, and able to take out my Dragonair. And here in game number 3, back and forth, charge attack priority in this lead matchup, allowing G09 to come away with a shield advantage in the situation and get some extra energy on that Gligar, and we thought that was the key to success. The Gligar able to get it, but the back-to-back Ice Punch bait from Andrew Manhar is cold-blooded.
Cold-blooded, and kept him in this game. Without both of those baits, he doesn't really have a chance. Gets to another Ice Punch here. Like you said, back-to-back, pulls those Protect Shields, breaks down the barriers, and gives himself a chance to win this series.
G09 going for the aggressive counter down, though. Huge counter down. Here we gotta see it, right? You get the dig, not enough to knock out. We all thought it was over, and now getting the extra lick to the Bison. That's so huge, because you would not have survived that counter damage, but that lick, just one lick to finish off the Gligar, allowed Andrew Manhar to find this win condition, to get the Bison off, to secure the 2-1 victory against G09.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the Medicham comes in, yes, you get the single lick, but then the counter damage applies and you get knocked out. It almost looks like it was intentional, right, to not quite get the KO, but I think Andrew really wanted the knockout there. Again, the pressure that G09 put on him to gather the energy for a Power Whip and a Body Slam and try to close out that matchup, Andrew couldn't quite get it done, but he still found a way. I don't know, Caleb. Honestly, we watched a lot of games. You and I have done this since EUIC last year. That was one of the closest games I've ever seen in my life.
Definitely, and I don't think anyone watching knew how that was going to go. I mean, we heard the crowd roar for G09 thinking he closed it out, and then we heard the crowd roar for Andrew Manhar, and it was just back and forth. If you said you knew how that was going to play out, I think you're lying to everyone here, including yourself, because I don't think anyone could predict that outcome, neither the players nor the audience. Not even the casters.
Yeah, exactly, right? Well, Andrew Manhares is from Mexico. There have been so many exciting tournaments in Mexico City in 2022, 2023. Last year in Mexico City, 247 trainers. Up until now, this was the largest tournament activation. We saw over 1,000 people attend in
Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster. Trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Malucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster, as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the cost of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential cost of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traders are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Masters. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given game, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster.
Sunny skies here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are here for the 2024 Latin America International Championships. What a great tournament that we've already had so far. A lot of battles yet to come. I'm Wholesome_Jim Lawson, joined here by Amanda Lundberg. Amanda, how are you feeling?
My goodness, these have been some fantastic battles going on, and especially want to give some call outs to ones that we really just saw against Andrew Manjarres, who's actually now currently only 10 points away from qualifying for Worlds.
That's right. It's great to see these stories for these trainers that are just consistently performing well. I believe he's 2-0 currently. 3-0 will get him across that finish line to the championship points threshold that he needs to qualify for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. So really, really excited for him without a doubt. I'm feeling pretty good about his chances this tournament.
Yeah, but I know him, I know Andrew, and he's not just going to go ahead and try to qualify for Worlds. He's going to go ahead and try to win this tournament. We've been seeing some fantastic plays against all of these players, and you know what, we're not going to stall you guys any longer. We're going to get right back into the battles. The players are ready, and we are ready to show you these fantastic matchups against the LNDS Steiner and also the Papa Bean.
All right, well, let's go ahead and start here with LNDS Steiner's team. We saw a little bit of that Araquanid earlier, but we're going to be bringing it back here today. Again, a very interesting Pokemon that can kind of core break some of those picks, especially strong versus things like that Medicham. Otherwise, though, going to be running a pretty standard lineup with the Medicham, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Lickitung, the Gligar, and the Lantern.
And we have to see there's a Sableye, a purified Sableye on the Papa Bean side. Something that we saw a lot in previous seasons, but hasn't really been around so much now. I'm happy to see it really coming back into the meta, especially because it's one of personally my favorite Pokemon. Also something that we've seen a little bit earlier in the tournament, that Swampert, but this time a Shadow variant, and the Azumarill that we were talking about.
That's right. This is a little bit more of an old school team here for the Papa Bean. I think that when we look at that Azumarill especially, just gives us a lot of vibes for that first season. We talked a little bit about Azumarill again. With Ice Beam, it does have a lot of coverage versus things like the Gligar, really flyers in general, as well as the ability to fight back versus some of its counters like Grass. Add Play Rough into the mix as well, and you've got yourself a very balanced Pokemon. Again, doesn't have too many strong victories, but up energy or up shields has an opportunity to fight versus almost anything.
Yeah, that actually brings me to my other point, Jim. I was wondering what movesets you think that would be best for the Azumarill in this meta, but I think that you're going with the Ice Beam Play Rough version.
I'm a believer in the Ice Beam Play Rough. I think that Hydro Pump definitely has some play, but there's not nearly as many rock or ground types in the meta that we used to see. No Galarian Stunfisk, for instance, and really no Bastiodon anywhere in sight. I would say, hey, there's no water Pokemon that we've been seeing, but as soon as we got off the broadcast, we saw 2 water Pokemon, I believe with a Kanto Ninetales as well as a Talonflame, so I guess they were just reserving that for Speedy and Caleb.
That's right, those are fire type move with the fire type actually fast attacks, being able to do a lot of pressure there as well. Of course, they were only lined up against each other. That was quite interesting to see. We'll also have to see what these teams are going to be. Just a reminder for everyone, this is the first tournament in the season that there is open team sheets, so these trainers both know what the other trainer is running as far as the movesets.
And keep in mind, this is round 1 for these folks, so they have not had any battling today whatsoever. This is going to be their first match, so definitely this could be kind of their warm-up match here, at least for game number 1. One noticeable point that I see on the Papa Beans team is actually a lack of a flyer, which is very it's very uncommon, right? We normally see a Gligar, a Mandibuzz. We saw some Mantine earlier. It's just very uncommon to not have a flyer to be that counter to that Medicham that we see so often.
That's true. Azumarill does fill a good role as a Medicham counter overall, but like we said before, with all these Spark Lanterns around, it's a very dangerous Pokemon for the Azumarill to be lined up against. So we'll have to see how these two trainers will kind of dance around when their energy, and see also what they will be bringing. Remember, this is a Show 6 Pick 3 format, so these trainers will be choosing the 3 that they think will be best against their opponent. And a lot of these times, I think first game is sort of like an investigation, right? First game, you're like, I wonder what my opponent is going to bring. I wonder what their play style is. Is it a person who likes to go up to all the energy for the heavier hitting charge attack and then throw the bait? Or are they going to go the harder hitting one straight away every time?
Yeah, and you know what? Taking a little look at the Papa Beans team, I know I've made a couple observations already, but I feel it's relatively weak to Superior, right? The Swampert, the Azumarill, even the Medicham Lickitung core, like we talked about, not very strong versus that Superior, and I believe it also takes a victory versus Sableye. The only answer is going to be that Alolan Sandslash, but thankfully, Steiner's team is not composed of that Superior, so there's still a lot of play for a little bit of an unconventional team for the Papa Bean.
Yeah, we'll have to see for sure. I think that a good indication, even though we can't see the movesets, I would guess that Alolan Sandslash is going to be on Powder Snow to help deal with those grasses a little bit better.
I'm taking a look here right now on the side of the Papa Bean. Actually, we are going to be getting the Shadow Claw variant.
Interesting. So very actually weak to a Superior or most grass types in general. But like you said, luckily on Steiner's side, there are no grass Pokemon to be found.
That said, yeah, actually, I wanted to call out on Steiner's team. Speaking of Steiner, he's also running an Alolan Sandslash. However, he is running the Powder Snow variant. And to your point, you mentioned this early in the day, Amanda, Powder Snow, I feel like is starting to take a little bit of a lead. I feel like it was always Shadow Claw earlier on in the meta, right? I think that Shadow Claw had very few weaknesses, especially with Lickitung not being as big of a part of the meta as it is now. But as the tide has turned, as the season has gone on, Powder Snow more and more often is becoming that go-to fast attack for Alolan Sandslash.
Yes.
We even saw a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales as well, which was a bit interesting. Now, I want to go back here to moveset updates while we wait on these trainers to get situated, ready to go here on stage. One of the moveset updates that was initially seen as a nerf was Spark for Lantern. Right? You talked about it as a buff earlier.
Yeah.
I heard you refer to it as. And I'm in the same camp as you. I believe it actually was a bit more of a buff. Because what it allowed Lantern to do, despite not getting to charge attacks quite as fast, it's relatively minimal. Just one additional fast attack to get to your charged attacks. But what it did is unlock the versatility of Lantern to now have fast move pressure.
That's right.
Spark hits a lot harder, and you can now have those farm down opportunities just like you talked about, Amanda, which gives it a little bit more of a flexible dynamic here in this meta.
And we've seen it already quite a few times with some of this, the new Spark potential that is Lantern. Also, there was a Dragonite that was earlier on the matchup. We didn't get to see it on screen, but it was on a team. Spark Lantern now, again with this buff, as we will call it, not a nerf, does much better, potentially even going straight Surf against a Shadow Dragonite and doing just as much damage as a Thunderbolt would.
Yeah, I think the Spark impact is just very, very noticeable, especially with things that are relatively flimsy, we can call it, like the Shadow Dragonites. Speaking of the Shadow Dragons, though, we were not on broadcast for these, but I believe we saw 2 Shadow Dragonairs as well. Walk us through some differences that you can expect between a Shadow Dragonite versus Shadow Dragonair.
So Shadow Dragonair has just a little bit more bulk to it. Not a lot, let's be fair. If it's a Shadow, the 20% more is still taking a little bit of an effect. We're also looking at different charge attacks there as well. While Dragonite will be running most likely Dragon Claw as one of its charge attacks, and also Superpower to help deal with those Steel type Pokemon as well. Dragonair has a more basic moveset of a Body Slam, and also most likely running Aqua Tail, although they could potentially surprise you with a Dragon Pulse as well.
All right, well, Amanda, enough waiting here. We are locked in, moving into game number 1. This is Group D, winners round 1. We have the, I believe, Shadow Claw, Shadow Alolan Sandslash into the Sableye.
Looks like it's actually going to be a Powder Snow.
I take it back.
And then, but that's okay because it's going to be even better for that Sableye there. The Shadow Claws would be doing even more damage, going straight for the Drill Run here, which is the heavier hitting, and the Papa Bean is going to shield it up using a first shield very early on in the match while still gaining a lot of energy on that Sableye, almost up to 2 foul plays, and now releasing one, which is really doing heavy amount of damage to Alolan Sandslash, getting that first shield from Steiner as well.
All right, so we've got shield parity here, both opting to use a Protect Shield on the first charge attack. The Sandslash already moved, but no, the Sableye able to throw the move first. This is going to take the second Protect Shield. Doesn't want to hang on to the Protect Shields, does Steiner. Wants to immediately get as much value out of this Alolan Sandslash as possible. Here comes a quick swap out by the Papa Bean, bringing in the Lickitung to absorb all of this energy.
Now, again, this is where the Powder Snow is really coming into advantage for the Alolan Sandslash, being able to already start chunking away a little bit at this Lickitung. So much energy on the Sandslash, throwing the second Drill Run now. I think the Lickitung at this stage is going to still have to throw a Body Slam to take it out. That Alolan Sandslash is still too healthy.
You can even swap out of your own Sandslash here into another Pokemon. That's exactly what we're seeing, bringing in, maybe for a huge farm down, this Araquanid. What's interesting is this Araquanid actually has solid play across the board. Sableye, Medicham, Lickitung, all just pretty neutral matchups, nothing that it has to worry about too much, so I see a lot of play for this Araquanid, Amanda.
A lot of play indeed, as it's going to go exactly like you said, maybe for a full fast attack farm down. This Power Whip will be coming through. There are no Protect Shields left on Steiner's side, but it will not be enough to knock out this bulky Spider, and it's going to go ahead and keep farming away. Here we are, almost 100 energy as well, being able to throw whatever comes in.
All right, well, you mentioned Protect Shields. The Papa Bean does still have a Protect Shield on her side of the field, so she will be able to use that. Will we see a bait with a Bubble Beam or go straight for the Bug Buzz? This is neutral damage. It should be enough to knock out. Probably no shield is what I expect from the Sableye, but no, I take it back. Wanting to shield this, shields the correct move, still has a little bit of residual energy. You're going to have to throw a foul play right away. Get this Spider off the field here. Down goes the Araquanid from the Sableye's foul play.
Araquanid caught in Sableye's web there. It's a time to turn the tides. Now the Lickitung coming in. These licks are going to be super effective damage against the Sableye. Sableye is not worried. Alma is still able to reach a foul play. Alma trying to catch, my goodness, been being countered down by the Medicham on the Papa Bean side.
They read each other's play very well. A great swap into that Medicham, denying any sort of value out of that Alolan Sandslash remaining. Now this Lickitung is absolutely loaded on energy. He's going to have almost 2 Body Slams ready to go. I did not see it, but I don't think the Papa Bean had Dynamic Punch on her Medicham either, so it's going to be a little bit tougher versus this Lickitung.
It will be a little bit tougher tougher, but able to reach a Psychic. The Psychic is the correct play here. When there is no Protect Shields remaining, it will be doing the most amount of damage and has a potential to debuff the Lickitung. We'll have to see if it goes through. It does not. Meanwhile, Lickitung still gaining a ton of energy, throwing this Power Whip at the Medicham.
All right, well, I think that there's also a foul play loaded as well. So this Power Whip's going to be very, very close to knocking out. Does a little bit more damage. Will we see a farm down? Yes. Okay, down goes the Medicham. Still has the Sableye though. Despite these licks being very, very fast attacking, the Sableye has the foul play. This will be enough to knock out. And game number 1 is going to the Papa Bean.
Wow, incredible, incredible plays by both of these trainers. And like you said, Jim, it was like they were reading each other's minds. It was almost a simultaneous swap there, trying to bring in that Alolan Sandslash to catch on the Sableye, and instead being met only by the Medicham on the Papa Bean side.
You know what? If I'm in Steinar's position, after that Alolan Sandslash is double shielded, I maybe would have liked to have seen a Lickitung swap in. I think that the Lickitung has a little bit of a safer matchup versus the Papa Bean's Lickitung, knowing that you double resist those licks. So you're not going to get in a position where those licks add up at all. You're just tanking that energy, those 2 body slams. That Araquanid got so low, it was only able to get to 1 charged attack, if you remember. Despite how much farm, you called it out, 100 energy. It was only able to fire 1 attack, which got shielded, actually, by the Sableye. Here we have the replay. You can see the Power Whip landing into that Araquanid, bringing it down into the red after the licks. While it comes out with a lot of energy, the Sableye comes in and uses the Protect Shield on the Bug Buzz right there and is able to reach the foul play to knock out the Araquanid, minimizing its value in the match.
Yeah, and that was a very, very close play overall as well. You have to wonder if that Bubble Beam would have gone through, if it would have been able to get up to it, if perhaps the tides could have been turned. However, you know, ifs and buts, if only, but the really wonderful plays by the Papa Bean. They're just managing the energy so efficiently. We saw the Lickitung is able to take down the Medicham, but that Sableye with the foul play is able to knock it out at the end. We're jumping right into game number 2, you guys. We have the Araquanid versus the Lickitung in the lead. What do you think about this, Jim?
Yeah, we saw this in the middle matchup in game number 1. I think that Lickitung was so far ahead in energy and made the Araquanid not look quite as strong. Interesting strategy, though, for Steinar, wanting to go immediately for that Bubble Beam to debuff the attack of the Lickitung. And now Lickitung, any charged attacks that it throws from here on out will be single stage attack drop, opting to actually go for the Power Whip. This is a bit less of an efficient move from a damage to energy perspective, but it is the overall harder hitting move. We could see a chip and dip here potentially.
Yeah, we might see that. No, just going ahead and continuing to gain up a lot of energy. I think if you're the Papa Bean at this stage saying, okay, I'm already debuffed once, I might as well go ahead and take whatever comes in before I potentially swap out, because it doesn't want the middle Pokemon, whatever swaps in, to also, still staying in. So charging up a lot of energy, throwing yet another Power Whip. This is bulk on bulk here.
Well, what this could end up setting up for Steinar is a soft lose where he ends up coming in with a Pokemon to farm down this Lickitung. And while his attack has been debuffed so significantly already, there's no real threat at this point. In fact, this Body Slam, while it normally would knock out without any sort of debuffs, this is only going to tickle this Araquanid here and should be able to reach that Bug Buzz here at the end. Oh, and actually a swap out, opting to bank the move, bringing in the Lantern. The Lantern actually has quite a bit of play here. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a swap out from the Papa Bean, knowing that this is all going to be double debuff damage. Despite the super effective nature of this Power Whip, it is non-same type attack bonus and 2-stage attack drop.
And we have to remember too, Steinar is not afraid to do an aggressive farm down with those fast attacks. The Papa Bean now, after releasing that, going ahead, swapping into that Medicham, but I think if you're her, you're very happy that this Lantern is not aligned on her Azumarill, being able to go ahead and tank that Thunderbolt, still in the green and still gaining up a ton of energy. Going to have to throw that Psychic to be able to knock out the Lantern, but before that, Steinar is able to get to a Surf.
You're right. While you're very happy as the Papa Bean to avoid the Lantern for your Azumarill, you still have to get through that Lickitung, which has access to Power Whip, which is not a great matchup. A better matchup, but not a great matchup. So this is just going to be the Ice Punch for the Papa Bean, like you mentioned. You need the Psychic to knock out a beautiful no shield and lets it go. Might even be able to get to a Surf, but no, a full counter down. Great use of a bait move to get even more energy into this matchup. Remember, no dynamic punch, so going straight for the Psychic is the Papa Bean's Medicham.
Yeah, and the Steinar had 2 shields left, going ahead and using that first one, calling it, saying, that Medicham is pretty low on energy. I'm sure that she's going for that heavier hitting attack, calling that correctly, and now an aggressive lick down to get a lot of energy. I mean, I think maybe if we see that Lickitung come back in to soak up the damage.
Don't forget, this Araquanid has a full Bug Buzz stored. That could be impactful against the Lickitung. Now, that said, all the moves are all resisted by Azumarill, so most of your value is going to need to be from this Lickitung. So if I'm Steiner in this position, I'm wanting to Protect Shield my Lickitung to make sure that it's going to be my most valuable Pokemon yet again. Here comes the Ice Beam, though, opting not to throw the same type of attack bonus move, play rough, wanting to get this last Protect Shield, and gets a successful bait with the Ice Beam.
Yeah, no shields left on the floor for Steiner's side. Already at another Power Whip, charging up a little bit extra. I don't think he wants to make sure that his charge attack doesn't get caught on anything. Looks like that it's able to connect this Power Whip onto an unshielded Azumarill. Now, since this is not same type of attack bonus, it will not be doing as much damage, but it is still a super effective charge attack. Look how much that did. The play rough is now coming through on the Azumarill side.
Shouldn't be enough to knock out, but this is going to leave the Lickitung very, very low. The question is, do you stay in and try and unleash one additional charge attack, or do you swap right now? Okay, actually brings in the Lickitung as a move ready to go. You don't want to get licked down. You have to throw this Bug Buzz right away. But now this sets up the Azumarill to actually come back in, farm down this Araquanid. How much energy will it be able to get? This Lickitung is now in range where a single charge attack will knock out. How much energy will you get? Not enough.
This is going to be close. I think there's already some energy on the Lickitung. There is a Power Whip stored. This will be decisive. Should this be able to be enough to take it out? I think it might be at this low range that the Power Whip connects.
Even here in the casting booth, we can hear the Lindos, the LNDS. They are cheering for Steiner, evening up this series 1-1. I want to take a quick mention here, actually, Amanda. There are about 50 of the Lindos here in Brazil.
The LNDS crew.
The LNDS crew, that's right. 20 of them are here in the crowd. Every time one of them is on stage, you are hearing the roars and applause and the chanting. A lot of energy and passion here. Great recovery, though, from Steiner there. I really like the use of the Lickitung shielding, like I said, recognizing that, okay, this Araquanid is not going to get much value versus this Azumarill. Let's shield my Lickitung. It is going to be the path to victory to even up the series.
That was incredible, incredible plays. The Papa Bean had a good strategy going, able to not get that Lantern lined up, but in the end, even though this Body Slam is going through, not quite enough to take out the Araquanid, and the Araquanid had a ton of stored energy before swapping out. This was a crucial moment, I think, for Steiner in this matchup, because as you can see, being able to take out the Papa Bean's Lickitung with that Bug Buzz was pretty impactful overall.
You know, but I like that moment right there, allowing a couple licks to go through to minimize the HP, to deny the farm for the Papa Bean. She's not able to get to that last charge attack. Lickitung has the move ready to go, and boom, there you go. Down goes the Azumarill. Great plays from Steiner. We're moving into game number 3, though, Amanda. This is decisive game 3. Araquanid into Medicham. You are resisting these counters here, so this Araquanid does have a little bit of a leg up, maybe 8 legs up.
I was just going to say, my goodness, but also the Psychic would be doing heavy amounts of damage to the Araquanid. Steiner knows it as well, but the Papa Bean baiting here and successfully getting the first shield off of Steiner.
That is an unconventional bait, especially with 2 very tanky Pokemon, so very interesting to see. Last time we saw Steiner go for back-to-back Bubble Beams. Will Papa Bean pick up on this? Yes, indeed, letting what would have been a very hard-hitting Bug Buzz go through. Instead, it's the Bubble Beam with the attack drop, and I cannot believe this, going for another bait here. This is attack dropped. This is a non-stab Ice Punch. This time, Steiner will not be fooled, lets it go through. The question is, what does he throw now? Does he go for another Bubble Beam like we saw last time, or going for the hard-hitting Bug Buzz? It's going to be the Bug Buzz. This was going to be very close to knocking out.
We'll have to see if it does it not well, just hanging out by a sliver of health, able to get off yet another Ice Punch, but as we saw before, it is not very effective, not doing that much damage, but it could be impactful in the late game. We will have to see. Meanwhile, the Medicham goes down, and what will come in its place? That Sableye looks pretty good against the Medicham in the back, but it all depends on the alignment overall. This Bubble Beam immediate coming through to drop the attack of the Lickitung.
Yeah, this is actually a repeat of the line that Papa Bean ran in game number 1 with the Lickitung, the Sableye, and the Medicham yet again. But we see Steiner continually leveraging that Bubble Beam, getting a lot of value out of it. Not really getting any damage so much, but get just enough chip damage and then debuffing your opponent's attack, which makes the Lickitung less of a threat in the backline. And what's really nice is you have your own Lickitung again to absorb all of this damage, especially now that you've been debuffed a couple times.
Yes, I think Steiner realizing that, or maybe not wanting to take the risk of getting all the way up to a Bug Buzz, going ahead and releasing this other Bubble Beam, saying, if I'm going down, at least you are now 2 stages dropped. So whatever you do coming in, it's not going to be as effective. I wonder if we'll see an aggressive swap out. Yes, the Papa Bean switching immediately into the Sableye, only to be met by the Licky Tongue on Steiner's side. Again, these licks doing super effective damage to the Sableye.
We've talked about how important alignment is, especially when you have very, very one-sided matchups. Licky Tongue into Sableye as good as it's going to get. You know Licky Tongue yet again is going to be your MVP here. Shielding it up, you have to get the Sableye off the field. So using your second Protect Shield, despite going down a shield, this Licky Tongue is your only answer to the Sableye, which is the main threat to your sweeper, the Medicham.
And Steiner saying, I saw that bait early on in the matchup. How about a body slam for you, Sableye? I know that's not what you were expecting to see overall, now being able to, and once again, double baiting here. There were 2 Protect Shields on Papa Bean's side, using both of them now on the Sableye. Sableye desperately wants to get to that return to be able to at least do some heavy damage back to the Licky Tongue.
Amanda, we've seen an Ice Punch and 2 body slams shielded up here so far, all resisted damage. So a game of baits without a doubt. Here comes the return though. That is quite a bit of damage, but you've already done enough. You've knocked out both Protect Shields. Can we see a quick swap out? No. Brings in the Medicham, actually catches the body slam from the Papa Beans Licky Tongue. I really like this play though. The only win condition I could still see for the Papa Bean is maybe being able to farm down this Medicham and land a return into the Licky Tongue. I think it might be in range, Amanda.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This is going to be very, very close. Both of these trainers were keeping a watchful eye on their switch timers, saying, you switch, I switch automatically too. I know that my backline is going to be able to do better. Might be a full farm down on the other side here. Steiner being able to come out with 2 Ice Punches to throw at this Sableye. It is not going to be enough for Papa Bean here. This first Ice Punch is going to connect.
Energy equals damage. That is the formula here, and 1 Ice Punch not enough, but guess what? We've got another one ready to go here, unable to farm down. Here comes the second Ice Punch, coming back from a 0-1 deficit. Steinar able to take the 2-1 victory versus the Papa Bean.
Very incredible, incredible matches, and I know that we've been knowing on the broadcast for quite a while, but we have to remember, for these trainers, this was just round number 1. Their rounds are just getting started. We have so many competitors here today. A whole maxed out tournament of 256 players. And I mean, let me tell you what, if you're a fan of the Papa Bean like I was, I am excited to potentially see her later on in the matchup, because this is a double elimination tournament. There's plenty of opportunity to still stay in.
I loved the plays in game number 1 from her, without a doubt. I think that she made some good reads. I think game number 3 had the ability to kind of be that way, but what I really like from Steinar is recognizing when Bubble Beam makes sense. Yes. I don't think that there was any shields, Bubble Beams that got shielded, so it wasn't like that, it's not like she was falling for the baits,
right,
but it was impacting the tide of the game, being able to get those debuffs early on and neutralize the damage of things like Licky Tongue and forcing her into bad matchups like the Licky Tongue versus her Sableye and then the Medicham versus the Licky Tongue. So we've talked about how important switch advantage is, and it was absolutely incredibly important there in that game 3.
Yeah, we talked about it. Let's also show it as well, as we can see a little bit of highlights of these first rounds between Steiner and the Papa Bean here. Papa Bean going straight for that power whip, the more effective move, as you were saying, Jim, against the Araquanid there. But the Araquanid just being able to completely farm down, come out with so much energy. Overall, I don't think this was the game where it mattered, because of the combination play at the end for the Papa Bean, being able to take out the Araquanid and then at the end take out the Licky Tongue.
Well, a very smart shield from the Papa Bean there. Could have been the Bubble Beam, which we've seen 2 times already from Steiner, but it was the Bug Buzz. Sableye was the key to victory there. In fact, swapped out with a foul play in that moment. Can actually see the Licky Tongue get that full farm down, and at this point, like you said, had the Sableye with the foul play loaded, comes back to bite the Licky Tongue, and able to get this foul play to knock out and win game number 1.
These were incredible, incredible matches, but even though you're out the first one doesn't mean you're down and out as well, because Steiner, even though he was 1 point behind, didn't let that fall or phase him at all. This body slam coming through, not enough, saving all of that energy on the Araquanid, and then, as you can see, releasing that Bug Buzz later on into that low health Licky Tongue to secure game number 2 for him.
Well, you know what? We talked a little bit about that Azumarill in general and where it fits in the meta, and with so many Lanterns and so many Licky Tongues, it definitely has a lot of hard places. In fact, you can see that on display here. The Power Whip hitting super effective enough to knock out that Azumarill. With how much grass and how much electric is in this meta, it's a hard run right now. But we're moving back to game number 3. This was a huge no shield from Steinar here. A big live actually hanging on after that Bug Buzz, getting a little bit more chip damage, but he'd already actually gone down using that first Protect Shield to ensure alignment, and the rest is history. Lickitung onto Sableye, Medicham onto the Lickitung. Great matchups there from Steinar.
Yes, even though this return is going to be doing a lot of damage to the Lickitung, it just turned out to be not quite enough at the end. But this, I love this part right here. They were able to just completely swap at the same time. Steinar was able to keep that alignment like you're talking about, and 2 ice punches to take out the Sableye for the win.
As Steinar raised his fist in the air, you could hear the Lindos in the crowd cheering on with him. So an incredible moment here for a hometown hero here, a member of the Brazilian team, the LNDS, the Lindos. So
yes, you see this. You're going to see a lot of the LNDS. We've already seen them quite a bit on the broadcast. We saw recently as well when we were talking about the Andrew Mancharas matchup.
Yeah.
Andrew also with quite a few fans in the crowd. It was so amazing. You could hear it backstage. One person just cheering so loudly from one side, and then all of a sudden a counter roar from the other as the games continue to play out, and him able to get that body slam at the end to beat the Lickitung against the Medicham.
Well said. All right, well, I hope you guys have been following along for some time now and already secured your Twitch drops, but keep in mind, it's not just the Twitch drops that you have here today. For some of our other games, for the video game as well as for TCG, the trading card game, we have some giveaways. Let's go ahead and bring them up on screen here, guys. Follow along. If you're playing the video game, you can receive Alex Gomez Berna's Dragapult. Make sure that you guys progress far enough in the story and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. You can enter that code there for the mystery gift and the Dragapult.
Yeah, and that's not all. We also have stuff not just from the video game, but also from the trading card game as well. We are going to be giving away the Iron Valiant TCG X card.
Iron Valiant EX, don't forget.
That's correct. And you can only redeem once per account, but I mean, this is also the code, and this is a great card, I think, to have for your decks.
You know what? I love Gallade in Pokemon Go. I think it's one of the cooler Pokemons. I've run it quite a bit, not only with Confusion, but with Charm as its fast attack as well. Seeing it in that Iron Valiant form, it's just such a cool looking Pokemon. So I really like seeing that both in TCG as well as in the VG. I can't wait to see how some of those Paldean Pokemon continue to make their way into Go. Now that said, I did want to ask you, Amanda, when we look at some of the Paldean Pokemon that we see today in Go, what are some of the standouts for you that might make an impact, maybe not necessarily in Play Pokemon, but maybe even in Go Battle League?
Well, you know what? There was one of them that was in my caster predictions, but unfortunately, I have not seen very much of it. Where is it at? It must be hiding in the mud, and the Clodsire is nowhere to be found.
We have not seen Clodsire at all yet. I don't think on any of our stream matches whatsoever. I think that people are a little bit underwhelmed by some of its performance, especially against some of the top Pokemon, things like Medicham, of course. And then while it will have success versus things like Lantern, and I think there's some shielding scenarios where it wins versus the Lickitung, I think that there's just a lack of fast move pressure, and we talked about how important that was for Lantern. When you're only running Poison Sting and you're only running Mud Shot, and you're not an attack-weighted Pokemon to begin with, it makes you very one-dimensional. You're reliant upon charged attacks, you're reliant upon tanking energy, and with one-dimensional Pokemon, they don't always find a niche here in the Play Pokemon meta.
Now, while you were just talking about that, Jim, we talked about earlier about why we thought that there was a rise of Psychic Medicham again over their Dynamic Punch, which we've seen in a lot of the metas. And now that I think about it, I wonder if a lot of players were actually preparing for that Clodsire, because the Psychic does much better against that Pokemon and also against other Medicham. So I think that even though maybe they don't see the Clodsire, the Pokemon they were hoping for, it's still advantageous in those mirror matchups.
All right. Well, we have some trainers that we spotlighted earlier in our broadcast that are getting ready on stage here. Let's take a look here, guys. Our first trainer is going to be a very well-known content creator here. We've seen him in many regionals, including our previous LAIC. It is the one, the only, Marto Galde. He has had some incredible tournament runs in the past, a former Worlds qualifier as well. He was the Mexico City Regional Champion in 2022. He's going to be running the team of Frostlass, Lantern, Lickitung, Medicham, Gligar, and yet again another Araquanid.
That is amazing. We also have to see that he already has 80 of the championship points that he needs to qualify, so he could be well on his way, but he is facing a very fierce competitor. I believe that she got third place in the Curitiba earlier this season, and that is going to be Jimenez.
Yeah, Jimenez is going to be one of our most interesting battlers. A bit of a newcomer that I think we've seen, probably very well known here with that Lindo's tag that we can see LNDS, but someone that hasn't really hit the spotlight until this season. Like you said, she had a great performance, already receiving 130 championship points, getting almost halfway to what she needs here in the LATAM region to qualify for Worlds. She's going to be running the Mandibuzz, the Lickitung, the Superior, also going to be running the Frostlass, Medicham, and Lantern to round out her team. So I like this team. I think it's very much a staple of the meta that we've seen from some of the previous regionals, the Toronto, the Lille, Sacramento, Peoria. This is kind of one of the most meta teams that we can possibly see. I think it's incredibly well balanced, has lots of flexibility, very versatile. Let's see how she's able to leverage these Pokemon versus Marto.
And you know what? She leveraged that Frostlass wonderfully in Curitiba. I think everyone feared her and her Frostlass play. I'm glad to see that she has brought it to the Latin America International Championships as well. Really excited to see these two trainers face off, as, let's face it, both of them very well known within their respective communities and very well in their own rights.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how this Mandibuzz specifically performs. It will have nice matchups versus things like the Medicham, versus things like the Araquanid. You know what? It's a dark Pokemon going up against that Frostlass. It's still pretty even because you can hit back with the Avalanche and Powder Snow combination, but the one thing that Mandibuzz is going to struggle versus very handily is going to be the Lantern. So that may be a very, very necessary Pokemon for Marto, but at the same time, the Lantern really needs to watch out for Jimenez's Superior.
That's right, and this is the wonderful thing about the Show 6 Pick 3 format. Actually, if you're playing Go Battle League, you can climb very high, and maybe you have like a certain core or a certain like trio of Pokemon you always like to bring, but when you can see your opponent's whole lineup, you can wonder if they're going to bring Pokemon A, they most likely will have Pokemon B in the back. Then it changes the whole gameplay. Jimenez going ahead, showing some love back to her Lindos fans.
Yeah, you can see the smile on her face, like you said, sending hearts out to the crowd here. She's got 20 of her fellow Lindos trainers cheering her on here, so all smiles for Jimenez. Going to have to get through Marto Galde, which is a very, very tough first round matchup. Again, this is Group E, Round 1. Keep in mind, though, this is a double elimination bracket, so the loser of this match will go down to the losers. They won't be out, but they will have a lot of battles ahead of them to try and make their way to day 2/day 3.
And what an incredible round 1. This is something that you could also say, if you saw these two trainers, you would be like, and say, guess where we're at in the tournament, Jim? I would be like, I don't know, are we in the semifinals? Are we in the finals themselves? Round 1 is a tough position for these two trainers to be in, but that just shows the level of competition here at the LAIC.
You know what? If I'm Jimenez here, I'm going to be bringing the Lickitung. I think that it's got very flexible play versus almost everything on Marto's team. It only has maybe like one hard win, maybe versus that Lantern. Otherwise, it's very neutral, but it operates very nicely, as you have said, as a safe swap.
That's
Amanda,
right.
Let's move into game number 1. Marto versus Jimenez. Let's hear it from the crowd, guys. Game number 1.
And we're going ahead and going into a Lantern Mirror matchup, and looks like we'll see how these two like to play this out. We'll also have to see which one wins the charge attack priority. It will be the Lantern with a higher attack, and will they even throw on alignment? Both of them going up a little bit extra, and now Jimenez going ahead and throwing that first Thunderbolt, getting shielded up by Marto Galde.
Yeah, Jimenez is going to be the first one to throw, and throwing the Thunderbolt. A nice shield from Marto, going to be avoiding all of that neutral damage. Throws his own Thunderbolt. Jimenez now has an opportunity to try and match the shield, or perhaps call a bait. Tries to call it here, but no, lets the Thunderbolt go through. Tanky Pokemon, though, able to hang on.
Still able to hang on, still able to climb up a lot of energy. Going ahead and throwing, and Marto catching. Wow, an impressive catch onto this Gligar. This is going to be not doing much damage at all, and all of this energy from the Lantern has now been wasted.
That's going to be single resisted, despite the flying typing. That ground double resist the electric, which is going to translate to a single resist. Now that said, here comes the Lickitung. Like I mentioned, it is a great safe swap, has safe matchups all across the board. Ideally, as Jimenez, though, you'd love to have that Lickitung lined up versus the Frostlass, so Marto doing a great job of baiting out this Lickitung, potentially freeing up that Frostlass here in the back. Keep in mind, though, the shield differential. Jimenez currently has 2 shields. Marto Galde has 1. Even down a shield, that Frostlass is going to have an uphill battle versus that Superior.
And also that Lantern does not want to be facing that at all. So I think if Jimenez is able to win this middle matchup, she can get the alignment that perhaps she's looking for a little bit. This dig going through now. Still not quite enough to take out the Lickitung, but the Lickitung is far down in the red, throwing this body slam, but undercharging it completely. I still think it might be enough to knock it out.
Yeah, with how low the HP is here, even just a fully Oh, hangs on with just a bit. Actually, a quick swap into the Frostlass. Once again, an energy lead. This is interesting because you're not going to be able to get to a Power Whip. Marto, I believe, knows that this is not the Power Whip, does not want to use that Protect Shield. Body Slam goes through. It is double resisted. Again, this is the one thing you needed as Marto. He knows that he needs to get to energy as fast as possible. I'm seeing a single moved Frostlass, though, only running Crunch here. This is a very interesting development on stream, but shielding this Crunch, this is going to be a surprise. There's actually a chance for a debuff here.
There is a chance, but there's also a chance that this is a not properly registered Frostlass, but we'll have to see. Marto going ahead and shielding this up, going and playing this matchup out. The Surf going through would be doing a lot of damage to the Frostlass. Frostlass will have to throw another attack to be able to get it out. It will not be able to Powder Snow down, throwing this Crunch right before another Surf goes through. And I think that I'm not quite sure what Munez wants to do at this point. She's almost at another Surf, choosing to let that Lantern go down.
I think that you recognize at this point that your Superior has tons and tons of play. You can probably even fully farm down this Frostlass. Yes, it has some energy, but you've seen the Crunch already. You might be able to get or even just go for the Aerial Ace perhaps. Marto probably trying to catch a move, and there he does. Immediately catches the resisted Aerial Ace. If you're going to come back, this is probably your only opportunity. Very few trainers will swap a Lantern into a Superior, but we do see this paying off for him.
Yeah, and this, we have to remember that Lantern swapped out earlier with just a ton of energy. Now at 100, throwing the Thunderbolt. It's not going to be doing that much to the Superior, but it is the heavier hitting move. The Surf would not be doing that much to the Grass-type Pokemon. Meanwhile, Munez just charging up a lot more energy here, knowing that the Frenzy Plant will be enough, but not before this Surf goes through.
This is surprising. This is Thunderbolt energy as well. You have to save the shield for the potential Avalanche or Crunch on Marto's side. Let's go. I would have liked to have seen the Thunderbolt there, but it looks like that we're going to be seeing this match end at this point. I think that's going to be going to Munez at this point. We're going to see if there's any sort of ruling around any of that Frostlass. It was unconventional to see the single moved Crunch Frostlass there, so we'll have to see if that was an error or if that was the Pokemon that had been registered by Marto Gaude. Now, either way, when we take a look at how that matchup was playing out, I have to give credit to Munez, who was perfectly setting up her Frostlass. She had that shield advantage, and like we said, once you're able to get the Superior lined up versus that Frostlass, as long as the energy is relatively close, that Superior is going to take the matchup. The only thing that it has to worry about is if the Frostlass has an energy advantage, which it did. So that's the one thing we have to keep in mind.
I think that those games were incredibly close. I think you saw it on Marto's face when he first came in with it, recognizing that maybe this was not exactly what I had meant to do. You actually see this a lot in tournaments. A lot of times people are like trying to find the specific Pokemon how they want to train up their Pokemon, right? It's like, do I want to train my Frostlass to be more attack? Do I want to train it to be a little bit bulkier? And because of this, I think that sometimes you might maybe have more than one Pokemon that has the specific spread that you're looking for, and unfortunately for Marto, I think he just maybe registered the wrong one for this, brought in the wrong one. And I think going over with the judges now, they're deciding the ruling for this specific scenario.
I think in scenarios like this, regardless of the outcome of that match, I believe one game would be going to Munez anyway. So I believe that regardless of the outcome, however that first match, we'll kind of scratch it, at least for now. The game victory will be going to Munez. My expectation is that Marto will have the opportunity now to play the correct Frostlass, but again, that is going to be a game victory going to Munez. She is one game away from sweeping this first round matchup versus Marto.
But how fun would it be if there was actually a Crunch Frostlass in the meta? It's not something that you I mean, I think when you think of Pokemon, right, when you think of like Licky Tongue, you're automatically thinking that it's going to be a Body Slam and Power Whip as those charge attacks. If seeing a Crunch on a Frostlass is something that is a little bit unpredictable, and you're able to get to it a little bit quicker than you would get to an Avalanche or a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, it is a little bit of, it kind of throws your opponent off. There are certain scenarios where a Crunch is actually going to be still hitting super effective, for instance, in the mirror matchup, right? And it has that debuff opportunity. So it's not the most uncommon thing that we've ever seen. In fact, in some limited metas, Crunch is the preferred moveset. Now that said, I do want to go to the official ruling here. Game 1 forfeit by Marto due to incorrect Frostlass. That is the official ruling, so regardless of the outcome of that game, Munez is going to be taking the 1-0 lead at this point. Now that said, there's still many opportunities to come back. Marto, we've seen before, come back from a 0-1 deficit. Will he be able to do it here? I think that he certainly has the skill set to do so.
Oh, completely agree with you there, Jim. And we've seen it not only, we've seen it earlier on the broadcast. We've seen people lose game number 1 only to sweep in the back, what we call a reverse sweep. winning that best of 3. That's why it's a best of 3 and not a best of 1, right? And we talked about before, game 1 is an information gathering thing. We saw how these two trainers played, and we saw how Marto, even though he had that crunch instead, really maneuvered himself out of some tricky situations.
Yeah, I think that he recognized, well, whatever I do here, it's all going to be for naught. I had the wrong Frostlass, you know, we'll deal with the consequences there. But that said, I do like his swap in that he had on the Frostlass early on, knowing that he needs to get an energy lead. So the plays were there. Unfortunately, the Pokemon was not. Now, that said, I'm looking forward to this game 2 and seeing things with a bit more of a even playing field, we'll call it at this point, knowing that Marta will have the correct Frostlass played at this point. I think Frostlass does have a lot of play across the board, though. Winning matchups versus things like the Medicham. Energy lead, you're going to beat the Mirror matchup. Does great into that Superior. It has to watch out, though, for the Lantern, right? It's going to be resisting its Powder Snows, and then the Lickitung is really relatively close in the Zero Shield, but otherwise those licks add up very, very quickly. The one key matchup that I hope that we get to see is going to be Frostlass versus Mandibuzz.
I was actually going to ask you to highlight this because in the past when we have seen Mandibuzzes, a lot of times they've been running foul play, very similar to an Umbreon, but lately, especially in this season, I've been seeing them run with Dark Pulse. Now, because the Frostlass kind of outpaces with the Avalanche there, but Dark Pulse does a lot more damage. Both of them still able to tank one charge attack from either side, but it is a closer scenario than you would think it would be.
Well, we have to look at kind of the pros and cons when we specifically zero in on that matchup. Now, Mandibuzz normally with foul play will be able to outpace the moves. The first foul play is going to be 12 turns, followed by 9 turns for the second, back and forth between 12 and 9. Now, that said, the Frostlass is going to be pacing to its Avalanches 12, 12, 10. So with foul play, you do pace to moves quicker, whereas with Dark Pulse, you're actually going to be outpaced to 3 attacks. I believe that Frostlass should win the 2-shield matchup if you're running Dark Pulse. Now, that said, don't discount the opportunity for this newly buffed Aerial Ace, lower energy. You can actually bait an Aerial Ace now and still with Dark Pulse get to that 3rd charge attack. I think all you need is maybe 1 or 2 baits in order to pull that off. So what I'm trying to get at here, Amanda, is that it is a very dynamic matchup that is bait dependent, and also the moves can make a huge, huge impact on who takes that 2-shield.
I completely agree with you, and I like the use of the Mandibuzz overall, kind of what we were talking about before, with Medicham being the most popular Pokemon, with Lickitung always in the top 12 as well. Mandibuzz being able to really core break those two together is something that is going to be interesting to see. Of course, I think they both were kind of relieved to see the Lantern in the lead against each other in game number 1, and Marto again having that fantastic catch, catching that Thunderbolt onto the Gligar.
Yeah, speaking of Marto, he made some beautiful plays. You
really
said
did.
The Thunderbolt catch, and then I also like to quick swap in from the Frostlass to get that energy advantage. 2 great plays. Now the question is, while Marto had all that momentum, making some really, really nice plays, how much of a mental strain is it going to be knowing that you brought that wrong Frostlass? It's something that you're going to have to recover from mentally in order to come back. You know you're in a hole. You know that it was a self-created one, too. You selected the wrong Pokemon. I know Marto has the ability to come back. Let's see if he can continue on with those plays and let it just be a row bump on his way to a victory.
Yeah, I think both of these trainers, the lot is on the line. We have to remember that, again, even though we're pretty far along in the tournament, this is only round 1 for these sides. There are so many participants in this tournament that, we're being able to show you match after match of this high caliber.
Yep. And I want to go back real quick to Jumines's team because I keep saying this formula. For me, it's Grass, Dark, Flyer, Ice, Fighter, Water. I think that formula has been the key for the last regionals. We look at Toronto, Lille, Sacramento, Peoria. It started with King Alexander, I believe, but he may have even taken a little bit of it from, I think, Harjest's team, which was Superior, Grass, Umbreon, Dark, Pelipper, Flyer, your Shadow Alone, Sandslash, your Ice, Medicham, your Fighter, and Swampert, your Water. So that same formula we're seeing time and time again, including on Jumines's team right here. So I think, like I said, on paper, this team is incredibly balanced, incredibly versatile, incredibly flexible, and in the hands of the right trainer has been the winning team time and time again.
Yeah, we talked about it, that maybe the meta has sort of like leveled out to what you've just sort of said, this whole code of a PvP player in this Pokemon meta. We'll have to see if there's potential core breakers that can crack this. I think we've seen way more Araquanid than I anticipated seeing. What are your thoughts about how many of them? And I know that we haven't seen it in this particular matchup, but while we're talking about Pokemon that were kind of a bit unexpected, I'm still going to go back to it. Shadow Steelix.
Shadow Steelix has probably been the spiciest pick that I've seen. Like I said, I think it's a great Go Battle League pick, especially in the Ultra League. Great League, less viable. Play Pokemon, even less viable. But I got to say, Christian, he played it beautifully.
He did.
Sometimes it's not always just the car, it's the driver, as we say, right?
That is true.
And incredibly well piloted, his team, his Steelix, there by Christian. So I loved seeing that without a doubt. Now that said, I think that Araquanid, I want to bring it back to the Araquanid, is also in that category of a spice pick. I think there's been more chatter on things like Twitter/X recently, so some of that dialogue or discourse that we see online sometimes works its way into the meta. It's developing offline, you can say, right? But I think that so far, it's been mixed. I think that when it's lined up versus like a Flyer, not so great. When it's lined up versus Lickitung, Mandibuzz, we're seeing, for instance, Steinar getting a lot of value with those bubble beams to really force alignment later games. He's willing to sacrifice one shield. It actually kind of operates similarly to the Steelix. Okay, let me go down a shield or two so that I can dictate alignment, which can be very, very beneficial in late game.
Yep, that's true. We've seen some amazing games so far, and I know that you guys have been seeing them as well. We want to thank you for going ahead and staying with us, for watching all this broadcast. We have, once again, just a reminder, Twitch drops going on for the Pokemon Go players here. So as you continue to watch, you'll be able to collect these different things for Pokemon Go for watching the Twitch stream.
You know what, Amanda? I know a lot of people are here for the PvP battles. I'm here for the PvP battles.
Me too.
I guarantee you, I've been in the Twitch chat. There's a lot of people here for those Twitch drops. So if you guys are following along, make sure you click that icon at the top right of your screen as well. You can make sure, I believe it's 30 minutes of watch time that you guys can get those drops as well.
Ask and you shall receive
Exactly.
these Twitch drops.
And like we said, it's not just the drops here, but people at the event as well for their first regional. There's a special research where you can unlock not only item rewards, but also Pokemon as well. The Alolan Sandslash, the Noctowls, the Swampers, things like that. So it's great to see people that may not have some of those PvP relevant Pokemon have a quick way to kind of catch up by attending these PvP events.
I think that is a wonderful opportunity. And like you said earlier, like, oh, maybe I haven't played a tournament yet. Maybe I'm not sure if I even have the Pokemon. This is the greatest way to go ahead and start collecting those Pokemon to become a PvP trainer yourself. We're going to go ahead and kick it back to the stage. We're going to get right back into these matchups between Marto Galde and Cruz Muniz. Again, Cruz Muniz going ahead and leading this matchup with one game under her belt.
That's right. Again, I do want to see more action, specifically with the Mandibuzz versus Frostlass. I just want to see how that plays out. Taking a look actually at this moveset, I do have confirmation it is foul play, so we'll be able to pace those moves, especially on the second charge move, a little bit faster. But I think Marto has his mind made up that he wants to try and run this Frostlass here. I think that it does have lots of play, right? Like
yes,
I said,
so.
if you're able to avoid the Lantern, even that's somewhat neutral. If you're able to avoid a long game versus the Lickitung, I think that there is tons and tons of play, especially Marto being a bit more of an aggressive player, able to just kind of swap in his Pokemon to get that energy advantage. I think that those types of plays are great for Frostlass players, without a doubt.
Yeah, we really saw it in game one. That was a really great example, like you were talking about, when there was just so low health of the Lickitung. Him being able to swap in, just to even get 1 or 2 Powder Snow advantage was absolutely crucial, because as another Frostlass player or anyone else, you don't want to swap into a Frostlass that already has some energy, and an aggressive play like that really could have been advantageous. We're going to go ahead and hop right into game number 2. We have another Lantern lead from Marto, but this time going into the Lickitung.
Yeah, this is a tough lead for Marto without a doubt. Yes, you are able to hit neutral damage, but you have to watch out for those Power Whips. I've seen Lanterns being able to turn this by shielding a Power Whip, which we did see Marto shield the first Thunderbolt before, so it would not shock me. But again, Marto going straight for this Thunderbolt here, wanting to get the hard-hitting move into this Lickitung. Will we see a quick swap out, maybe trying to catch on the Power Whip? No, not this time.
No catch on this, but there is a correct shield call there from Marto, going ahead and making sure that this Lantern stays as healthy as possible. He knows that there's a potential Mandibuzz on that other side. He does not want that Lantern to be anywhere not near it. Going ahead and just getting a ton of energy again, almost up to another Thunderbolt, and going a little bit over, reaching it right before the Power Whip from Cruz Muniz's side.
Beautiful counting. Like I said, if you're able to shield a Power Whip, you can very safely win this matchup, but Jimenez wants to take it to the one shield at this point. Actually, a swap in now to the Araquanid. This is going to be bringing out the Lantern, one of the best counters that you can possibly have for it. If not the Mandibuzz, Lantern's probably going to be your next best bet here. In fact, you're going to be able to get to these Thunderbolts a little bit faster than the Bug Buzz, but with that quick swap from Marto, did have a bit of an energy lead and will throw this Bug Buzz. Chance for a debuff here as well.
Yeah, no debuff from that Bug Buzz. Meanwhile, Juice Munez's side going up and just gaining a ton of energy now before throwing this Thunderbolt. This will be super effective and should be doing hefty amounts to this Araquanid. Marto Galde not wanting to use his last shield there. Not quite able to knock it out, but not able to get to a Bubble Beam either.
Yeah, Jimenez is going to come out with some nice farm here on her Lantern as well. Now that said, the Lantern on Marto's side may have an opportunity for a very aggressive farm down. And look, there's no Superior in the back, so that energy could go a long way. We've talked about the versatility of this. Oh, and this is a bit interesting here. Had the Thunderbolt energy, if I'm not mistaken, but opts to throw the Surf. This could be a door opening for Marto right now.
Yeah, the bait that was unsuccessful for Juice Munez's side, but meanwhile going ahead and throwing a Surf of his own. This will be enough since it is complete. And looking like he's going for a bit of an undercharge as well, hoping maybe to get one more spark, maybe two, but no, that Lantern goes down, and now the Lantern is left. They both still have one shield and two Pokemon. Frostlass on both sides.
Okay. Energy advantage is the key here. I think we're going to see a quick swap eventually. Once energy is thrown, I think Marto's going to immediately come in with the Frostlass, try and get the leg up on Jimenez's Frostlass so that he has the energy advantage. It could still be a game of baits. Okay, but he should be at a one-turn advantage here. If Marto throws right away, he should be slightly ahead from an energy pacing perspective. Let's see, does he throw it right away? Yes, he does. Unable to get the additional fast attack through from Jimenez. They're both at the exact same 7 fast attacks. This is a huge call from Jimenez. She lets it go!
Oh my goodness, what a call! And Marto knows it as well. This was a win condition. They both have a shield left, and now Juice Munez going for a little bait of her own, but it looks like Marto is also not shielded.
No, in the last second he shields!
This is crazy, my goodness. And at this point, being able to reach the Shadow Ball, this game looks like it is going to Juice Munez. This Shadow Ball is going onto an unprotected Frostlass.
Down goes the Frostlass from the Shadow Ball, 2-0 to LNDS. Jimenez, she raises her hands in victory. Congratulations for a 2-0 sweep. We talk about it all the time, Amanda. Play to your win cons. Jimenez knows she's behind one turn. She's not able to outpace Marto. What is your win con at that point? It's to call an Avalanche, and that's exactly what she did. Congratulations to Jimenez.
And what an incredible play. And I know that maybe looks like it's easy from our perspective, right? We can see what both trainers are going to do. We can see that Marto Galde baited with the Avalanche there, but when you are sitting in that hot seat, when this is basically the moment where you will decide if you are moving on in the tournament or if you will be playing another matchup, so many thoughts go through your mind. Congratulations, what a call by Juice Munez there.
Yeah, you know what, I had to give right at the end of that matchup a little bit of an advantage to Marto just because he's one turn ahead. I think he was a bit in the driver's seat. But at that point, once Jimenez has called that bait, I think it's on Marto to call the bait again. Even if you shield, I think you're still in a if shield a Shadow Ball, you're still in a really tough spot. So just play to your win cons, good things will happen. So
we have to remember though, there was still that Licky Tongue in the back, so even though Marto was ahead a couple of Powder Snows, it still had an uphill climb because that
it was mostly energy dry, and I think that you would still pace to an Avalanche before it's able to get to that power. Would have been very close without a doubt, but you know, sometimes you have to take risks and sometimes they pay off.
Indeed, and we just saw it right there. Let's go ahead and watch some highlights from this previous matchup that we just saw. This Thunderbolt, not quite enough to knock it out, but Marto still not being able to quite reach a Bubble Beam, getting one more spark advantage for Juice Munez there.
Okay, and here is the battle of the Frostlasses. Like we said, one shield, one turn ahead is Marto. Goes for the bait. We're seeing it again immortalized here on the stream. The Avalanche goes through, resisted damage, puts Jimenez in the driver's seat to land the Shadow Ball, goes for her own bait, a risky play, and he gets shielded by Marto. All the worst case scenarios for him, and lock in the 2-0 sweep.
What an incredible play. Again, since this is a double elimination tournament, Marto will be knocked down to the loser's bracket, where it's just a little bit longer of a climb. There are more battles to be played in the loser's bracket, but he is not, though he is down, he is not out.
Without a doubt. Congratulations again to Jimenez. Marto, I'm expecting a lot of things from him in the loser's bracket. All right, well, any other standouts to you? Obviously a very wild moment there at the end, but anything else that you wanted to call out from that game 2? Obviously game 1 going to the forfeit due to the incorrectly picked Frostlass, but any other standout moments that you saw in game 2 worth highlighting?
You know what? I think that there was a lot of standout moments. Right? I mean, there was times where it's like you notice that none of the trainers threw exactly when they were at their charge attack, because a lot of times what Pokemon trainers do is they like to try what we call a catch. We've seen actually a lot of catches, successful catches, which in the tournament so far as well. Like for example, even in that first game, which unfortunately had the registered wrong Frostlass, catching a Thunderbolt on that Gligar, or catching even, what was it, the aerial ace on the Lantern.
That was huge. The aerial ace on the Lantern, just incredible plays by Marto. Yeah, just unfortunate that he was not able to have that translate to any sort of success for him. Now that said, the only other call out I have is Marto was shielding very early,
yes.
So I think that was a little bit of a tell for him, perhaps. But that said, I think that we're already getting our next battlers ready to go here.
We might get another battler, but I was wondering if you'd like to play a game between us, Jim.
I'm always down for games.
This game is called Would You Master Ball It?
Okay, would you Master Ball? All right, well, let's take a look and see what the Pokemon... It depends is the question. Okay, this is a tough one here. If this is a shiny Dialga, and I know that it is going to be that perfect attack, HP, and defense stat, that's a very, very close, but I still have to say no. Knowing how many other options are out there, this is as close as I can get to yes without being yes.
I will also have to say, however, if this is in raids and it is a shiny and it is that perfect stats like you just said, you actually do not need to Master Ball that, because
the shiny, you're right.
Because shinies are an automatic
I take it back,
catch.
the non-shiny.
Yes. So maybe you would want to use a Pineapple Berry in that case, just to get the most candies that you could for this Dialga. I am also going to know this because I already have the best stats for this one. I like this Pokemon. I already have it, though, so no Master Ball for me.
Okay, that's a double no here on the broadcast desk here. Let's take a look at our next one. Would I Master Ball a Medicham? I'm showing up to a regional tournament and getting a Medicham for my special research. No way that I'm going to be Master Balling the Medicham.
Nuh-uh, never, ever. Not going to catch me do it either. Medicham is not going to get my Master Ball.
All right, moving on to the next here. Amanda, take away this one here.
All right, I'm excited. Let's see. What are we going to have up next? We have the Medicham with a Master Ball and Bastiodon. Well, I'm not Caleb Pang, although I will have to say I did very well in Go Battle League this season with a Bastiodon. I do have a good one already, however, I don't think I would Master Ball. I'm very selective with my Master Ball. You only get one of them and potentially two if you finish that secondary research.
Look, if I somehow knew that I was going to be having that perfect rank Shadow Bastiodon that I found in the wild somehow, that would be the only way that I would be using the Master Ball. In general, Bastiodon in the wild, no shot. Not from me. No, sir.
We're very selective here. Ooh, now this one is tough.
I'm not even going to talk about this. Yes, for me.
Yes, I will as well.
It's my favorite of the Galarian birds. Has access to counter as well. I believe it also has stab, same type attack bonus, Brave Bird. So just a lot of really, and I think Ancient Power. So it's a very fun Pokemon because it has the opportunity to boost its attack and defense, has an opportunity to hit for a super hard hitting Brave Bird, and then just one of the best fast attacks in the game with counter.
I want to go ahead and say I would absolutely Master Ball this. I have never even seen one.
I've seen a few. I've not caught one just yet.
You know, the thing is, the only way that you can catch these Galarian birds, this is a good way to talk about it, is if you're using your daily adventure incense, the blue incense that gives you like a blue swirl around you, which is a typical one you can only use once a day for 15 minutes, and you're going to get the most advantage out of it if you're walking while using this. If you're in a standstill position, you will most likely only get one or maybe two of these Pokemon.
Yeah, not a best practice, as we call it here on the broadcast desk. Make sure that you guys are getting out there and walking with those daily incenses. And there are sometimes I've seen people actually get multiple Galarian birds off one incense. I don't think you or I are that lucky, but some people that we're seeing on Twitter from time to time, like, oh yeah, 3 back-to-back, it's not a big deal. It is what it is.
Yes, I've only seen 2 total, and that was before the Master Ball even came into the thing. And I have to admit, the very first one I saw was super low CP. I think it was like 120. It was the Galarian Articuno. And I didn't even think about how rare they were or their flee rate, which is very high. I just threw a regular Pokeball at it.
Oh, that is
spoiler alert, it fled.
That is discouraging to hear, Amanda. I did actually catch the Galarian Articuno. I've been running in an Ultra League from time to time. Also has access to that Ancient Power, which is great versus things like Charizard. You win Charge Attack Priority versus most things, which is quite nice. And it gets to moves very quickly with its Psycho Cut.
So I've heard. I cannot confirm.
But that said, it does not like to tank any moves whatsoever. Not an incredible typing either. Psychic from a defensive standpoint doesn't give you a lot of advantages. So yeah, it's one that I would say most trainers will leave on the bench.
Yeah, Galarian birds also, they are being the 3 legendary birds, the Moltres, the Zapdos, and the Articuno, are actually not going to be viable in this Play Pokemon circuit
Correct.
either. So you will not be seeing any of them at the LAIC, but they are kind of fun bragging points. I think a lot of trainers like to see how many they've collected, and I also think it is a great Master Ball choice.
It's fun spice in Go Battle League,
That's right.
at the very least.
It's almost a flex, is
So, yeah.
basically. Even when I see one, I'm just like, even if I end up winning, I'm just like, I'd still rather be them.
Look, if I had maybe 3 Master Balls, maybe that perfect non-shiny Dialga, knowing I don't already have it, maybe that would get one for me. But
Okay.
knowing I only have 1, it's got to go to those Galarian birds.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saving mine for as well. I still have 2. And you know what? You can maybe you'll be my good luck charm. Maybe when we're walking a little bit later, I can put on my daily incense, and hopefully I'll see a Galarian bird while I'm here in Sao Paulo.
I certainly hope so. Yeah, we've actually had some great spawns so far here today at the venue. A lot of stops and a lot of great spawns as well. We've been seeing Carbinks, we've been seeing the Shieldons. Speak of the Bastiodon there, yeah, absolutely. And like we said, from the research, there's lots of great entry-level PvP Pokemon that you can leverage in the Great League, which is the format that we play in Play Pokemon.
Now, there's been a lot of Araquanid, and we kind of touched on it briefly, but I wanted to go back to it, especially because we were talking about Steelix as well. Both of these have charge attacks that really 100% of the time do a specific thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We're talking about the debuff.
Exactly. So if there's a breaking swipe, it is 100%, not even chance, it was going to debuff your opponent's attack. Bubble Beam will also. Can you name some other attacks that players maybe would be wanting to use on different Pokemon that would either boost themselves or 100% boost or debuff?
Yeah, so I think that it's a very interesting mechanic when you look at the boost/debuff opportunities, that you have to look at it both from your own Pokemon, you have to look at it from your opponent's Pokemon. Some of the ones that we most commonly see are going to be things like Power Up Punch, which we see on Medicham from time to time. That's going to be boosting your own attack stat by 1 per charged attack by 1 phase. Now that said, in many cases, Medicham, knowing how bulky it is, versus something like a Registeel, you might get 2 or 3 of those power-up punches off, leading you into that next matchup already 3 times attack boosted. So that can ramp up very quickly. We see it on Pokemon like Scrafty as well. Now, at the same time, there's also self-debuffing attacks, things like Wild Charge.
Right.
Wild Charge is something that we might see on Mew, or most recently, we actually saw it from Inadequance over in the EU region, running it on his, I believe, Shadow Magnezone.
My goodness.
It drops your defense 2 stages. So that said, there's some high risk, high reward. Power Up Punch is a very low damaging attack, but it boosts all of your fast attacks. Wild Charge is a very high damaging attack, but it drops your defense. And just like that can happen with your own Pokemon, you can get a lot of those same debuffs and boosts, sometimes not boosts, on your, you can debuff the attack or the defense for your opponent as well. Things like Poison Fang, for instance, that we've seen very regularly with Shadow Nidoqueen.
Yeah, I think that this is sort of like an interesting and fun way to play around. There's ones that always give 100%, and then there's also the chance Pokemon. And I'm talking about like when we saw the Frostlass with Crunch. Crunch has a possibility to debuff. Psychic, which is being run on a lot of Medichams, has a chance to debuff. Zap Cannons on Registeels, which we're not seeing quite so many in this tournament. Also, there's a little bit of chance to the games, but it can really end up flipping matches.
That's right. All right, well, we've been talking about Pokemon like Frostlass, and we've seen a lot of Araquanid. How did they translate to our day 1 usage, though? I do not see Araquanid on that graphic, so it was probably number 13, right?
It's got to be at the rate that we've been seeing them on stage, Jim.
That's right. Any standouts to you? I think you mentioned the Azumarill. We've chatted about it quite a bit. Again, I haven't seen it perform too well at this point. It's struggled versus the Lantern, struggled versus the Lickitung. We haven't seen it lined up versus the Superior, but it struggles there. Really, the only matchups that it really wants to see, Medicham, Umbreon, Mandibuzz, maybe the Sableye and Sandslash as well. But even Sableye has play versus it.
Yeah, speaking of Sableye, I make this joke often, but Sableye is my Sable guy. He's my favorite Pokemon. I'm so happy to see it back into the meta a little bit. I think at the beginning it sort of shifted out, but again, with so many Umbreons around, with so many Mandibuzz around as well, and also Lickitung, Sableye is a little bit of a dangerous Pokemon, but we've also seen that rise of Frostlass, which Sableye does pretty good against.
Well, the thing, Amanda, is on paper it really doesn't look so bad, that Azumarill, right? It resists the Powder Snows from Frostlass. It's going to resist foul plays from Sableye. It resists the foul plays from Mandibuzz. Alolan Sandslash resists the Powder Snows. There's so many things that it looks good, but it's very rare that it just dominates matchups and then moves into that next matchup with such a huge advantage that it can sweep or maybe put you so far ahead that it's a guaranteed victory. I just don't really get that impression from Azumarill, and I think that's why a lot of people have left it on the bench. The Pokemon I want to see more of, though, is Mandibuzz. While it's going to struggle again versus things like Lantern, it is one of those very few core breakers that breaks apart that Lickitung, Medicham backline that we've seen so many trainers running.
Right.
And it does well versus Sableye as well.
I know. But speaking of Sableye, I mean, I think the main reason we're probably seeing it rise up again so many times is because, once again, Medicham is just so dominant in this meta that Sableye is one of the harder counters to it. And so being able to have a Pokemon that can come out of a Medicham matchup with still probably a lot of energy to be able to throw whatever goes in the back is pretty advantageous.
Yeah,
now, Jim, we just played a game, and I think we had a really similar vibe in it. We had a...
I agree.
Do you want to play another game?
Let's play another game.
Okay. We're going to play a game which is... I'm hoping that I might win this one. We'll see. It is the mispronunciation game.
Okay, well, I don't know that I'm going to mispronounce any. I'm feeling confident here.
Okay, all right. Well, we're about to find out. How would you pronounce this Pokemon?
Weepinbell.
I'm going to go ahead and read Weepinbell.
Weepinbell. Ah, 1 for 1.
All right. You can't fool us.
Well, Master. All right, I think things are going to get crank up the difficulty
harder.
here. That was like a C tier difficulty. Let's crank it up here maybe for our next one. Let's take a look at the...
Is it not hot enough in the studio for you, Jim?
It's quite hot, I will say that.
We'll put another one up. All right, we're both ready for it.
You're starting with this one, though, here, Amanda.
All right. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, this is difficult. A new Pokemon, the evolution of Sprigatito. I'm going to guess... Meowscarada?
Meowscarada, I think so as well. I think a little bit of a Spanish influence there, perhaps. But, you know, we've got the Meow, which I feel like is
sort
pretty...
of like a masquerade.
It's like a masquerade. It's got the mask on.
Meowscarada.
Meowscarada, 2
You're
for
welcome.
2. You love to see it here, guys. All right. I think we really need to crank up this difficulty. Really throw a curveball here for us, maybe for this next one here. All right, another Paldean Pokemon here. Skeledirge. What are we thinking?
This is actually really funny because I also... was recently just making a video about this, and I said, Skeledirge? Is that how you pronounce it? So I'm going to go ahead and also say that that's probably what I thought.
I don't think it's Skeledirge, but let's go ahead. That's maybe a little more Swedish,
yeah,
perhaps.
Yeah, Skeledirge.
Yeah, let's go ahead and find out. Skeledirge, there we go. 3 for 3 at this point. All right, well, I am very much feeling like I'm on a roll at this point, but we might be trying to resolve some of the connection issues on stage. I don't know if we have any other pronunciations ready to go here at this point or not. But
yeah.
I mean, we did great. 3 for 3.
I think we did great. It just shows what a good core and duo that we are. We're agreeing on our Master Balls. We're agreeing on pronunciation here, and we're also going to be going ahead and giving you these matches between Gabriel Brita and Pokémon.
All right, I was about to say, we might be doing a test, but this is not a test. We are moving right in here. You know what? I don't think we really missed that much here, Amanda. It's Umbreon versus Umbreon, so you guys know how this one plays out. We're going to be throwing Last Resort after Last Resort. You know, grab your popcorn here. We might be here for a couple minutes. But yes, these are all going to be Community Day moves here. And remember, Last Resort not available in the general TM pool. Have to use an Elite Fast TM, or sorry, an Elite Charge TM, or evolve during one of those windows here. At this point, there are sometimes I see at the very end of this matchup, trainers opt to throw 2 foul plays so that knowing that they need 2 charge attacks to knock out one Last Resort and may not do it. And actually a quick swap out here from Gabriello.
Gabriello going ahead and bringing in this Superior, only to be met by this foul play from Pokemon's side. We'll have to see how he chooses to respond himself. Looks like this is a pretty mirror team if you think about it. We have the Umbreons versus the Superiors versus the Medichams.
It is an exact mirror team here. Very, very interesting to see a couple of Pokemon not on the field right now, or sorry, not being on those teams of 3 that we might see some swap outs. We'll have to review the teams a little bit later, but as it stands, the same 3 Pokemon for both of these trainers. Now that said, look how much value this Umbreon has gotten. It's already been able to get 1 Pokemon, the Umbreon, to half HP, and it's taken the Superior down into the red as well. You gotta love how much work this Umbreon has done here for LNDS Pokemon.
Yeah, this has been doing a lot of work indeed. Now Pokemon says, that's fine, you go back into your ball, you have done your job. Now coming into yet another mirror, like we was talking about, this Aerial Ace will be doing a lot of damage because this is a grass type Pokemon, but Superior, we've seen, is quite bulky. Being able to tank that, now we might see, oh, another aggressive swap swap in by Gabriello here, throwing a foul play at the Superior. It's almost like the beginning of the match.
That's right, we got the combo play here, and what's actually kind of interesting here is leaving that Superior at a little sliver of HP, might be able to use it as a sacrificial swap later in the game. Right now, it is 3 Pokemon to 2 with the advantage for Gabriel. Now that said, I think a little bit of an HP advantage potentially for Pokemon. That said, we have the Medicham that's going to be taking another foul play here. At some point, you have to start shielding. You're thinking to yourself, what's going to be the hardest hitting move? I think it actually might be the foul play at this point.
It could end up being, and we have to see that the Pokemon is running Dynamic Punch. No need at this point as a complete counter down with this Medicham, coming out with a ton of energy only to be met by a Psychic.
Okay, you're right. The Psychic will be the hardest hitting move, so nice job saving your Protect Shields, but after these counters add up, you're probably just going to go straight Ice Punch anyway, so maybe you would have liked to have shielded that, but let's keep an eye on. Provide some opportunities for finesse plays, maybe a catch.
There are so many shields still left on the board. This is crazy at this point. A complete mirror team, and not only that, both of them all still have their shield. Now Pokemon using that first one on the Medicham here, saying, okay, I know this is still just almost like an Ice Punch, but I want to be able to get to one of my own before going down, closing up to almost an Ice Punch and a half, and throwing the first one here.
It's interesting. These trainers were saving their shields for so long that both of them are shielding Ice Punches at this point. Not necessarily a best practice, but here we go. I think we're going to see one more Ice Punch come through, throwing on maybe Charge Attack priority. No, unable to get the full farm down. You have to use that next Protect Shield at this point.
This is quite a turn of events. Now, 0 shields left in this Medicham mirror there for Gabriello. They're being able to throw this Ice Punch, though, which is going to be shielded up by Pokemon here, because that, again, is going to be doing super effective damage.
Superior has lots of energy, though, and there's no Protect Shields remaining for Gabriello. Let's see. Do you want to throw it right away? Can you farm down? If you get to an Aerial Ace, it might be enough to knock out.
Oh,
no, the full farm down! All right, the Frenzy Plant is
the crowd going wild as well.
The Frenzy Plant is the harder hitting move despite not being super effective. Either of these will be enough to knock out. The crowd reacts just like you said, and down goes the Medicham. Almost a timeout game there, Amanda.
Yeah, what an intense battle, and you can hear the crowd again. The LNDS, so many of them here in the crowd today. Brazilians helping represent Brazil in the Sao Paulo LAIC.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about these teams. We didn't get a big chance to review. Gabriello is running that Medicham along with the Gligar, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and I have confirmation that that is going to be the Powder Snow variant.
Okay.
We have the Lantern that is going to be running Spark. We haven't seen much Water Gun, along with Superior and Umbreon. We saw that Medicham, Superior, Umbreon core from both teams. Now, on the right side, we have LNDS Pokemon also running those same 3 Medicham, Superior, and Umbreon, but also has a double water backline with Swampert, Pelipper, as well as another Alolan Sandslash also running Powder Snow.
It seems to be the choice. I know that we got into that matchup a little bit late, but we would be remiss to not give you some highlights of that complete mirror match team going on here. Let's check it out. This Frenzy Plant being just enough to knock out the Umbreon in the lead, and now there's a ton of energy on Gabriello's Superior.
Yeah, Superior was the MVP there at the end for Pokemon. It was a matter of getting all of that farm, resisted Vine Whips, letting you get tons and tons of farm. Medicham here, again, we were seeing all the shields go to these Ice Punches, which is not really the situation that you want to be in, but we saw almost a farm down, having to use that last Protect Shield, which set up this Superior now to come in, get that energy, actually setting up another farm down that you can see right here. Gabriello's Superior unable to reach that Aerial Ace, all the energy in the world, and unleashed upon the Medicham to secure game 1.
Yeah, that Frenzy Plant was just enough at the end overall. I think that you made a really good point that sometimes even though a charge attack might be super effective like the Aerial Ace, it would be doing less damage overall than that Frenzy Plant. We're going to go ahead and jump straight into match number 2. Jim, you talked about that Pelipper. We are going to see it on the field.
All right, Pelipper's an interesting pick. We don't see too many Pokemon that are going to have that water flying type. Mantine, I guess, Mantine is going to be that other one, but they operate very, very differently. Whereas one has a very low energy flying attack with Aerial Ace, it's the opposite for Pelipper. It has the Hurricane, which is really the move that it wants to land. Weather Ball is a great same type attack bonus bait move, but you really want to see if you can land these Hurricanes. This will be a huge shield from Gabriello if he's able to call this one.
Not calling it, but it doesn't really matter as much as it's just barely down in the yellow. Umbreon is such a bulky Pokemon, being able to get a ton of extra energy now before throwing this next foul play, which will put the Pelipper very, very low. And will Pokemon decide to shield? Yes, he does.
Wants to get this next Hurricane off, or at least get to the energy to get to the Hurricane. I think gets there right at the same time. We actually have a charged attack priority, opting to throw what could be a Hurricane. It is, in fact, the Weather Ball, though. If this gets no shielded, that would be huge, but no, falls for the bait here. Will we see a second shield come out from Pokemon?
Have to see for sure. Don't know if you want to be shields down completely in the very beginning of the matchup, but yes, he's going to choose to use that. Pokemon now has 0 shields left on this side, but a lot of energy on this Pelipper. Probably be able to throw right before this Umbreon gets to another move, but will this be enough? This is just another Weather Ball.
Yeah, this is Umbreon in the red, but I think it might actually hang on. Yeah, it does, with a little bit of HP to spare. Has the next move. We've already seen 2 Protect Shields being used. Umbreon is on full display here, showing how bulky it is, how it can win not only neutral matchups, but matchups not even just in the even shields, but even up a shield in some cases.
But we were talking about farming potential. Now the Swampert comes in, is able to almost get a Hydro Cannon. Unfortunately
Guess
for
what?
Pokemon, in the back, only to be met by one of the harder counters. It looks like an immediate swap out into that mirror matchup. Once again, slightly favoring Gabriello on this side because of running Psychic on them.
Well, there's 2 things that's going to be favoring. Number 1, you know that this the second Medicham, Pokemon's Medicham does not have Psychic. You have Psychic. And secondly, you're up for Protect Shield. So all signs are pointing to a game victory for Gabriello here to even up the series, but we still have to play it out. There's still the opportunities for catches. Here comes the Psychic. There's no Protect Shield. This is going to do a lot of neutral damage and gets the defense drop.
Worse for the wear for Pokemon there, as that Psychic did get that defense drop as well. We know in the back, like you said, not only does this Medicham not be doing as well in the mirror, not only does he have no shields left, there is now going to be a Swampert versus a Superior. Meanwhile, just trying to get as much chip damage as possible, but meanwhile, another Psychic going through. I think even an Ice Punch at this range would have been enough with that defense drop.
Yeah, I think so, with the defense drop. Now, Swampert's going to be coming back in here, and ideally you want to try and get a really nice farm down, but with Mudshot, you're not really doing much fast attack pressure, so you actually have to throw energy. The Medicham really has no need to shield up at this point. There's another Hydro Store. You just leave it all up to the Superior. It's going to be doing double super effective into the Water Ground Pokemon Swampert. You wish you had Sludge Wave at this point.
Yes, you know, Grass Pokemon doing Grass Pokemon things against water. Here, this Frenzy Plant connecting with the unprotected Swampert, and that's enough to pretty much knock out a full health Swampert at that stage. Gabriel has tied up the match 1-1.
All right, you love to see these decisive game 3s. I think that Umbreon was just so dominant in the lead there. Even after taking a Hurricane, no shielding that Hurricane, able to make a nice no shield early on, even shielding a Weather Ball. You saw just how clean of a victory that was, not only winning the lead, but also you didn't just win switch, you also have shield advantage as well. And normally it's one or the other. Oh, I have shield advantage, but I didn't win switch. Or, oh, well, I have shield advantage even though I didn't win switch.
Yeah.
So when you can have both of those outcomes, it puts you so
it's
far
It's really
ahead.
the cherry on top of the
Absolutely.
The
You have your cake and you eat it too. So you love to see that, at least if you're on the side of Gabriello. And really what it came down to is really nice play for that Superior. It was lined up versus that Swampert. And, I mean, once that Pelipper is out of the way, as long as you're not running into that Alolan Sand Slash, that Superior is looking really nice on the side of Gabriello.
Yeah, I think so as well. And you have to remember that we're skipping around a bit in this tournament. This is actually winners round 3 for these 2 trainers, so they have been moving along pretty far. They've had a lot of success to be making it this far into the tournament on the winner's side of the bracket. Oh, this is not looking too good overall for Pokemon. Will have to see it. This turn plays out an immediate swap out. It was an Alolan Sandslash in the lead, and it was swapped out to this Superior because it does not want to be facing against that Medicham. Gabriello staying in and going ahead and tanking this Aerial Ace.
This is a smart throw actually here by Pokemon, because you're throwing that Aerial Ace before they get to the Ice Punch, allowing you to kind of catch up in energy. Normally you have a 1-turn desynchronization from the swap, but you're actually able to catch up and you're no longer at a that one-turn disadvantage. Now that said, we do have the chip and dip. Gabriello going to be opting to bring in this Umbreon. This is a nice, safe matchup. You can retain that alignment to make sure that your Medicham is going to be realigned. Amanda, to your point, the lead matchups were going to be the Shadow Alolan Sandslash for Pokemon and the Medicham for Gabriello. Gabriello's in great position now to retain that alignment.
Yeah, sometimes it's not always if you win the lead, you win the game, but it certainly does help. There's a lot more neutral matchups in the mid game, though, so not definitely counting out Pokemon at this side. We'll have to see how he continues to play this out. I'm able to reach this Frenzy Plant, which is going to be big because this is going to be doing a decent amount of damage to this Umbreon.
Yeah, at this point, you don't worry so much about timing. You just want to get your move off. You're able to tank that as the Umbreon. You've safely preserved the alignment now, but you have so much energy as this Umbreon. You're going to get at least 2 foul plays off. Yes, you do have that Powder Snow. It might set up a farm down, but where is that energy going to go? Medicham's going to have no problem tanking it. And look, this is going to bring the Alolan Sandslash close to the red at this point.
Yeah, very, very low. And like you said, I don't even know if we'll be able to see a complete farm down, even though it is Powder Snow. But we're not even going to get a chance to see it because Medicham comes back in, only to be met by another full health Medicham. Like we did say before, the Psychic one usually has a bit of an advantage, but there are 2 shields left on the field for both trainers.
Yeah, you're going to be able to likely get some chip damage from your Medicham, and no Psychic is actually a little bit surprising. Going for the bait this time, a nice call there on the side of Pokemon, but you're still going to have to get through this full Superior. So this is the same team that we're seeing here from Gabriello from Game 1, from Game 1 as well.
Yeah, going ahead, and this Ice Punch is going to connect with Gabriello. It looks like the Medicham will be going down, so that is going to be the Alolan Sandslash's hardest counter, but there is this full health Superior in the back. Even though there's a lot of energy on the Medicham, I mean, there's still 2 shields left, again, on both trainers' sides.
All right, well, like we said, keep an eye on the switch clocks here. There is still some opportunity for some skill plays. Shielding of the Ice Punch, that's going to be the first Protect Shield. You're going to just be going straight Aerial Ace at this point. In fact, I think Dynamic Punch might actually do slightly more damage, knowing that it has that same type attack bonus from Medicham. But here comes the first Protect Shield on Pokemon's side. Catching an Aerial Ace on that Sandslash could be a game-winning opportunity for Pokemon. But at the same time, Gabriello still has the Umbreon that can catch a move as well.
Yeah, there's going to be so many plays still in this endgame. Going for that Dynamic Punch on the Superior, like you said, getting a lot more energy. Both of these Pokemon desperately in the red here, trying to go for an Ice Punch, but not before this Aerial Ace goes through.
Look, at this point, while it would have been great to get that Ice Punch off, you've done everything that you need.
Yes.
You got the catch on the Aerial Ace. Medicham at this point likely should be able to counter down. It gets to 1 more Aerial Ace. You're going to have to shield this up. The question is, how much energy does the Umbreon have? Is it going to be able to get to another foul play now that Protect Shields are fully down? A quick swap now. How much energy do you have? Here come the counters. Farms all the way down. Medicham gets it. Only 2 more counters into this Superior. Only 1 more counter, and LNDS Pokemon takes the 2-1 victory.
Wow, an incredible play. And like we talked about, Jim, it's like just because you can see him dancing, you can see the whole team just cheering their teammate on. What incredible energy down here in Sao Paulo at the Latin American International Championships.
I said it once, I'll say it before. What we're feeling here, in addition to the heat, is the passion here in Brazil. It is electric all around the arena here. What an incredible moment that we just captured on stream here. And you love to just see the support from all the fans. What a moment.
Yeah, that was an incredible moment. Almost, even though it's so hot, it almost gives me goosebumps when I see this camaraderie, when I see how much passion these trainers have, not only for the game, but for each other. Let's go and look at some of the highlights of this fantastic round that we just saw.
Alrighty, well, starting off here, we can see the Superior into the Umbreon, able to knock out Superior. Such great play, but unable, I think, to get a full farm down. Gets to this last Aerial Ace. This was actually game number 1, if you remember. Later on, we're going to see a little bit of a resurgence of the Superior get lined up versus the Superior again with a full farm down. This was a huge moment, though, because this was the last Protect Shield getting used by LNDS, by Gabriello, and it actually sets up the Superior to get a farm down onto its own Superior, and the rest is history. Here it comes right here. Look at this farm down. Gabriello unable to reach the Aerial Ace.
This is incredible moment. Now this Frenzy Plant will definitely be enough to knock out the Medicham. Going into game number 2, we saw how much
lead
that
matchup.
Umbreon could do. It took both shields and still able to come out ahead, getting that alignment for Gabriello there as well, saying, oh, okay, that Superior against the Swampert is not the matchup that Swampert wants to see.
Not at
How
all.
about a Frenzy Plant to secure game number 2?
Yeah, I think game 2 was probably the most lopsided matchup that we saw. The Pelipper really didn't get a lot of value there. I think that was maybe one to leave on the bench. But game number 3, we saw the Superior on both sides actually doing a lot of work. Umbreon just proving to be the bulkier of the Pokemon, and we saw this Alolan Sandslash take a lot of foul plays. Medicham, I think, ended up being the key for these matchups for both of these trainers, though. At the end of the day, though, Gabriello, I think, was actually able to throw that aerial ace, but it got caught by Pokemon. That catch proved so impactful because it set up Pokemon to get that counter down for the rest of the team, and the rest is history.
Yes, I think this was incredible plays. This aerial ace being able to go through, but that protect shield's left on the side, and like you can see Gabriello, he knows there's just 2 Pokemon left, but they're so low health. This, Medicham was really going to be able to sweep in the end, being able to counter down the Umbreon, and then to continue countering down that Superior.
Yeah, you know what? If I'm playing devil's advocate there, if I had to give any sort of best practices there, I think that shielding that dynamic punch for the Superior may have been a game-winning play there potentially. It was going to be that hardest hitting move. It's hard though when there's still an ice punch that's stored not only on the Medicham. That was definitely a very, very tough moment without a doubt. But we are seeing, in the first half, we were seeing sweep after sweep after sweep. Now in the second rotation for us, so many close games. So it's been really, really great to see.
I want to bring up a point that I got kind of sidetracked because I saw all of the celebration and just kind of got swept up in the moment. But a lot of times I think trainers think, if I lose the lead, I'm going to lose the game. And people can get a little bit discouraged with that, especially you see it quite often in Go Battle, like, oh, I lost the lead, though I'm going to lose the game. But I think that this was just a very, very good indication that that is absolutely not true. Alolan Sandslash and the Medicham is the hardest counter pretty much that you are going to see in the Great League, and being able to maneuver around to really end up winning that end game just proved beautifully done by Pokemon.
When you can find that balance between when do I need alignment, when do I need energy, when do I need shields, that is going to be the true mark of a champion. We talked about our 2023 LAIC champion, JW Naldo. Don't think we've seen him just yet. But guys, we're going to actually toss it to break here and take a look at our very first World's champion, Dancing Rob. Let's take it away.
Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in Day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss sent Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not one, but 2 best-of-5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just one game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and Dragon, Steel, Fire, and Ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Jesus.
Bienvenidos, entrenadores! Welcome back to our coverage of the LAIC, the Latin America International Championships here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It's been a thrilling tournament so far. So many close games, so many incredibly talented battlers, and the best crowd around. I'm Speediest Chief 2 here with the Caleb Pang.
That's me, and you know we are here. We're only in the early stages for so many of these brackets, and we have so many more incredible battles to go. And we said it before, but we're gonna say it again. This is the most hyped crowd we've ever been a part of, and it's awesome to see. You see the crowd shots after every single win, and you see so many friends, family, and teammates there supporting their people on stage, and it's just incredible to watch and just hear too. I mean, we could hear from it back in our green room essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. No, you can hear it all around the arena. I would even challenge the other titles that are here, right? The video game series, the trading card game. I think our crowd is the loudest out of all the titles here, and it's been so much fun. Let's raise the level across the board here at LAIC. Let's get involved. We also want to see more posts on social as well. I was scrolling earlier, Caleb. I didn't see hardly any posts. We got to step that up. Hashtag Pokemon LAIC. Get involved. We'd love to feature your post on stream.
Yeah, let us know your thoughts too. Even if you're not at the venue, let us know your thoughts as a spectator. You might be all the way across on the other side of the world, but we want to hear what you think of the action here at Brazil, because it's been really impeccable stuff, and we've seen a lot of interesting picks in general. I mean,
yes,
we're talking about we talked about like Clodsire earlier in the show. We haven't seen as much Clodsire, but we've seen a lot of spiders, Araquanid all over the place. What's up with that, Speedy?
You and I were talking about that actually backstage. Araquanid was so powerful when our first world champion M.E. Weedle used it to win in London, but that Pokemon has kind of fallen out, right? It was great at countering Walrein and Swampert, but there's much less targets and a lot harder answers in the current meta, namely Lantern, sometimes Registeel as well. The Araquanid can really struggle, but it's been rising in prominence, it's been rising in efficiency, so we'll see if it continues to rise up through the bracket as well.
It is definitely kind of a creative pick because, yes, Medicham, right, on almost every team. Swampert here or there. The rise of Lantern definitely makes it a little bit harder to run compared to that first season of the Championship Series. But we got the steal of choice, Shadow Lone Sandslash on a lot of teams. Surprisingly, actually none on the teams we see here. We got Eomero on the left-hand side. We got Mantine, your favorite Speedish Chief.
Yes.
Umbreon, Lickitung, Shadow Quagsire, Medicham, and Alolan Ninetales. And another Quagsire user. Interesting, Eomero, I believe, is teammates with Andrew Menhar, so definitely maybe some team building, collective team building with friends and teammates, and running that double bulk line of Umbreon and Lickitung.
I'm telling you, when Wadaj brought it to NAIC, a lot of people gave him kind of sideways looks, right? But that Pokemon did prove itself. On the opposing side, we've got Carlinjos. He's got Shadow Alolan Ninetales, as well as Lickitung and Medicham, Lantern Superior, and Gligar. A definitely meta-centric team, a meta-heavy team. He doesn't have Umbreon on his team at all, so Psychic-type Pokemon are a little more flexible. On the opposing side, though, Eomero with the bulky Mantine. He actually brought that to a previous regional championship. I remember Bubble Beam after Bubble Beam just draining his opponent's stamina. We're going to see what happens here in game number 1.
We're going to get into it, and I feel like LAIC is the tournament where Alolan Ninetales came back to shine, and here we go right off the bat. It's Lickitung versus Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Absolutely, a very neutral matchup. This is a Charm Shadow Alolan Ninetales, so the fast attack pressure is going to add up. We've seen a lot of trainers trying to line this Pokemon up against the Umbreons, against the Medichams, against those targets that this Fairy type will definitely succeed against. But unfortunately, it keeps running into things like Mantine, like Lickitung, and we see that same situation playing out here. It's just going to do as best as it can.
And this is why this meta is so interesting, because Medicham, a fighter, is still going to struggle against Lickitung and doesn't do the best against Umbreon if you don't have that dynamic punch. So running ABA weak to fighting was what Eomero's strategy was, and now drawing out the Lickitung and countering it with the Umbreon.
Yeah, this is definitely the matchup that Eomero wants to see. That dark type Umbreon resisting the licks, only taking neutral damage from the from the body slams. Meanwhile, it's firing back these foul plays, and we see early on in this matchup, even though the switch timers are still very fresh, Eomero is gathering extra energy. He's not going to leave this matchup without a foul play bank stored and ready to go.
And again, this is the first tournament we've had so far that's open team sheets. All future tournaments will have open team sheets as well. And we know on the side of Carlinjo's side, it's actually a Psychic Medicham, not Dynamic Punch. So Eomero was able to strategically place the Lickitung in the lead and have the Umbreon in the back, knowing that you're not even going to struggle that much even if you run into a Medicham in the lead, because you don't have to worry about any of the charge moves.
That's a fantastic call out, right? Those little team read kind of nuances are so critical, especially against high-level competition. And as you see that switch timer tick down, Eomero gathers even more energy onto his Umbreon. Lickitung going to strike here with a body slam, dealing some chip damage, but looking for the last resort here. I don't think this is quite enough to knock out Caleb.
It is not. We don't see a shield either on the side of Carlinjo's side, and Eomero trying to build up even more energy. The thing is, can you snarl down? I don't know if you can, so... Oh, okay, Eomero confident, saying, you know what, I don't need switch advantage. This is going to be close enough to knock out, and hangs on and swaps out. They both swap at the same time, but now this is a Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales versus Shadow Charm Alolan Ninetales. Shadow Charm Alolan Ninetales is going to do a lot of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a shield here, because the Charm damage really adds up, and here it is.
No, exactly. If you look at that last Pokemon as well for the trainer on the right, he's got Medicham back there. He wants to avoid these charms as much as he, or excuse me, these Powder Snows as much as he possibly can. So I actually really like the shield there. We might even see a second one. That would be crazy, but not quite.
Getting a lot of value out of that one shield, though, almost putting Eomero's Alolan Ninetales into the red, and now the counter damage is adding up. You might go straight for fast boost down. Can you get to the Dazzling Gleam? Eomero's trying to reach through it, not able to, and gets to the Weather Ball. I think if you're Carlinjos, you can just shield or not shield, doesn't matter. There's not enough damage. Choosing not to shield the Weather Ball, perfect on the counts, recognizing that Eomero does not have the entry needed for that Dazzling Gleam.
Just one Powder Snow away, though. If you blinked, if you looked away for just a second, that could have been Dazzling Gleam energy, but Carlinjo's counting is just so good. See Lickitung swap in here, throwing the body slam, does take away that Protect Shield from Carlinjos, but as you can tell, this Medicham is just looking to close out this matchup.
And just countering down the opponent, Eomero, leaving with 2 shields, but you can't take that to game number 2. Carlinjos able to take game number 1 on that faster pressure, the Shadow Charm Ninetales and Medicham to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really tough situation if you're Eomero because you make that simultaneous swap, you try to catch your opponent unawares, and you absolutely get hammered by that fast attack pressure. Going into this game number 2, I think it's really important for Eomero to respond to that, to have an answer for that Charm Shadow Alolan Ninetales. What can he do though, Caleb? He's got Mudshot Quagsire, he's got Lickitung, he's got Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, and Wing Attack Mantine. What can you do to apply fast attack pressure?
No Steel types, no Poison types on either team combined. That's really the state of the meta, which is why I think so many trainers here in Sao Paulo, Brazil are bringing that Charm Alolan Ninetales. It's really coming clutch for so many of them, and against Eomero's teams, this is like the perfect team. And on top of that, Carlinhos knew it was the perfect team because he knew the moment before they even had their first battle, saw the entire moveset of all of Eomero's team. I think you need the Lickitung for sure.
Yeah.
But I think you start bringing the Mantine. You need some neutral play, right? And that has a little bit of bulk to handle the charm damage.
Okay, well, let's see what we get. Heading to this game number 2. Let's see what leads we get on the field. Oh, this is so tough for Eomero. He leads the Mantine right into the Lantern.
And so Eomero making that adjustment, but Carlinhos making a better adjustment, and now is in a really good position to finish off and maintain the switch advantage. Eomero really needs switch advantage. Oh, shields a crucial Psychic though. This is huge. This matchup is actually not that bad for Lickitung, especially if you're shielding the hard-hitting moves like Psychic.
Yeah, Eomero fighting hard here, and as we talked about, the Lickitung versus Medicham matchup is actually quite close. Super effective lick damage does cut through that Medicham's HP over time. Medicham does use a protection on the body slam as well. Gonna look for another charge attack pretty soon here. Lickitung needs to get the timing perfect though, trying to get all the licks in it possibly can. An Ice Punch bait pulls away the second shield from Eomero.
Eomero is desperate for switch advantage. We're talking about how great Mantine is in the neutral matchup. Against the Lantern, you are completely walled off. Let's see if Carlinhos shields or not. Carlinhos sensing shield switch advantage might be important. I might need to shield this, and that would be the correct call. But Lickitung able to reach and getting all the way to the Power Whip. Lickitung, normal type, able to overcome the matchup against the fighting type, but that's really why it's so strong in this current meta. Eomero wins switch advantage, and this is about to switch over to his side. Carlinhos farming up some energy though, and this energy is going to be very valuable.
Hey, Umbreon can't do that, right? We talk about finding similar coverage. Lickitung really flexes its muscle there. In comes Shadow Quagsire versus the Lantern. Surface going to connect here. No Protect Shields for either trainer, so every charge attack from here on out will connect. Catches are so critical. Knowing your damage dimensions is so important. Here comes the Ninetales to switch out into Mantine. How do you feel about the switch? Should you have thrown Stone Edge?
I like this switch a lot. This is actually, again, the Bubble Beam Mantine, but Eomero going straight away for the harder hitting moves, because the thing is, you need to utilize this Mantine somehow, right? Even if you take out the low Ninetales, now the Lantern can handle the Quagsire much more easily because it's out of energy.
True.
Instead, saving the energy for the Lantern later, I think Eomero's fine with not even winning this matchup. You don't want the Lantern to farm you down, right, and come away with too much energy for serve. I think Eomero just, content on just letting the Mantine go as low as possible before throwing this aerial ace.
No, you're exactly right. I was almost wondering if we should have seen an undercharge on the Weather Ball, and then the Lantern spark down, right? And then we see the undercharge there, gonna look for a full mud shutdown. Shadow Quagsire gets the better of the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. In comes the Lantern. Here we see the first Mud Bomb. He's got 2 queued up here.
Calculated plays from Eomero. Does he have the second one? I'm actually curious.
He might
be one much away.
Oh,
Let's
he's
see.
got it.
Is he at it?
He's got it.
He's got it. He's got it. All right, you know better than me. He makes the adjustment here. Mantine into Lantern lead and finding the win condition to force this game 3.
The pressure point of that matchup was the Lickitung versus the Medicham, right? Lickitung's ability to go into that matchup and take all that super effective damage and still find a way to double bait body slam, land a power whip, and take switch advantage was the key.
If you're Carlinhos, how do you take out a safe swap Lickitung? See, I think that's the toughest question, because it is very strong into a scene. Maybe some chip and dip action, counter swap with your own Lickitung. But again, his own Lickitung is not the best in this situation because you have Medicham, you have Umbreon to contend with, and you know, it's not the clearest Pokemon.
Yeah.
Although there aren't really strong checks on Eomero's side either outside the Umbreon.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. answering that question is really critical. And one of the core breakers that we've seen so often this season in the Championship Series is Superior, right? You've got a Pokemon that can go toe-to-toe with Mantine, especially with that when it lacks Ice Beam. It can also fight back against Medicham and Lickitung. We might see that Grass-type Pokemon come in this decisive game number 3. But I agree with you. Outside of Medicham, it's really hard to answer the safe swap Lickitung.
I think Carlinhos could have thrown a Surf before swapping over to the Medicham.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Chip it down a little bit. Even if your Switch Timer is misaligned, if Eomero comes back in with Mantine, you eventually get it locked into Lantern anyway. You're still in a good spot, right? Yeah. I think it was just, it's very tempting to counter swap the Lickitung with your Medicham. You're like, oh, well, yeah, you know, fight her into no big deal. But Lickitung is no joke, especially with the super effective lick damage, the spammy body slams, the bulk on it to handle all the moves. And then on top of that, Eomero even shielded a crucial Psychic.
No, you're exactly right. That's the conventional thinking, but looking to flip things on their head, we see some brand new leads on the field. Looks like Eomero's Mantine is back versus Superior.
We talked about this matchup earlier, too. We saw Mantine on the field, but it looks like Carlinhos not going to play that out. It's going to swap straight away.
Oh, here it comes!
The Bubble Beam! And the thing is, Bubble Beam coming with your own Lickitung. That's going to be a very unfortunate counter swap mirror matchup. And actually staying in here for a little bit, maybe farming a little extra energy before swapping out.
Yeah, I think he's comfortable kind of banking a charge tech here on the Mantine before swapping. But that Bubble Beam, my goodness, if Lickitung wasn't slow already, that Bubble Beam just put it in quicksand. It's going to have such a tough time shooting through the mirror matchup, especially at an HP deficit.
And so here's the thing, the Switch Timers are completely misaligned at this point. Carlinhos has the ability to swap in the Superior back into the Lickitung before Eomero can swap out. However, that does unfortunately make it so that he has completely given up Switch advantage.
Yes.
But the other way to think of it is he's never going to win Switch advantage at this point anyway because he's down health and debuffed. So he might just try to pivot out there, gets the extra energy on the Superior, and Superior super strong, able to hit Mantine even a flying type for neutral damage because that's sub-type of water.
But look at Eomero anticipating that. He builds up to maximum stored energy on his own Lickitung. He says, if you're going to bring in your Superior, I'm going to throw Body Slam after Body Slam into it, and you're not going to get away with it. See, Superior comes in, he's got 2 Body Slams already loaded and ready to go.
And this is going to cut down the Switch Timer for him so that he could bring that Mantine eventually back over. I love the play and great anticipation, like you said, Speedy, to make this play happen. And now, I mean, he can stay in if he really wants to, but I think he's going to swap over to Mantine, and that Quagsire is looking super safe in the back.
Exactly. He's got the Aerial Ace already stored. Same type attack bonus in the middle of the Vine Whip. Mantine swoops in, going to look to land this charge attack. Doesn't quite connect as Protect Shield does go up. Superior going to look for a Frenzy Plant. I don't think a single Frenzy Plant is even enough. We might even see a Protect Shield.
And this is going to be Eomero. He has to make a call. Is this a bait or not? And he does make a huge call. I like this a lot because the Mantine actually has a ton of play into Carlinhos' backline. I think Eomero's expecting that there is not a Lantern in the back. Otherwise, Carlinhos wouldn't have shielded in that situation. Now, maintaining switch advantage and still having all 3 Pokemon alive on the side of Eomero puts him in a really strong position.
In comes the Medicham. This is what you talked about, Caleb. This Mantine can actually do a lot of work here, landing the super effective wing attacks and aerial aces. Gonna look for the first one here against the opposing Medicham. This one will connect. Medicham gonna lose about 35% of its HP.
And that's actually going to do a decent amount. Carlinhos maybe trying to make a read on what the backline of Eomero is, but this extra chip damage against Medicham is actually quite nice because Quagsire, kind of a neutral matchup versus Medicham. However, this extra damage on it is going to be like, could not get to that final Bubble Beam. That would have been tragic for Carlinhos if able to get there. And now his Lickitung actually has more energy than Eomero's and actually could do quite a bit of damage into Eomero's Lickitung.
Eomero hasn't even shown his Shadow Quagsire. We're like 2.5 to 3 minutes into this battle, and his Shadow Quagsire is still fresh in the back, ready to come out versus whatever Carlinhos has remaining. We're going to see the Body Slam get fired off here. This does connect. Lickitung almost gets KO. Going to look for a lick down, but he gets a Power Whip here at the last second.
Power Whip should be enough to knock out. Does more damage than Body Slam. Less energy efficient, but definitely the better move to throw if you're going through a one move. Carlinhos scratching his head, trying to think, man, I haven't even seen your last Pokemon. And here it comes. Shadow Quagsire came to play, and it has just way too much health left for this Medicham. Medicham needs to land a Psychic and get some more counter damage, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Let's see if Carlinhos goes for it. No, Quagsire getting to the double Mud Bomb instead.
Just like game number 1. We're going to see Eomero go for the first mud bomb. He's got another one in the bank. That one connects, though. Carlinhos allows it through. That is a decisive 2-1 victory for Eomero.
Eomero finding the win condition after that tough first game. But Eomero, one of our more experienced trainers here in the championship circuit, one of the first trainers in North America to qualify for World Championships in that first season, runner-up at Indianapolis, and just been playing in multiple tournaments since then.
I still remember the matchup against Eomero, or excuse me, against King IV. Eomero King IV was so good in the grand finals back in Indianapolis, but he's continued to improve, continue to advance his techniques and skills. Body slam not quite enough, does switch out. The counter swap here was so punishing to Eomero because the charms did so much damage. It really kind of just depleted his HP so quickly that he could not find a way to fight back. And here against Metacham, Lickitung finally succumbs. But guess what? At game number 2, Lickitung gets its revenge.
It really did. And Eomero finding the win condition against that Shadow Charm Alolan Ninetales. It looks so strong for side of Carlinhos, but relying on that Mantine, even in the face of a Lantern, able to just outbulk it and find really great execution, and even then the undercharge to get more energy out of Shadow Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire honestly was looking pretty good, especially in games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, you did have the superior on Carlinhos' side, but still Eomero committed to that ground and water type Pokemon, bringing it in, and it paid so many dividends against Lantern.
And we talked about how Shadow Quagsire, maybe not the most popular ground water choice compared to Swampert, more popularly used, but against Lantern, it's actually much better. You get that consistent ground damage, whereas Swampert has to build all the way to that Earthquake to take out something like a Lickitung or something like a Lantern. Quagsire can go straight away for the Mud Bomb set, pacing much faster and being much more consistent in that matchup.
Yeah, and that was the key in a lot of situations there. The double Mud Bombs against Metachamp, just like in game number 2, Eomero saving that Shadow Quagsire in the back, building to the double Mud Bombs, getting the knockouts, and continuing his path through the winner's side bracket. That's a trainer that when you have success early on in the championship series, you kind of have a higher expectation of yourself. You want to continue to do well. Eomero has not kind of broken through that threshold yet this season, but he's off to a great start here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and speaking of things going off to a great start in Sao Paulo, we have not only just Go, but we have VGC and TCG going on at the same time. Here you can see it, twitch.tv/Pokemon if you want to check out VGC, and twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG if you want to check out the trading card game. I believe, Speedy, we've I think over 2,000 competitors here at the Latin America International Championships between all 3 games. Incredible to see the hype and the excitement of the players, the spectators, and everyone in this region across all 3 games.
I was actually, we were actually talking about this backstage as well. The caster picks for VGC for this tournament just seemed like they were all across the board. So many unique Pokemon across all 4 of those caster choices, but the Ogerpon seemed like the consistent choice. Different forms of Ogerpon, right? We had one of each, but I do think that that's a very powerful Pokemon in the current meta.
Not a Pokemon in Pokemon Go yet, but maybe one day.
Maybe one day. I think that these Paradox forms are also a lot of fun to look at. Terrestrialization, also a very cool feature effect of the video game series in Scarlet and Violet. Just so much Pokemon to love here in Brazil.
We've already had a lot of Pokemon introduced from the Paldea region into Pokemon Go, such as, Fuecoco, Skeledirge, Meowscarada, even Clodsire, which we really haven't seen on the big stage here today yet. But these are just teasers for hopefully future Pokemon to come.
Caleb, I'm really ready for you to bring Skeledirge to your next Pokemon Go tournament. You got to do it.
I'll think about it.
You'll consider it.
Yeah,
all right, that makes me feel
better. It does
better.
have some interesting typing. What, Fire and Ghost, right?
Yes, just like Alola Marowak.
Yeah, that's true. Some people would say Alola Marowak's a goat.
They would say that. Yeah. But that being said, we have even more battles getting ready for you here. We're in winners round 3 of Group D. Again, this is a cap tournament. 256 trainers from all around the world, not just the LATAM region. So many incredible trainers, and they're just clashing over and over again. We are actually having this talk about trainers with the LNDS in their name, how likely it is that you're going to run into one of them in this tournament because they're such a force, such a great team and community, and they're really, really powerful, and they've shown it on stage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, that's why there's so many excitement in the crowds, right?
Oh,
They're
yeah.
cheering for each other, but sometimes they gotta cheer against each other too, because they're facing off against friends. A little friendly fire there, but you know that's gonna happen when you have so much of your friends and teammates attending the same tournament. But yeah, it's been really incredible to see, and we have some trainers loading up here on the screen here. We got Andre Sales on the left-hand side running that superior Lickitung, Medicham, Mandibuzz, Shadow Swampert, and dare I say, some Carbink.
Carbink. Oh my goodness. Well, actually, on the opposing side, LNDS Trixin with Carbink as well. Gligar, Medicham, Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, as well as Swampert and Superior. I actually had this question myself, Caleb. I'm curious what you think.
Yeah.
I was wondering, not just based on last year, Gabriel Yehovah coming in second place with Shadow Swampert. I was wondering just in general, Clodsire, Carbink, Gligar, a lot of targets for Swampert. Are we going to see a resurgence of the water ground Pokemon here?
Well, especially the Shadow variant too, right? Third place finisher Magmar Man in Toronto, the most recent tournament, was running that Shadow Swampert. The thing is, non-Shadow Swampert has a lot of utility in this current meta, being able to have a much better matchup against Shadow Charizard, just a bulkier in general, and especially with Psychic doing less damage this current season, it's actually not the worst matchup for the non-Shadow Swampert in that situation. But we get a little blast from the past here with the Shadow Swampert on the left-hand side of Andre Sales. I think it still could be really, really strong in a lot of regards. It's just, this is the season, I feel like, of bulk, especially in these first few months of the Championship Series in Season 3.
Yeah.
And Swampert hits hard. It's not the bulkiest Pokemon though, right? And against stuff like Lickitung and Umbreon, you know, even against like Mandibuzz, it doesn't really hang on in the longer duration of these battles. Even Gligar has win conditions against Swampert. You're thinking ground into water, you're losing, but because the Mud Shot is resisted, you just are relying solely on Hydro Cannon damage, and Gligar is just getting to move so quickly, it just starts chewing up against the Swampert.
I absolutely agree. I think Swampert is like a low to mid tier in terms of bulk. It's one of those Pokemon that can be really important in certain matchups, but against some of these just stalwarts of the Great League, Mandibuzz, Lickitung, Medicham, it definitely has a tough time finding its footing. That's what we saw last season, actually, in the championship between JW Nado and Gabriel Yehovah. JW Nado was just so commanding with the Lickitung and Toxapex core. He was just really just steamrolling through all the competition. And Swampert, as aggressive, as high-powered as it is, it could not find a way to break through. But I'm really interested in this matchup in particular because we have a Swampert on either side. One of them Shadow for Andre, the other one regular for Trixin, and we have Carbink as well. There are some neutral targets. You just have to avoid the Superiors on either side.
Yeah, a lot of similarities. I'm sure, regardless of how this plays out, both trainers are probably really excited to see there's very minimal Clodsire in this tournament. And here we go, Shiny Lickitung in the lead for Andre versus the Gligar on Trixin side.
This is going to be a very neutral matchup. Both Pokemon just dealing a lot of fast and charge attack damage across the board. Lickitung does get to the body slam. This is a shiny best buddy Lickitung. Not sure that makes a huge difference in this particular matchup, but it is a nice flex.
Some people like that flex for sure, and Trixin is building up so much energy on this Gligar, finally throwing a dig at the Lickitung. The more energy efficient, harder hitting move for sure. This is kind of a weird matchup. Lickitung is super bulky, but you can see Trixin chunking it down, and now coming in with the Medicham met by the Mandibuzz. Here's the thing, Trixin can actually maintain switch advantage if he wants to dictate the matchup, because Medicham is actually pretty good into Mandibuzz, especially up shields.
No, you're exactly right. And as we get the moveset reveal as well, this is a Aerial Ace and Dark Pulse Mandibuzz. Like you called out earlier in our previous rotation, Caleb, you really need Shadow Ball to make a huge impact in this matchup. Everything else is just either neutral or the Aerial Ace, right? You kind of lean on that. Is this an extra small Medicham? I think it might be.
It might be. I mean, from that vantage point, looking at Mandibuzz, you are probably going to be on the shorter end for sure. Trixin choosing not to shield yet. Perfect timing on these fast moves. 2 turns to the counter, 1 turn to throw the move into the 3 turn of Snarl. And you can see Trixin trying to do everything he can. And now this is getting interesting. The counter damage is adding up much faster than it is against Snarl damage. It's throwing out charge attack priority, and now winning switch advantage against Andre's Mandibuzz.
Yeah, hot, fresh, and out of the oven. That timing was perfect there by Trixin to maintain switch advantage. That's got to be extra small. It's got to be. Here comes Lickitung.
Well, I can't say I'm a expert in size of Pokemon, but Lickitung does have energy coming in and is going to throw a body slam into the Gligar. Andre's probably going to like this because you want to take out this Gligar or put it as low as possible because the Serperior is not going to want to face a flying type.
Yes.
Trixen, though, on the other hand, charging up actually a little bit extra energy, and now Andre actually shielding up the first Airways. Does he get to the bison before the next Airways comes through, though? And yes, that is going to be the case.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't throw. He doesn't throw his charge attack. He goes for the full leg down. He's going to let all that energy go to waste as the Lickitung absorbs the aerial ace. It does not hang on. Here comes Serperior, but now you're in the mirror match at a shield disadvantage. Andre is fighting uphill.
Definitely an uphill battle. Andre looks like maybe one turn ahead of Trixen's Serperior, but it should be resynced up at this point after this charge attack, and it looks like Trixen does have the shield advantage in this situation and an energy advantage. And this is where you don't want Leaf Tornado, right? Aerial is going to be the better move of choice in this situation. Both have it, but Trixen up the energy, and it's going to definitely play more favorably for him.
Yeah, I mean, this match really hinged on that Lickitung versus Gligar matchup. If you got the full lick down, you would have the body slam ready into the Serperior matchup. It could kind of give you a leg up if you're Andre, but instead you come in here not only with a shield disadvantage, but also a Pokemon disadvantage, and this is your last hope. Your opponent, Trixen, has not only 2 shields, but also a Gligar. He could actually switch into that Gligar as a third Protect Shield to absorb a charge attack.
And the unfortunate part for Andre is that he doesn't have any other Pokemon he can catch energy on, so has to rely everything on this Serperior. You see Trixen building up energy and throwing right before the move is reached on Andre's side to avoid that charge attack priority. I think neither trainer really knows exactly who's going to win charge attack priority in this situation, so want to play it safe. Does hang on, but comes in with a Gligar to knock out simultaneously, saving the Serperior in the end, and Trixen going to take that first.
They're sending the Gligar out to get that super effective wing attack, KO the opposing Serperior, and take the Game 1 victory. Andre on the back foot here needs to win 2 games straight to stay in our winner's side bracket.
I like the plays there from Trixen too. Playing pretty strong into that carping on the side of Andre's side, trying to scare it off, and I think that might be part of the strategy. Although, I gotta say, Trixen's team in general, not really weak to carping at all. I mean, everything has play or can beat it. So I can see why Andre didn't bring it in. Andre did bring the Mandibus though, and you know, definitely a terrible matchup against Carping if Trixen brings it. I think Andre maybe just making a prediction that Trixen's going to play a little more safe, not bring the Rock type too, because Carping can definitely be a bad Pokemon to bring in the wrong situations.
I mean, honestly, Caleb, you keep trying to make Carbink happen, but you got Serperior and Swampert on both sides of the field here. It seems like there are a lot of obstacles to that Pokemon, but I mean, like you said, if it gets lined up against Mandibuzz, you can just rock throw that Pokemon all the way down, unleash all your energy on the opponent, and just have a field day with Carbink. So if you can find yourself in the right position, it could be very, very good. Just going to be tough to see that Pokemon lined up, especially with all these obstacles. I anticipate Serperior coming in all 3 of these battles, personally.
And I don't think Andre will be the one to bring Carbink for sure. I think Trixen, if he wants to make the gamble, he would be the one to break it. I do like the pick of Mandibuzz on the side of Andre. It is such a hard wall to that Serperior, much better than Gligar is into Serperior. So it really helps protect Carbink and the Swampert. But you know, I think Trixen just played it really well. Actually, I think Mandibuzz is actually super strong for Andre the more I look at it too. It's play against almost everything on the side of Trixen's team outside of that Carbink. And looking at the moveset of the Sand Slash, it is going to be a Powder Stone Sand Slash for Trixen, so not as great in that situation. But we're getting into it, and here's the Powder Stone Lone Sand Slash.
Yeah, Shadow Lone Sand Slash takes the field against Serperior. Instant switch into the Lickitung. That Powder Stone is going to help it in this matchup just a little bit because those Shadow Claws would have been double resisted. We had the great moveset debate, Caleb. This is why you run Powder Snow, for the Lickitungs, for the Gligars, for the Mandibuzz.
No, not only for that, for the Serperior, for the Mandibuzz. Andre is triple weak to Powder Snow, Alolan Sand Slash. That is not going to be a great time for for Andre, but Alolan Sand Slash can only do so much by itself. If you take out this Alolan Sand Slash, your backline Pokemon is much safer, and that's exactly the situation Andre's in. Now forcing Trixen to bring in the Serperior, this is actually not too bad, because you can come with Mandibuzz, come away with a lot of energy into Serperior once the Lickitun's taken out.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think this is really that tough for Trixon. He's got a really favorable lead situation. He's going to parlay that into a favorable switch situation. Body Slam will connect. I think you need to land a Frenzy Plant at this range to KO the Lickitung. You can't get it done with the Aerial Ace. And as we've seen time and time again, these trainers make really clutch plays. Oh, and really try to play with their energy, but at the same time, if you underestimate or overestimate, it can put you in a really tough spot. Aerial Ace is not enough. Looking for the swap out here. Actually, just going to let the Lickitung faint.
I think it's probably better to let that faint so you're not locked into this alone Sand Slash. And here comes the Mana Bus, getting so much energy. And this is why Mana Bus is actually really crucial here. Throwing the Resistant Frenzy Plant, actually, I think it might do more damage than Aerial Ace for neutral, but it's still resistant, and Mana Bus is really going to be able to take this damage quite well. Now coming in with the Medicham, and okay, I see what you're saying. This Medicham does look a little bit small here, Speedy.
It does look, I'm telling you. Okay, I don't need to get my eyes checked. I think it's been validated. We're going to see the Ice Punch get fired off here, but like you pointed out, Caleb, when you have a Superior and a Mana Buzz on your team, it's so difficult to navigate around that Shadow, Alolan Sand Slash. Yes, you put your Superior onto Medicham, you saved your Mana Buzz in the back, but you still have to deal with the Powder Snow damage, and it could come out at any moment here.
And grabbing a shield off of Trixon is actually pretty big for Andre, because now if you have a shield advantage, you have energy advantage on the Mana Buzz. It actually has some play. Responding with his own shield is going to be also kind of crucial, because the damage from the Frenzy Plant is going to add up quite a bit. Might be even doing more damage than the Aerial Ace from the Mana Buzz. Gets to back-to-back Aerial Ace against the Medicham. Do you win charge attack priority in this situation is the biggest question.
I don't believe that you do if you're Medicham. Gonna go for an extra counter instead. Do we see the final protection? You got so much energy. If you're Trixon, do you let it go down the drain? He is actually gonna use that final protection. Look for the counter down. How does Andre respond? He goes straight into the Mana Buzz.
Mana Buzz against the World here, and I think there actually is quite a bit of play. Almost 2 Aerial Ace banked, Dark Pulse and a half. And it's going to do quite a bit of damage in the backside of this Alolan Sand Slash. Oh, and catching the Aerial Ace. Still a great move though, still the move to throw, but expending some of that energy on the Superior allows Trixon to have a little bit more of a win condition. Alolan Sand Slash needs to get to an Ice Punch, but the Dark Pulse is going to come through, and this is hard hitting for neutral damage. Alolan Sand Slash, not the most bulky Pokemon.
Shadow Alolan Sand Slash going to try to hang on. Dark Pulse rattles through the sky, but Sand Slash hangs on, gets to the Ice Punch. One final Protect Shield gets used in this matchup. Andre going to save his Mana Buzz from this super effective damage. Going to look for another charge attack. I think Mana Buzz might be able to do this.
Yeah, trying to get to that final Aerial Ace. Medicham, no, has the Ice Punch. Can you hang on? Super effective Ice Punch against one of the bulkiest flyers in Great League. Mana Buzz, does it hang on? No, it does not. Superior tries to finish it off, but Medicham is going to come out on top. LNDS Trixon takes a 2-0 victory against Andre.
Trixon with fantastic plays there, recognizing the damage intervals, storing the charge attack on his Pokemon when he needed it the most, and it pays off for him here. Very well played by both trainers, incredibly well done. Very tough position there for Andre to get to start, right? Being, like you said, triple weak to Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, and making that game so close says a lot about his play and his character.
And that's some strategy I like to call like an overload strategy, right?
Yeah.
Bring something triple weak to something else on the opponent's but once you take out that one threat, you have a lot more play. Andre almost able to pull it off there in the end, but Trixon got some tricks up his sleeve too, catching the Aerial Ace, getting to that final Ice Punch on both the Alolan Sand Slash and the Medicham to close it out.
This is not a trick. We're going to take a look at the series highlights. That was an epic battle between these two trainers. Andre in game number 1, absorbing the Ice Punch onto the Mana Buzz. He's got that Lickitung in reserve. He's got 2 shields as well, but it came down to the Superior matchup. These two Pokemon went at it at the very end. Again, remember, the Lickitung was unable to lick down the Gligar, and that's really what sealed that game for Trixon.
Yeah, and here you see Medicham trying to get to it, and the crucial catch on the Superior. Superior even had a Frenzy Plant worth of energy, but still able to catch the energy on the side of Trixon. And you can see Mana Buzz trying to get to this final Aerial Ace, but not enough. Medicham is going to get there. And I think even if he had the Aerial Ace, Medicham was going to win that charge attack priority.
Yeah, most likely, right? So Medicham would have been able to close out the matchup, but still, this game was really, really tough for Andre. Again, being double or triple weak to that Shadow Alolan Sand Slash and bringing that matchup down to a 1.5 second snarl, that says a lot for that trainer on the left.
Powder Snow looking pretty good for the Shadow Lone Sandslash. I think you're closing in on the winning this debate, but we still have a lot more battles to go to see how the action is going to play out. I feel like all throughout today, we've seen only Powder Snow or Lone Sandslash. I don't actually recall Shadow Claw, and maybe there was one or two that we missed on stream. And for the most part, it seems to be pretty. It seems to be working.
Well, Caleb, you say I'm on the money with the Shadow Lowland Sandslash, but I might be way off base with my prediction of Haunter. Let's take a look here at some of our caster predictions for the weekend. How accurate have we been? We've seen lots of Gligar, lots of Superior. Jim coming in here with a lot of picks we kind of expected to see, right?
Yeah, he's the meta expert apparently here. I mean, you see the Clodsire on my side and Amanda's side not looking so happy there. And I don't know, though. I mean, he hasn't really seen much play, so it's hard to say if he'd be happy or not. It's just not really even in attendance at LAIC. You actually put in the non-Shadow Venusaur. What's that about?
Yeah, non-Shadow Venusaur, just kind of like the same theory as the Swampert, right? You add a little more bulk, you stay in matchups a little while longer, you kind of equate yourself a bit more closely to Superior, and you try to stay in those matchups, right? I think the Shadow Venusaur has been very aggressive, it's been very powerful, but with the lack of charm usage, I guess, outside of the Alola Ninetales, you can find your way through matchups with Vine Whip. It's a little bit more consistent. You can even match up against Carbink, Lantern, Swampert. Lots of favorable matchups for that Venusaur. But I gotta tell you, Caleb, if you want to Ice Punch a Gligar, if you want to Shadow Ball a Medicham, look no further than Haunter. I know all the teams are locked in, but maybe we'll see Haunter one day.
I mean, I think that Venusaur actually could come in handy against a lot of these teams. You saw Shadow, Charm, Alolan Ninetales really putting in work against a lot of teams because they just don't have Steel types or they just don't have Poison types, and most teams don't have either. So it's really going to be, you know, Venusaur could have really helped him out in those situations. I know you talked about how you're saying, oh, I got the double Shadow Ice strats, my predictions, but did you see on Amanda's side? She actually had triple Ice.
Wow.
That Archibacks, which...
Respect.
Yeah, respect, but no Archibacks to respect because we haven't seen any on stage either.
Well, let's take a look at what you are saying at home. We've got 256 trainers signed up for the tournament here in Sao Paulo, but so many of you are watching from home. Here's a message from Susie.
Great day spent in Rio with other fellow judges and friends. Now it's time to work. Love how #PlayPokemon got us together. LAIC Day 1 starting soon. I wish everyone a fantastic tournament. And shout out to Susie and our wonderful judges you see here in this picture. I love that they're taking a little vacation for themselves too before they get to hard at work for this tournament.
Yeah, there was a world champ in that picture as well. Let us know in the chat if you spotted them. Flutter Mane badge is so good looking. A lot of these Paradox Pokemon just gracing our badges this weekend. It's been really, really nice.
I feel like you know a thing or two about Flutter Mane and how strong it is, right?
I have encountered a Flutter Mane before. I believe you were using it, and I did not have a good day that day.
I mean, Triple Dragon might do that to you.
A lot of trainers are having a wonderful time. Here's a post from Hannah. Yes, sweet baby dragon. #Pokemon Go. That is a dapper Dragonite.
Yeah, Dragonite, shiny with the sunglasses. I mean, it's Fashion Week in Pokemon Go, so if you're not catching fashionable Pokemon out there, what are you doing? Time to open up the app and catch some.
Wow, look at this caster right here. Swagron shares a tweet. Look at that gray suit, though, man. Looking sharp.
Yeah, and one of our casters, I believe, in our Spanish-speaking stream there, too. So other streams definitely to tune into. And we have Meep Squid saying, I have Alex's Dragapults. And we see some VGC players showing off their awesome Pokemon as well.
A Dragapult, I support it. Definitely a very fun Pokemon to play in Scarlet and Violet. So much Pokemon to love here in Sao Paulo this weekend. Let us know if you're enjoying the coverage. If you're watching the trading card game stream, the video game series stream, let us know. Use that #PokemonLAIC. We would love to feature your posts on our stream. But that being said, Caleb, so many more battles yet to come. Again, today is an action-packed day. Battles from beginning to end. Day 2, top 16, every single matchup. And then we're going to get, obviously, our championships on Sunday. You don't want to miss any of that action.
And these trainers, they're fighting for that qualification to World Championships next year in Honolulu, Hawaii. And it's going to be a great time for sure. And not only that, even if they don't take it all the way, they can earn championship points throughout and to earn that qualification. We talked about the qualifications for the different regions earlier, so definitely be sure to look out for that, especially if you're a competitor looking to qualify as well. We got some competitors on stage, though. We got John Vitor on the left-hand side against Arnetto. Arnetto, the third-place finisher of LAIC especially last year in the first season where we had Latin America International Championships, making it all the way to that big stage throughout that weekend and trying to make it back in that top 3 spot, maybe even that first place finish.
Before we dive into the teams, I just want everyone watching the stream to type in the one Pokemon you see that we've been talking about all day long. It's finally making an appearance here in Sao Paulo. Let's hear it in the chat. It's Deoxys, right?
Yeah, yes. It's not Haunter, that's for sure.
Oh my
It's not Haunter.
Too soon.
It's
Too
not
soon,
Haunter.
Caleb.
But Haunter would do pretty good in Deoxys defense. Yes, there's Deoxys defense. There's, you know, some Frostlass, a Registeel even. Pretty rare sighting for Registeel these days. But I gotta say, it's Cloudsire's time to shine. Registeel is the best Pokemon you want to see if you're running Cloudsire.
This is round 1, Group F. So this is just the first step, or the first kind of hobble for Cloudsire in this tournament, but Arneto is a tried and trusted trainer. He can definitely get some work done. Really excited to see these Pokemon. A lot of meta picks as well. Some things that Jim pointed out, like the Mandibuzz, we're gonna see that. Actually, Arneto's running Double Dark. How do you feel about Mandibuzz Umbreon Core?
You know, Double Dark with a Cloudsire in the lead? Pretty good. Poison Double Dark, that's a classic, especially in Go Battle League, and I think it might be a classic in this series.
Yeah, it actually could be, right? It could be really, really useful. We're going to see a moveset reveal as well. I know there are a lot of questions. I think I'm the only Cloudsire player who's actually still using Mudshot.
Okay.
I think everyone else is using Poison Sting. I'm just left behind.
So, I was in the same boat as you. Mudshot, right? Great move. Ground coverage.
Until you got good, right?
No, until someone else beat me
okay.
running a different moveset. Then I was like, wait, I'm not cooking what I thought I was cooking. Okay. But let's take a quick look at the moveset for Arneto, because we do have this information now, open team sheets here. It looks like his Cloudsire is running Poison Sting, Sludge Bomb, Earthquake. And this is the moveset I was talking to Speedy about backstage. This moveset is actually really good. If you can avoid a Gligar, you have so much coverage in moveset. Superior, no longer a check to Cloudsire. You actually lose. You can't counter swap in that situation. You're actually doing much better in this situation. You are not even doing that poorly into Mandibuzz. The Poison Sting damage, neutral, and Sludge Bomb really adds up. In that matchup, Mandibuzz has to kind of shield if you're trying to counter swap there.
Yeah.
So actually a really great moveset, especially if your opponent does not have Gligar. And look, on John's side, no Gligar.
The phrase I keep hearing is not comfortable. Whenever you face a Cloudsire with that moveset, it's not comfortable unless you have a really hard answer. And as you look at this team, probably Swampert, or I guess you could say the Frostlass as well. I mean, but those two Pokemon are going to have their hands full trying to beat this Cloudsire on Arneto's side. And again, we talk about the Shadow Alola Ninetales being very prominent. A lot of our caster picks, there's no Fairy type at all for John. He's got Double Dark coming right at him.
Double Dark for sure. And I mean, Frostlass, there's like 4 answers to Frostlass on the side of Arneto. How do you play around it? And here, no Cloudsire in sight, but it is going to be Lantern into the Deoxys defense. 2 very bulky Pokemon. But the most important thing is Arneto's avoiding that Swampert with Lantern in the lead. So pretty good so far for him.
We talked about Arneto's Double Dark. Look at John's team. He's got a counter user in Defense from Deoxys and another counter user in Medicham. 2 Psychic type counter users, and they are both on his team of 3. No fear of the Double Darks here. He's going to go ahead and land a Thunderbolt onto Lantern.
Yeah, if you love counter, you could double it up here in this situation, and John is going to go for that strategy. Going straight away for the Psycho Boost. Arneto knows the Psycho Boost. You shield, and Arneto is going to shield, preserving a good chunk of health, and expecting maybe a switch out too, because you don't want to stay in too long in that situation. And now, beating the Swampert with Medicham, it is going to be a Dynamic Punch Medicham on top of it.
But look at the safe swap Swampert, right? His opponent has no grass coverage or grass Pokemon on his team at all, so you're safe to bring Swampert every single game. Huge Earthquake connects onto the Medicham, dealing a ton of damage. We might not even see a Protect Shield. Yeah, well, actually we do, excuse me. We see the protection here. I was going to say, if you land that initial Earthquake, a lot of trainers will just go for the farm down after that, but we do see that Protect Shield on the Ice Punch.
Arthquake did get a slight damage nerf as well on top of the Psychic nerf too, so a lot of nerfs coming in this season. Earthquake not doing as much damage, but Swampert still hits pretty hard. Arneto forces shield the lower edging move of Hydro Cannon at this point too, but pretty on top of the counts, throwing the Ice Punch before the next Hydro Cannon is reached. John is trying to hang on. Can you get to another Hydro Cannon? I don't think so. Ice Punch is able to knock out the Swampert.
Yeah, and that's the bulk we talked about, right? Swampert is kind of medium to low tier, in terms of bulk, and it has a hard time in those close matchups. But talk about a close call. Switches in the meta champ to catch the Ice Punch.
Huge catch on the side of John side, although you don't have Psychic anyway, so that's probably the move of choice. And now counter swapping with the Umbreon. This is actually interesting because that chip damage makes this matchup much better for Umbreon, especially because there is no fighting charge move on the side of John.
No, you're right. We're going to see the Ice Punch get fired off. This is the best Medicham can do against the pure Dark type Umbreon. And as you look at the board as well, a Protect Shield still remaining for John. So that chip damage was important, but I think the Protect Shield is going to be critical as well.
And yeah, the neutral foul play is going to come through. Super effective counter, but unfortunately, Umbreon just so bulky. You can see how much damage it can handle and how much damage it's dishing out, forcing John to shield in this situation. Now, this is an interesting position because now John VTor's out of shields. I think the Deoxys has to move, but you're not really going to win charge attack priority against most Pokemon on the side of Arnetto.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's going to be really tough. You have to pick your moment and pick it very, very carefully. Ice Punch does connect to Swamp It. Oh, in the middle of the Snarl, he gets off the counter and the Psycho Boost. This is resisted damage, but it might just be enough.
Double resisted. Can you hang on? Umbreon just shrugs off the Psycho Boost. Now you're going for a full Spark Down. This Lander has almost 100 energy for this Medicham, and it is going to be throwing the harder hitting Thunderbolt. This should be enough to knock out for Arnetto's Lantern.
Here comes the Thunderbolt. Arnetto lands it into the Medicham, gets the knockout, and that is a Game 1 win for the trainer on the right.
Arnetto, the reputation precedes himself there. 3-ball flex, all 3 Pokemon not fainted out there, and just looking comfortable in that situation. Yes, the combo of him, John, came out against the Umbreon, but Umbreon just shrugged it off, and Arnetto 1 game closer to moving forward in this group stage of Group F.
I said might be just enough, and it was not even close. Like you said, Umbreon just kind of sniffed and snarled and walked away from that Psycho Boost. It really had very little impact at all. Going to game number 2, what do you expect from these trainers? We saw John go with the double Psychic counter users in game number 1. Arnetto has the double Dark strategy available to him, but Umbreon looked really, really good.
And not only does Umbreon look good, it is so hard if you're John VTor to bring in that Frostlass. Frostlass, great into Medicham, great into Clodsire, but you have 4 losing matchups with the Mandibuzz, the Umbreon, the Lickitung, and the Lantern. True. Mandibuzz is kind of a little bit more even for sure, but still not the best place for that Frostlass. I think Arnetto's just going to lean in heavy into Medicham or Clodsire for game number 2, knowing that no one really is going to feel comfortable bringing in a Frostlass into that team.
Psycho Boost bounces off of Umbreon's Dark coating, and here we see the Lantern, like you said, with so much energy just sparking down that defense form Deoxys. The only grass coverage available to John is the Power Whip on the Lickitung. Maybe you could bring Registeel in against the Lantern, but still it's a little bit dicey in that situation. I think the most important takeaway for me here is that there are no clear answers for either of these trainers. They're both going to have to get very, very creative to win this game number 2.
There's so much neutral play too, right? I mean, you talked about it. 2 counter users, Deoxys Defense and Medicham. And you got 2 Pokemon inside of Arnetto's side that are weak to counter. You got Lickitung and Umbreon, but both have so much play into the respective counter users. Like, I don't know which I'd rather even be on the user side. Do you want to use the counter user or the Pokemon that are weak to it? Because the Pokemon weak to it are so bulky. But we're going into game number 2 here. And it's going to be the Registeel making its appearance against Mandibuzz. A fantastic lead, but we see the Clodsire in the back.
What a lead there for John. We see the safe swap into the Lantern. Again, no grass coverage outside of Power Whip Lickitung, so we see the Swampert switch in. This is a very close and tedious matchup. Swampert needs to land that Earthquake, but if you get one Hydro Cannon, no shielded, if anything goes wrong, it can be really, really devastating. Surf does connect into the Swampert. We're going to look for a charge attack any moment here. Going up for the Earthquake. He's got so much energy, and he finally pulls the trigger here.
And almost a little bit over 100 energy at this point, too. Does Arnetto shield? It's a real question. This is not really only a test of Arnetto's skills, but it's going to be a test, a true test of how strong Clodsire is, too. Because you don't have the alignment. Can Clodsire find a way to get itself on top of the Registeel and even the Deoxys defense to have some play here. You see Swampert try and build up for another Earthquake, going straight away for the Earthquake right when it's reached. Do we see a second shield from Arnetto?
That's the question. We're not going to find out until it flips around. We are on board with John here as the second Protect Shield goes up onto the Lantern. He's been fighting really hard to maintain that incredible switch advantage, but like you pointed out, Caleb, if he lets the Swampert go, and he does, Clodsire is going to come out here.
I'm telling you, this is Clodsire's game. And here comes Deoxys defense. Oh, John bringing in the Deoxys defense. This is going to be awful because the Registeel has nowhere to go against Clodsire in the back.
Deoxys defense looking for a charge attack, but the Lantern's going to fire off a move first. Thunderbolt does connect into defense form. Deoxys going to look for a charge attack any moment here, but building up a ton of extra energy just to be safe. Going for the Thunderbolt. This is neutral damage. It might be enough to knock out that Lantern, though.
Yeah, the problem is you got the Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz is going to do pretty well. The thing is, John does not want to swap. You swap to Registeel, it's going to be a terrible time. I think going to go for the Thunderbolt before swapping. Here it comes, but then here comes Clodsire, and you can see John does not like that. You have nothing you can throw at this that's not resisted, and here comes that ground type Pokemon, and you see the spikes coming out, and I'd be excited too if I saw Registeel on the receiving end.
Let's get a drum roll for this Zap Cannon as it connects. Clodsire!
No debuff either!
Absolutely just gobbles that Zap Cannon up and takes barely any damage. Like you said, no debuff. Registeel is in trouble here as the Clodsire goes straight for the Earthquake. These Poison Stings are doing nothing, but Earthquake is doing all the talking for Clodsire.
Look, I know for our Clodsire fans at home, you didn't see too much, but Arnetto is going to be the bearer of Clodsire. He is going to be your champion at Latin America International Championships for Clodsire users, and is off to a great start and forcing the Registeel to shield. But like, even if you shield this, what do? Clodsire is going to have play into the Deoxys defense as well. Deoxys defense does have energy though. Going to go for the combo play. Oh! Throwing the Psycho Boost, but it is caught on the Mandibuzz. Double resistance on the Umbreon, now double resistance on the Mandibuzz too.
Can't even get to it in time. Clodsire is too quick on its flippers, and the Mandibuzz comes out here to absorb that. Now this Thunderbolt is actually debuffed, right? Because Psycho Boost does drop your defense from Deoxys' attack, which means it does even less damage to that flying and Dark-type Mandibuzz.
Speedy, we waited a long time for this moment, but Clodsire is finally here. Winners round one, Group F, in the hands of third place finisher of Latin America International Championships in 2023. It is going to be Arnetto cleaning it up against the Registeel in this game number 2. 2-0 victory on the backs of Clodsire. Oh, I forgot too, Shadow Ball.
It's a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, we're so focused on Clodsire, we didn't even realize that.
Yeah, right. Aerial Ace and Shadow Ball combination there. Arnetto takes a game 2 victory over John to take the series. Great team composition, great reads. I mean, bringing Registeel was a bold call. I really like that call a lot. But then Arnetto outdoes him by bringing the Clodsire and absolutely storming through that back line from John.
And that strategy from Arnetto, I really love too, right? I think one of the biggest issues with Clodsire is a lot of people don't know how to team build around it.
Sure.
But looking at that team from Arnetto's side, you just, no one in the right mind would bring Frost Slash into it. So even if he didn't win switch advantage, you have to take out the Clodsire kind of in a more neutral situation with Deoxys defense. You have to debuff yourself to have any play in that situation, because unless you have Swampert and Frostlass in the back, there's really no way you can handle that, and it's just so hard to bring that combination into Arnetto's team.
I was just thinking, as soon as Defense from Deoxys throws that first Psycho Boost, every Psycho Boost after that subsequently gets weaker and weaker and weaker. You said win conditions with Deoxys against Clodsire, but it has to be so situational, so specific. Yes. You have to have that Clodsire already weak, half health or lower to land the Psycho Boost and get the knockout. It's just such a sturdy Pokemon, such a powerful Pokemon. Like you said, with no Frost Slash, with no Ice type coverage, it just kind of had free reign, especially against Registeel.
Look, last year, J.W. Ronaldo, no one expected Toxapex to work out. This year, I don't think anyone's expecting Clodsire to work out. Arnetto might change things around with a new poison type in town.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here. Bulky poison-type Pokemon might be on the rise, but there's so many other counter picks to it. It almost feels like, Caleb, like the meta has responded to Clodsire before it even showed up to the party. People are like, oh yeah, I'm doubling down on Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I'm going to bring my Alolan Ninetales with Powder Snow. I'm going to find ways to beat this Pokemon, and then it doesn't even show up until Arnetto brings it.
You know, I got good news for you, Speedy. Some Pokemon that could actually beat the Poison Sting type
Haunter?
Clodsire. That's right, Haunter.
What? I called it? I thought you were just gonna mess with me again, but it worked out.
No, I mean, yeah. But I don't know who's really bringing Haunter, so we'll have to wait and see. We have so many more battles for you all, but before we get there, let's quickly take a look at charge attack timing and why it's super useful in PvP.
Welcome back in, trainers, to the LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, back here with my good friend Jim, also known as Wholesome.
That's me. Yeah, great to be here, guys. We are in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It has been a great day of battles so far, and we just got to see our first action from Clodsire.
Finally!
Finally! I've been so excited to see how it performed, and getting lined up versus Registeel, a dream.
Yeah, I know that earlier you said that you thought that Mudshot would be the way to go for the Clodsire, but I think this one was on Poison Sting.
It was on Poison Sting, I believe, and when you're up against a Registeel, you're resisting all of the charged attacks. You have an immense amount of bulk. You're hitting for super effective with your Earthquakes as well. I don't think there's any wrong answer there from a fast move perspective.
I completely agree. The charge attacks are what's also interesting about Clodsire. There's so many to choose from. I really did think that we'd be seeing more of it, but perhaps, you know, there's still a lot of pods that are still getting started. Perhaps still a lot more Clodsire to be played. This is, once again, a 256-person tournament.
Absolutely. I think that there has been no shortage of battles, without a doubt. I think that not only here on stream, but on the tables as well with the phones, tons and tons of battles happening as well. So make sure you guys are following along with the action on the bracket as well.
Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in with us as well, let's take a little bit of a look back at the roadmap for the International Championships. This is the first International Championship of the year, and with that comes also even more championship points than you would get at a typical regional or special event. We are the one here this weekend in Sao Paulo, but coming up quickly after that in April will be the European International Championship in London.
All right, and like you said, London is going to be taking place on April 5th through the 7th. I'm super excited for New Orleans, personally, for NAIC, but it all comes down to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii. What an incredible event that's going to be. But guys, keep in mind, you need to get those championship points. What better opportunity than at these international championships? First place will be receiving 500 points. You can see on the right side of your screen as well which regions get or need which amounts of championship points in order to qualify for Worlds.
And it's not just championship points that are on the line. It's not just reputation and prestige on the line. There are also prizes galore here at the LAIC, with the first place taking home a cash prize of 5,000 USD. And also, not to mention, those 72 booster packs.
Yeah, I know. Let me just look at all of those prizes. So many reasons to come to these tournaments. We've talked about all the reasons as a trainer that you'd want to come, from the spawns and the research and things like that. But look at those prizes as well. $5,000, 72 booster packs. That goes a long way as well.
That's absolutely true. And even down to the 25th getting 400 USD as well. I mean, that is nothing to scoff at. Tons of championship points already been collected by a lot of trainers. We saw a little bit earlier, and we had talked about it. Andrew Manjares was one game away, he believed, from being able to qualify for Worlds. He did win one more, so we could possibly have our first qualified person outside of a regional winner. We will have to see for sure.
If I'm not mistaken, he started the day at 190
That's
points.
correct.
Right, so only needed 110, and I think that 3 wins gets him there. So incredible to see that, and assuming that he has qualified, congratulations to him.
Now let's talk a little bit, Jim, about what the plays that we've seen so far. Maybe people are just coming in. Can you give like a short little wholesome recap of what has been happening so far in the day of this 2024 LAIC?
Absolutely. I think what we've been seeing is a cementing of the meta that's been forming from some of these previous regionals. Not necessarily just here in LATAM, but across the world, including EU and North America as well. A lot of the Pokemon that has stood out to me so far has been Superior. Superior we've seen very regularly. Medicham, very regularly. I think that it's a little bit under the radar, but Lickitung as well is going to be a Pokemon that has been so impactful. I think those were our top 3 picks as well. What I've seen on a little bit on the down and out, things like Registeel.
Right.
We haven't seen any Galarian Stunfisk. Flyers, mostly long gone with the exception of Gligar and a little bit of the Mandibuzz as well. So really for me, it has been a story of cementing this meta that is formed here in this new season in 2024 Play Pokemon.
Yes, you talked about earlier that you kind of had like what you called like a winner's code. Like you seemed to think that everyone needed to have a dark type Pokemon, a grass, a fighter. What was the whole thing for maybe people who want to take notes if they're going to be entering a regional coming up?
I got you. The formula is grass. Mostly we're going to be seeing Superior, some Shadow Venusaur.
That's true.
Secondly, we're seeing Dark. Mostly it's going to be the Umbreon, but some Mandibuzz, and every now and then Lickitung can work in its place as well. Next up is going to be a Flyer, Gligar being the most common, some Pelipper, some Mantines, you know, whatever you need. Next up, Ice. We're seeing a lot of Froslass,
that's right.
but we're also seeing a lot of Shadow Alolan Sandslash, with Powder Snow as well, operating very nicely in that Ice role. Lastly, we've got Medicham. Medicham is Medicham. There's very hard to replace. Maybe Defense from Deoxys. Lastly, Water, mostly Lantern, but some Shadow or normal Swampert from time to time as well.
Now, Jim, also, we've been playing some games.
We
We've
have.
been on the same team for the most part. It seems like we're on the same wavelength. Do you want to try to play yet another game with me?
I'm game.
I love it. We're going to do the Who's That Pokemon, the Pokedex entry game.
All right, I don't know if this is going to be my forte. I nailed the pronunciations. The Master Ball, we were on the same wavelength, just like you said. I'm going to be doing my very best here.
Yeah, I think we are actually probably going to be on a similar wavelength. Let's go ahead. I'll read it out to you for the first one. You get the first guess. You can do it for the next. This hungry Pokemon swallows a Rokudo whole. Occasionally, it makes a mistake and tries to swallow a Pokemon other than its preferred prey.
You know what? The only one that comes to mind for me, and I'm not feeling confident here, by the way. Let me clarify that. The one that I'm feeling most confident in, though, is going to be Toxapex. What do you think?
I have absolutely no idea. I was thinking more like a Pelipper or something, you know, something big that could swallow something whole with like a big mouth, but...
Okay, Pelipper for you then.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and see. Oh, I was close though. It was like, it's a bird.
It is a bird indeed. And I think that hasn't been released in Go just yet.
Yes, this is unfair. A lot of people know this about me. I'm getting a lot of grief from other trainers, other Pokemon casters as well, especially in the other games. Pokemon Go is actually the only Pokemon game that I have played, so I am only
We're behind the curve
with
a little
the
bit.
ones that are in our actual game.
All right, let's move on to our next one, though. It inflates, this might be easier, it inflates to sing a lullaby. It can perform longer and cause sure drowsiness in its audience.
Jigglypuff.
I got to go with Jigglypuff for this one. Many singing and hypnotizing Pokemon, but yeah, we got an easy one there. Thank you for the layup. I appreciate it.
Exactly. They're like, oh, these two do not know what they're talking about. Let's give them something. You know, you did ask for hard mode before.
I did.
For when the pronunciation game. I think they're just
for
giving it to us
pronunciation,
here.
though.
All
Okay.
right, let's move on to the next one.
Maybe one more. Maybe one more.
Okay. This Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. It plays around innocently by leaping in and out of avalanches it has caused. I remember this actually. This was one of them at Worlds, and Butters had it. It is also not in our game yet, but it's a big lion one with the big saber teeth.
Okay, then if it's Paldean, I don't know that we're going to be getting this one. Release it and go. I think that Shin something.
Yeah, Pow.
Okay,
Poo.
we're doing our very best here, guys. I promise you that. But yeah, I was going to be guessing. I think. What is our little ice table that we see regularly?
Oh, Avalugg.
Avalugg was going to be my guess, Amanda.
That
yeah.
is actually, I don't see him so innocently prancing though. I see him very much like
not really the
stomping
jumping
around.
so much
Yeah.
either, right? In and out of snow. That's maybe just falling down the avalanche.
I want to go ahead and say at least like I've been like kind of on par. Like the first one was a bird similar to Pelipper. I did describe this one rather accurately. I just don't know its name.
Okay, producers, can you give us one more? We can't go out on that one. Okay, one more. It fluffs out its fur collar to cool down its body temperature, which can reach 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, is it maybe like a Flareon?
It's got to be some sort of fire Pokemon, right? Shoot. I'm going to guess Volcarona on this one.
Okay.
Maybe it's going to be going with one of the new ancient Pokemon. Maybe Iron Moth. Can we get the results? It's the Flareon.
Okay. All right. Ah, man. Okay.
Okay, well, there you go. 1 for 4,
victory.
2 for 4, collectively 3 out of 8. Not our best performance there, Amanda, but we're going to try and shake it off.
You know what? Well, we were good at the other games. We're giving other people a chance. I'm sure there's a lot of people in the audience already laughing at us, shaking their heads, shouting at their own computers, saying, "No, of course, it's this Pokemon."
Who's that Pokemon? We'll have to find out next stream after we've done a little bit more
Yes,
studying
we'll
up, right?
research up. The next time you see us, we'll play this game again, and we're going to ace it, I am sure.
Okay, all right. A lot of studying here on the Pokemon Professor journey, am I right?
Oh, but let's kind of go back to the Pokemon that we're actually seeing in the LAIC meta. We talked a little bit earlier. The top 12 Pokemon that we've seen so far. Yeah, exactly today. This is only day 1 of 3 days of this fantastic tournament. I think that you were on a good code earlier when you were naming out all the Pokemon. Where does Sableye fall in that for you? I mean, like we talked about it a little before, it's my favorite Pokemon. I'm so glad to see it back on the stream a little bit more. I think it's really there to counter all the Medichams that are obviously going to be on almost every single team.
That's its main purpose, without a doubt. I mean, any Pokemon that's going to have strong play versus Medicham deserves some form of consideration when it comes to play Pokemon. Obviously, when it comes to Ghost, that is going to be your premier counter. But that said, I think Sableye, with its unique Dark Ghost typing, makes it more than just a Ghost, and it can serve as a little bit more of a flexible Pokemon as well.
Okay, yeah, I completely agree. I think that the Sableye has some good play within that meta as well. Do you see any room for a not a Spark Lantern, but a Water Gun Lantern?
Water Gun Lantern's very hard to justify right now. I just feel that you need that Spark, especially for the mirror matchups. It doesn't really do you a lot of favors just because there's really no Rock, not many ground Pokemon as well that are going to be taking super effective damage. So that's definitely one thing to look out for. Guys, we're actually going to do something a little special here. We're going to toss it to break, but actually bring in the VG feed here. And I think we're going to take a look at what's going on over on the video game side of the house.
I think that they were a little bit ashamed of how we weren't being able to mention the Pokemon.
It's going to be a crash course here.
Maybe we will see them here. We're going to toss it over to the video game.
All right, sounds good. Let's take a look.
This scenario too, you have to think about the fact that you are missing out on some amount of attack damage. Maybe you're hoping that that fourth and final in the back is going to be enough for you to really make a headway in here. Getting word, we also got some Go viewers that are going to be joining us on the broadcast, so welcome in. We are just at the beginning of this very first match between Alberto and Elvis. We're going to see this Fluttermane use this terrestrialization to just get some spread damage, and we're not going to see the Bleak Wind Storm here from Elvis be able to hit its mark onto the Tornadus. Fluttermane, though, does have to take that damage.
Yeah, Tornadus not only being a key piece of the puzzle for Alberto, but actually being nimble as well to dodge out of the way. Critical hits going down, of course, thanks to the surging strikes into the Fluttermane. It will be able to get the knockout. That could be critical here for Alberto, losing this Pokemon so early. He's only just committed the terrestrialization to it, and the Dazzling Gleam was a little underwhelming. You could see he went right down to the wire, already 2 seconds left in order to lock in those moves. But hey, actually the Tornadus is like, I've got your back, Fluttermane, able to get a double KO.
What's really nice about that is you got 2 major threats on Alberto's side. You had the Urshifu as well as the Fluttermane, which really take the pressure away from something like a Tornadus. So if you're able to get that spread damage down, it does soften everything up so that the Bleak Wind Storm can come in, and you just hope it hits. It's not perfectly accurate, but it's accurate enough that it really is going to help Alberto navigate through this game number 1. Elvis is down to just the Arcanine left, and it is going to get the attack drop onto the Arcanine on Alberto's side, but you still have 2 Pokemon for Alberto to work with.
Exactly, but the one thing I like here is Alberto has also got the Tornadus in a position where it can go for a Tailwind again after the next turn. That's not something Elvis has the utility to do here. You have got the Arcanine on the opposing side, and it is choice band for Elvis, so no matter what it chooses now, it's going to be locked into. It doesn't have the capability to protect, unlike the Arcanine on Alberto's side. That's going to be able to maybe stall out a turn here or there, just allow the Tornadus to start sweeping through into the Arcanine.
Maybe down to the final turn?
Yeah, quite possibly just able to start going through. Tornadus here applying a lot of pressure with something like the Bleak Wind Storm. And of course, Arcanine versus Arcanine, there's not a huge amount that it can do to each other. I do say that is a Choice Band Rock Slide. That's going to do a big amount of damage. And are we going to see any flinches?
Ooh, that's really where we have to start to see that come into play. Citrus Berry recovering onto the Arcanine here.
Ooh.
But Tornadus is going to flinch. It's not going to get any damage off either for the Arcanine.
Oh, that is exactly what the Arcanine on Elvis' side needs to be able to do, and it's got to get a couple more of these in. The critical thing, however, is Tornadus can just go for the Tailwind. Oh, it can go for a Protect, but it can also get the Tailwind up later and start rolling through the speed momentum. If you're Alberto, you can just go for this double Protect. I believe it will be the last turn of Tailwind for Elvis' side as well, because it was set up that 1 turn later. So then you even the playing field a little bit more. You can set up the Tailwind with your own Tornadus, allowing your own Arcanine to be the speedier and to be able to try and maybe get a flinch before it flinches you.
Exactly. You know that the Choice Band has locked Elvis into that Rock Slide, so there is still a potential here for Alberto to get enough damage down, but he's got to hit his Rock Slides too, and that is also another move that is not fully accurate, so it has a great chance to miss, and it's going to hit this time. It is going to hit this time. Arcanine is going to survive, but it's the Rock Slide back. Tornadus is going to avoid it this time around, and Arcanine's going to avoid it too. That RNG, give it and it take it the way the double flinch before into the double miss now.
Oh my goodness, this is where things get really dicey. Arcanine, one of the tried and tested best buddy Pokemon that you can have, but just not able to get the Rock Slide at the end of this game. I mean, it put in some work before, like you said, able to get the double flinch, but now it really does look like to be Alberto's game, able to apply pressure with the Bleak Wind Storm and something like the Rock Slide. But again, of course, those two moves can miss. If I was Alberto now, I think I'd be a little bit scared with how the dice is rolling. Maybe even go for something like the Flare Blitz. The Bleak Wind Storm is going to be able to connect, does a little bit of damage, but it really is now all eyes on the Arcanine of Alberto to try and close out this game.
Yeah, you got the Rock Slide just to be able to secure that game number 1. So Alberto is going to go up 1-0 in this best of 3 series.
Exactly, and I really like the way that that end game played out. Pokemon like the Urshifu and the Arcanine were able to apply so much pressure throughout, but we called it before. That Tornadus was going to be the key pivotal Pokemon, and it came in the lead and stayed the whole way through that game 1. Not only was it critical for being able to set up the tail.
All right, well guys, welcome back here to the Go side of the feed here. Very nice to have everyone back. I do want to call out that what an interesting dynamic that we get to see in VG, right? One of the things that's so different is to see some of those things like flinches and status effects that aren't necessarily in Go here at this point. So that was a really interesting window into some of the other competitive play Pokemon games that we get to see here as well at these tournaments.
I think it's very interesting as well as seeing some Pokemon that you see, like like the Tornadus. I'm familiar with it because it's already in Go, but I actually don't really get to see it in action very often. To be able to see Pokemon like this do some sort of damage outside of the game is very interesting. And I know that it's the same for the other games as well. A lot of the casters, a lot of the crew members have even picked up Go in the meantime because it is one of the games that you can play everywhere. You do not need to bring a Switch with you. You do not need to bring your card deck and find someone to play. You can play with just at the venue here by yourself if you want to go around spinning those stops, spinning the lures, getting all those carbinks, getting all those Shieldons, Meditite. It's going to be a fantastic time.
Yeah, there's two elements that I think really stand out for Go. Number one, like you said, is just the Go element of the game where you can really play anywhere, anytime, as long as you have an internet connection. What I also find very interesting about the game is the real-time element, right? When everything comes down to individual fast moves and timings and things like that. While turn-based involves a lot of strategy, of course, and there's still strategy in Go, a lot of it comes down to reflex and timing and ability to react in Go that I think is one of the most unique things about Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I think that what we could talk about a little bit as well, Jim, because we talked a little bit about timing earlier, and you're able to like really nicely explain to newer people what this sort of means. Could you explain also what waiting a turn means? We haven't really seen it too much actually in any of the matches that we've casted so far, but if we do it, we'll make sure to point it out. But it is something that very top level competitors have been doing quite often, and it can really affect the outcome of many games.
Yeah, great question, Amanda. So when you see a lot of elite players that might be just waiting, you don't see the taps registering on their phones. They're not attacking. In many cases, what they're doing is waiting for their opponent to actually throw a fast attack and visually see that fast attack. In the middle of that fast attack, they know that their opponent cannot swap to another Pokemon for an attempted catch. So if they're willing to wait that 1, maybe 2 turns in some cases to make sure that they are visually seeing their opponent's fast attack, they know that then they can safely fire their charged attack, tapping on their screen that charged attack during the middle of that fast attack, guaranteeing there's no sort of catch. So in scenarios, especially when you have the same turns, 2-turn fast attack versus 2-turn fast attack, if you're just tapping, 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 your opponent has that window every time you synchronize on 2 turns to catch a move. But if you wait that 1 turn and throw in the middle of that 2-turn attack, there is zero way that they can swap out and catch that move. So on something else, right? So for consistency's sake, a lot of those top battlers, they always wait 1 turn, and you can see that in the matches.
And then it also becomes a mind game in itself with that as well. Is my opponent going to wait a turn? Should I throw actually immediately as well? It becomes a mind game upon a mind game. Speaking of games, I'm being informed that they want to give us another shot at yet another game, Jim. Do you think that we can...
Gen 1, please.
Yeah. I'm actually not even as familiar with what the format for this one is going to be. I think we're both going to learn as we go along.
Look, I'm flexible here, and I'm willing to learn here, so let's do our very best here on this next game.
All right, production, bring it on for us. Let's see what we can do.
All right, unwritten rules, it sounds like, is what we're going to be moving into here, which I think that we might have a couple up on the screen here. Not sure if they're populating just yet. All right, from Nick, we always have 2 charged attacks. Our good friend and caster, Alpha Feed.
Our subject matter
expert. always have 2 charge attacks. You'll notice for all of these trainers, not only do they have just the 1 base charge attack that your Pokemon comes with, they've spent some dust and candies to get a second charge attack, a coverage move as it's often known, giving you more flexibility to have different types of effectiveness versus your opponent.
You will need candy and you will need Stardust to be able to unlock that second attack. However, some Pokemon are a little bit less for these sorts of things, and I will draw attention to a lot that we're actually seeing in this Play Pokemon tournament, such as like the Superior or the Swampert. I mean, a lot of these that only are 10,000 dust to be able to unlock that secondary charge attack, and also going for those Community Day attacks, which are usually going to be a better attack overall.
Okay, well, that's a great best practice. Let's see our next one here. Looks like maybe from Nick again. All right, thank you, Alpha Phoebe, coming in clutch here with these best practices. These don't throw on alignment. Okay, well, we were just talking about that. That leads in very, very nicely. Like we were talking about, you don't want to be throwing when those fast attacks from your opponent and your own Pokemon are synchronized. So versus a 2 versus 3 turn, for instance, 2 3-turn attacks or 3 2-turn attacks are both 6 turns. They align at that point. That's that window of opportunity to catch. So if you're throwing on 3 turns, you maybe just want to throw that single 3-turn move. If you're throwing on a 2-turn move, also just throw 1 move, and both of those provide an excellent opportunity for your opponent not to catch a move.
Let's see what else we got. I wonder if the next one is also going to be from this one is going to be from Steve Sanders.
From Butters.
2-0 Butters going ahead and telling us you don't top left concede while on stage. That is mostly a true
It's an unwritten rule.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that in general, when you're playing in these Play Pokemon tournaments, maybe a little different for Go Battle League, right?
Sure, yeah.
But for Play Pokemon tournaments, this kind of sportsman way to go about a match, even if you're losing, even if you feel that there's no hope, play it out to the very end, do your best, and see if there's some way that you can claw back. Either way, hang out in the game until its completion, until your Pokemon has been knocked out. You know, it's not always necessary to use all your Protect Shields if you know that it's over. Wait for the match to naturally run its course.
And also, I think a good point about that is again, with GBL, top lefting is sort of like a time-saving moment. But when you're on stage, when you're playing against an opponent, you want to gather as much information about how that opponent plays as possible. So even if it's a losing scenario for you, maybe you still want to play it out just to see what attacks that they're possibly running, if they like to throw on alignment, if they like to do catches and things like this. So I would say great tip, Butters. Great unwritten rule.
Little tidbits of information. All right, one other thing that I wanted to talk about was the venue here in Sao Paulo. We mentioned just all the passion, all of the energy. What's been really, really incredible is also just the amount of stops and spawns. I know that we've mentioned that as well, but these players, they're right in the midst of things. They're getting raids, they're getting PvP spawns, they're spinning stops for items. It's a very lucrative opportunity here for these trainers, but Amanda, give me your gauge. Have you had an opportunity to step out and maybe feel some of the energy from these trainers?
I have been able to just barely step out, but I mean, even from back here, Jim, you can
hear
the LNDS crew every time there's one of them on stage, just going ahead. They're all going crazy, supporting their teammates, supporting their friends. The energy here in Latin America is unlike anything I've seen at any other Pokemon tournament so far.
Passion. That's right, Amanda. All right, well, speaking of the stage, I think I just got word that we're going to be moving over to the stage here as well. We have 2 trainers that are seated, getting locked in for these battles. Let's go ahead and get them introduced, Amanda.
And this is the winners of finals of Group A. So these people will guaranteed be going on to day number 2. We have Destroyer versus Shadowban, and Destroyer is running a very unconventional team. I see a Noctowl on this team. My goodness.
2 surprises there for sure. The Noctowl kind of throwing it back here to previous season, and then also the Carbink, which has seen some success, but it's very win hard, lose hard type of Pokemon. Incredibly bulky. Moving over to the right side with Shadowban, we see another defense form Deoxys. We actually saw that earlier when Speedy and Caleb were casting alongside Metachamp, so 2 counter users, pretty unconventional.
Yes.
But speaking of unconventional, this is a full-on unconventional team here in Winners Finals. We've got the Gligar, probably the most meta of the Pokemon, Registeel, which has kind of been down and out, but then this back half of the team, oh my gosh, we've seen some Pelipper action, we've seen some Shadow Steelix, we've got the normal Steelix here, but we have the Guzzlord as well, the Dark Dragon type Pokemon. But without further ado, let's go ahead and move. You guys have been waiting for this matchup. Let's bring into it here. Game number 1, Destroyer versus Shadowban.
I am all here for the Carbink now going against the defense Deoxys. Like you said, Deoxys now running Thunderbolt and Psycho Boost. If the Deoxys throws the Psycho Boost, it will lower its own attack. So I think that go ahead and charge up a lot of energy before deploying anything, just saving it all actually, and coming now into that Steelix, only to prevent by one of Steelix's harder counters, that Metachamp, but this Breaking Swipe already coming through.
Well, you definitely, as Shadowban, it's tough to stay in that matchup because Defense Form Deoxys has a pretty bad matchup versus that Carbink. You're only throwing non-same type attack bonus moves, both fast and charged. It's a losing matchup. So you swap out to your Steelix, and what you're doing here is drawing out this Medicham, which then frees up your Registeel late game. So I like the plays thus far from Shadowban, and we can really see this Steelix getting some work in with these, despite being non-stab, these breaking swipes, Dragon Tail combo.
Yeah.
And we actually saw the Psychic come through there, which is a resisted move. Does still do a little bit more than the Ice Punch, though.
I think maybe perhaps going for the potential debuff, not able to get it either. Now the second attack ball has been going through here. Still, the counters are going to be doing the most damage to the Steelix overall. Being able to throw this Ice Punch right before the next breaking swipe going through because it's winning that charge attack priority.
Does this knock out?
By Destroyer? I don't think so. It's double debuffed.
Yeah, so we see the impact of those debuffs here. Here comes the breaking swipe, and with this little bit of an energy lead, the Steelix is actually taking a shield off this Medicham. Not only are you bringing out this Medicham to free up your Registeel, you're also taking a shield. So this is a great play from Shadowban. You now have your Defense Form Deoxys to take all of this debuffed energy, and you're going to come out with a lot of energy as well. I'm a little bit surprised actually to see, I think we saw a Thunderbolt get thrown there on charge attack priority. That's going to be a lot of energy gone to waste here, but I guess maybe didn't want to go for the farm down.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. Didn't want to be able to also lose a bit of the attack like we talked about. The Psycho Boost would have been able to do that. Deoxys doesn't want to stay in that matchup if that's the case. But speaking of not wanting to stay in the matchup, that Carbink's coming back in to be met with the Registeel. And speaking of Water Gun Lantern, Jim, there is one now on the field.
Well, this is nice because you get a lot of fast move pressure early on in this matchup. It would have been nice to see a little bit of a faster swap and reach that Surf before you're able to get to this first Zap Cannon. 66% chance to get the debuff on your opponent's attack, and we see it there. So now these water guns are doing a little bit less, but keep in mind, Registeel, it's those one-turn fast attacks do add up relatively quick. We're already at 2 Surfs now. You have 2 shields of Shadowban. You have to start shielding something. Likely Lantern's going to be doing more damage than anything a Carbink can throw at you. So we see the first Protect Shield come out, Amanda.
Yeah, with that first Protect Shield going out, and now a Focus Blast. No, but not before this secondary Surf comes through from Destroyer. Will Shadowban use both of the Protect Shields here? Looks like he is going to. Like you said, these attacks are going to be doing more than anything that's coming from the Carbink, and wants to ensure that it's going to be able to get off this Focus Blast. This will be doing a nice amount of damage to the Lantern, but no, Destroyer using his last Protect Shield as well.
Okay, everything is basically on this Lantern. You know that your Carbink is not going to be your answer, but actually desperately trying to swap out. Actually, a simultaneous swap catches the Thunderbolt on the Carbink. Knew that it was coming. Super heads up play there by Destroyer.
Really good counting overall. This Thunderbolt we're going through, as you can see, the Carbink still in the yellow and now being able to throw a Moonblast, which is the heavier hitting move. It takes a long time to get to this. A lot of patience on the Carbink side to be able to get all the way up to a Moonblast. Now just going with the Rock Throw 1, 2 to take it out, but now there's this Registeel to deal with, one of Carbink's harder answers.
Well, Registeel is going to have to get to 2 charge moves, 1 for the Carbink, 1 for the Lantern. The only play that I could potentially see here for Shadowban is maybe an undercharge, maybe a full charge is enough, get a lock on down and go into that next matchup with energy. But I'm concerned that that Lantern has a move ready to go and it will win charge attack priority. Registeel beats very few Pokemon from a charge attack priority perspective. We do see the undercharge trying to farm down here. These lock-ons, they do 1 damage. Will the Carbink be able to get to a move? This is going to be super close and he gets the farm down.
This is if he doesn't have the charge attack already.
Surf's ready though!
At the same time as the Zap Cannon, incredible plays. You called it, Jim, winning that charge attack priority. This Surf going off, it doesn't get any closer than this in the winners finals. So with Destroyer taking game 1 by a hair.
Look, props to Shadowban for that immense farm down, the perfect farm down. The undercharge couldn't have done it any better, but you have to recognize greatness when you see it, and that's Destroyer having the presence of mind to understand when I swap out of my Lantern, I need to have a move stored. Because if my opponent Shadowban plays precisely, they're going to be able to come out with a move, and that's exactly what they did. But you know your Lantern wins the charged attack priority versus the Registeel, regardless of how much energy they exit that matchup with. You're going to be able to win, and that's exactly what we saw.
I think we saw some amazing plays on both sides there. That very quick swap by Destroyer there, being able to get that Thunderbolt onto the Carbink was something that potentially really saved him in that game as well. These were really intense and close matchups, and I think, again, Steelix putting in a lot of work, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, Steelix definitely impressed me there versus that Medicham. I mean, it's going to perform even better versus some other Pokemon as well. You look at things like the Shadow Dragonair. It's those Dragon Tails will chunk. You look at something like the Noctowl, you're resisting all those wing attacks, even versus the Superior. You know what, the Steelix in this matchup here looks relatively unstoppable. Even though you're throwing double resisted Dragon Tails, you're double resisting the rock throws as well. I think Steelix, for me, feels like a must bring. The only thing that you have to watch out for is the water gun lantern, I feel.
I also want to bring up a nice little point while we're in this mid-game. The first game that Shadowban played was what we call a typical ABB lineup.
That's
with,
right.
2 steel Pokemon in the back. So using that Steelix to lure out the Medicham, like you said, so that Registeel can run free in the back. You see this very common play in these types of formats. We could talk about it a little bit more after these games conclude, but I mean, right now we're going to go ahead and get right into game number 2.
All right, again, we are seeing the defense from Deoxys also with the Registeel in the back and another Pokemon weak to Medicham. So it's a similar ABB style team for Shadowban, and the Medicham is still lurking in the back. No Steelix this time to potentially draw it out. We might see Registeel serve a very similar role this game, swapping to the Registeel to draw out the Medicham and maybe go for some debuffs in a little bit different capacity. That's exactly what we're seeing. The chip and dip throws a Psycho Boost. Registeel brings out the Medicham yet again.
I think also from Shadowban's side, when you know that your opponent's Medicham is not running Dynamic Punch, if you know that you swap in that Registeel first, you're going to be able to get to these Zap Cannons. You're going to at least force your opponent to decide, do I want to shield my Medicham in this scenario? This first Zap Cannon connects, what, 66%, 100% so far for Shadowban, as both Zap Cannons has caused the attack debuff.
All right, and you actually win the Zero Shield matchup here as the Registeel, so it's going to force another action from Destroyer. That said, Destroyer did opt to use the Protect Shield last time, very content with having that Carbink matchup lined up versus the defense from Deoxys. It worked out very nicely. Now here it is a little bit different, because Carbink, you don't know this yet, but Carbink is going to be a super, super hard wall to that Guzzlord. So if you can maintain alignment here, even if you're using the shield, it is incredibly, incredibly important for Destroyer yet again.
Yes, I completely agree with you. I think Shadowban probably knows it too, because the Carbink is going to be detrimental to that Guzzlord. Nowhere to go if it comes in. And now that we see the Carbink, Shadowban knows, okay, even though my Deoxys doesn't have that great of a matchup against it, I'm going to need to bring it in after this point.
Well, this is tough because Carbink is absolutely going to be your game breaker, core breaker here, and now you're letting it get a little bit closer to half HP. You have 2 shields for it still, and the attack drop as well.
3 for 3!
When you bring in this Lantern, it's going to pull out the Guzzlord, and now this Guzzlord is going to get so far ahead. You resist all of these fast attacks and charged attacks, so this Guzzlord is going to have a ton of play. The question is, can Carbink sweep this team?
That is going to be the question. There are 2 shields remaining on both of these opponent sides. I think if you're Shadowban, you're definitely not going to use any on that Guzzlord. Like you said, none of these moves are going to be that effective against it overall. And also the Guzzlord knows it has nowhere to go. I think it's just hoping to get as much energy as possible to deploy it onto the Carbink, hoping to chip it away as much as it can.
Now, the one opportunity I see for Shadowban is you'll notice that he's actually running Crunch here. Crunch has the opportunity to do an opponent's defense drop, which the only Pokemon left is going to be the Carbink. If you can get an early defense drop, these Crunch actually, despite not being very effective from a damage perspective, could end up putting a lot of status effects that will be permanent for the remainder of this game. All right, you throw the Crunch. It is only single resisted versus double resisted. I like this play. You're hoping and praying for a defense drop at this point, Amanda.
Yep, I think so, but this first one doesn't get it. Maybe the next one will. Maybe it just has more Zap Cannon luck than anything, as Shadowban is now throwing this second Crunch. The first one, not quite enough. Still 2 shields left on Destroyer's side here.
Despite this Carbink having a good matchup versus this defense from Deoxys, I don't know if it's going to be able to get to the 3 rock slides that it's going to need to get to in order to knock out. This is a gutsy call here, letting this go. This could have been a Moonblast here, but actually letting it go. The question is, do the counters add up faster or do the rock throws add up faster? This is quickly becoming a closer and closer matchup. I think the defense from Deoxys has the edge, but it's going to be very close. It's a fast move down, and the defense from Deoxys takes it, tying up the series 1-1.
Incredible plays there, and also recognizing your win conditions. Since 2 shields were left on the field for both of these trainers, and like we talked about before, just like when you throw your charge attack, your opponent, if they are not throwing, their Spast attack is still going through. So even though both of the trainers had so much energy on their Pokemon, they did not want to throw any charge attacks because they didn't want to let their opponent get that fast attack advantage, get that extra HP damage off of them.
You know, the thing that stands out to me here, Amanda, is that was a very similar game to Game 1, but the key difference was in that middle matchup. You still drew out the Medicham. You're going to win the Zero Shield, but, all right, I think you could have almost won the Zero Shield. I'm sorry, it was a little different, right? Because you shielded the first time your Medicham. In the Zero Shield, yeah, that Registeel is going to beat the Medicham. This time, Destroyer decided not to shield his Medicham, and I think that was where the disaster started. The Lantern versus Defense from Deoxys is not that bad. What ended up happening is that Carbink gets aligned versus the Registeel for a brief moment in time, and that Zap Cannon was enough to really swing that matchup.
I think another thing that we need to think about is we've seen it quite often where Pokemon, they don't necessarily want to shield charge attacks that aren't going to be that effective, right?
That's right.
They want to make sure that they're using at the most correct moment, and then it starts to get later in the game and your Pokemon are getting low in health and you're like, oh, I really wish I would have used my shield here, but now I don't really have the opportunity anymore. I mean, like, of course the Carbink doesn't want to be shielding those crunches. There's much better attacks that the Carbink could be shielding. However, because it got it low enough, the Deoxys was able to completely counter down.
Yeah, it's definitely a very interesting point. You think to yourself, oh, well, I'm a Carbink. I don't need to shield this Zap Cannon, right? But really what I think most trainers should be thinking to themselves is what's going to be the hardest hitting move. Perhaps that Destroyer was thinking that there might be something else in the back that you're going to need those Protect Shields for. Unfortunately for him, that Zap Cannon was going to be the preferred shield, and I think it spelled disaster. Once that attack was dropped, forced to swap out, and then, you, like I said, you get so far ahead with that Guzzlord versus Lantern matchup.
Yeah, I know we talked about Steelix, where you thought that maybe that he needed to, Shadowban needed to bring it every single game. I love that we're slowly shifting you over to the side of the Steelix here. We didn't see it that last game. I'm wondering if we'll see it in this decisive game number 3. We have to remember, again, winner's side here. Neither one of these trainers have lost a round yet.
Saw that Shadow Steelix, and now I'm a believer, I guess. All right.
Good, to dark side.
Well, we're going to be having the counter versus counter matchup here. One's going to be a little better than the other here. That defense from Deoxys certainly has the edge with its solo psychic typing. Well, actually, no, a quick swap out here into the Water Gun Lantern. This is really where you want to see that Lantern. The Registeel might be a pretty nice pivot, but you got to get this damage out first here. A little bit of a chip and dip, but you do want to retain that defense from Deoxys into Medicham matchup. It's too good for Shadowban.
Yeah, and this is one of the things here, because Medicham does so well against both the Steelix and the Registeel in the back. This was a really smart play for Destroyer, because none of the Pokemon really want to face this Lantern, but also the ones in the back don't want to face the Medicham. So at least it wants to go ahead and get a little bit of an energy advantage here. Going to have to shield something up or let the Steelix completely go.
Well, there's a big contingency here. If you're able to get your Registeel lined up versus that Carbink, that's great. But you just let your Steelix go down. This Lantern isn't really any less healthy than when you swapped out. You know what I'm saying?
Not even getting a breaking swipe off either, so the attack has not even been debuffed. And in comes the Registeel to it as well.
I'm perplexed here. You now have a defense from Deoxys. Yes, it does nicely versus the Medicham, but it's going to have to get through this Lantern. It's going to have to get through that Carbink in the back. I guess you don't know that the Carbink's in the back, but Steelix being such an impactful Pokemon, to let it go for essentially nothing, I'm shocked.
Yeah, I'm shocked as well, but you know, Shadowban has been playing so well today that I don't doubt that he has a strategy of how he wants to play this. This Zap Cannon is going through. Will he be 4-for-4 with the debuffs here? No, I'm not sure. Yes!
No, there it is, 4-for-4. And we might even see a little cheeky farm down here from this Registeel. Not before this Lantern's able to get to a Surf, though. This is going to be some debuff damage. Going to be able to tank this no problem. The Registeel really needs to pull a lot here, though, and it's now going to find itself lined up versus the Medicham. So this is really tough. Despite having a shield advantage for Shadowban, you're going to have Medicham into Registeel, and then you're going to be having your defense from Deoxys into Carbink. We know that's not a good matchup.
Yeah, but we do see that this Zap Cannon goes through. He's been so lucky with the attack debuffs, not even waiting to see it, but he gets yet another one. However, it swaps out. You do see this Carbink. We saw it before. Carbink takes a long time to get to its charge attacks, but defense from Deoxys is a great way to do it because of its also bulkiness.
The path back to win this battle for Shadowban is going to be on the Registeel. It's not going to be the defense from Deoxys. I think you take what you can get here, maybe throw another Thunderbolt, maybe you can get to 2 Psycho Boosts instead, but this Carbink is in full control of this matchup right here. Now what you really need to do is try and get this Carbink into a range where your Registeel can farm down and come out with a move to throw into that Medicham, but you're going to have to get to 2 moves to knock out that Medicham because there's still a Protect Shield, I believe, on the side of Destroyer.
Yes, there is, and this Rock Slide is going through. No Protect Shields left now on Shadowban's side. I guess wanting to save this Deoxys, try to get a little bit more energy, perhaps wait for the switch timers to come up, but it is now getting into the red. going to be able to get this rock slide beforehand, and this is going to be an uphill climb for Shadowban. I think he knows it as well. This rock slide will be enough to take out the defense Deoxys.
And switch clocks are coming up here as well. Once this Registeel comes back in, you can actually swap back in your Medicham. You're up a shield at this point. These counters are adding up quickly. You need to get to 2 charge moves as the Registeel. There's no shot that this is going to happen here. Shadowban looks frustrated here. I think that Steelix swapping you got to be regretting here late game.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's like he wasn't quite sure what to do when he saw that come in, saying, oh, this is also not a Pokemon. There's 2 Pokemon on this team that I do not want to be facing with this. But unfortunately for Shadowban, didn't quite work out in his favor at that way. But congratulations to Destroyer being the winner of Group A so far today.
Oh, look, I'll just be frank here. I don't think any of us wanted...
You're not Frank, you're Jim.
I am Jim, that's true. I don't think any of us wanted to see that Steelix versus Carbink matchup. That is just one of the longest possible ones. So on a positive note, we did get to avoid that. But if I'm in the position of Shadowban there, I could maybe justify the Steelix swap, and if you're willing to invest those Protect Shields, get those breaking swipes off, win the matchup, because then you have your Registeel lined up versus that Carbink. Again, you didn't know it was the Carbink, but it really just proved to be worst case scenario at that point. You now have Carbink lined up versus your defense form Deoxys, and you have your Registeel into a Medicham. That's not what you want to see in a Game 3.
Those were incredible games, though, and with a very spicy team overall. Congratulations, Shadowban, for making that far with that team. Let's go ahead and look at some highlights of that last matchup that we just saw, because this was something that was really for the playbooks here, as we see that breaking swipe going ahead and going through, getting a shield off of the Medicham in that first game like we were talking about, but now it's so low. This Thunderbolt catch, though, for Destroyer was really what kind of clinched it for him, being able to catch that and now throwing the Moonblast onto the Deoxys.
Well, we remember how important that shield was, because it maintained alignment for Destroyer, which translated to that Game 1 victory, able to get that big farm down and have that proper alignment where you can actually get your Lantern matched up. And remember, had that charge move ready to go here, the great undercharge and farm down from Shadowban, but look at that, the Surf ready to go. An incredible heads-up moment. You can see the frustration on Shadowban, knowing that at that moment, Destroyer made all the plays.
That was incredible, incredible Game 1 for Destroyer. Game 2, Shadowban also playing very, very close and doing well with a Guzzlord on the team. Once again, reminding, this was probably the turning point in the game. This Zap Cannon going off on the Carbink, going unshielded, bringing it down to almost half health, getting attack debuff every single time that Zap Cannon went off, and also just being able to throw between the Carbink and the Deoxys at the end. 2 shields left on both sides, and they both just continued to fast attack down to win.
Again, I think that Game 2 could have been a replay of Game 1. I think Destroyer could have gone 2-0 realistically if he'd been willing to invest 1 shield into his Medicham, but did not want to repeat Game 1. That said, in Game number 3 here, it was Shadowban's turn actually, where he had an opportunity to maintain switch, but instead of bringing in the Registeel, brought in that Steelix, gets that terrible alignment versus that Medicham, finds themselves out of shield and a quick farm down there. There you have it, 2-1 to Destroyer. Congratulations. I think that's going to be our first finalist that's going to be moving
to Saturday.
Yeah, going on to Saturday. So congratulations to Destroyer. Shadowban, he's not done yet. Double elimination, still has a lot of opportunities in the losers bracket.
And we have a lot more games to be showing as well. I do want to touch on something that we were briefly talking about in between there, because we saw in both Game 1 and Game 3 from Shadowban's side, when he ran the Deoxys lead, and then he had Steelix and he had Registeel in the back, and I called that an ABB strategy.
That's right.
We have a little bit of time to actually flesh this out. Jim, you've been doing a wonderful job explaining. Would you care to explain ABB to our viewers as well?
Thank you for setting me up for these alley-oops, Amanda. I appreciate it. Yes, ABB is going to be referring to kind of the composition of your team. A being a unique type of Pokemon, serves a specific function. B being another unique Pokemon that serves a specific function. Notice the ABB, however, you have 2 of that Pokemon that serve the same function. In many cases, that BB backline will share a weakness, potentially. You might have one that's maybe a little bit more neutral, but they both share a common weakness that your A is able to very confidently take out. So with that defense form Deoxys, that is actually going to be your Medicham answer.
That's right.
You've got 2 Steel Pokemon in the back, the Steelix and the Registeel, or the Guzzlord in Game 2, right? But still, ABB both times. So what we were seeing there from Shadowban is, okay, well, you know what, this defense form Deoxys, it's okay against this Carbink, but I want to bring out this Medicham. I got to get it out of the way early on. Swap to that Steelix. Start debuffing that Medicham. You baited it out at this point. Registeel then has so much more play. Unfortunately for Shadowban in game number 1, being able to maintain that alignment, it was just a little bit too strong. That Carbink into Defense Form Deoxys matchup, he was still able to take the victory. But the idea for an ABB matchup is to start with your A, pull out the counter to your Bs with a swap to a B, take out that counter with your A, and then free up your second B to sweep the team.
It sounds a little confusing, but I think that it was shown very well also by Shadow on the team as well. Again, like you talked about, the defense Deoxys being good against Medicham, both Steelix and Registeel not being the greatest against it because of the steel typing as well. But
We saw them take shields and win zeros.
I mean,
if you're a steel Pokemon and you are taking a shield or winning zeros versus a Medicham, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, I will go ahead and applaud those steals. And again, applaud Shadowban for how well that he performed overall. We're not taking a break by any means, but we do want to show you guys what's going on in the other Pokemon games. Also going on in with the Pokemon card game and the Pokemon video game right now.
Yeah, we saw a little action from the video game, which I believe is actually streaming on twitch.tv/Pokemon on the main channel. We saw some really cool dynamics, like we mentioned, things like flinches, things like status effects, critical hits that are not in Pokemon Go. So a lot of interesting dynamics there that have maybe some potential for Go, but on twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG, a very different style of game. While there's definitely a ton of strategy, you know, it kind of lacks that real-time reactiveness that Go has. But we've seen some of these trainers here that have been on stream, on the TCG stream, that have won all, like Tord, for instance. We've seen win not only LAIC, NAIC, EUIC, World Championships, Regionals. There's so many storied trainers, not just in Go, but in all the different franchises here.
And we have a chance to see also Rosemary and also Lou, who is one of our Go casters in Europe as well. So it's great to be able to see her doing a cross-function as well.
A hybrid.
She's a hybrid indeed.
All right. Well, we're going to bring it back here, guys. But again, make sure you check out those other channels as well. Lots of great Pokemon action around the horn here. It's really interesting to see, though, because some of the elements that are mainstays of Pokemon you see in Go that aren't really as prominent in other games, right? TCG doesn't have all the same typings necessarily that Pokemon Go has. Now, at the same time, VG has some of those status effects that Go doesn't have. Go has some of the real-time elements that don't exist in some of the turn-based games. So whatever kind of your fancy is, there's a Pokemon game for you, without a doubt.
But don't leave us. We are the Pokemon game that you definitely want to be watching, especially when this duo is on the screen. You've seen us go ahead and cast. You've seen us be winning at games as well. But not only us, there's been some fantastic battles going on, and we're going to get right back into them. We are still in the winners group, but this time of Group B, and we have the Old Draco versus Roberto Humera.
Let's go through these teams here real quick. So we can see the Old Draco's team, not too many shocks here, at least for the first 4 Pokemon. We've got the Medicham staple Pokemon. We've got the Alolan Ninetales, no shocks there. Umbreon Superior, classics. But then we've got the Talonflame. We were looking for some fire here, Amanda, and we're finally going to be seeing it. And then a Shadow Alolan Ninetales as well. So double ice, double shadow, and a Talonflame. Spicy. I like it.
Spicy indeed. And I believe that this was the player as well who played against the Kanto Ninetales player a little bit earlier on. The Talonflame did come out ahead. Unfortunately for the Old Draco here, Roberto has one of the things that's really going to hard wall that Talonflame. We just saw it in that last matchup, and that is the Carbink. Carbink with those rocks. It's something that the Talonflame definitely does not want to see.
I'm looking across the board here, and I don't see how you don't bring Carbink. It just seems so strong. I mean, your best answer for sure is going to be that Alolan Sandslash, but even then, still, that's going to be hitting for neutral damage with those rock throws, and its bulk, it can easily tank a drill run. Medicham is pretty mixed, right? Because you're resisting the rock throws, but you're only hitting for neutral with your counters, and you don't have anything that hits for super effective as well. You have to get the bulk advantage to that Carbink. But if Carbink gets lined up versus that Alolan Ninetales or that Talonflame, it is game over. Disaster for those Pokemon.
And I think that if you're the Old Draco there, if you're at this point, there's no chance that he hasn't faced any Carbink but at all to be able to be in this winner's final so far. So he definitely has a plan on how he's going to be able to go and like kind of maneuver around this bulky Pokemon. And that's something I also love about this game. I think players that are the more experienced you get, especially in the Show 6 Pick 3 format, where you have a little bit more time to think about your team composition. You have a little bit more time to think, if my opponent brings this, what do I do?
Yeah. And I think that, okay, since Carbink looks so strong versus certain Pokemon, to your point, you have to protect it. You have to think what's going to complement and maybe shore up some of the weaknesses from my Pokemon. And the Pokemon for me is going to be that Gligar. It beats that Serperior and that Medicham. And then also potentially, maybe you need something else to beat that Serperior. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe you bring your Alolan Sandslash. Now, it does provide a little bit of some weakness to Medicham. Neither of those Pokemon really have strong victories versus Medicham, but you can absolutely win as Carbink. I think it's neutral enough that it does justify bringing that Alolan Sandslash potentially as well.
I think if you're Roberto, I think the Carbink and possibly Medicham pair is going to be pretty convincingly do well as well, because if you think about it, the Alolan Sandslash definitely does not want to be seen at Aldrico's side, and Alolan Sandslash is one of the few Pokemon on his team that actually does decently against that Carbink, but the Medicham is going to do well against the Umbreon as well. It can at least hit back as well against that Serperior and the potential other Medicham.
Well, I'm taking a look and I'm seeing the fast attack on the Alolan Sandslash, Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the side of Roberto. It is Powder Snow, so that's going to make that Umbreon matchup a little bit nicer. Makes it a little bit worse in the mirror matchup, though, versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. But actually, the old Dricos is running Powder Snow as well, so pretty neutral.
So it evens out.
Yeah, honestly, if I'm Roberto, I'm probably going to be bringing Carbink every game. I don't think it matters quite as much where you run it. You may run it in more of an ABB format, but I'm looking at some of the most neutral picks that you can have. I don't think that Medicham is a bad shout. I don't think that Lickitung is a bad shout, but both of those Pokemon, you know, there are some weaknesses there. They both lose to that Serperior, and your Carbink is weak to Serperior in general. I think with a committee, though, you might be able to take, like, Serperior can only do so much on its own. Yeah. So we'll have to see what the strategy that they're going to employ is. I think that overall Umbreon has pretty safe play. It's going to do nicely versus anything that's not Carbink, basically.
I mean, I think if you're Roberto, kind of like what you just said, like, you could pretty much put that Carbink anywhere. You could even put it in the lead. You could even soft lose potentially and use something for a farm down.
It can take a move from anything,
Amanda.
Amanda.
You can go ahead and just like use it as a third or fourth shield perhaps and make your opponent shield up. Or you could use it in that safe swap position to ensure that you're going to get the alignment, because if you invest shields in Carbink, especially on this team, I think it can do a lot of damage. It can at least get you back into the alignment that you were hoping for.
You know, a quick fact here for the old Drico, interestingly enough, here in Sao Paulo, there was a regional last year back in 2023. He took 17th place, but the big note for the old Drico was he used a Shadow Kanto Grimer back in his Sao Paulo regional. So not on the team this time around, but the man knows his spice very clearly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You can teach an old Drico new tricks.
That's right. Well said. All right, well, I think that we're still getting locked in here at this point. Again, I think Carbink looks so strong for Roberto. There's going to be some struggles potentially with that Serperior. The best answer is going to be either your Gligar or your Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Let's see what these trainers have in store. We're moving into game number 1. This is the winners finals for Group B.
And we're going to go ahead and see a Serperior from the old Drico side versus the Medicham, and we're going to see, it looks like both of these trainers are going to go ahead and stay in. If we have to remember, the aerial aces aren't going to, they are super effective, not going to be doing as much knock it out. Going straight for the Frenzy Plant instead, though, before the Ice Punch is even deployed on the Medicham side, and it looks like Roberto is going ahead and letting that go through.
It's possible that I'm a Psychic Pokemon because I feel like I called this team of Medicham, Lickitung, and Carbink. Again, all three weak to the Serperior, but a team committee should be able to take it out. This Carbink is so great versus the backline. Absolutely destroys this Umbreon, but not only does it destroy the Umbreon, it destroys the Talonflame as well. Now, the one thing to keep in mind here is Roberto may want to play this matchup very slowly. Let the switch clock start to expire so that you can actually swap out of this matchup yet again, knowing that there may be a second Pokemon weak to this Carbink. If you just stay in versus that Serperior, well, that's all you get. You'd had a great matchup versus Umbreon, and now Talonflame has a little bit more play. But if you're willing to swap it out again, which I hope Roberto's willing to do, this Carbink could be a monster.
This Carbink already has a ton of energy. 3 foul plays have now been deployed into it, and look at it, still healthy, still in the green. Meanwhile, almost up to 100 energy itself before going ahead and throwing that Moonblast. Moonblast will be a super effective charge attack against the Umbreon, but not before a 4th foul play goes through, and unlike a Crunch, no chance of debuffing with this attack, just going ahead and chipping away very, very slowly. The Moonblast now on Roberto's side coming through.
This is the first charge attack from this Carbink. It has not thrown any moves. They're at the same HP level just from fast attacks versus 4 moves. And at this point, the switch clocks are back up. You can farm all the way down. I think you might get to one more foul play, but no, the full farm down. The question is, does Roberto recognize the swap out? Does he want to stay in this matchup? Willing to throw the Moonblast for now. Still has the opportunity to swap out, I think it would be an incredibly good read, but let's see if he's going to be willing to do it or not.
This Moonblast is going to connect with Superior,
There
putting it down into the red and getting an attack ball. A combination play from Roberto here, and I think that, yeah, if you are the old Draco, you have to shield this up because, like you said, that Talonflame wants nothing to do with the Carbink that you're going to see in the back. Throwing off this aerial ace before the next one goes through. Will Roberto also choose to use the shield? And kind looks like he will.
All right, well, I'm expecting to swap out to the Talonflame at this point, just to maybe try and catch that Ice Punch, but you have so much energy. Yeah, there's really no win con at this point I can see for the old Draco. Great recognition from Roberto, just like we said, able to stall that Carbink Umbreon matchup as long as possible, swap out and preserve it. It's knocking out both Bees here. We just talked about the ABB, one Pokemon doing all the work against both of these Bees here.
And not even the Medicham putting in work itself, saying, I got you, Carbink, you are my friend. This Psychic is going to connect with Talonflame, already putting it down into the yellow, even though it's going to get completely fast moved down. The Talonflame is now to get completely fast attack down as well.
What's interesting is you resist all of the charge moves, not only on Umbreon, but on Talonflame as well. What a unique typing with this Rock and Fairy typing. And we see the shield as well.
I love the shield because the old Draco does not even know what the third Pokemon on Roberto's side is going to be. And this is wonderful if you are an opponent because you're not giving your opponent any extra information about your team or your team composition or how you like to build. Roberto had a really commanding lead throughout that whole entire game. Like you said, great wherewithal to be able to swap out that Carbink to use it in the later portion of the match.
Look, like I said, Superior great into all three of those Pokemon. Beats Carbink, beats Medicham, beats Lickitung. It can only do so much on its own. Great job storing energy on the Medicham early on, having those Ice Punches ready to go. That Carbink has such a dominant matchup that it not only wins the matchup versus Umbreon, but it comes out with full 100 energy as well. So that chips the remainder of that Superior for the most part, and then you have Ice Punches ready to go. And then you still have a 50% HP Carbink ready to go versus that Talonflame, and you don't even have to use the Lickitung. I think that if you're the old Draco, you have to bring another answer to that Carbink. You can't go ABB versus it. You have to have two answers. If you're going to be running ABB, you need to have two Carbink answers, which realistically has to be that either Medicham or that Alolan Sandslash.
I completely agree with you there, and I think the sad part is Roberto probably knows it as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gotten to the point where he's at because he's recognized the strength of this core that he has overall. Not only that, he has a nice Pokemon friend on stage, being able to help support him with this little bit of a cheery face.
But what you do now, if you're Roberto, you're thinking, all right, so he's going to be bringing two counters now to my Carbink. I'm throwing that Carbink in the lead. It's going to meet the A, which could be something weak to that Carbink, the Talonflame, the Umbreon. And keep in mind, there's also that Alolan Ninetales as well, which that's the last thing that it wants to see. So Carbink has so much play, it would not shock me to see a little bit of a flip ski here and throw it into the lead and then have some answers to that Superior and either Medicham or Alolan Sandslash in the back.
Yeah, it's like I said before, there's really no bad position for the Carbink in this matchup unless it's on the bench.
That's right.
I think for Roberto, I think that being able to use this Pokemon is really looking really good against the old Draco side. But like I said before, the old Draco has made it all this way in the winners final. I'm sure he's been faced a Carbink already in this tournament, or at least in practice. He has to know how these matchups will most likely turn out.
It's so tough being in that Umbreon or Talonflame matchup. You just feel like, what do I do? I can't come back from this. It's just so one-sided that you just feel hopeless in some of those matchups. All right, but we're locking into game number 2 here. Amanda, are you ready?
I am ready to go. Let's see what we've got in the leads. We have that Alolan Sandslash versus the Carbink. This is going to be one of the better matchups for the old Draco. However, still, you can see because of this shadow damage, it's already getting chunking away. The Stro Run is already now going to be, and it looks like Roberto going ahead and letting that go through on the Carbink side.
I like this ABA strong versus Carbink matchup. It gives you 2 out of 3 chances to get a line nicely versus it. Now, at the end of the day, this Carbink still has the opportunity, if it lands this Rock Slide, it can then shield and farm down this Alolan Sandslash. So you gotta respect the damage here. Put yourself in a position where you neutralize this Carbink early so that you don't have to worry about it so much later in the game.
But this is very interesting as well because because it threw, and now the drill run will be able to go through, but the Alolan Sand Slash could have collected even more energy, I feel, before letting that go through. We'll have to see if we'll be able to get to another one before yet another Rock Slide goes through. It's going to be Charge Attack priority, but no, going ahead and letting another go through.
I'm surprised.
I'm surprised as well. We'll have to see if he uses that shield or lets that Alolan Sand Slash go down.
Yeah, Shadow Alolan Sand Slash should win the one shield here if you're throwing your energy due to the 665 nature of the attacks. Okay, but now you're bringing in the Superior. You have 2 answers to the Superior. I like the quick swap out. With this energy advantage, you are still able to get a neutral Frenzy Plant off here, and you do have a good answer to that Gligar. We're gonna have to see though, is this going to be the Powder Snow Ninetales? No, it is. I think Team Sheet says it is Charm. Oh, I like this, catching the Aerial Ace. Very smart play. Not a very efficient damage to energy type of move, and ideally you want to be throwing the Dig there as the Gligar into the Alolan Ninetales. Beautiful catch.
Beautiful catch indeed, but already at another Aerial Ace. We saw how much that the first one did because, again, that Shadow taking 20% more. This will knock it down fairly low, but the Carbink, I mean, it's going to not be able to give it a lot of farm. I like this as well. Probably able to reach a Charge Attack from the old Draco side. We'll have to see how he wants to come in because now he has 2 answers that are also pretty good against this Alolan Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales not even able to make it, completely charming it down and coming out with a Weather Ball.
All right, well, this is going to help. You need all the chip damage that you can get. At this point, the old Draco has got to be saying, oh no, not the Alolan Sand Slash. It's the last thing I want to see versus my Superior. Great job by Roberto having 2 answers to the Superior. Now you are ahead in energy in this one shield matchup. The challenge is that 1 Ice Punch does knock out at this range, and you need 2 Frenzy Plants. So despite the energy lead, Roberto is in the driver's seat here. Just needs to get to 2 Ice Punches, land 1 of them. It should be enough to knock out.
Yep, there are shields left on both sides. Going ahead and letting that first one go through, which was still surviving on Roberto's side, but the Ice Punch will be super effective damage against the Superior, enough to knock it out. I think the old Draco knows it as well, going ahead and just letting that go through, and Roberto has swept the winner's bracket of Group B.
Yeah, Roberto, I am just blown away by the plays there. That game number 1, like I mentioned, I mean, I think the team composition was great. You want the Carbink, you want the Medicham, you want the Lickitung. Those are both very safe matchups there, but the great part there is that swap out that we saw. I think we're going to take a look here in a couple minutes here at some of those highlights, but I think specifically for me, the team composition and then adaptation in game 2 with the expectation of having a response to Carbink, putting it in the lead, despite that still not being the best matchup versus that Alolan Sand Slash. There were 2 answers to the Superior. Great recognition to swap out to one of those answers, draw out that Alolan Ninetales, and then have your finishing Pokemon with that Sand Slash to close game 2. Beautifully played by Roberto.
Now, I have a we're going to go look at some highlights real quick, and then I have some more questions for Jim
I'm always
afterwards.
down for questions.
But I love this play here. The Moonblast going ahead and connecting with the Superior, bringing it down into the red, which is like pretty much what you want to see. And it's just a combination play here, forcing the old Draco to use a shield because that Talonflame in the back now has nowhere to go when there's still a Carbink left into the meta. Let's see, going ahead and revealing this Aerial Ace and getting that first shield off of Roberto as well. But now we see it, even though this Flame Charge will be going through. I like this play by Roberto, shielding it up so that the old Draco doesn't even know that there is a Lickitung hanging out in the back.
You know, man, I don't even think a shield was necessary for that one. I think he would have held on, but nonetheless, we see the shield come out. So this was a pretty key moment right here, actually not throwing the Drill Run, if you recall. That could have been a 1-shield win. Instead, what we have is a Superior having to get through a Gligar as well as a Shadow Alolan Ninetales as well. Despite the energy lead going into that Gligar, you're taking super effective damage from the Aerial Aces, from the Wing Attacks, from the Powder Snows, from the Ice Punches. Superior just had no chance at that point. You had to get it aligned versus the Carbink. I like the ABA style, having the Alolan Sand Slash and the Superior to maximize your play versus the Carbink, but at that point, Roberto recognizes, all right, I don't need Carbink to be my MVP this game. Let's leave it to the Gligar. Let's leave it to the Alolan Sand Slash. Great recognition, great response, and a 2-0 victory.
We saw it in the highlight video, and it was the question that I had to ask you. Do you think throwing the Drill Run would have changed the outcome of game number 2? Because it would have even forced the second shield off of Roberto, or it would have had that Carbink go down.
Yes, I do think, and the reason being is that you don't have any Pokemon that can farm down that Alolan Sand Slash. You have a Wing Attack Gligar, that's going to be resisted damage versus the Steel typing.
And definitely doesn't want to be taking those Powder Snows.
No, it does not at all, yeah. And it gets outpaced and loses Charged Attack priority. Then you have your Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash on the side of Roberto, double resisted. So yeah, you can get to a Charged Attack and maybe finish it off, but you're going to have to shield a Drill Run most likely. Yep. I absolutely think that throwing on Charged Attack, maybe that you're thinking to yourself, all right, they know that I'm going to throw, they know I win Charged Attack priority, I'm not going to throw on alignment here. when they...
Oh, yeah, good point. Maybe he was hoping or thinking that Roberto would catch.
Did not pay off, though. So, yes,
Yeah.
I would have thrown. I think that would have put it in a really good scenario. But what you also maybe could have been expecting is, oh, maybe there's like something that can farm me down. Maybe a Medicham, maybe something else that could have gotten an energy lead and put you in a tough position. But, again, the recognition of Roberto saying, all right, well, Carbank's not going to be my MVP. I'll take what I can get in getting this Sand Slash out of the way. And now I've got 2 answers for that Superior. I knew you're going to bring it. I know it's waiting for my Carbank. But guess what? Carbank's gone, and I've got 2 answers for Superior. Let it loose.
Speaking of let it loose, we have some tweets coming in from all of you guys. Remember, you can use the hashtag #PlayPokemon or LAIC.
Pokemon LAIC.
Pokemon LAIC to be able to see this. And I love this. We saw him on screen a little bit earlier playing against Andrew Manjares. We have a Huizo.
I think it's Gizon.
Thank you very much. This is much better at Portuguese than I am at Jibbiz. And he says, I'm with my family at hashtag LAIC, hashtag play Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon Go. And these are the LNDS crew that we were talking about. There is about 20 of them here.
That's right, and what an incredible display that we've seen. So many cheers and chants for that group of trainers. All right, well, we got a tweet here from Danielle. The concentration of Rocha Babyface in, it looks like the Latin America. I don't know the rest of that Spanish here, unfortunately, though.
Of the greatness of, I also am not quite sure.
The greatness of Latin America. We're
We'll
going to
go
go
ahead
with that
and say
one.
that. Yeah, but then again, this is Rocha Babyface, one of the
Congratulations to him, remember? He had the 1,000,000 catches, was that it?
That's right, and he showed that on screen with the beautiful, I believe it was shiny Jirachi.
With 33 million dust. That's what I'm not going to forget.
Oh my goodness, I can't forget that either. We have another tweet from Justin West saying, I'm happy to start the day off with some Pokemon and a new format at that. Look at Play Pokemon, LAIC, and Pokemon. My goodness, wow. This is an incredible, incredible setup.
One of the most incredible that I've seen. Do you have that many plushies yourself, Amanda?
I think I have 4 plushies at home. How about you, Jim?
Not that many.
Not even that.
Not even that many, no. Nowhere near as many as we just saw on screen here. All right, taking a look here, we can see some incredible battlers here going from left to right. We've got Iomero, which I believe was 2nd place at the Indianapolis Regional, the very first North American tournament. We've got Richie, who won Charlotte in the previous season. We've got Marto, the Mexico City 2022 qualifier. Then we've got Andrew, who I think just qualified for Worlds as well. They're representing the 7-Eleven Mexico team. Incredible battlers. So thank you for another tweet from Danielle. Look at those incredible battlers.
And this is all nice from Lady Cass saying, at Caleb Payne and at Speediest Chief 2, getting some super shiny luck from you all while watching the hashtag Play Pokemon LAIC. Congratulations, a shiny Hitmontop. That is pretty nice.
That's a really good looking shiny. I hope
and that's
you
a
caught
really
it.
good looking crew up there too. Look at the Caleb and Speedy up there.
Very handsome gentleman, I cannot deny. Congratulations. I hope that you caught that one, Lady Cass.
I mean, I think we're also, with all this heat, we also might be looking a little bit shiny.
Shiny wholesome, that's right. Very, very rare and exclusive, without a doubt. All right, so I think that we're going to be getting set up here for our next sets of battles. But again, I like to check in from time to time and just understand, okay, what are the highlights for you, whether it be plays, whether it be meta reads, whether it be individuals that are standing out to you. What's been the story so far for you here at LAIC?
I mean, there's been so many different stories. Of course, I'm really happy for Andrew. Like, we just saw him with a bunch of his team of the 7-Eleven Gaming. Being able to probably most likely be already qualified for Worlds is such an achievement. And I mean, already in the tournament as well. He's not knocked out. He's still in the winner's bracket, I believe. And also, you guys can check along with the tournament link if you are wanting to, because there are so many players and so many battles that we haven't even gotten to yet. But what about you, Jim? Like, is there anything that's really sticking out to you? Highlights?
I mean, it's the stories for me, right? We have the story of Hart Jeff, who we saw had that 18-0 run coming into this tournament here with all that momentum on his side.
Speaking of,
oh, and we're going to be seeing Hart Jeff here again, here in the winner's finals. Very clearly, that momentum is carrying on. I don't know if he's undefeated at this point. Maybe he is, but clearly he's doing very well. He's going to be facing off versus Lien Bernal. Now, that said, like I said, all these different stories from Andrew, from Marto, from Hart Jeff, from Jumunez, right? All of these different trainers that have come from different backgrounds, have different fortes, but are all here to battle it out on stage to see who will be the 2024 Latin America International Champion.
These two are well along their way. And we have to remember, this is only Friday. This is the first day of the tournament. We still have 2 more days to go. We're going to hop right into these 2 trainers and get to know them a little bit better overall. We have Lien Bernal on one side with a Charge-a-Bug on his team, which I think is a pretty interesting interesting Pokemon. After the Grubbin Community Day, being able to get Volt Switch as a fast attack has really changed, I think, for electric-type Pokemon, and especially this Charger Bug.
A double electric that we're seeing here from Leanne Bernal, but I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but there's another Charger Bug on the other side of our screen as well. This is actually going to be a repeat of the double electric. Let's finish off Leanne Bernal's team, though. We've got the Mandibuzz, the Shadow Dragonair, very spicy, the Medicham, Charger Bug, Lantern, and Lickitung. Outside of the Dragonair and the Charger Bug, mostly standard Pokemon. However, on Harjeff's team, we have the Lickitung, the Medicham, Gligar, Umbreon, Lantern, all staples in the meta, but then again, the Charger Bug. Remind us, though, we did have a community day recently for Charger Bug.
We did, and that's when it was able to get that Volt Switch. But let's talk a little bit about Hargeff. We've talked about him earlier. You just mentioned his team. He is currently at the 200 championship points, but he's already qualified for Worlds because he was able to meet, I believe he was #1 in the Curitiba Regionals.
I think that 200 is current going into this tournament right here, so I don't know how many points that he's been able to get here, but I believe with 3 wins, that should put him above the threshold as well.
But
so,
since he already, exactly.
Yeah, so I think that, already has the invite, though, is what you're saying.
As
the winner, already has the invite, but now has the championship points as well. So regardless of which avenue that you're using to get your invite, congratulations to him. But keep in mind, those championship points will still be very, very relevant as we get to the end of the season, seeing who those top winners are, maybe some travel packages at stake as well.
I think, everyone wants a little bit of that credibility to be at the top of the leaderboards. We're going to go ahead and dip right into game #1. We're seeing that Charger Bug in action from Leanne Bernal's side, going ahead and bringing it up against a Medicham. This is a pretty decent matchup overall, and it's running Discharge and X-Scissor as its charge attacks.
Before Volt Switch, actually this Charger Bug did struggle with just Spark going up against this Medicham. It was not necessarily a very winning matchup. Then also with the X-Scissor retweak, now X-Scissor hits a lot harder and is a lot more consistent, efficient damage, where you can actually win this matchup pretty consistently versus the Medicham. You can tank one of these Psychics, no problem. Some people do like to shield this one, but what's really interesting is this Charger Bug has a lot of play. That matchup versus Umbreon, pretty solid as well. So if you're able to win this matchup, and we have a catch coming through. This is the shiny Lickitung absorbing all of this X-Scissor damage.
X-Scissor going to be released on this. We have to remember that Lickitung is one of the bulkier Pokemon, even still doing like a hefty chunk, but in comes that Dragonair, that Shadow Dragonair, just going ahead and completely Dragon Breathing down here, going ahead and getting a lot of energy and able to throw this Body Slam right before Lickitung decided to throw his own. It looks like Hargeff is going ahead and just letting this first one go.
Yeah, we should have even energy pacing here because I don't think there was any fast attacks from the Lickitung when it first swapped in. It is going to be able to get to a Body Slam. You may just shield this one, farm all the way down. The one advantage is that you have a Dragon Breath versus Lick. Not only is Dragon Breath going to be same type attack bonus, but it's actually a little bit higher base damage as well compared to Lick. While they're both 1 turn, you're doing 4 base power versus 3 base power on that 1 damage attack. So Dragon Breath showing why it's so great. Now Medicham does have a little bit of energy, but you are loaded. Oh, it actually brings in the Umbreon instead. Very interesting.
Yeah, Umbreon, I guess being able to, another bulky Pokemon able to take these charge attacks a little bit better than the Medicham would be able to, and still not using a shield on this. I have to say, Umbreon getting attacked is one of the cutest things ever. I love it when his little paws fly up, but that's beside the point. They're going ahead and going this foul play and releasing it, and it looks like going ahead and Lean Bean is going to let that Dragonair go down. It's done a lot of work for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That one shield, you can see how much value that you're able to get out of that Pokemon. It would not shock me to see the Charger Bug come back in. However, I believe it's still 2 Volt Switches away from getting to another move. Okay, but no, instead brings in the Lantern, another Water Gun Lantern that we're seeing here. Going to provide a lot more fast move pressure than that of Spark. And another catch that we're seeing. This is a great one because you didn't have too much value out of this Charger Bug, but we're seeing an undercharge coming from Harjeff. Will this be impactful? Will you be able to get maybe 2 more Snarls before it's able to reach the X-Scissor? Let's see, a perfect farm down.
This was well played by Hargeff there, being able to do that, coming out with an attack as well, just continuing to charge away and now releasing this foul play. This Lantern is very healthy, but it's basically a tag team effort here from Harjeff's side, going ahead and losing this foul play and then swapping into the Medicham.
All right, well, so much energy on the side of Leanne Bernal's Lantern here. You do have a Protect Shield ready to go. Going to be shielding up this Surf. That would be very close to knocking out. You still got another one as well. It might be a charge attack priority. Now, this is a very risky call here, Amanda. This Psychic actually doesn't even knock out, and I think, no, nonetheless, here comes the Protect Shield on a bait. I think that you're going to be able to get to 1 more move before the Water Gun down.
I think you will as well, and it's like going ahead and throwing this Ice Punch. It's not enough to knock it out, but we have to remember there's no Protect Shields remaining on Leon's side, and this Ice Punch was chip damage. There's still a Protect Shield left and an Umbreon that is in the yellow.
Yeah, that's right. Now the question is, will one Surf knock out? Do you maybe go for the Surf, then the Thunderbolt? Will we see a no-shield here potentially? You get the Snarl through. This would be a huge no-shield. You know that this Lantern has 100 energy. We see the shield come out. Is there a Thunderbolt ready to go here as well? Yes, there was, but throws the Surf instead. Are you able to hang on? This was a charge attack priority. If you survive this Surf, you have the foul play ready to go.
But Arjef doesn't have his hands on the sheet. Okay, he has them back down, and he's able now to hit this foul play. That could have been actually dangerous at that point as well if he thought that the game was over because it was a Thunderbolt. Now this foul play able to go through. And
you see him grabbing his Vigoroth plushie, his good luck charm there. You see the champion shirt getting the 1-0. I gotta say, Leon Bernal had the Thunderbolt there. We need to recognize that. You throw that Thunderbolt. I think that it's a 40 energy Surf and a 60 energy Thunderbolt, so you can stack those moves. You have the Thunderbolt at 100 energy, and if you throw the Thunderbolt, winning that charge attack priority, you win the match.
I mean,
so
yes,
that's tough.
I think Lan set himself up perfectly. He ended up stripping that shield away, and I think Arjef also realized it at the end too, saying, I'm pretty sure he's at that energy. But sometimes, especially when you're on the big stage, especially when you've been playing all day, when these nerves are going on, you can make some small mistakes that can really end up costing the matchup. Still, regardless, wonderful plays by both opponents there. Those were incredible matches for the winners finals of Group C.
It came down to who can make winning plays consistently.
Yes.
We saw catches from both trainers. Leon Bernal was fully in control there at the very end, making all the winning plays until the very final moment. So a little bit of luck there for Harjeff, I would say, and a little bit of a miscue for Leon Bernal. I want to clarify one thing, by the way. For Harjeff, we had shown the 2022 statistics. Actually, he already has won the 2024 Curitiba. That's right, the Curitiba regional, and also took 4th place at LAIC in 2023 as well. So no stranger to success here in the LATAM region.
Yes, and also, I think Harjeff, this season so far is undefeated, at least while being on screen. He has possibly lost some battles. We're not really sure. We have to remember, at Curitiba, he went 18-0. He did not drop a single battle, which was a Pokemon Go record. So far, at least on screen, we've seen the same performance by him, narrowly sneaking out of this first matchup with a win.
But that Porto Alegre, he was the champion of that as well. So he is no stranger to success here. One of the most accomplished trainers, not only in LATAM, but in the entire world.
Absolutely. I think he's one trainer that everyone will be keeping an eye on, and I think that he's been playing fantastically. But let's talk a little bit about Leon. I'd love to play with the Shadow Dragon Air as well. I mean, to be honest, like we talked about, I just don't want to keep rubbing it into his face or anything, but if he threw that Thunderbolt, that game 1 would have been for him. He had wonderful masterful plays. He had great energy management with that Dragonair as well.
I don't want to double down on it, but I'm going to anyway. You go from being 1 game away from winning your group to now having to win 2 straight games. That is such a turnaround. Not only...
We've seen it happen though, Jim.
Yeah, we have seen it happen. All right, well, if it's going to happen right now. Let's move into game number 2. We're going to be seeing the big turkey bird flying in the sky here. It's the Mandibuzz into the Medicham.
Mandibuzz into Medicham mostly more favors the Mandibuzz just because of the bulk of the Mandibuzz. We call it the Umbreon of the sky. Being able to now throw this Ice Punch. And remember, it is a super effective move, but however, like we talked about, Mandibuzz so bulky, is able to tank it. Meanwhile, these aerial aces are going to be hitting the Medicham a little bit harder than the other way around. Catching it, though, on the Umbreon. It's Umbreon of the sky meet Umbreon of the ground.
Well, look, this is the move you want to throw into Umbreon anyway. It's not the end of the world. You actually have a pretty solid response here as well, that and your Charge Bug. Wanting to build up to another move. I like that play from Leon Bernal, being able to now have a move banked, potentially for a combo play later on. Now that said, what's a little awkward is this 4-turn Volt Switch. It's hard to time your moves properly. Ideally, you want to be throwing 2 Volt Switches to have 3 Snarls. Let's see if we see the good timing here. The thing is that Harjeff can really dictate the pacing of the throws here for Leon Bernal because he's already at so much energy in getting these foul plays off.
Yeah, it's true. You see that the Charger Bug's already in the yellow, not wanting to waste anymore. Not necessarily great timing, but just want to say, I want to make sure that I'm at least getting these charge attacks off.
Awkward.
Because they're super effective here against the Umbreon. As you can see, the Umbreon still taking it in the yellow. This X Scissor will go through. A Snarl goes through on the other side. Will Harjeff decide that he wants to shield it up? No, choosing to let the Umbreon go down.
You know what? I think if you had thrown thrown one more Volt Switch, that would have knocked out. Yeah, so now you have the Umbreon available for a safe swap, maybe even close to a move as well. So a little bit of a miscue there if I'm in Leon Bernal's position. Would have been able to throw the Volt Switch and actually knock out with that Volt Switch damage, but now the Umbreon remains. So here comes the X-Scissor. It is resisted damage into the Gligar, opting to also keep that Pokemon as well. Keep in mind, there's still a Foul Play or Aerial Ace stored on the Mandibuzz. This Water Gun Lantern is definitely in a great position here. It needs to shield this dig, though. This is a huge, huge call. Let's it go
Oh my
through.
goodness! The dig is super effective and does so much damage that the Lantern goes completely down now into the yellow. Another dig coming through, and it looks like Leon just going ahead and saying, Lantern, I guess, see you later.
Look, Mandibuzz is a great Pokemon. I'm not denying that. It has good matches versus that Medicham, but you have to get through a full Medicham and also this still somewhat healthy Gligar as well. Letting this go, this Aerial Ace may not be enough to knock out as well. You can see Jeff feeling very, very solid right now, knowing that he's in the driver's seat.
Yeah, in the driver's seat indeed, and also able to throw off a little parting gift of an Aerial Ace before going down the Gligar itself, forcing that first shield off of Leon there. The Mandibuzz still gaining a lot of energy, but like you said, there is still a whole Medicham to go through. There is now even a little sliver of an Umbreon and a Gligar left in the back.
And you're in single Ice Punch range, right? You need more than 2 Ice Punches to knock out a Mandibuzz, but at this HP, 1 Ice Punch is going to be enough. You're going to need to get to, I think, 3 Aerial Aces to knock this out. And as Jeff, you still got 2 shields, absolutely in a dominating position, willing to use this first Protect Shield here, but I think that you're close to the back-to-back Ice Punch. Keep an eye on the switch clock, though. That Charge Bug is still on the field, might try and catch, and no, not able to do so. Great discipline from Jeff waiting. You can see him nod his head. He saw it coming.
Yeah, I think that from the moment that the Lantern was completely knocked out, I feel that the Jeff thought that he was in control of this matchup, being able to be patient, be able to be vigilant, store up all that energy, and take out Leon's Mandibuzz at the end. Convincing 2-0 sweep. We've been seeing sweep after sweep in these winners, and Jeff goes ahead once again, staying undefeated, at least on stream.
Jeff looking like a King Cobra. He sees an opening and he strikes there in game number 1. He takes that momentum in game number 2 and capitalizes. Like we said, just rides that wave of momentum, makes the catches, makes the reads. I gotta say, the most impressive victory I think I've seen so far is Jeff. He just seems to be on an absolute tear. I would be really watching out for anyone in his path.
And also cool as a cucumber. Watch him in the screen. His reactions are very funny. Let's go ahead and watch the highlights of these matches that have been going on. A wonderful, fantastic round of winners group C here. We see this Foul Play going through, being able to take out the Charger Bug. It was kind of a catch, but undercharging here
this
to be
was
able
so
to
beautiful.
get 2 Snarls and enough to get enough energy to throw at the next Pokemon that comes in.
Amanda, those are champion plays. You don't have to do that. You can just take it out, but you now have a move going into it. Great, great plays there. We see a shield coming from that. I think that may have actually been a bait here, and I think we see a full farm down. You get the chip damage, but keep in mind this was that pivotal moment, the one that Leon Bernal probably wants back. You have 100 full energy. You can throw a Surf and a Thunderbolt. I was expecting Jeff to let the Surf go, to be honest, but no, he shields it up. We actually saw him shake his head at that point, saying, oh, I think I've lost, but only through the Surf.
Yes, I mean, and you can see right there, and you can see it immediately on Leon's face as well. He clicked it. It was just a reaction timing thing.
Jeff's like, oh no. But it was only the Surf.
Immediately picks back up his phone to be able to throw this Foul Play, taking game number 1. What an incredible, incredible matchup. And yes, clutching that Vigoroth for good luck.
Like I said, when you see an opening, you have to strike. You have to capitalize. That's exactly what Jeff did. Took that momentum into game number 2 here and able to hang on with 1 HP. Again, I think another miscue from Leon Bernal there. Unfortunately, unable to knock out that Umbreon. At the end of the day, I don't think it ended up impacting the matchup here. I think what was really devastating there was just the Mandibuzz being your sole Pokemon left over there. I don't think it had enough in the tank to take out 1.5 Pokemon, unfortunately.
Now, I do think that, I mean, but it's so hard to call. You have 2 shields left, and you're thinking, my opponent is going to bait, right? So it's like the Lantern was there. A dig is a super effective move against that Lantern.
Yeah,
not
the
shielding
Gligar.
Either of those against it, being able to knock out a 100% healthy Pokemon. It was gone by the time the Gligar just depleted all of its energy.
Let's look at that, because I don't think that that's necessarily a terrible play. You might be thinking at home, okay, well, why would you do that, right? That's going to be the hardest hitting move, that dig. Well, let's think about this. If you're already behind in the match, how are you going to catch up? The only way, that winning play, is going to be no shielding and Aerial Ace. So I like the idea there. I like the execution. Unfortunately, it does come down to, okay, well, what is Jeff throwing? Jeff going for the safe, consistent play, straight for those digs, straight to Saturday games.
Yes, this is incredible plays. I loved all of those matches. I think they were incredibly good. And you made a good point because we actually don't get to see a lot of 4-turn fast attacks on the team. I mean, I think the Charger Bug is one of the few that is running Volt Switch. And again, when you're talking about the timing, it's a little bit confusing, especially against like Snarl, which is a 3-turn move. And like you said, it's normally for the best optimal timing, you would want to try to throw 2.
That's just so many
throwing.
turns.
I know,
8 turns
exactly,
is your
like
optimal timing. Ugh.
And meanwhile, these foul players are going through on the other side as well. It takes a lot of discipline. But like you said, if he was able to do it, that extra Volt Switch would have been enough to knock out that Umbreon. It may not have changed the end game overall, but it is one of those things that it's like, it's a give and take, and as you play more of the game, something that you have to really get used to, this patience, this vigilance to be able to time your moves up correctly. As
it's such a repetition in some cases. You have to do it so consistently, and I think with 4-turn moves, you go from not only just having great and bad timing, but there's good timing in there as well, or okay timing. You have to be content with okay timing sometimes, and unfortunately not throwing that Volt Switch, throwing on okay timing, you ended up throwing on bad timing, and it ended up being not the best play there, without a doubt. But that said, congratulations to Hard Jeff. He is looking unstoppable right now.
I think so, and if Curitiba was any indication, that man is unstoppable, as he was completely undefeated. He was theoretically the only person from the LATAM region already qualified for Worlds. I think we have a couple more now coming up because of these championship points. We're going to see some more also fleshed out through Saturday, and of course, Championship Sunday. I hope you guys will all be there with us for these events as well.
That's right. Make sure you guys stick around. And I think there was quite a few takeaways that you could get with those undercharges, with some of those catches, waiting for your opponent to try and catch and not throwing your energy. Guys, I know it can seem very complex. I know it can seem very intimidating sometimes, but there's lots of resources out there to help you get started with PvP. In fact, we're going to toss it to a video with that very subject right now.
There's never been Ionic, and today I'm going to guide you through how to get started. Let's start with where you can PvP. Simply head into the game menu, and at the top right you'll see a battle option. Here with 2 options, a free basic rewards path and a premium rewards path, which requires a premium battle pass to enter. These reward paths represent a series of 5 battles, also known as a set. The more battles you win, the more rewards you will receive from that set. You are limited to 5 sets per day, which is 25 battles in total, and during special events like Go Battle Day, you can do up to 20 sets per day, which is 100 battles. As you compete in Go Battle League, you'll begin to unlock new ranks. These ranks unlock rewards such as catch encounters, cosmetics, elite TMs, and even a chance at a legendary Pokemon. Ranks 1 to 20 are progression based, meaning each time you win, it'll contribute to your overall journey to rank 20. Once rank 20 is unlocked, you will be measured through an ELO rating system, the highest rank being Legend, which is 3,000 rating. Each positive set with 3 or more wins will increase your ELO rating. Each negative set with 2 or less wins will lower your ELO rating. Go Battle League also operates through seasons. These seasons rotate roughly every 3 months while providing weekly or bi-weekly leagues and specialty cups to compete in. These leagues are typically divided through the Great League, Ultra League, and Master League, which all have different metagames. While Go Battle League may be a different format to the Pokemon Go Championship, it's by far the best way to practice and learn the fine details of PvP to prepare you for a tournament you'd like to compete in. The Pokemon Go Championship is hosted in the Great League, which provides a wider variety of potential Pokemon to use in competition because of the lower level threshold for battle. These tournaments also provide a fantastic look at some of the top performing Pokemon in the Great League, giving you goals to work towards as you look to build your PvP roster. Speaking of building your PvP roster, here's some tips and tricks that you can use to quickly add powerful Pokemon to your team. Firstly, you'll want to do your best to know about the current events in Pokemon Go. They are by far the easiest and most effective way to gather Pokemon and resources you will need to build your teams. You can stay up to date on all the events and seasonal information from the Pokemon Go website. You'll also want to play during dense spawn events, such as Community Day and Spotlight Hour.
They can sometimes provide incredibly strong Pokemon that you might need for PvP. You'll also want to take advantage of the Mega Evolution system to increase the candy and XL candy that you can get for the Pokemon you are looking to build. Raids are also a great resource for getting Pokemon that you need on your team. They rotate with the events and can provide key resources such as TMs. Trust me, once you dive into PvP, you'll begin to use a lot of TMs. 3-star raids provide a guaranteed TM reward, so look to leverage that if you're running low. They can be done, in most cases, solo and with a free raid pass. Finally, and what might be the most important tip, is to trade with your community. Pokemon that you may have missed, such as Swampert Community Day, might just be in the storage of your local community members. As a battler myself, I always hold on to multiple key PvP Pokemon that new players might need for their roster, so don't be afraid to ask around if there's a Pokemon that you are looking for. I hope this guide was helpful to get you started on your PvP journey. Thanks for tuning in. See ya!
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships for Pokemon Go. My name's Caleb. I'm joined by Speedish Chief 2, and we're seeing straight dominance here in Latin America International Championships. We just had Hard Jeff win the winners finals, the only player to ever go undefeated in a regional, and he's continuing his dominance here at the international stage as well.
I'm telling you, so many moments in that series looked like he was on the ropes. He had very few options available to him, still found a way to win. Medicham and Umbreon on your team with a charge bug on the opposing side. That's usually a recipe for disaster, but Rajef is able to pull through in the most clutch moments, and that's why he's the first trainer and only trainer ever to go completely undefeated at a regional championship. Definitely a name to watch. Let us know if you're cheering for Hardjeff or if you're cheering for another trainer that's still competing in the bracket here in Sao Paulo. We would love to see what you think.
And we are going through these winners finals now, trying to figure out who is going to make it to our day number 2 top 16 cut. I think we have 3 trainers already locked in, but we got 13 more to go, and it's going to be super exciting because these are going to be the names to look out for throughout the rest of the weekend.
Did you say 13?
13.
13 more?
13.
Dude, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Speaking of players getting ready to battle, we have 2 new trainers on the stage. Let's go and take a look at them and their teams. Again, these trainers are fighting for that day 2 top cut spot.
And we had earlier on stream too, LNDS Trick Zin running that Carbink, Gligar, Medicham, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, Swampert, and Serperior. I don't think we saw Carbink in action, but it is still there and something to always worry about.
I was going to say, I don't know how much use is going to get in this next matchup. Fed Martoni is running Shadow Alolan Ninetales, as well as Lantern, Umbreon, Gligar, Serperior, and Medicham. Of course, a few questions that we actually have answers to at this point. That is a Charm Shadow Alolan Ninetales and a Psychic Medicham.
And we've seen a lot of Charmers today, I think for good reason. A lot of teams super weak to it. Most teams, no Poison type. A lot of teams, no Steel types. You do have the Steel type of Shadow Alolan Sandslash on the side of Trick Zin. But outside of that, nothing that really resists that fairy damage. Carbink's going to do great into it just because of that fast move pressure of the Rock Throw. But that damage is just going unresisted against the rest of Trick Zin's team. So it has a lot of play.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think this is a very standard kind of meta formula that we've seen develop. In particular, since King Alexander won the regional with his own team, we've seen the combination of Medicham, Serperior, Lantern, and Gligar with a few different kind of adjustments, right? Instead of Lantern Trixen is using Swampert as his water type of choice. His anti-flying type Pokemon, I definitely consider that Shadow, Alolan Sandslash. And then the Carbink, you kind of touched on this briefly, Caleb. I want to bring this point back. Can trainers leave a bulky rock type Pokemon on their roster as bench pressure, and can that convince your opponent to play certain Pokemon they typically would not play?
That's usually the strategy, I think, for a lot of trainers running bulky rock types, but the real question is, will your opponent respect it or not? Because I think that's the main thing. If they're not scared of it, they're going to run ABA teams weak to Carbink in the lead, or Bastion, stuff like that. However, at the same time, when you start recognizing that, that's when you can pull a switch on them and finally bring that Carbink out, bring the hard-hitting, maybe Charmeleon, Ninetales out and stuff like that. I mean, that's a little bit safer in this specific meta, but bring something that really is alignment heavy, fast move, pressure heavy to throw your opponents off. Trixen and Faye Martoni, both undefeated so far in Latin America International Championships, and they'll be facing off on only one that will say undefeated after this set.
Yeah, exactly. This is a high-stakes matchup. Not only that Day 2 seeding, but also looking at falling to the loser's bracket, right? Having a much more difficult top cut if that occurs, because if you fall to the loser's bracket at this point, you still have to continue to fight your way through the tournament to even get that top cut opportunity. A lot at stake here for both of these trainers. Trixen we've seen on stream before. Faye Martoni, I don't believe we've seen this trainer battle quite yet, but we have seen so much utility from this Shadow Alolan Ninetales. It kind of, again, the open team sheets dispels the mystery. We know this is not Powder Snow, so against Superior, against Gligar, it's not going to be as favorable. It's really going to aim for Medicham and Swampert, but depending on the shield situations, I mean, you could still have a leg up against Gligar and Superior.
And we talked about the last time we were on too. Shadow Charmeleon Ninetales has some play even into Powder Snow, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which is what Trixen is running on his side. If you could just charm through, 2-shield the drill run, you actually, I believe, can flip that matchup, even though it's a steel type, into a fairy type. So we're going to have to see if Martoni is going to rely on that strategy or not. But we are getting to game number 1. It is going to be the shiny Swampert into Umbreon.
We talk about Swampert's bulk. It's kind of like a below-average bulk Pokemon. It's not quite the same tier as Lickitung, Umbreon, Manabuzz, and the like, but it can dish out a ton of damage. First, Foul Play gets fired up here by Faye Martoni, trying to chip away at the Swampert, but already you can tell the gears are turning. These trainers are trying to discover what's in the back of the lineups for their opponents.
And this Umbreon has really the ability to beat all 3 Pokemon on Trixen's side, but not by itself. So I think Trixen is going to chip down this health, maybe swap out or just take it down by committee. And it looks like Swampert is going to charge up a little bit extra energy and not going to throw the move before the Foul Play comes out. Do we see the first shift from Trixen?
I actually really like this play by Faye Martoni. It's very aggressive, right? He threw on poor alignment in order to get the Foul Play through and allowed the Mud Shot in return, but it puts his Swampert very, very low, firing the Hydro Cannon. No Protect Shield from Faye Martoni, anticipating the Hydro Cannon. Counter's going to do a lot of damage. We have to switch that Swampert out.
And I like this play from Martoni, having 2 things weak to Gligar in the back, so that draw out the Gligar with the Medicham, and then you might have a more free matchup with the Superior, but it doesn't look that free with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back. Trixen is prepared to handle the Superior. Weak to Superior in the lead, double counters for Superior in the back.
I really like this lineup from Trixen, like you were pointing out, and this is actually a great situation to be in, because even if your opponent, Faye Martoni, Protect Shielded up this Aerial Ace, you could just absorb an Ice Punch, land another Aerial Ace. So I do think that Trixen is very firmly in the driver's seat, even if this Umbreon is tricky to deal with.
Gligar, in my opinion, is such a deceptive Pokemon. It doesn't seem like it's going to be strong, right? It doesn't seem like it's going to be super bulky. It doesn't seem like it's going to hit very hard, but it just hangs in there against the likes of Umbreon and Lickitung. So it actually has a lot more play than it may seem on paper, at least in my mind, right? I'm always thinking, oh, this is definitely going to be Umbreon or Lickitung's matchup to go because they're bulkier. But the dig, the wing attack damage, and just being able to tank the Foul Play, Body Slam, all these neutral matchups is actually really playing favorably for Gligar. Look at the Umbreon, it's already in the red.
Oh, actually switching in the Swampert for the combo play, reaching for the Hydro Cannon. Trixen wants the knockout here on to the Umbreon, and the best part, the icing on the cake, the cherry on top, is that Superior only gets 1 Vine Whip from that Swampert.
And you see Trixen nodding his head because he knows this is the matchup he wants. You can hear the crowd as well loving this too. Martoni is like, all right, I was avoiding the Gligar with the Superior, but this is even worse than the Gligar. It is going to be the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. really one of the main reasons why it is the top steel type of choice for so many trainers.
Yeah, I mean, Superior just has virtually no play, just hurling Frenzy Plants at a frozen ice steel wall that is Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Great team composition there by Trixen, and that's the power of Shadow Alolan Sandslash, right? We talk about it being so polarizing. Against Medicham, it almost feels hopeless. Against Superior, it flips the table. Superior looked hopeless in that situation.
And Superior, one of the bulkiest grass types in this meta, just does not have that play, does not have the coverage. And Shadow Alolan Sandslash, it's so strong, and it's so weak in the wrong situation, right? Against Medicham, the highest usage Pokemon in so many tournaments, it's double weak to, but Alolan Sandslash is still that strong. And that really goes to show why, in my mind, it reminds me of Trevenant in the Noctowl Trevenant meta, right? Trevenant, hard wall by Noctowl, but Trevenant, because it covers so much by itself, it was still worth the risk. And I think Shadow Alolan Sandslash is that same analogy, is that it is still worth the risk despite the fact that you're so weak to Medicham.
It occupies a very similar spot, right? A very similar kind of mindset. I do think when you play that Pokemon, you need to be very, very mindful of switch advantage, especially when Medicham's pick rate is so sky high. You need to be aware of where Medicham is at all times, and I definitely think that Trixen was able to execute on that. Going into game number 2, we did see the Gligar, the Umbreon, and the Superior from Martoni. Double weak to Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Does he change it up? Does he go for a more direct answer? And does Trixen anticipate that?
And so that's the mind games, right? Because you're double strong into the Superior in the back end for Trixen, and that matchup is just so uncomfortable. You got Superior and the Alolan Sandslash. You do not want to be in that situation again. You are already down a point. You can't risk losing another game in this series. And so that's when Trixen might say, you know what, I'm going to ease up on the gas pedal on the Alolan Sandslash. I might not even bring it. I've already scared you enough. Now I could just play my own games at this point too. And we're going to game number 2. Let's see how it plays out. It is going to be Superior. Actually, again, a similar team, but Martoni not bringing the Superior, and I think for a good reason, because it really has nowhere to go in this matchup.
Yeah, kind of shuffling things around, leading that Medicham just in case Shadow Alolan Sandslash made an appearance in the lead. But he's got kind of a soft check to it in the back in the form of his Umbreon as well, so this could get interesting. Gonna go ahead for an Ice Punch here. Medicham trying to chip down Superior. These trainers know this matchup's inside and out. We know we can absorb an Ice Punch here and stay in it. Trixen is gonna do exactly that.
And Trixen feels great here too, because again, the Medicham is really the main thing you need to worry about for Alolan Sandslash. Once this is out of the way, even better. And now you're coming in with the shield advantage, so that Shadow Alolan Sandslash is really going to be in a great spot in the back end matchup. I mean, especially because there's a Gligar in the back too.
Exactly. Superior trying to reach the Aerial Ace, but Martoni is going to get to the Ice Punch first. Like you called out, Caleb. I think that the Protect Shield advantage is huge here. That's what Trixen wants to go for. He's going to let Superior faint. Come in with the Gligar. Look for a big wing attack down. Do we see the pivot out? Do we see the Ice Punch? Ice Punch coming through here from Martoni.
So this is going to be a big call here. Trixen is going to shield the Gligar. I like this play because that's going to do so much damage on the side, and there's not really any other ice damage on the side of Martoni's side, except for the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, but it takes a little bit longer to get to the Weather Ball. And here's the crucial decision.
Yes.
Do you bring Umbreon to this or your own Gligar? He brings Umbreon! Now this is going to be so much harder because you got that Shadow Alolan Sandslash just waiting in the back for the Gligar. You thought Alolan Sandslash was good into Superior. It's even better into Gligar.
Yeah, I mean, you called it perfectly, right? Those 10 seconds were so critical because Martoni sent in the Umbreon. He's trying to predict what's in the back. He thinks it's likely a Medicham or maybe even a Carbink. It is not. It is the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Now, in this situation, digs are going to add up. They're going to do a lot of damage. Umbreon going to try to dish some damage back. We actually see the overcharge by Martoni as well, just in case there's a switch out. He wants to be ready.
And I don't think Trixen is going to switch out at this point. He's thinking, what can be in the back? Everything is pretty good for Alolan Sandslash. Lantern might be a tougher situation, but outside of that, I'm in a good spot. And I think he's going to be very excited to see that there's a Gligar hiding in the back here. Oh, they pulled out Daisy Swap, and you see Martoni again say, I just can't catch a break from this Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Trixen making the huge call in back-to-back games. Shadow Alolan Sandslash looking on fire here in Brazil.
No tricks here. This is all skill from Trixen as that Shadow Alolan Sandslash looks to close out this game and this series against Martoni. Gonna go for the Ice Punch here. I think this is just quite enough.
And you can hear the crowd loves to hear it too. Trixen closing out back-to-back games on the backs of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, making all the right reads in these team compositions and adjustments throughout the game.
Very, very well played. Martoni, a incredibly talented trainer in his own right, made it to Group D winners finals, but got outpicked by Trixon, who was just on the money, putting that Shadow Alolan Sandslash everywhere it needed to be to succeed.
Man, look at the crowd too. There's just nothing like it here in Latin America International Championships. But what amazing plays from Trixon. And he was on stage earlier as well throughout the winners bracket, and looks like he'll be making back on stage tomorrow for day number 2, making that top 16, number 4 on the list. We got 12 more to go.
12 more to go. 1 down, 12 more to go here in day 1 of LAIC. Again, we talk about how big this tournament is. It's basically doubled since last year, which is absolutely phenomenal growth. The LATAM region is absolutely incredible, and we love to be here, like you pointed out, Caleb. Let's take a look back at the highlights from that series. Trixon versus Fe Martoni. Again, finding the right spot for that Shadow Alolan Sandslash to just absolutely excel.
It's really about maneuvering around, right? You got to work around the meta champ. You want to get around it. I mean, Umbreon, still a pretty strong check to the Alolan Sandslash. And Fe Martoni brought both the meta champ and the Umbreon in both games.
Yeah.
Able to expertly maneuver around both of those counters for Alolan Sandslash to lock it into Superior in game number 1. And then you lock it in to that Gligar in game number 2.
It's so polarizing, but when Shadow Alolan Sandslash works, it's absolutely menacing to its targets like Superior, like Gligar, like Mandevas. It can do so much damage. You can just see the emotion on stage. Trixon says, watch out, here comes Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And Martoni's like, I don't know what you want me to do at this point. I can only do so much in this situation, and we don't blame him too. However, double elimination bracket, Fe Martoni is still in it. We'll be waiting in the losers finals to see who his next opponent will be, and has a shot to still make day number 2, top 16 here at Latin America International Championships.
But that's the mental challenge, right? If you're Fe Martoni, you came so close. You came to that winners group finals in Group D, and you came so close but just got outpicked 2 games straight. What does that do to your mental? How do you respond? How do you continue to persevere and try to make it to day 2 and Championship Sunday eventually? It's going to be a really tough road ahead, but these trainers are incredibly talented and they're incredibly resilient. I don't think they're going to give up.
And like you said too, last year we had half the amount of trainers at Latin America International Championships, but that was because they were just capped, right? There were no more available spots. Now that we've doubled the amount of participants eligible to compete, they just said, you know what, we're going to double in our size as well, and we love to see that because we see so many trainers, some of them notable ones that we've already recognized, right? We saw Hard Jeff earlier, right? And we saw Marto and some of these other trainers that we expect to see, but a lot of newer names too, and we love to see that too, building their own history in the books.
I mean, that's a debate that we have as casters, right? In between our rotations, we're backstage, we're saying, okay, do you think, you know, for example, Hard Jeff, do you think he's going to just run away with this tournament and do incredibly well? So far, he is. Or do you think we're going to see a bunch of new trainers come in, a lot of names that we don't quite recognize, like in Toronto a few weeks ago, SS Thorn, nobody had heard of that trainer until he stormed onto the scene. We're seeing that here as well. A lot of trainers that nobody really anticipated it doing well are. You know, it's a combination of preparation, skill, and just a tiny pinch of luck that really kind of lends itself to a successful tournament run. And honestly, man, like, if you're up here with Hard Jeff and all these other talented trainers and you're going toe-to-toe with them, I mean, you've got a lot to be proud of.
Exactly. And speaking of things to anticipate or not anticipate, I think you're not anticipating this trivia segment we got, but I got some trivia for you, Speed Chief, too. Let's see how you're going to stand up in this pop quiz.
I'm nervous.
All right.
All right.
Oh, here we go. First question. Which Pokemon product was released first? A, TCG, B, the animated series, C, the video game, or D, the manga?
All right, chat, send me your energy. Type in your answers. I want to see
well, you won't
what
be able to
you
see
think.
them either way, but...
Okay, I want to feel what you think, all right? You know what? I used this all through college. It worked so well. Let's go with option C, the video game.
Option C? Oh, I'm going to go with the manga. I don't know the answer. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I might be wrong there. All right, let's take a look at the answer. And it looks like... Oh, it was the video game. First game Pokemon product was Pokemon Green and Pokemon Red, released in Japan in 1996.
Hey.
Us in North America, we're more used to, you know, Red and Blue, but it was actually Green and Red that came out first,
true.
not Blue.
Caleb, C's get degrees. They also win Pokemon trivia, all right?
So, whoa,
when in doubt, pick
slow
C.
your roll. There's only one question so far, right? Let's go to question number 2. You can take it away.
Okay, so here's the question. Which one of these is not a gym badge found in any Pokemon game or animation? A, the Cliff badge, B, the Trio badge, C, the Relic badge, or D, the Ancient badge?
You know, I feel like this is a trick question, but I'm going to just lean into the trick and hope that I'm wrong and it's not a trick question. I'm going to go with B, the Trio badge.
Trio badge.
Yeah, what trio's not really typing, right? Like, what's the trio? Trio of what?
It's the Dodrio gym. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, you're fading 6 Dodrio.
Oh, it's the Ancient badge.
Hey, you didn't even guess, right? Were you
No,
going
I didn't
trio
guess.
too?
I thought I was smooth about it. I didn't think you'd notice. I didn't guess.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have to do some of my own homework there too, because clearly I don't know my Pokemon trivia very well. Which of these Pokemon did not appear as a clone in Pokemon, the first movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back? Now I remember watching this movie back in the day.
Good.
I shed a few tears here or there, but you know that's nothing to scoff at, because I think everyone did.
Everyone did.
A, Dragonite. B, Psyduck. C, Scyther. Or D, Vaporeon. I'll let you take the first guess on this one, but I got my answer locked and loaded.
You already know.
Well, I have a guess. I don't know if
You
I
have
know
a guess.
it, though. I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It's been a while since I've seen the movie.
If you remember, these Pokemon actually appeared, at least the primary partner Pokemon appeared in raids in Pokemon Go several years ago. The clone Pokemon have the markings on them, like the darker markings on their skin. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur, obviously, those three are the most famous. But my answer for this one is actually going to be Psyduck, B.
Psyduck. All right.
It's going to be B.
I'm going to go with D, fan favorite Vaporeon.
Okay.
Let's see what it is. Oh, Dragonite. Wait, what? I thought
We
Dragonite
both
was
went
there.
0 for 2.
An uncloned Dragonite appears early in the movie to deliver Mewtwo's invitation to Ash and his friends.
Ah.
Interesting.
We got to watch it again. We got to watch the movie again.
We
I
do.
think that's the only answer.
We got to pop in the movie here. All right. I'm 0 for like 3 or 4. You only got 1, so let's see if I can tie it up at least. How many cards were in the very first Pokemon TCG set released in Japan in 1996? I feel like this is a trick question. Something doesn't seem right. You can take the first one here.
Well, there's an obvious answer. It's B. B is in Bravo.
B is the obvious answer?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna go with C. I know there's
only
over. I know there's
151.
150. Yeah, but there's not just Pokemon
there's
cards.
energy cards, there's item
trainer
cards.
yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Using the big brain.
Oh,
let's go! What?
Easy.
All right, I give up. I'm gonna just look at your homework next time. I don't know what's going on.
Well, that was really
I'm no
fun.
expert in TCG nor the movie or the anime series, but I know some Pokemon Go here. Right?
Yeah.
Let's
Absolutely.
get it straight.
I'd really appreciate it if people in the chat drop their own trivia questions, their own trivia answers. That'd be a lot of fun. We all share this common love for Pokemon, whether you play the video game series, trading card game, Pokemon Unite, or even Pokemon Go, which I hope everyone does. We would love to see your thoughts in the live stream, wherever you're watching.
Yeah, or if you're a fan of the anime series or the movies too,
That's true.
clearly you know more than me. Wait, so why was 102 the obvious answer? You said the obvious answer. What led you to that answer?
My thought process makes no sense.
Oh, well, I want to hear it because you're onto something more than I was. You got more sense than me.
Because the first couple iterations of Pokemon, they were still like getting the formula right, tweaking things. Some of the designs weren't quite finalized, they weren't quite released. And I'm not sure if that actually carried over to Pokemon Green, but I do think that there was the solid 151 didn't get actually solidified, so to speak, until later on, until Red and Blue came out, and that began to get released. I don't know if that's true or not, because my thought process again is a little bit wonky, but that was what I was thinking.
Yeah, well, either way, I learned a lot today. Hopefully you all learned as well. But speaking of learning, let's learn what our trainers are running on their teams on stage. We have the next set of battles ready, and it's going to be 12 Vitorello.
Yeah, Vitorello.
And running the Gligar, Umbreon, Superior, Shadow Lone Sandslash, Medicham, and Lantern.
Finally, Caleb. Finally, we see Amanda's pick come to fruition. LNDS Wings is rocking Gligar, Arctibax, Medicham, Lantern, as well as Lickitung and Clefable. What's going on there?
This is meta versus anti-meta, if I've ever seen it. The team on Vitorello's side, pretty strong meta team, right? Very similar to teams of King Alexander, Elites, and J-Chan. They didn't have the Shadow Lone Sandslash, but they had all the other components in their team versus LNDS Wings Artabax and Clefable.
Let's
Absolutely
go.
wow. I love the Clefable pick though. It would look so strong in Toronto, and I thought that people were going to just counter it with, you know, Cloudside really, but there's no Cloudside to be seen outside of Arnetto's team really. So if you play Arnetto, you're in a good spot, and Clefable looks like he's in a fantastic spot.
Just looking at this team, if you're Wings, you probably have had a great time against Carbink opponents, right? You've got your Gligar with Dig, you've got Lantern with Surf, you've got Clefable with Meteor Mash, double super effective damage. But there are no Carbinks to be seen here on Vitorello's team. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. I think that if you're Wings, you probably should lean on the Arctibax, right? That Dragon Breath pressure is just going to be so good. It's only resisted by the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And I think Archbax doesn't have the best name for itself because yes, it's weak to Medicham. Medicham is one of the most popular picks in the meta, but at the same time, Alolan Sandslash is too, and it's still used quite a bit. So I think in the right hands, Archbax can be pretty strong. And let's see if Wings is able to make it happen. This is going to be winners round 2 in Group H. So both trainers still undefeated so far.
From Wings, I expect a lot of Arctibax, a lot of Lickitung, I think, will also make a safe play. And then you kind of have a flex spot right there as well. You can kind of lean on either Gligar or Clefable. I think those 4 Pokemon look the strongest. Maybe some Medicham too, who knows. Then go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say is Arctibax actually does look really strong here. Walls off the Lantern and the Serperior. Great matchups against the Gligar and decent into Umbreon. It really has only 2 really bad matchups. And here we go. We have Arctibax in the lead here against Gligar to kick things off.
Arctibax Dragon Breath's going to add up. For trainers that aren't familiar, it does have access to Dragon Claw and Avalanche. Incredible coverage, especially against a ground and flying type Gligar.
And fantastic timing from Vitorello, throwing the airways right before the Avalanche is reached, but LDS Wings knows the matchup too. Going straight away for the hard-hitting Avalanche. Doesn't get shielded. It does get shielded from Vitorello.
I really like the Dragon Breath timing there from LNDS Wings. Able to sneak in just a single Dragon Breath in the midst of the wing attack and still get to the Avalanche. Now he goes for the Dragon Claw, and at this range, Gligar will be able to withstand it, but it needs to fire a charge attack pretty quickly, otherwise it's going to get Dragon Breath down.
And I like this play a lot from Wings because the main thing is you just want shield advantage at this point. Clefable looks really strong into the entire team of Vitorello. You're probably just going to go for a Fairy Wind down. Might have to shield the Dig. I don't know. That's up to Wings. But either way, energy on this Clefable is going to be very, very crucial.
Yeah, I called out 4 of LNDS Wings, 6 Pokemon as being really solid in this matchup, and we're seeing 3 of them, so the numbers don't lie. Here comes Clefable, Fairy Winding down the Gligar all the way and loading a ton of energy for this Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Medicham combination in the back.
And having a shield advantage and an energy advantage is pretty scary. Here comes the Medicham trying to get counters in, and now Vitorello is going to counter swap, both running the Psychic Ice Punch moveset, but Wings not only has a shield advantage, also has an energy advantage. This is a really tough spot for Vitorello.
Yeah, that's huge. And as we've seen from Clefable, that Meteor Mash can go toe-to-toe with opposing Shadow Alolan Sandslashes. So I definitely think that Wings is in the driver's seat here. Like you said, Caleb, 2 Protect Shield to 0 advantage. And the bait coming through here from Vitorello, trying to fight his way back into this matchup.
I think Wings is saying, you know what, you can bait me with Ice Punch all you want. I'm not worried because I'm going to play it safe. Once I get rid of your Medicham, I'm in the clear. And not only that, winning the charge attack priority in this mirror matchup too, which is absolutely huge for Wings.
Super deflating for Vitorello. He wanted that charge attack to come off. No defense drop occurs from the Psychic, but it's not like Wings really needs it. He's actually going to no-shield the second charge attack here, which could have been Psychic itself.
A huge no-shield. I like that play too because Vitorello ends up getting to another Ice Punch either way in that situation. And I think the Alolan Sandslash has a move ready. Oh, and throwing a charge attack priority. Really great time for Wings to get as much edge as possible and still take out the Medicham. On top of that, Wings still has a shield remaining. How do you take out this Medicham, let alone the Clefable, if you're Vitorello?
Exactly, right? Sometimes you need a hammer, sometimes you need a scalpel, and Wings, surgical precision, able to take that game number 1 from Vitorello.
We just saw Shadow Alolan Sandslash look fantastic in the last series, and here you see where its downfall is at, being double weak to that counter to the Medicham, and Wings taking advantage of that situation. And I gotta say, Speedy, Arctibax,
it looked good.
It looked pretty good. It looked pretty good. I don't know where Amanda got her info from, but whatever it is, it's a pretty reliable source.
Well, like you called out, right? If you don't see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash or Medicham in the lead, Arctibax is so safe. I doubt that we see it as a safe swap, I think it's either going to be a lead Pokemon or a closing Pokemon, but you have to clear that one or two counters to it before it can really just rip through Vitorello's team.
And actually, Artifax Clefable looks like such a strong pairing. It's the Alolan Sandslash that kind of breaks it, but Clefable's actually not that bad into the Alolan Sandslash. That Meteor Mash still hits pretty hard for neutral, and you're only throwing neutral damage back into Clefable. It's actually not that bad at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think a lot of us found this out in Ultra League and the previous Go Battle League rotation. Clefable with Meteor Mash is so powerful. That carries over very well to the Great League. You can win that matchup against the Steel and Ice-type Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Going to game number 2, though, let's talk about Vitorello and the win conditions here. It's so tough, right? Because your only Dragon Breath resist is that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And it feels tough to bring the Umbreon when you've just seen Clefable.
And Vitorello last year placed 33rd place at Latin America International Championships. Wings, on the other hand, placed 17th at Latin America International Championships. Both trainers trying to make it further this year, and they are well on their way. It is going to be a Meta Champion of the lead into Artifax. Now that's a fantastic lead for Vitorello.
Yeah, very, very nice team. We see the instant switch out as well into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. This is a great call because you don't want to allow this Clefable to get too far ahead. You want to maintain switch advantage if you are Vitorello.
And it's going to be the real testament for Clefable. Can it beat the Alolan Sandslash? And that's a hard-hitting neutral move. But Vitorello, you don't really need to shield it because you know that's going to be the move of choice anyway from Wings. So you can always shield later if Wings ends up shielding as well. You're going to outpace the Clefable now to the Ice Punch. And I think, yeah, it's going to be on charge attack priority. Vitorello ends up not throwing. It's going to shield instead, maybe go for a Powder Snow down.
Yeah, I think that's the play, right? But you have to kind of recognize the charge attack intervals. You know that the Fairy Wind is not doing very much damage at all. 4 Powder Snows get the job done. Shadow Alolan Sandslash has a ton of energy, and this is really tough because if you're Wings, you weren't able to control switch advantage, so you lost lead, you lost switch, and now you're fighting for whatever you can get.
And not only that, you have to show your third Pokemon, which is the Medicham. And now Vitorello has so much information. The Artifax doesn't have as many places to go now because you have the Medicham still in the back, and on top of that, I assume Vitorello's going to bring the Gligar. So forcing Wings to show that third Pokemon is really going to help him in this endgame.
Yeah, this is really tough here for Wings as he's just absorbed 2 Ice Punches from the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. In comes the Gligar, and here comes Medicham. Super effective counter damage. It's not doing quite as much as I thought it would do, but the Artifax can still strike back with Avalanche.
Going straight away with the Ice Punch, you're going to be the neutral damage. I think is definitely the play. Psychic is also neutral, but the thing is, in my opinion, that's a little bit overkill, especially you see the counter damage really adding up. You see Wings building up a lot of energy. Do you go for the bait? Going for the bait with the Dragon Claw, and it gets no shield from Vitorello. Could have been Avalanche, but saying, you know what, I'm going to call it.
What a call here from Vitorello. That could have easily been Avalanche, and then your Gligar is going to take so much Dragon Breath damage. He actually sneaks in the Ice Punch as well against the Artifacts. LNDS Wings looks so far ahead, but he's in trouble in this game number 2 because Artifacts just can't do anything against the Medicham.
And going to eat another counter before throwing this final Dragon Claw. This is actually not bad if you're Vitorello. You just have the ability to farm down the Artifact. Switch timer's not even up yet. Getting energy on the Gligar is going to be huge because you have a shield advantage, now energy advantage, and this matchup just has nowhere to go.
Yeah, if you are LNDS Wings, you need 2 Ice Punches. He can't get there, and he recognizes it. Here comes a big aerial ace from Vitorello as he strikes down that Medicham, ties up this series 1-1.
Great adjustment from Vitorello in this game number 2. LNDS, on the other hand, Wings, I like his play too, right? He won the first game. It went pretty well for him. He said, you know what, let's run it back. I already had a backup plan if I was in a bad spot, and in this situation, so I didn't even have a chance to execute it. Now I have a chance to try it out. Didn't work out so well. I think the alignment was just perfectly on the side of Vitorello. Tied up though, and now both trainers fighting for that finish here to continue on in the winner's bracket.
Well, what we saw from Vitorello is he went super heavy against the Artifax, right? He had Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Medicham. He was ready for that Pokemon if it came out. If you're Wings, you have to expect those 2 Pokemon to come back here in game number 3. I mean, they're good against the Lantern Artifax core, you know, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is, and then the Medicham can kind of pick up the slack. We saw Medicham from JJan in Toronto do really well against SS Thorn's Clefable because if it has Protect Shields, if you avoid the Moonblast, you can deal so much neutral damage with Ice Punch and Psychic. So, I mean, if I was Wings, I would definitely expect Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the other Pokemon, Medicham, to come in here in game number 3. What about you?
Yeah, I think, like, The thing I like about Wings is he's bringing Archibacks in back-to-back games. He's really relying on it. It's not just a spice pick for the bench pressure. It's actually something that he's actually relying on to win games with. I think for this game, it might be the time to bench the Archibacks. However, if you're Vitorello, you might expect that after beating the Archibacks so badly, and because of that, you might just bring Superior and Lantern, right? Be like, well, he's not going to bring Archibacks, I'm going to do this. So the real question is, does Wing bring the Archibacks or not? Because it's such a core breaker for so much of Vitorello's team.
Exactly right. As we move into this game number 3, I want to wish a warm welcome to everyone watching at home, Pokemon Go trainers, as well as the video game trainers. Welcome into the stream. We're going to see Gligar versus Lantern. Lantern can do a lot of super effective damage with the serves. Gligar needs to land at least a dig plus an aerial ace in order to win this matchup. This is not a great start for Vitorello.
Hey, you're thinking, you know, ground type into electric type, you should be in a good spot, but the super effective surf is really adding up. And even though the spark is resisted, it's still doing some damage to the Gligar in this situation. One dig is going to be landed. I think you need to go for another dig, though, to win this matchup. Trying to catch a move, not going to be able to happen. Swapping it, and now you get the Clefable locked onto the Medicham. This is a terrible spot if you're Vitorello.
I've seen some Clefairy in the Video Game Championship Series. We've got Clefable here on your screen. Welcome in, VG trainers, as we cover some Pokemon Go battles. Psychic does land into the Clefable, but as I said, it does so much neutral damage over time. But meanwhile, Clefable's got the Moonblast queued and ready to go.
And Wings farming up to 100 energy, maxed out. Clefable is going to thrive, and you actually see the shield from Vitorello. Vitorello saying, you know what, I'm going to just muscle through here. I'm going to throw the neutral Ice Punch, see what I can do. Wings just completely letting it go and giving up switch advantage.
Yeah, Ice Punch will connect here. Clefable does not. Oh, it actually does not faint, but it can't quite get to the Meteor Mash either. Wings really wanted that final charge attack, because as we look at the Medicham from Vitorello, there's really no direct answer. Yeah, you could bring in Lickitung, but you're going to take a ton of super effective damage, or you come in with the Lantern here with stored energy, but that leaves you with nothing left in the tank for later.
Yeah, and you can see from Wings' expression too, hoping that he would be able to survive the Ice Punch to get off that parting Meteor Mash, not able to do it. And now both shields expended on side of Vitorello, shields completely down, but all three Pokemon still healthy, and Medicham having a ton of edge and even baiting the shield with the Ice Punch.
Yeah, this is a massive bait, anticipating the Psychic. LNDS Wings uses that first Protect Shield, but he's going to cut off that extra energy with another Body Slam here to get this Medicham off the field.
You can see Vitorello trying to catch that Body Slam too, not able to do it. However, the Shadow Alone Sand Slash is going to be in an okay spot. Like we talked about earlier, Powder Stone Shadow Alone Sand Slash is actually the play, especially against Lickitung. And this neutral damage really adding up, going for another bait and getting another shield, 2 Ice Punch baits to grab both shields from LNDS Wings.
Hey, Caleb, I'm so glad you came over to the Powder Snow side. Right, it's real frosty over here. Lickitung going to look for a Body Slam here. It can't really do too much, right? Because the Power Whip might do marginally more damage, but Lickitung really needs to rely on those licks, that neutral Ghost type damage to cut through this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. And after the double bait you pointed out, Caleb, it's going to be really tough for Lickitung to win this game.
Wings, I think, needs to catch a move on the Lantern to have a chance. I don't know if the switch timer's up yet. It looks like it is up. It's going to be a huge catch. Can he do it? And no, not able to. Drill Run is going to be thrown from Vitorello. It's going to do a lot of damage into the Lickitung. Lickitung's bulky, but even Lickitung can't hang on to this much damage.
Whoa, switches into the Gligar. He's got stored energy, going for the dig. Vitorello is going to knock out this Lantern, and it's just a few seconds away from the end of this game.
That's a stamp of dominance right there. Airways would have been enough, but going for the harder hitting move for sure. Finishing off the Lickitung. Vitorello coming back from an 0-1 deficit to take it 2-1 in this victory here against Wings.
Yeah, very nicely played there. Very solid command of the Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Again, like we've seen before, just putting it in the perfect position to succeed consistently, maneuvering it around, keeping it away from those very, very detrimental targets. And I don't know, for all of our spicy Pokemon enjoyers, for all of our Meta Breaker enjoyers, really tough to see the Clefable and Arctivax core not pull through in that series.
Yeah, sorry. You could just direct your apology to Amanda if you really want to.
That's true.
But yeah, Arctivax looked great in the first game. Second game, struggled a little bit. And third game, Wings decided to leave it on the bench. And honestly, that was still pretty good back and forth there. If the Clefable shielded that Psychic or even the Ice Punch, things might have been a little differently. Wings hoping to get that Meteor Mash off, just a little unfortunately was not able to do that.
Well, speaking of that series, let's take a look back at some of the key moments that led to that reverse sweep for Vitorello. This is game number 1. The Arctibax does get KO'd by the Aerial Ace. In comes Clefable looking for the dig, and he's able to reach it.
And that aggressive Fairy Wind down against Gligar really helped out Wings for that end game, getting so much energy. Shield advantage and energy advantage is so hard to overcome, especially in this current meta where so many matchups are neutral.
Ice Punch does connect into the Metacham. We got some interesting information here. Game number 1, LNDS Wings Metacham winning the charge attack priority, which does come into play for the rest of the series. And here we see the big counter down of that Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And yeah, and you see LNDS, the fist pump of victory, but Vitorello is not done yet, is going to bring in the Lone Sandslash, the counter to the Clefable. It's a counter, it takes a lot of damage, but it's a still reliable counter. And here, Arctibax doing its best, but unfortunately just not enough to close it out for LNDS Wings in game number 2.
And we called that out, right? We saw that how powerful the Arctibax and Clefable core was, but this meta composition for Vitorello, the Metacham and Shadow Alolan Sandslash had enough to handle it, and LNDS Wings falls to that loser's bracket.
Here, game number 3, trying to do what he can with the Lickitung, but the double Ice Punch bait from Vitorello, completely savage there too, grabbing both shields and then going for that hard-hitting drill run. LNDS's only win condition there is to catch that drill run on the Lantern, but just unfortunately not able to do it. And here, that is a stamp of victory right there. Going straight for the dig on a low HP Lantern.
Yeah, Aerial Ace would have been enough. Maybe if Gligar even kind of like sneezed on the Lantern, it could have been enough. But the dig definitely sent a big statement there. Vitorello advancing in our round 3 bracket, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to see how well he fares. And meanwhile, Wings falls to that loser's bracket. Like we talked about several times before, it's much more uphill. You have a lot more battles to fight through because of the double elimination format. But there is precedence of champions coming from that loser's bracket, and it could be any one of them.
Don't count out Arctibax yet. Don't count out Wings, because there is still a chance to fight through that loser's bracket, make it that loser's finals, win it all, and take it to day number 2 in top 16. But speaking of top 16, I think our next set of matches will be a determining one for another spot in that top 16 for day number 2.
Well, hold on, Caleb. Before we get to the matches, I just want to point out, you're actually known for being incredibly well-dressed, right? A lot of people pointed out, they say, man, Caleb looks sharp. You tell us about your suit guy all the time.
I got a suit guy.
Right? I went with the 3-piece today to try to match your energy. Let's take a look at Fashion Week in Pokemon Go. There's so much fun stuff to catch. The Wooper with the hat on top is actually pretty cute. And it's also cool that you can evolve it. You can run a Quagsire with the cool cap.
Yeah, I love that the cap size stays the same. You can see the Quagsire kind of outgrew the cap, but you know what? Just like your favorite plushie, maybe your favorite stuffed animal, your favorite blankie from your kid, you're going to hold on to it as you get older, and that's exactly what Quagsire you're going to do. Shadow Dragonite, though, looking super dapper. I mean, you got the shades and the bow tie as well. I never get a bow tie here, so Dragonite kind of outdoing us in the fashion industry.
I got a question for you about Dragonite, but before we get to that, let's talk about the rest of our Twitch schedule. If you love competitive Pokemon, but also the anime, the video game series, the trading card game, everything from A to Z, we've got it here on the Pokemon Twitch channel. Check out the Season 1. Go way back to the Ask Ketchum days there on Tuesday at 2 p.m. Wednesday, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championship for the video game series. Then we're right back to Ask Ketchum, right?
And on top of that, next weekend, we have the Gdansk Regional in Poland. So that's going to be huge, too. We're going from international to regional. A lot of people fight for those championship points, getting their invitations to World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii next year. So a packed schedule. Definitely the place to tune in if you love Pokemon.
Well, my question for you, Caleb, is regarding the Dragonite.
Okay.
In terms of nicknames, which one do you prefer? Dapper Dragonite?
Okay.
Or Dandy Knight?
Dandy Knight.
Dandy Knight.
I don't know. You know, I will say, Dandy is pretty fitting, especially for where we're located right now. You got the Furfrou, which is also spawning, and you can actually get the Dandy cuts, the Dandy coats, if you're doing it. So if you have Furfrou and you're trying to collect the different cuts, the different outfits for that dog, look at what you can, what outfit you could do it, change it into.
Yeah.
What form you could do, what coats you can have, and good to save on to the hold on to those, because when you travel to different regions, people might be looking for the ones they can't get in their specific region.
I just wanted to call out as well that 2 of our VG casters have caught Shiny Furfro since we've been here in Sao Paulo?
I don't have a single one too, so I'm not jealous at all, clearly. But yes, congratulations to them as well. That's going to be Nekra and Gabby Snyder there catching the shiny Furfro. Do you have any yourself?
No.
Okay.
I did not.
We got us Pokemon Go players need to
We need to step it up. I mean, do we even play? I mean, at this point,
I don't know. I
even I have questions.
If you don't play, this is the best week to do it because this is Fashion Week. And be sure to catch your own shiny Furfrog, catch your own Dapper Dragonite, or undersized hat Quagsire.
Exactly right. Well, these trainers are fighting for more than fashion. Let's take a look at our global leaderboards here. These are the top 16 players in regards to championship points in North America. JJ getting a tremendous leg up with that sweep in Toronto.
And we have two trainers here, Nighttime Clasher and Buckeye Fisty, I believe are both competing at Latin America International Championships at Sao Paulo, Brazil right now. So they're trying to earn themselves some points too. I believe first place finish gets a whole 500 points.
Yeah.
So that is one way to take over the leaderboard if they win it all. But, you know, we got players all over the world here too on these leaderboards.
Yeah, I'm telling you, number 14, also a very talented trainer. Caleb Peng would agree. But that being said, I do think coming to the International Championships is a great way to gather a ton of championship points, especially if you are very successful. That being said, I'm really excited for all these trainers here. So many names that have had success previously, but also some newer names, right? SJP having so much success in Go Battle League, coming into the Bring 6, Choose 3 format. And as we take a look over to the EU region, Glax Cabalton and Swilis leading the pack. Those are two regional champions in their own rights.
Yeah, we got Leaf Tornado, Glax Cabalton, and then Z Swilis, one of the first people to pioneer that Pelipper, Powder Snow, Lone Sand Slash, Dynamic Punch Medjam. He was running all sorts of spicy movesets back then when they were spicy, and now everyone's adopting them too.
Yeah.
So a lot of trainers, notable trainers here on the list from the EU region. And like you said, internationals give you a ton of points. And we're at our first one of the season. And this is really where people came to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got a lot of talented trainers here. Talented casters as well. Number 9, Inadequates, or as we like to call him, Martine, clocking in there with 130 points. Again, we're in the month of November, approaching December in a few short weeks. Definitely try to gather these championship points and secure your invitation to Honolulu, Hawaii. Let's take a look at Latin America, though. Harjeff is already in the lead with 200 points, and I think Andrew Manyares actually made a lot of headway here today in Sao Paulo.
So many names recognizable because they're just literally here. Just Muniz earlier on stage, E. Romero as well, Patrick E. Albany. I know Paulinho Taz here somewhere, Zardy's here, Steiner, everyone, JW Naldo's here, Marto Galde, Arnetta we saw on stage. So many of these traders already. Huh? Shadowban as well. Yeah, it was in the winners finals. So these numbers will definitely be updated in a couple of days because they're already earning points, getting towards that Worlds qualification. Very excited to see. And of course, one of our trainers for sure will be qualifying the champion, and 500 points is going to add a lot to that total number.
Yeah, exactly right. I think the championship points are a great way to kind of work your way through the season to try to gather a few points here, a few points there. So local cups and challenges can really add up, right? Especially if you have more than one in a day. I've heard of a lot of regions in the US, Chicago, Arizona, even LA, Caleb, are having success with those local challenges and cups. Definitely check out the map, your local guide, to see where you can find those tournaments and where they're available.
Those are really the best places to really test out your teams too, right?
True.
You're testing into a smaller field. You still get plenty of play though. I mean, I was playing an 8-round tournament for a local, which was kind of wild, but you can really test out some of your strategies. I know at my first local, I got destroyed. Right? I was like, this is not the team I thought. I thought I was cooking something special, and I was cooking something stale for sure. But you know, it's a great way to test it out. Speaking of testing things out, no better way to test things out also on the big stage here too. We got Cordlash versus Andre in this round. Oh my, look at these teams.
What are these teams? Look,
you take Cordlash's team. I got Andre's team, right?
Oh, fine.
Yeah,
okay.
Come on now.
Let's talk about Cordlash's team.
Winners finals here too, by the way.
He's got the Charjabug leading the pack with Mandibuzz, Registeel, Swampert, Lickitung, and Medicham. We've seen so many debates about Charjabug, how good it is. I do think electric Pokemon deserve a little more credit in the meta, but still, the question of stretching that Pokemon through multiple matchups always lingers in my mind. I've taken as much airtime as I possibly can to keep you from discussing the team, Caleb, but finally I have to end my sentence and let you talk about it.
Look, I just real quick on the Charjabug. Charjabug okay. Honestly is less spicy than Registeel these days. We got the spice of Registeel on Corlash's side. But We also got the Ready Steel counter on Garavello. Andre said, we got the Clodsire, we got the Frostlass, we got the Mesh, we got Obstagoon. What is going on here? What year is this? This is 2021. We got Azumarill, and we got Bastiodon. Look, I don't know if this is planned or not, but I'm very excited to be commentating these set of battles.
Yeah, throwing Bastiodon up on stream, Caleb always has a good time. Honestly, Caleb, I'm excited for the Obstagoon, though. I think Obstagoon, I've had my eye on it for a little while. I thought it was really good when Lickitung was more prominent, but you've got Lickitung, you've got Umbreon, you have, Shadow Lowland Sandslash. There's so many targets for that counter user, and that Dark and Normal typing, like Shadow Lowland Sandslash, is so bad versus Medicham, but it has so many other openings.
And this is the winners finals of Group E. So both trainers are undefeated so far. They've been powering through the bracket, and I mean, obviously we want to see how Chargebug does. I mean, even Ready Steel. I mean, we got even a Snorlax plushie on here too. I don't even know what's going on. But Garavello, Andre said, how does this team even work? I'm just trying to figure it out, right? You got 2 Pokemon double weak to fighting, but then you got 4 Pokemon that are pretty strong into fighting or neutral. So it's I don't even know where the Obstagoon fits in or where the Bastion fits in, but we're gonna have to really deep dive here and analyze this team because I just don't even know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I hate to say it, Caleb, but the more I think Bastiodon looks like a strong play, right? Because you have Chargebug, you have Mandibuzz, and you even have the Lickitung.
Yes, hard wins against all 3.
Yeah, exactly.
But then hard losses against the other 3. So, I mean, if that's not a Bastion strategy, I don't know what is. This is coin flip central here.
Yeah, exactly. This is gonna be like you were saying. I don't even know how to start to break down this matchup. Yeah, I'm at a bit of a loss here. I do think that Frostlass is going to be a great flex pick for Garavello because Swampert is one of those Pokemon that, as you look at his team, no grass coverage, no dragon type coverage. He's got to find a way to deal with opposing Swamperts. And with Clodsire and Bastiodon, you need to watch out for that water and ground type.
That Frostlass actually does look super strong. And I think this is what I feel like the gears are turning in my head. I'm kind of seeing where Andre's really building out the team. Frostlass, strong into pretty much everything, a little bit weak to the Red Steel, but you have play, because you could tank a Zap Cannon, the Shadow Ball starts adding up. You see a lot of Red Steel actually shielding that first Shadow Ball right off the bat. You could beat Lickitung, which is probably your hardest counter on this team, in even shields, in the 0 and though, and if you shield 1, they had the double shield essentially to win the 1 shield scenario. So they always had to go at shield deficit with the Lickitung. And you have the Obstagoon on the team, as well as Medicham and the Clodsire. 3 Pokemon that are going to hard check the Regiseal, the Lickitung, and I think the real play is to free up the Frostlass. I don't think we're going to see too much Bastion in play, but it's really about freeing up the Frostlass and setting your Frostlass up for success. And I think Garavello Andre might find the win condition here before it even starts.
Yeah, the more I look at the team, the more I feel like Andre wants the Protect Shields down so he can just unleash the Frostlass, right? Avalanche into the Mandibuzz, Shadow Ball into the Medicham. There's so many ways he can just kind of like chunk through the opposition, but he's got to get those Protect Shields down. And when you look at the team, you really want to find Pokemon that have good charge attack pressure that are going to force your opponent to use Protect Shields. Are we going to see a Frostlass Clodsire core in this situation? I mean, is that really like in the cards for us?
I mean, it's a possibility. I think it could be okay. You definitely need something for the Swampert, because Swampert's definitely be playing pretty strong here too. Let's look at the players real quick. So we looked at a lot of their teams. Cordlash, tied for 33rd at Curitiba, but already doing really well. So making a name for herself here at Latin America International Championships. And then Andre, 4th place in Curitiba, 5th place in Sao Paulo, and yeah, so it's and beat Shadowban in that tournament at Sao Paulo, lost to Hard Jeff, which pretty much everyone loses to at this point, so that's no shame in that. Beat Paulinho Tad, and then lost to Juice Muniz. So a lot of talented trainers that Andre had to battle in that previous tournament. And here, undefeated so far with the wildest team I've seen so far. The wildest team, and I love it. Like, if this works, I don't know. I might steal for myself. This is genius if the team works.
It looks really fun, right? I think that piloting this team takes a certain mindset. It's definitely not the traditional kind of meta that we've seen develop over time. Honestly, this is going to be really, really fun to watch. It's either going to be like fireworks, right? It's either going to fizzle out and you're not going to get much of a show, or it's just going to absolutely go wild and you're going to see just how incredibly unique this team is in its execution, both in the winners finals. They have a long resume of success, like you pointed out. Andre has beaten some really talented trainers, and he's fought against the best of them. So I'm really excited for this.
And we see Azumarill too, which we almost never see, right? Azumarill even making it to the field, but this team from Andre's side is actually super weak to Lantern, especially Water Gun Lantern, right? It's actually, Water Gun Lantern technically has the ability to beat or play into every single thing on Andre's team, but surprise, surprise, the electric type on the side, it's not Lantern, it's Charger Bug, and you're feeling pretty good if it's the Bug right here. I mean, Clodsire, fantastic into it. Bastion, amazing into it. Process, okay. The Charge Bug actually does beat the other three, though, so it's actually could be interesting.
All right, here we go. We have our leads on the field. Looks like it's going to be Charge-a-Bug lead versus the Frostlass. We talked about getting those Protect Shields down, letting the Frostlass loose. Now it's in the lead. It might actually be one of the best Pokemon at breaking those Protect Shields as well.
And you see Andre throwing the Avalanche in between the Volt Switch, ensuring the move is going to connect. Do you see an early shield from Corlash, letting it go? Maybe we're going to see a swap at this point because it's so low on health. And here he comes, Andre catching the neutral discharge. Discharge is not going to be as effective as X-Scissor, so wasting some of that energy from Corlash had a great catch. And now Corlash is in a tougher spot, going to leave with the discharge and X-Scissor ready, countering with their own Medicham.
Yeah, back into the Medicham mirror match. Psychic getting fired off here from Andre. Gonna deal some chip damage, but look at the Medicham's health for Andre. Already half health. It's taken a lot of damage from the opposing Charge Bug. Gonna look for the Psychic here. This is not quite enough to KO, but the counters might do the trick afterwards.
I gotta say, Speedy, that quarter smile from Clodsire in the back is just getting me here. Let's see if it has any play, but getting a lot of advantages here. Trying to reach for a Psychic, does barely get there, but Andre is going to get this Psychic. That's going to be huge. Do we see a shield from Corlash? It's going to be big. We do draw a shield from Corlash. Yeah. Corlash leaving with a decent amount of energy, though.
Huge counting, right? Able to recognize the Psychic was coming in. That definitely would have brought that Medicham probably to a KO, if not perilously close. In comes the Frostlass, though. Medicham classically does not have a good matchup here. Going for the Ice Punch bait and gets it.
I love that play from Corlash. Corlash recognized that Andres definitely want to preserve the health on the Frostlass, so goes for a pretty much assured shield there, forcing Andre to shield and trying to catch, going for the combo play maybe, but is going to catch an Avalanche instead. So actually wasting some of the energy on the Charge Bug. Not the worst case scenario for Andre, because now you can take it out without taking any discharge. The thing is, you got to take out the Swampert somehow. Cloudsire's not going to love the Swampert in the matchup. The real question is, Corlash bringing the Swampert in or the Medicham? Does decide to bring in the Medicham instead. Oh! And catching the Psychic on the Cloudsider. Andre making the prediction that it's probably a Swampert in the back. No shielding the super effective Psychic.
That's a massive prediction. Psychic takes almost half of Cloudsire's health. But look at the Poison Stings. Is he actually going to farm down the Medicham? He's got one more to go. Can he do it? No! Here comes an Ice Punch from the Medicham. That was almost a complete Poison Sting down.
And no shield again. Talk about massive prediction. Massive farm down from Clodsire. Clodsire has an Earthquake ready and loaded as well. Yes, Swampert is going to do better in this matchup, but you don't want to take too much of this neutral damage from the Earthquake. Already going to take over half the health of the Swampert.
Gonna go for another Earthquake as soon as he can get there. Cloudsider closing in on it. Does get to the Earthquake, but it's a charge attack priority tie. Corlash is doing everything he can to stay in this series. He knows he has to deal with the Frostlass in the back, and Andre saves the final Protect Shield for it.
Frostlass has energy. I believe has at least an Avalanche. Already has an Avalanche ready, and this is going to be key. Can you get to the next Avalanche before the Swampert gets to the second Hydro Cannon?
It's going to be a race. Here comes Swampert looking for some mud shots. It's Hydro Cannon's got one Hydro Cannon loaded. Has almost two. Got two loaded. Frostlass is not there. It's going to come down to Charge Attack priority.
This is going to be so huge. Charge Attack priority is really a flip here in this situation. It can really go to either trainer. Andre's not in his head. Maybe thinks, I know I'm going to win it. And here it goes. Frostlass is going to close it out on Charge Attack priority against the Swampert, against Corlash. Impeccable plays from Andre in this game number 1.
Andre knows his team, knows his Pokemon, and knew he could take down that Swampert in a really critical situation. Caleb, I know a lot of trainers coming to LAIC today have trained their Frostlasses with a slightly higher attack because they want to win the Frostlass mirror match. Maybe that actually lines up with Swampert as well. Maybe that slight margin you talked about came into play in that situation right there.
And Andre, I mean, okay, this is my theory, right? We don't see a lot of Clodsire in this tournament, and my theory is I think trainers are a little bit afraid to use it, not as familiar with using it. We saw that a lot with Carping early on season. No one really decided to bring in the Carping, but in more recent tournaments, card being made top 12 usage because people start realizing, wait, this thing's really strong. And so in Latin America International Championships, the first tournament that you could run Clodsire, a lot of trainers saying, I don't know, this thing kind of seems hard to use. Andre saying, you know what, I'm going to find a way to utilize it. Catching a super effective Psychic, tanking the super effective Ice Punch, and still forcing the Swampert to throw the NG when it had to, and getting the most value out of Clodsire, relying on the bulk, and that's really the cornerstone why Clodsire is potentially so good. It has a lot of bulk. It's not because it hits very hard.
I mean,
but the coverage might not be the best at times, especially if you're locked in Glide Guard, but you got a Clodsire against a Swampert and it still put in the work.
It absorbed like 90 energy from Medicham and still got to double Earthquake. I mean, that is absolute just freakish performance from a Pokemon, and Clodsire is really living up to the billing. Does it come in game number 2 though? We did see the Charge Bug there in game number 1 from Corlash. When you've seen Clodsire on the other side and you've seen what it can do you still bring that Charge Bug in game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, Charge Bug wasn't even in necessarily a bad matchup, quote unquote, but Andre just played around it, and I think it was really good. I mean, it first started off with the catch, right? Catching the discharge on the Medicham, the less effective move against Medicham, getting the double Psychic off to force Corlash to shield. And here, I got some info too. We forgot to cover this earlier because we're so fascinated by the team of these two trainers. Andre's Obstagoon is running Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam!
Hyper Beam, not Night Slash, not count, cross chop, Night Slash,
or
Hyper
Beam.
Yeah.
Heading into game number 2, we have our leads on the field. Lickitung for Corlash and the Medicham on Andre's side. This is a Psychic and Ice Punch Medicham, so it doesn't need to fear the Dynamic Punch. It's going to be a little bit closer of a matchup than you anticipate.
You know, would have been a huge core breaker in the lead there for Andre?
What?
Bastiodon. Being the Lickitung and the Charge Bug.
True.
But going for a little safer play, which I think is a great call as well. Bring the Clodsire yet again in the back. If you win switch advantage here, Andre's in a great spot because you can lock in the Clodsire into the Charge Bug. But we talked about it. Frostlass really strong into the team of Corlash, and here comes the Frostlass.
Trying to catch a Body Slam on the Frostlass does not get his wish. Andre is going to catch a Power Whip instead from the Lickitung. Do we see the first Protect Shield? Yes, we do. Andre knows that Frostlass has an energy advantage, does not want to give up too much HP. Going to go for the Avalanche right before the Body Slam is queued.
And here, trying to get rid of this Lickitung. And the real question is, do you come in with the Swampert or the Charge Bug? If you come in with the Swampert, you're in a much more difficult situation. Corlash trying to predict what's in the back line for Andre. What do I need to save? I think going to try to save the Swampert and does come in with the Charge Bug. This is an excellent read from Corlash.
I mean, this is pristine. This is an incredible read from Corlash as he's able to keep his Swampert in the back for the Clodsire, predicting that Pokemon would make its way back. It's game number 2. Avalanche does land into the Charge Bug, deals so much damage. Bolt Switch is a bit slow, but the switch timer's not up for Andre yet, so he's stuck. He's forced to Protect Shield up this discharge.
I love the shield too. Andre knows that he can swap out at some point too. Probably going to leave with the Avalanche. Oh no, hard pivot from the Swampert instead. I like that read from Corlash even more because knowing that you don't want to be behind on energy is going to shield this Avalanche. This is going to be the real test of Clodsire. Can it overcome Swampert in this matchup? And Corlash throwing the Hydro Cannon right before Andre got to another Avalanche. Huge call, recognizing that Andre is going to win Charge Attack priority, does not want to get hit by Avalanche.
Swampert clears the Frostlass, looking for its next target. There's a weak Medicham and a healthy Clodsire in the back. Clodsire pulled some magic in game number 1. Can it do the same thing here? Coming into the Swampert matchup, firing off those Poison Seeds, not dealing a lot of damage. Swampert closing in on the Earthquake. Does he go for it? Oh, the catch! And the swap! Andre pulling the Medicham out of the hat to absorb the Earthquake.
Catching the Earthquake too. Expert timing from Andre. Corlash not even going to uncharge. Needs to get rid of the Medicham right away. Now here's the question. Can you take out the Swampert before it gets to another Earthquake? Or even better question is, can you even tank an Earthquake on Clodsire? Super effective. Same type of attack bonus. Earthquake is going to do a lot of damage. This is putting the Swampert quite low on health. Here comes the Earthquake. Can the Clodsire stand the test of damage? Is it bulky enough to hang on? No one's really seen this. It does hang on. And here comes the Clodsire going to throw the Sludge Bomb. You see Andre nodding his head.
Yeah.
Clodsire, what a beast.
He's nodding his head, but Swampert still has a lot of HP left. Right, you're going to deal some super effective mud shots here. Actually, doesn't have very much HP at all. Clodsire can do it. I was wrong. And Andre's able to take that game number 2. Wow.
Garavella Andre earning himself a spot in the top cut. top 16, the first person in the world to do it with the Clodsire, and Clodsire came to play. Speedy Chief, I'm telling you, Clodsire's the truth.
Oh my goodness, that was absolutely insane. Clodsire able to absorb so much damage from Medicham in game number 1. The Psychic and the Ice Punch still get to double Earthquake, and then in that game 2, switching in to catch the Earthquake on Medicham and then leaving it all up to the Clodsire. You could see he was nodding his head, right? Like you called out. He was ready. He said, I know I've got this game in the bag. There's still 20 seconds left to play, but this game already belongs to me.
Yeah, I mean, Andre with the incredible team, but also incredible plays. Yes, it was a creative team that took very interesting maneuvers, but he had to play it perfectly, making incredible catches in both games to set himself up for victory. And Clodsire, I mean, throwing resistant Poison Sting at a Swampert, taking a super effective Earthquake after all the mud-shot damage on top of it, Poison Sting down the Swampert. I mean, we gotta see the highlights for that one, Speedy.
Yeah, we gotta run this one back. Let's take a look here at one of the best series that we've seen here in Sao Paulo. Corlash with the Medicham fighting really hard against Andre, but the charge attack priority, or excuse me, getting to the Psychic here is the real difference maker in game number 1.
Forcing the shield advantage, and you know, we talked about it in the pre-game analysis. This team is really set up to make Frostas shine. I think Andre just did that. Bring so many things that are strong into Frostas counters so that Frostas can just reign free. And Andre's Frostas putting in so much work. A great catch from Corlash, though, to keep this game close.
Very, very nice catch. Frostas was just so powerful in game number 1. We talked about it. Getting loose with the Protect Shield advantage. Swampert doing its best. And look at Andre's confidence. He's already nodding. The Hydro Cannon's coming through. He knows he has the Avalanche. He knows he's going to win the charge attack priority. And guess what? His prediction comes to fruition. There's the Avalanche.
Wow, Andre was ready for this matchup, going 2-0 in that winners finals. Really shows the confidence and the knowledge, insights into his team. I mean, and that's the thing, right? If you build such a wonky creative team like this, you are the expert, right? And your opponents are not going to know how to handle it. Corlash, I think, did a fantastic job, but Andre just one step ahead the whole time.
Right here. This was the play, catching the Earthquake onto his Medicham, applying so much pressure that Corlash had no other options. He had nowhere else to go. And then here, Clodsire, after taking a Psychic and a nice punch at game number 1, it soaks an Earthquake in game number 2. Gets to the Sludge Bomb here against the Charjabug, and Andre knows this is curtains. Clodsire's coming to town.
It looks like we were right. Mudshot's not the play, or everyone else was right. We were wrong.
Yeah.
Poison Sting, Sludge Bomb's way to go. Even resistant Poison Sting still putting in work for Andre in that winners finals. Congratulations to him, making it into top 16 at Latin America International Championships. And I gotta say, we didn't see no Bastion, we didn't see no Hyper Beam, Obstagoon yet. But there might be a chance for day number 2, and I'm very excited to see those battles.
That means he still has more to show, right? Still more tricks in the bag, and like you said, I can't wait to see that all play out in day number 2. Caleb, I'm feeling super inspired. I kind of want to build like a really, radical, awesome team like he played just then. But let's go ahead and take just a few minutes to look at the basics of team building so we can set a strong foundation and then build something really, really unique.
Let's go.
Hello trainers, my name is Caleb Pang, and let's take a look at how to build a competitive team that can help you succeed at a future tournament. For the Pokemon Go Championship Series, trainers register teams of 6 in the tournament. Each trainer will preview their opponent's team of 6 before deciding which 3 Pokemon they will lock in for the upcoming battle. The Show 6 Pick 3 format allows for another layer of strategy where both team predictions and compositions heavily impact the outcome of matchups. There are a number of ways to build your team of 6. Many focus on a balanced approach, pairing Pokemon together to cover each other's weaknesses. A common example of that is Trevenant paired with Noctowl. Others may purposely build unbalanced teams to counter a specific threat in the meta, which are often called anti-meta teams. All teams will have their strengths and weaknesses, and how each trainer capitalizes on them will often be the deciding factor in a matchup. When setting up for a battle, each trainer will have a lead Pokemon with 2 Pokemon in the back. When a trainer is faced with a bad lead matchup, many trainers swap to one of their backline Pokemon, often called the safe swap. These safe swap Pokemon have the potential to dish out a lot of damage to win back switch advantage or take a shield advantage against their opponents. Although there are no official categorization for what a safe swap Pokemon is, there are a number that are used often due to their success in this role, such as Purified Sableye and Registeel. The third Pokemon in the back is often labeled as the Closer, a Pokemon that is very strong in the right matchups, and or when they have a shield advantage. Although this final Pokemon may have to take on multiple enemy Pokemon to finish the match, their ability to turn the tides of battle is what makes them so strong in the endgame. When determining which 3 Pokemon to bring into battle, many trainers like having a backup option when they do not catch a good lead matchup. This is when an ABB line comes in handy. The 2 B Pokemon in the back protect the A Pokemon, so even if the first B Pokemon is taken out, the secondary B Pokemon is still in play and can continue protecting the A Pokemon. Another variation of this strategy is an ABA line, where only the B Pokemon in the middle can protect both the lead A Pokemon and the backline A Pokemon. ABA lines strategize around keeping the backline A Pokemon healthy, even at the cost of the lead A Pokemon, hoping to exhaust the opponent's resources early so that the A Pokemon in the back can close out the match. Finally, trainers can run a diverse line of 3, utilizing an ABC line. With the proper alignment, ABC lines can thrive in any battle and their balanced nature gives it flexible coverage. However, if caught in a bad lead matchup, ABC lines have less of a backup plan. As an example of a reliable and safe team, the Toronto Regionals Grand Finalists of the 2023 season used Noctowl, Umbreon, Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, and Medicham to qualify for the World Championships. These Pokemon cover each other's weaknesses well and are fairly accessible for newer trainers. An example of an anti-meta team that is geared towards beating traditional teams is Deoxys Defense Form, Altaria, Venusaur, Walrein, Galarian Stunfisk, and Purified Sableye. This team earned the trainer a top 8 placement in the San Diego Regionals of the 2023 season. Utilizing Deoxys as a counter to popular fighting types makes this team very strong in the fight situation. There are a number of ways to build a team for a tournament, and the possible combinations are endless. Whether you're a trainer who prefers to build safer teams closer to the meta, or a trainer who wants to build a team to counter the meta, finding out what team fits your playstyle is part of the journey. We hope to see your unique team one day in future championship series events.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sao Paulo, Brazil. We are here for the 2024 Latin America International Championships here for Play Pokemon. What an incredible tournament that we've already had here so far. We just saw an Earthquake get caught from that Medicham. Clodsire able to take out a Swampert. We've seen some unconventional plays, some unconventional matchups here, but it has been, there's one word that I have to describe, and it's passion. I keep saying it time and time again, but the battlers, the community, the friendships that we're seeing, you can see that passion on display with these trainers and this community here in Sao Paulo.
I have to say I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't gotten to cast over any of the Clodsire matchups ourselves. I think Speedy and Caleb are getting a little bit greedy with it, but like Caleb said earlier, Clodsire is the truth.
Yeah.
I mean, we both had it on our caster predictions, and I'm glad to see at least some of it be coming into play as well.
You know what? I was getting a little flack from the rest of the casters with my picks. I'm not gonna lie here. I think it was hard meta, but I think that it is the story so far of LAIC.
Yeah, I was like, oh good, why don't we all just put Medicham on our caster prediction?
Okay, we're not gonna put Medicham, okay? That's the one, we talked about unwritten rules. One unwritten rules of the caster is that we're not gonna write Medicham for our caster prediction. But that said, I think the rest of the picks have really been cemented here at LAIC. I think that we can see the strength of the Gligar, the strength of the Superior. Even Mandibuzz has had some good plays as well. So I think there are still some rooms for some sleeper picks. We've seen some Carbink, we've seen some Steelix from time to time.
I think the only one we have, no, actually, I take that back, Jim. There's two of them that we haven't seen on the caster predictions, and that is the Haunter from Speediest Pick and also the Runerigas from Caleb.
Yeah, Runerigas is really interesting because it very nicely core breaks the Registeel and the Medicham matchup, but we haven't seen too much Registeel action, so you know, it's interesting. All right, well, that said, some great storylines so far. We've seen, actually, I think down in the losers bracket, we actually had seen Marto Galde potentially getting realigned versus Jumuniz as well, one of the very first matchups that we've seen. So make sure you guys follow along with the bracket as well, because not only are there some interesting matchups on stream, there's a lot happening off stream as well as we round out this tournament of 256.
That's right. Some of these competitors have already qualified for day 2, so that is great for them. Congratulations. But it's not over yet. There is still so much more tournament play being going on, and we're glad to be giving you some more matches coming up just shortly after this.
All right, let's go ahead and take it over to the stage here. I think our players are getting ready. They may already even be locked in. Ventuski is a name that we've seen time and time again. He's well known being an incredible battler, not only in the grassroots formats, but in Go Battle League, and we've seen him many times at regionals as well. Running a very traditional lineup here with the Medicham, the Registeel, the Gligar, Lickitung, the Mandibuzz, as well as the Lantern. No Superior, and I think no Ice on the team as well, though.
So some conventional picks, but that Registeel making it a little bit, well, not even spice, but just something that's not really seen as much in this LAIC. Basti, on the other hand, running a Pokemon team that looks pretty darn familiar. This is the formula that Wholesome has been talking about. This is the formula that has basically been taken on Peoria, been taken on Toronto, and almost taken on what was the rest of them in the North America region.
Yeah, I mean, there are some slight modifications that we see from time to time, but for the most part, this is the team. In fact, if I'm trying to recommend to someone who, hey, jump into a Show 6 Pick 3 tournament, that is probably, I think, the most consistent, versatile, flexible, adaptable team that you can run. It has a little bit of everything.
You have all these synonyms for it.
Yeah, we did a little Googling there with my thesaurus online at the break there, without a doubt. All right, well, I think these trainers are still logging in and getting ready, trying to make those final decisions. We haven't had a lot of time to look at some of these, but I did want to call out a couple interesting things here. First off, when we take a look at the, I believe it was the Lantern, it is running Spark. We've been recently seeing a lot more water gun Lantern. Yeah, now we're going back to Spark. In fact, it's going to be Spark for both of these Lanterns here. I didn't see anything else that was too crazy. Medicham is going to be running Psychic on both Medichams as well, which has been pretty consistent with what we've seen. Dynamic Punch, while we saw a lot more, especially in Europe, seems to, here, at least in LATAM, be a little bit more uncommon, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Amanda, take us into game number 1.
Seeing how it plays out immediately as we see that Medicham on the field against the Superior. Like we said, this is in favor a bit of the Superior, but it is a pretty even matchup with those Ice Punches being able to at least hit for some good damage as well.
Do you see what I see?
Oh my goodness, talk about strange movesets. Galaska Bolton there, the same moveset, and Leal taking the championship. Basti is running a Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant Superior. We're seeing it twice on the big screen.
Here's what you do. You throw the Frenzy Plant, and then you charge the type priority tie with the Leaf Tornado. They're like, I don't want to take another Frenzy Plant, and then you get the debuff, and then the rest is history. I love this play here. Superior does have a nice matchup, but keep in mind, Superior also beats the other two Pokemon. A huge catch, catching the Ice Punch on the Lantern.
Instead of even going for that charge attack priority, going ahead and catching this not effective move on the Lantern, and meanwhile, this Lantern is going to now be aligned with the Lickitung. This is not a horrible matchup. As we've seen before, the Spark Puff being able to do a lot more as a fast attack damage already at that Thunderbolt before the Power Whip goes through, and Basti is going to go in for that heavier hitting Thunderbolt, and will Ventuski use his first shield on the Lickitung? No, gonna go ahead and let that connect.
That's a lot of damage that comes through here. It's gonna be chipping away at this Lickitung. This could be very nice for this Frostlass potentially as well. Once you get the Lickitung out of the way, a little bit less scary. Now that said, Lantern's still a very solid counter as well. What's gonna be important here is, can that energy from the Superior land on that Lantern later in the game? But we see our first Protect Shield come out, Amanda.
Yeah, first Protect Shield, a very good, correctly covering up that Power Whip. They're now going for yet another Thunderbolt, getting that first shield from Ventuski as well. This is a very important middle game. We have to remember that Lickitun's Power Whips don't have the same type attack bonus, but it is still super effective against the Lantern. Throwing that now. Will we see both Protect Shields? No, Basti choosing to let this one go through.
I think Lantern's going to be able to hang on here, and we might see a quick swap out here as well. I don't think this Lantern wants to get farmed down. No, actually wants to just go ahead and make sure that that switch clock is still not going to be is not going to be locked in there. So this Lickitung is going to have no problem getting to a Power Whip, throwing in the middle of that Powder Snow, waiting one turn, just like you said. So I definitely like that. Here comes the Power Whip, though, and we see the shield. Those are both Protect Shields down now for the Frostlass.
Yeah, but Frostlass is going to be gaining a lot of energy here. Look at this, coming out with almost 2 avalanches, completely stored, almost 100 energy. Ventusky, that is a shield, but neither one of these things really wants to take 2 Shadow Balls. That Jim doesn't even want to take 1.
Okay, but I don't think that we're going to see any shields on this Frostlass again, for the Lantern, because you know that energy is still stored. You have to save that shield for the Superior there, yeah.
That's absolutely true. The Superior did go out with the Frenzy Plant still stored on it already, but Ventusky forced to use this Shadow Ball here.
He anticipated it.
Wow, anticipate, but not quite able to reach it. Will it reach an avalanche? No, complete Powder Snow down!
Ventusky was anticipating the quick swap into the Superior. However, Basti did not bite. Okay, but we have energy, so this is a little interesting here. You knock out the Frostlass. It had a move stored, I think, ready to go, but no, the Frenzy Plant is ready to rock and roll here. This is going to be enough to knock out. Don't even have to reveal the Leaf Tornado. So this is important for Basti here. We have not seen, well, I guess with the open team sheets at this point, I guess you know it already.
This is actually the first tournament in this 2024 season, the first tournament in Pokemon history, actually, that we are having open team sheets for the Go series. So, I mean, yes, I think most people will already know that this is a Leaf Tornado. That doesn't change the fact that this is a spicy Pokemon that is now slithered its way to the top in basically 2 competitions. Basti here being able to take game 1 off of Ventusky in the winner's final Group F. As a reminder, that means that neither one of these players has lost a round yet.
Okay, well, both of these trainers, I believe, actually have been competing not only in some of the grassroots format, like we mentioned, I believe they're actually both from Chile as well, and they have participated in the Santiago regionals.
Oh, great.
Ventusky, my understanding, I believe, took top 7, and I think Basti actually was 5th as well. So both of them, they've battled together before. There's definitely no doubt about it. So they may know some of their tendencies. In fact, Ventusky was expecting that swap out when he brought in that Medicham. Unfortunately, it was his undoing there, right? You see that Frostlass get that full farm down. Medicham, all it did was provide energy to that Frostlass. Frostlass then took the rest of that energy from Lantern. Maybe he could have thrown a move, but nonetheless, that Frenzy Plant was ready to go, so I really, really like the plays there by Basti. A great game 1 that we got to see.
Yeah, great game 1 indeed, and that's a good indication as well as how these winners finals are going to be going. There's still quite a few matches that are left to be played today. Again, this was a maxed out tournament of 256 competitors. However, we are getting into the final stages for some of the pods, like already we see Group F in the winners finals. These 2 trainers, like you said, from Chile, I'm really interested to see who will be making it on to day 2 and who maybe still has potential of being knocked down to the losers bracket, because this is a double elimination tournament.
Yeah, I imagine they're both going to be still in day 2, right? One's going to be in the winners, one's going to be in the losers. That's just the dynamic of how this double elimination bracket works. But yeah, I think that at least in game number 1, Basti was doing everything right. I think that he got that right alignment and having that move banked. I think that catch, honestly, just really, really set him up. Despite the Lantern not having a great matchup versus Lickitung, you're shielding Power Whips, you're catching energy and having it negated wherever you can. Those great plays. Let's move into game number 2, see if Ventusky has any answers.
The Lantern against the Medicham is not a direct answer. Both of these are pretty neutral, slightly favoring the Medicham. We'll have to see how these 2 want to play it out. I think the Lantern, is okay and comfortable in this position, going for a Surf at that charge attack priority, but the Psychic will go through first. Will Ventusky call this or let the Psychic go through? Looks like he's going to go ahead and shield it up very last second.
Okay, very interesting. 2 very bulky Pokemon. It's not every day that you see a shield early on, especially in this matchup. But we actually have Ventusky going for the bait. This is going to allow him to now reach this next Thunderbolt before Medicham is able to get to the next Psychic. So a little interesting to see shields flying here in this early matchup with 2 very tanky Pokemon.
I say 1 shield, how about 2, Jim, as that next one goes through, and another bait by Ventusky here, this time not shielded up by Basti. Gonna go ahead and let that go through, and now Medicham is down to the yellow, but still is 1 away from the Psychic, throwing the Psychic now onto the Lantern.
Well, man, I think it's a smart play. 1 Thunderbolt's not going to knock out. You'll need a Thunderbolt and a Surf. 2 Surfs do knock out, so this is going to be the most efficient route at this point in order to actually, yeah, you can see when this 1 shield matchup is throwing 3 straight Surfs. You get 1 shield, you actually actually win the ones at this point too. Does Basti want to try and force alignment? No, lets the Medicham go down, and barely any HP left on that Lantern, so it's not going to provide much farm at all for this Gligar.
Until get 2 wing attacks, which is better than nothing, and this is a purified Gligar, but it is not running return as one of its attacks. It is still doing run the standard aerial ace and dig. In comes the Mandibuzz, and aerial ace right before this Dark Pulse goes off. Basti is going to go ahead and throw this Mandibuzz, not getting a shield here, knowing that it can tank at least any of these charge attacks that the Gligar will be throwing.
Well, we talked about Pokemon that have taken a backseat, and we used to see some Gliscor. Oh, and we actually have a nice catch coming through.
Wonderful catch there by Basti, catching this Dark Pulse, making negating all this energy that was thrown on the Mandibuzz, but now...
But you've got an answer.
Exactly.
What I was saying just a moment ago is that Gliscor's kind of fallen out of the meta, especially because of how poorly it does versus Mandibuzz. Night Slash, Earthquake, not going to be hitting at all against that Mandibuzz. But with Aerial Ace Wing Attack, you actually have some play there. Nonetheless, this is not looking great for Basti right now. When you have your Registeel lined up for Ventusky against this Umbreon, that's a very one-sided matchup. You do need 2 charged attacks to knock out though. May as well go for the for the Zap Cannon. Try and drop that attack before you then land the Focus Blast, which is a little bit less energy.
That is a good tip and something that you see from high-level players often. Yes, knowing that Focus Blast, even though it is super effective, it would not be enough to knock out the Umbreon. Instead, going ahead for that debuff instead, and the Focus Blast on the second one will be able to take it out. Meanwhile, these Foul Plays and Snarls are now doing less damage overall on the Umbreon to the Registeel.
But look, if you're Basti, you don't just sit back and accept your fate. You try and go for a winning play, which was that catch, so I really like to see that. Might be in a better position now to absorb some of this energy, able to tank the Zap Cannon. This is still a decent amount of damage, very hard-hitting move, but it is single resisted due to the flying ground typing on this Gligar. We do see the attack drop, which could be very impactful. Here comes Mandibuzz.
The Mandibuzz back onto the field there, and we have to remember, like we just saw, 2 Zap Cannons, both of them getting the debuff, so this Aerial Ace is not even hitting as hard, and this Gligar is stuck in here for a little bit as the switch timers are not lined up. This time the Dark Pulse will for sure connect with the Gligar.
I like the way that Basti is dancing around these matchups here, but unfortunately this Mandibuzz has such an advantage right now, not only just due to its typing, but also due to its moves and the attack debuff that Gligar has on it as well. It's still going to be a very uphill battle to get past that Registeel, let alone this Mandibuzz here. Umbreon has a very neutral matchup, and we might actually see a full farm down here. I don't know if this Aerial Ace with the attack debuff is going to be enough to knock out. This Mandibuzz is going to come out of the matchup with a ton of energy, land at least 1, maybe 2 Aerial Aces into this Umbreon.
Yeah, I don't think even without that debuff that it would have been enough at this point, and now this Mandibuzz is loaded with energy, and Aerial Ace coming through at this point. No shield on Basti's side as well. Again, we're going to see the Umbreon's cute little paws go up as it tanks that first Aerial Ace, but can it tank another?
I think it can tank 1 more. But do you want to is the question, because I think you just get lock on down. I think that you have to go for the shield here. Keep in mind this Registeel is energy dry. If you're able to get to 3 foul plays, maybe that's enough. But no, Basti says this is too big of a hill for me to climb. I don't know that this is going to work. I actually had a charged attack priority tie. There goes all that energy that she needed to throw into into Basti to throw into the Registeel. Oh man, almost going to timeout there too as well, Amanda.
Wow, incredible, incredible games, and this is what you love to see in the winners finals. We are now tied up. The next game will be the decisive game 3 to see who will be going on to day 2, at least on the winners side of the bracket. These 2 fantastic Chilean battlers going up against each other, and like you said, Jim, probably not the first time.
Okay, fun fact here, they actually tied for 33rd place, both of them, I understand, Basti and Ventusky at the previous 2023 Latin America International Championship. So they tied last time for their placement, right? So I think that this is going to be, okay, who's going to be the victor this time around? This might be a little bit of a rubber match.
Yeah, and indeed, and the third game is always very interesting overall. It's like, do you want to go with the strategies that have been tried and true for you so far, or are you trying to do something a little bit different, especially against an opponent that you've been playing frequently before, especially an opponent where you know their play style? Do you say, oh, they think that I'm going to do A, so I'm going to go to B and completely mix everything up?
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how well these trainers know each other. Obviously, both being from Chile, I imagine that they bumped into each other from time to time, definitely battle each other from time to time, but how well do they know each other's tendencies? And do you recognize that and try and do something a little bit off the cuff that may not be your own characteristic, just like you said? All right, well, we've seen a decent amount so far of the Lantern and the Medicham. We saw some Superior in Game 1 from Basti. Wouldn't shock me if he brings that back. I do really like that Umbreon as well, though. It has a lot of nice neutral play. Really does nicely versus the Lantern, versus the Lickitung, versus the Gligar. But it has to watch out for those other 3 Pokemon that Ventusky has, the Medicham, the Registeel, and that Mandibuzz as well.
It's true, but I think overall, everything, even though those don't necessarily go in favor of the Umbreon, they're not so horrible for the Umbreon either. Like we saw before, I mean, Umbreon has the potential to flip that Medicham matchup. It has
an energy lead, yeah.
Exactly, it has potential even with the Registeel because it takes 2 charge attacks no matter what with the Registeel to be able to knock that out. And the Mandibuzz, as we've seen before, they're basically one's in the air, one is on the ground.
We wanted to see this matchup here. It's in game 3. All right, this is the foul play, man. Oh, no, sorry, it's the Dark Pulse Mandibuzz. So it is going to get outpaced a little bit, especially in the 2-shield matchup. All right, you can see these fast attacks already adding up, both hitting for super effective, throwing on good timing, as is very important here. I think we're going to see, a Protect Shield here on the first one, maybe not trying to win the zeros.
This is going to be super effective damage from both of these trainers. This Dark Pulse will be doing so much damage to the Frostlass, but the Frostlass's Avalanches and Powder Snows are doing so much to the Mandibuzz as well. This is going to be very interesting to see how these 2 trainers want to play it out. Already at another Avalanche, both of them going over a little bit of energy. This Avalanche will be connecting. If so, I think it will be bringing the Mandibuzz low, if not out. It looks like last-second shield from Ventusky.
Okay, this is going to be really interesting because I think you can actually go for a bait. Oh, and actually gets the catch here. Was going for the bait, so that's really important. This is going to be a relatively inefficient aerial ace now. Now, it does give you the opportunity to swap out, but do you want to swap out? This really isn't such a bad matchup, and you still have your own Lickitung on Ventusky's side, which can mostly handle that Frostlass as well. It wouldn't shock me if we see Ventusky stay in with this Mandibuzz.
Yeah, at least go ahead. Now both of these are into the yellow. We have to remember that there's still some energy on the Frostlass as well, and with no shields on Ventusky's side, that is a pretty dangerous position for him to be in. We'll have to see how he dances around with that. Meanwhile, another aerial ace coming through, connecting with that Gligar, and Gligar just getting a ton of energy before releasing another aerial ace of their own.
Well, this is a really awkward spot because that amount of HP on that Gligar, you can't really snarl it down. After a Dark Pulse, I think maybe you could have snarled it down, but actually Ventusky is content to actually swap and bring in the Lickitung. This is going to take a pretty hard-hitting dig at this point, and it's now going to allow Basti to bring in the Medicham with Switch Clock pretty much back up. In fact, it's coming up right now. Doesn't even want to wait. Swaps all the way out, and we're going to see these super effective counters start to add up very quickly, Amanda.
Yeah, already at a body slam and a half here. The first one going through. The real question is, will Ventusky be able to make it to 2 body slams before Basti reaches the Psychic? Basti is almost there. The Medicham is basically 2 counters away, 1 counter away, 2 going ahead and releasing it. This will be enough to knock out the Lickitung at this range.
But Ventusky has to realize that my Lickitung is down. My Mandibuzz is pretty much gone as well, maybe 1 or 2 snarls. You now have a Medicham down a shield, has to get through this first Medicham, and then also a loaded Frostlass as well. This is going to be an incredibly uphill battle without a doubt for Ventusky. Things are looking good for Basti right now.
Yeah, we also have to remember there is a potential as these Switch Slammers go up that we could see a catch with that Gligar as well. It's very low HP, using it as what we call a sacrificial swap. Going ahead and trying to get 1 more counter on Ventusky's side, but there is a Psychic reach on Basti's. It will definitely connect, but will it get the deep up? It looks like it does not, which is a great thing for Ventusky. Now
he might be able to farm
down.
Of
energy.
Can he get all the way? Oh, and actually brings in the Mandibuzz, gets the Snarl down as well. I think might have a move almost loaded as well. Will we see the Powder Snow down? Here comes the Dark Pulse. You have to shield this one. If you let it go, that could spell disaster. The one thing we need to keep in mind is the charged attack priority, Amanda. I believe the Frostlass should have no problem winning that versus Medicham.
I think that as well. Frostlass
just
has
enough
one
energy.
of the highest attacks that we see in the game. Already at that Shadow Ball. It is that charge attack priority. Coming down to decisive game 3. This Shadow Ball will connect with the Medicham, and it looks like Basti is going ahead and taking this winners finals in the Group F.
That is right. You can see him raise his fist in triumph. What a great match that we just saw. We wish all game 3s could be that close. Congratulations to Basti for winning the winners finals here in his group. He'll be moving on in the winner's side of the game here for Saturday. So very, very exciting to see. All right, a couple key moments that I wanted to call out there. Early on, we saw that catch, right? It was actually the aerial ace that you were catching as well. I would have liked to potentially see just stay in with that Mandibuzz. I think swapping to that Lickitung, you know at that point that there's a Frostlass. When you swap in your Lickitung, you're then saying, I'm not going to have my Lickitung or my Mandibuzz aligned versus that Frostlass. So to me, that was a miscue for Ventusky. Maybe bring in the Medicham or just stay in with that Mandibuzz, win that matchup, and then have the Lickitung for the Frostlass later. I think that the recipe that he was cooking up there didn't really translate to a game win.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from that single matchup as well, because Basti played incredible. Both of these trainers doing really, really good. Like we talked about before, they tied basically at the last LAIC. This farm down was absolutely devastating. You have said, took the words right out of my mouth, to being able to have basically 2 moves stored there and taking the next one here. Ventusky thinking that the Medicham was gonna...
The anticipated swap.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Didn't work out.
Yeah, you can see him nod his head in acknowledgement. This is not going my way. Again, we had the Frenzy Plant ready to go. I didn't get to see any Leaf Tornado. I am a little bit disappointed there. And I wanted to see that coin flip. Will you get the attack double debuff or not? Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it. Game 1, going to Basti. Nice play. I think that catch set things up. But keep in mind, in Game 3 as well, we saw another catch. Game 2, though, Ventusky did have the opportunity to come back. I really like the way that he was able to play this. That Registeel looked unstoppable versus that Umbreon. He had great alignment. Everything that you want to see, he had it perfectly here.
Yeah, being able to completely snarl down this Gligar was very impactful for Ventusky here. This aerial is coming through, but still not enough to knock it out.
This was debuffed, you remember?
Yes, exactly. Even if it wasn't, I don't think it would be enough to take it out, but I mean, I think the wing attacks afterwards maybe could have done a little bit more, but now with 2 aerial aces stored, Basti realizes it's just going to be too hard, and moving on to game number 3.
Beautiful, beautiful catch there. Very similar to game number 1, exactly. Early on in that lead matchup, you swap out and you catch a move, and it sets up energy for the rest of the game that your first Pokemon can end up being your sweeper. Just like the Superior in game 1 came back and cleared the line and that we saw against the Lantern. Again, this Froslass that swapped out, it was in the lead, ended up sweeping the team here at the very end as well. So
I love this play by Ventusky, doing everything
that snarl
he can,
down
able
was
to get
nasty.
that snarl down was great. This Dark Pulse, I mean, unfortunately for Ventusky, there was still a shield left on Basti's side, appropriately using it here, and then you once again see this Powder Snow farm down. It was incredible plays.
Amanda, he got the perfect amount of energy to get to the Shadow Ball to knock out that Medicham. It was just beautiful. The energy management there and the strategy. Like I said, I'm going to take my lead Pokemon, make a catch, bring it to the back, and have that be my closer with that lead energy. It works so beautifully for Basti, and he's going to be moving on through the winner's bracket.
And that is incredible place. We've seen this actually a couple times. Players understanding who is going to win that charge attack priority, going ahead and storing a charge move on their Pokemon as well to be able, because they know that they'll be able to throw it before their opponent will to win games. That was a decisive game 3 coming down to the wire.
It takes a lot of game knowledge to make those types of plays. We talk about, oh, I'm swapping out with a move when I swap out. I could have just swapped right away into this good matchup, but I farmed a little bit. I got to that charge attack because I know what you have in the back, and I'm going to win that charge attack priority. We saw Lantern versus Registeel earlier. Again, we saw it here, Froslass versus Medicham. So knowing the intricacies, knowing those attack stats of those Pokemon, do I win, do I lose, what do I need to do, what's my win condition, really separates the good from the great players.
I completely agree with you, Jim. Speaking of some good and great things going on, we have some tweets from you guys we want to keep showcasing because there are so many fantastic photos that people have been taking around this venue. So let's go ahead and jump right into them. This is from 7-Eleven Gaming themselves. Go ahead, Jim. Take it away.
Yes. Here at the Pokemon International Championships for Latin America, it's the Go 7-Eleven team here at LAIC. We're very happy to be, very excited to be representing our team. You can see, I think we saw Iomero, Rocha Babyface, Andrew Mentiares, we saw Marto Galde, and I'm not sure who our trainer is.
Richie.
Is that Richie? Yeah, our Charlotte winner, Richie on the right there. So an incredible squad of Pokemon Go trainers right here. So very, very happy to see the success they've had. Congratulations again to Andrew for, I think, getting his championship points. Congratulations to Rocha Babyface for his million catches. I'm only at 120,000 myself, Amanda. But
and also all of that Stardust that we saw, we were so jealous.
33
million. Let's move on to, we have
it's Harjev.
Harjev himself.
Okay.
We saw it live.
I need to call this out here, okay? Because his previous regional, he went 18-0, and last time I chatted with him, I think he's done for today. Now, between his last 2 regionals, he is 28-1.
Yes, he only dropped one single battle this entire 2 tournaments so far.
I don't know what that win percentage is. It's above 90% though, and that is absolutely just mind-boggling with how successful that he's been. Like I said, he was like a king cobra to me, finding opportunities, openings, and striking. No regrets, no remorse, just capitalizing time and time again. What an incredible battler.
And what an incredible looking family here from Copper Kid 3 saying, me and my family at #LAIC, #Pokemon Go. This is so great. I love to see.
We got some future champions there, Amanda.
Oh, guaranteed. Look at how happy they all are to be here representing and also to being able to see all the competitors in this fantastic game.
You gotta love the inclusivity of Pokemon as well as just the ability for trainers to be all ages, all shapes and sizes, right?
Exactly.
No matter where you're from, no matter your skill set, there is a place in Pokemon for you, and you can see that on full display here on X. One more here we have for you from Ismael Rosado. Happy Friday, trainers and fashionistas here in Fashion
there
Week.
we go.
How are we feeling today? The Style Savant of Pokemon Go and Shiny Berserker Heavy Damage would like to know.
Damage. I think our producer would be very happy to see this tweet indeed. Look at that Shiny Berserker too, matching the wardrobe pretty fantastic.
You were asking me yesterday, is Shiny Wooper unlocked? And the answer is indeed yes. You can see it here from J Mike T. Hatch my bad boy, Wooper. Look at that stylish guy.
That is so stylish with the little hat on the side as well and a shiny. That I think that is probably going to be one of the more rare shinies since Fashion Week Pokemon are only around for Fashion Week. So it's not like you'll be able to catch it at any other points during the year.
I was here to witness this. Just before we walked into the broadcast booth here, Amanda, she was tapping on her screen, you know, she was catching some Pokemon, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, that one's gonna be shiny, and guess what? Go ahead and reveal it.
It was a shiny Furfrou, and it was my very first one as well. I'm so excited about that. And also, while we're talking about Furfrou, because it is one of the Pokemon on Fashion Week, don't forget that you can change its forms for 10,000 Dust to different ones, and different forms are region locked as well. So while we are in South America and also in North America, you can get the debutante form.
Okay, good tip. We have one other tweet here. I think we may have skipped over one, but Eddie Webb says, have a fun weekend, casters, VGC, TCG, and Go, and also the spectators. Keep in mind, Pokemon, hashtag Pokemon LAIC, have a fun weekend. We really appreciate Eddie. We're having a great time here in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
And we hope you're having a good time watching it. Everyone at home, we can't appreciate it enough. Thank you for sticking with us this entire time. We know that you're not here just for us. You're here for watch these incredible battles, but we are so glad to be able to share these moments with you all.
Absolutely. A lot of great moments so far. We have seen some tremendous battlers. We have seen a couple miscues, but for every miscue, we're seeing 5 or 10 incredible plays. So it has been on display here at LAIC without a doubt, and I can't wait to see how we shape up the rest of our day one. We have a lot of battles still left though.
We do. And Jim, we saw Amanda Buzz, and it was again on your caster predictions.
Amanda Buzz?
Amanda, yeah. Exactly. Saw Amanda and Amanda Buzz. Now, I have to ask, do you think that Dark Pulse is going to be the better charge attack, or would you rather see it on Foul Play? Because personally, I am a fan of the new Dark Pulse, just because being able to get to Air Release a little bit quicker now, I think that Mandibuzz is better having one of those harder hitting charge attacks and a bait potential.
There are certain matchups where 2 Dark Pulses knock out that 2 Foul Plays do not, or certain matchups where 3 Foul Plays knock out that you know, obviously 3 Dark Pulses would also knock out, in which case you'd want the lower energy moves. So it is really matchup specific when you look at some of those, you know, different potential meta matchups. Right now, I think Dark Pulse is a little better. I tend to go for the charge moves that are more efficient. When we look at the base power versus the energy that's expended, I try and do a little math and see, okay, what's going to be my most efficient move? The more efficient that I am, the better leveraging that I'm going to have of my energy. But that said, there are times when, hey, I'm going to be able to get to that 3rd charged attack faster. It's enough to knock out. But what I really like with Mandibuzz, specifically why I like Dark Pulse, is because you have a bait move now. You have that Aerial Ace, which is lower energy, so you can still find ways to get that Dark Pulse off a little bit earlier if you're willing to try and go for a bait.
Speaking of Mandibuzz, we see it on the team right now of Juz Muniz, who we saw a little bit earlier on in the stream against Marto Galde. She is playing against Ice Chris. 2 of these players, both of them are ones that we said players to watch earlier on in the stream.
That's right. In fact, I believe Ice Chris was just battling versus Marto Galde, so I believe that means that Marto has been eliminated at this point within the losers bracket, but we are on the loser side. This is round 5. Lots of battles. Imagine that your very first battle is Juz Muniz going up against Marto, and now you're having to go up against Ice Chris as well. So this has been a tough slog down here in the losers bracket, but 2 incredible trainers that are going to be facing off here. Let's look at some of these teams, Amanda.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at Ice Chris's team to start with. We have that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Lantern, Medicham, Lickitung Superior, and a Shadow Charizard, which we've seen this in the past, but we have not seen it so often in this tournament. We were talking a little bit before about fire power. Charizard has Blast Burn. It's a Community Day charge attack, which is so heavy hitting, which is so powerful, but it's not running a fire type fast attack. It is running Wing Attack.
That's right. Wing Attack going to be one of your very fast energy generating moves, and with the Shadow bonus applied to the fast attack damage, you can actually get some nice impressive farm downs as well. What I think really separates Charizard from the rest of the rest of the fire Pokemon is going to be number 1, Wing Attack, and number 2, it has a very consistent bait move with Dragon Claw. Getting there and then 5 wing attacks, then 4 wing attacks. It can very quickly get to charged attacks and bait to allow it to free up to remove those protect shields so that you can land that very hard-hitting, powerful Blast Burn.
Blast Burn is one of the, I swear, I can, you know the energy, you know the counts. You never get the Charizard energy right. Sometimes I'm in a matchup and I'm like, this is only a Dragon Claw. Surely I'm not going to shield this up, only to be faced with a Blast Burn that takes pretty much out my Pokemon. That thing generates energy so quickly. The first Blast Burn taking 7, then the rest just taking 6.
Well, look, for instance, a Lantern versus Lickitung matchup, as the Lantern, you're thinking, I don't really want to take a Power Whip, but if it's a Power Whip, it's okay. I'll hang on. With Charizard, you're like, oh, no, I cannot take a Blast Burn. And with that mind game, knowing that one Blast Burn in many times can one-hit knockout, that Dragon Claw becomes a lot easier to throw as a bait move just with the impending risk of that potential Blast Burn.
That's right. And let's go ahead and talk a little bit about Juz Muniz because she is part of the LNDS stream. We've seen these guys. You've seen so much energy. Look at this venue. Look how full this is. There's over 2,000 people here watching this LAIC, competing in this and all across the games against Pokemon Go, in the video game, in the card game. This is incredible, and I don't know if you guys can hear it on stream half the time, but if you see a trainer with L and DS at the beginning, chances are you are going to hear the crowd roaring their name at some point during the matchup.
All right, well, I do want to double click here on some of these Pokemon. We did a quick review already of Ice Chris's team. Again, that Shadow Charizard is going to be the standout Pokemon without a doubt. Over on Juminez's side of the house, we actually have one of the very common teams like we've seen, the Grass, Dark, Flyer, Ice, Fighter, Water team. So no real shocks here for me whatsoever. I do want to quickly highlight Ice Chris, though. He was actually our 2023 Santiago Regional Champion, so he has some accolades along with a very fashionable shirt as well.
That's right. This is going to be incredible. So that means that he did compete in Worlds, so he is a Worlds competitor. He has that under his belt. He has a little bit more, I would say, not stage presence, but stage time overall than Juz Muniz. However, she did so incredible in Curitiba, really making a name for herself there. We saw that she made top 8. I believe she even made top 4, if I'm not mistaken.
I want to say she was 3rd place.
Because she has 130 championship points, which is more than just the top 8 competitors. And like you said, this team is a pretty standard team, but she has been utilizing it to its fullest potential, really showing us in Curitiba especially how dominant her Frost Sash play can be.
Close to halfway, right, for your championship points. Need 300 here in LATAM. Need to keep winning, though, because you are in the winner-go-home type of dynamic now here in the losers bracket. So a lot on the line for both of these well-accomplished trainers, without a doubt. I want to go back to the Shadow Charizard, though. I want to see how it lines up versus Juminez's team. We see that Superior, we see that Frostlass, we see that Medicham, all great targets for that Shadow Charizard to get lined up versus against, but that Lantern is so threatening. So if you're going to bring that, you better be sure to bring some answers to that Lantern as well. Maybe the Superior, even your own Lantern potentially.
Yeah, you can have potentially with this a little more of a rock, paper, scissors scenario, potentially. We'd have to see for sure because the teams, just because it has set up like that doesn't mean it's going to play out that way. In fact, we're going to go ahead and see a Lantern versus a Medicham in the lead. We've seen this many times before. It all depends on how these two trainers want to play it out, but this one is a little bit different because Juz Muniz is going ahead and she has Dynamic Punch on her Medicham and going straight for it, not fooling around. And this, it looks like this Lantern is going to take the full face of it. No, getting a last-second shield.
We're seeing so many Lantern versus Medicham early shields, which I guess, you know, when you look at that matchup, it is so close. So, hey, if you're willing to invest a Protect Shield, oftentimes that almost guarantees that you're going to be able to win switch advantage here. And for a Shadow Charizard, we talked about how important that switch advantage is. So it's not surprising to me for Ice Chris wanting to dictate alignment so that he can get his Shadow Charizard where he wants it and not lined up versus that that Lantern.
Yeah, it looks like the Lantern also going for that heavier hitting move and getting shielded up by Juz Muniz as well. The Dynamic Punch, once again, going straight for the heavier hitting one. I guess you don't really want to bait with Ice Punches because if they don't shield, that is such a loss for you being able to get all that energy out. Now one counter is enough to knock it down, and the Ice Chris has lost that alignment that he's looking for. That Shadow Charizard is there, and there's also a Lantern in the back. Heads up, Jim.
Yeah, well, you get a nice farm down here, but this Ice Punch doesn't do that low damage. It takes you almost down to the yellow, if not into the yellow. Yeah, very close to about 50% HP. You get a nice farm, but there's one destination where energy is not going to do much at all, and that's going to be the Lantern. Immediate swap out into the Lickitung. You can swap right into your own Lickitung. You can maybe even throw a charge move to begin with. This matchup is close enough, even with a little bit of an energy deficit, that you should have no problem regaining that switch advantage with Lantern versus Charizard in the late game.
Yeah, you can see Ice Chris kind of shaking his head, not really happy about the alignment of this issue. And this is the thing, sometimes being able to win that lead kind of secures, at least you can line up the back line correctly here. This body slam going through on the Lickitung, again, both of these Pokemon are in the green. This mirror match of two bulky Pokemon, we might be here a while, Jim.
Yeah, the thing is that these licks they're first off non-same type of attack bonus, this non-stab lick, and they're double resisted. So it's very negligible damage just doing 1 damage and with a very high HP Pokemon. So you're barely going to even notice it on your screen. That said, what is going to happen is there's the opportunity for a potential catch. Maybe if you're able to catch a move on your Charizard, you can save that Lickitung to be more impactful back against that Lantern. I don't see a lot of win conditions right now for Ice Chris. We talked about how important alignment was going to be, and the lower and lower HP this Lickitung becomes, the more and more closed I see the door for his win cons.
Yeah, but if anyone can do it, I think it is him. It's already at basically 100 energy, swapping out to that Dragon Claw, but then immediately catching it with Huzmunas inside this Dragon Claw onto the Lantern. And I think, Jim, we might see a full spark down. And again, the LNDS, you can hear them. I can hear them from back here already cheering.
Now look, I think that the anticipation there was great. You know, she's able to catch that move. Heads up, or props to Ice Chris for throwing the non-resisted Dragon Claw as well. You take what you can get here, but we talked about the ability to react here, and Jumunez really showing, hey, I can react to these moves quickly. I know, I'm anticipating that swap out. I'm bringing in that Lantern. You're not going to fool me.
This Surf will connect. Ice Chris not bothering to shield it up, realizing that game 1 might have been over. Didn't end up winning that one, but gaining a lot of information. And the Shadow Charizard is a very risky play, but like you said, it does so well against so many Pokemon, but really fears that Lantern. There's really nowhere to go in that scenario. Look at all these trainers cheering on their fellow battler. Look at this. This is so exciting.
And you can see her in her victory. She looks out to the crowd. It's just such a great story that we're seeing, such a great dynamic here for the GB Lindos, the LNDS squad here, and Jumunez being one of them. You can see that they're all celebrating together, which I think has just been the main story here in Sao Paulo.
And Jim, you brought this up earlier, but for those who maybe are just joining the stream now, there's about 50 Lindos, as we call them, in a team together, in like a sort of a friendship group. And around 20 of them are here today at the LAIC, which is an incredible turnout for these teammates.
And they're making their presence known.
They definitely
I don't
are.
know if it's coming through with the broadcast, but if there's one thing that we can hear every time you get a charge move caught, you have someone just their name mentioned on stage, you hear them shouting and raving. It's a lovely environment here.
This is incredible, and it's been so fun to see this across the board as well, especially when one of the Lindos is playing against some other teams, like I believe against when they were playing against Andrew Manjara's. The 7-Eleven gaming crew was just as loud, so it was a roar upon roar between these teammates, and I think this is incredible. There is so much, as you've been calling it, passion here in Sao Paulo. These trainers are really putting it all out on the line. They want to be the next regional, or not even regional champion, international champion here in Brazil.
That's right. Again, a lot on the line. $5,000 for that first place. Yeah, 72 booster packs, and then all the championship points you need. You get first place, you get that auto invite to Worlds as well. But again, championship points will be calculated at the end of the season. Opportunities for those travel packages as well.
And 500 points for international championships for first place gives a major opportunity to be ahead of that leaderboard. And even not even getting to the top of the leaderboard, I think it's 33rd through 64th place still takes over 100 championship points.
That's pretty solid. All right, we keep seeing this matchup, Amanda. It's that Medicham versus Lantern. The last couple games, we've seen them shielding early and shielding often. In some cases, going for straight surfs, I think is what we saw earlier. 3 surfs enough to knock out that Medicham. What's interesting is we've seen both Lantern win the 1 shield as well as Medicham win the 1 shield. So it's really going to depend on who's able to shield the baits, who's able to land these hard-hitting moves like the Psychic.
The Psychic does go through. There is no debuff. The Thunderbolt is going to also try to connect with the Medicham. Will Ice Chris once again use the shield in this first part of the matchup? No, he does not. Both of these Pokemon now into the yellow, and now Juiceboon is choosing to come into a mirror matchup with the Medicham, but hers is on Dynamic Punch. We have to remember, it's not as good of a going ahead. Wow.
tried to catch that Ice Punch. We've seen it once before. Not going to happen this time. Nice discipline in holding on to your energy. This now allows you to throw your Dynamic Punch, which you got to feel pretty good here. Oh, I was going to be throwing Ice Punches into Medicham. Now I have the opportunity to throw my much harder stab move with Dynamic Punch into this Lantern. And actually, we saw Medicham win Charge Attack priority. We're seeing it win again here. This Dynamic Punch could be enough to knock out. Will Ice Chris use that Protect Shield? Yes, he does.
And this is an incredible play. You said we're seeing Lantern against Medicham, and then we saw it once again now in the mid game. This Thunderbolt will be going through. Jus Muniz is going to use her first Protect Shield on this as well, wanting to keep her Medicham nice and healthy as it continues to just counter down. The Sparks are doing a lot of damage, but so are the counters here, and now going for an Ice Punch right before the Surf goes through.
This is going to be close to see if this is enough to knock out. This is non-same type attack bonus. It's resisted damage. Will this Lantern hang on? Yes, 1 HP. Able to get to the Surf. This is not enough to knock out, but it's going to bring this Medicham quite low, potentially in farm down range for the next Pokemon that comes back in. I have to say, these Serperiors are looking quite good, and in fact, Ice Chris wants to get the energy advantage. We're keeping all 3 Pokemon still available, although this Medicham is able to get to the Ice Punch. This is super effective damage. Don't know what's in the back for Jus Muniz at this point. I think that we have not seen the Serperior revealed. There goes the Protect Shield. Do we see a quick swap? No, at this point, Ice Chris' shield's down.
Shield's down, but has a lot of energy stored on his Serperior, and obviously this Lantern wants nothing to do with the Serperior, so I think we'll see Jus Muniz go ahead, wait out that switch timer, and come in with a Serperior of her own. She does have a shield left, and this Aerial Ace will be doing super effective. However, we see how tanky this Pokemon is, being able to take that Aerial Ace just fine and getting a little bit of energy of her own. Meanwhile, Ice Chris at another Aerial Ace.
All right, at some point you're going to have to start shielding these Aerial Aces. You do survive this next one. Keep in mind there's 2 other Pokemon that you need to get through as well. What's going to be interesting here is the opportunity for either trainer to go for a catch. Although Ice Chris's shield is not up, his switch is not up at this point. You're going to hang on for one of these Aerial Aces, but after this attack, I think that the switch clocks are going to be up. Let's see, are these trainers looking at their counts? Will we see a catch from Jus Muniz? Actually, yes! No! Catches the Aerial Ace on the Medicham. What a play! Actually was ahead in energy and still made the catch.
It looks like a slight trying to undercharge there, but still enough to take it out. And now we'll have to see.
Jus Muniz could still catch 2.
It is true. There's a possibility that Jus Muniz could catch on her own Lantern. We did see this happen once before. Meanwhile, the Serperior coming back in, just charging up a lot more energy, almost once again now at 2 Aerial Aces. This will be a dangerous position. The first one coming through here, and Jus Muniz still not quite at an Aerial Ace of her own.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. This is going to be close. A Charge Attack priority tie, and it goes to Ice Chris, able to take out the Serperior. All this left is the Lantern on the side of Jus Muniz. I don't think it has that much energy. It needs to not only get to the Serperior, but also through Ice Chris's own Lantern. 0 energy at all, and I believe that the Serperior will win Charge Attack priority. It's a race to the finish. Gets to the Frenzy Plan, and that's going to be enough to knock out the Lantern and tie up the series 1-1.
This is incredible games. Both of this end game scenario coming down to Charge Attack priority. Twice that Ice Chris happened to win. One of them you weren't even sure about. This is good information for Jus Muniz to go ahead and take away for her next game as well, because again, it's the Pokemon with a higher attack overall that will be the one that gets to throw first, even if they're the exact same Pokemon. Sometimes you have trained your Pokemon to be a little bit faster, a little bit have a more attack weighted.
Yeah, in this case, it's definitely going to be benefiting Ice Chris. You know that information now after game 2 that could be impactful in game number 3. Knowing that, okay, well, I'm going to be throwing on Charge Attack priority because I know that I'm going to be winning, especially in a shields down scenario. At the same time, Jus Muniz knows I'm going to lose, so that could be the opportunity for me to try and catch a move next time is on that Charge Attack priority.
And what, coin flip basically, because if Jus Muniz would have able to win that Charge Attack priority, the game would have definitely flipped into her favor. She would have been able to knock out the Serperior. The Lantern, I think, just had like a little bit sliver of health left, and she had a whole Lantern of her own.
It came down to who could make that catch,
Exactly.
I think, at the end of the day.
Oh, that was a wonderful catch by
Ice Chris. Ice Chris.
That shifted the momentum.
Yep, you have to give kudos to finesse plays like that. That was definitely a finesse play, so kudos to Ice Chris without a doubt. But both of these trainers have an opportunity, and keep in mind, everything is on the line here. This is win or go home. You can continue climbing up the ranks towards that rank of champion, or you can go home and, you take home some championship points. There's still a lot of championship points to be gained in the winners, or even through the loser side of the bracket as you try to make it to Championship Sunday.
And yeah, like you said, this is the best of 3 scenario. Both of these trainers have won. We've seen sweeps today. We've seen catches. We've seen sacrificial swaps. We've seen farming down for a ton of energy. I can't think of this in any scenario that we haven't really seen that I would love to see, but I am loving all of these matchups.
You really feel it when the stakes are so high like this, right? You know, this is that winner go home type of moment. It's 1-1 in this decisive game 3. You can feel the weight of the moment right here in the broadcast booth, and I hope you can feel it at home as well. Now, the question I have for you is, we saw the Shadow Charizard in game number 1. I think it got scared away in game number 2, but it worked out there nicely for Ice Chris. Is there a possibility that he brings it back in game number 3?
I mean, I think it's a very high-risk, high-reward scenario, but we've seen that across the board in these matchups, right? Well, let's not even talk about it, Jim. Let's get straight into game number 3, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and see that Charizard on the board. And you can see Ice Chris is so happy about this positioning. Juicemoon is immediately using that Licky Tongue as that safe swap.
All right, well, this is a little risky because you don't have behind an energy, it's a little risky to just swap out right away. But Ice Chris recognizing I don't have a winning matchup just by swapping right away. I need to get this chip damage. Now I can swap. Not running that dynamic punch. Just has to go for psychics, maybe ice punches. But with that chip damage, you now guarantee that as long as you're willing to invest 1 shield, probably even in the 0 shield, you should be able to retain that very dominant matchup. And if we take a look at what's in the back as well, there's a Lantern versus Superior. As long as Ice Chris is able to get alignment here, he's going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, I think that this alignment is key for this matchup. Going Ice Punch instead of going Psychic, Juicemoon is not going ahead and shielding that, saying, okay, I know that I might lose this middle game, but maybe shields is where it will really matter for me. Going ahead and taking this body slam, getting the Medicham as low as possible. But at this stage, I think that it's worse for the wear here, as now I think Ice Chris kind of gets to dictate what Pokemon will come into whatever Pokemon Juicemoon has, and neither one of them are great options for her.
I think you have to come in. You don't want to reveal the Lantern just yet. You need to come in and get a huge farm down, probably no shield at this point. You want to be able to throw 2 aerial aces. This is actually the not super effective move, but it does do slightly more damage than the Ice Punch. You're only getting to 1 move. The Psychic is the correct play. Right now, Ice Chris making all of the correct plays without a doubt. Now, keep in mind, Jumonez does have a lot of energy. This Charizard hits super effective with these wing attacks, though, and look at this. You can see the reactions from both of these trainers. This is a huge comeback that's going to have to be mounted by Jumonez. You're resisting, as the Superior, all of the fast and charge attacks. This is going to be one of the toughest hills to climb I could ever see.
Yeah, well, if anyone can do it, it's Juicemoon. We'll have to see if she is able to, though, because this is, again, not looking very good. Going for the heavier hitting Thunderbolt here, doing everything that she can to try to go ahead and get the Superior out. Ice Chris, meanwhile, giving a thumbs up to the camera, saying, I know that even if this is the harder hitting move, it's not very effective. I'm going ahead, already throwing this next Frenzy Plant, most likely stripping that last shield from Juicemoon and his side.
What's really tough is that you want to try and stall Switch Clock as much as possible. Give yourself some sort of opportunity where you can maybe swap in your own Superior, but your shield's down at this point, and the Superior is getting so close to this next charge attack. You throw the Surf simply just to delay the Switch Clock, but I don't know the Switch Clock is going to be up before Superior gets to this next charge attack. You can see it, it is so close, but no, here comes the Frenzy Plant. 3rd time's the charm here, Amanda. This is going to knock out the Lantern, which was your last bastion to go up against this Shadow Charizard.
Yes, that's super effective. Frenzy Plant enough to knock it out, and now we see the Charizard coming back in, and at this point going ahead and not even throwing, but throwing the Blast Burn for good measure. This will definitely be enough, this fire type charge attack, to knock out a grass Pokemon, and Ice Chris is going ahead and taking this losers round 5.
That is a devastating way to go out there for Jumonez, without a doubt. You feel like that you're totally out of control from the lead to the switch to the end game, getting hard countered time and time again. That is a tough pill to swallow without a doubt, but what a great tournament that we saw from Jumonez. A great storyline here at LAIC. You love to see that, but congratulations to Ice Chris with a well-fought, well-executed, not only Game 3, but entire series.
Exactly. There's been so many players. These were both on our players to watch list. I mean, but with 256 competitors here, some of the best competitors are not going to be able to even make it to day 2, but that doesn't mean that the other competitors that we haven't seen before don't deserve these spots. I love seeing new competitors shine in these formats as well. We've seen so many people whose names were like, you know what? That name is not familiar to me yet, but I think that same, again, I'm going to bring up Pato, man. No one really knew him in the Show 6 Pick 3 format, but then
they do now.
He is a household name in Show 6 Pick 3.
That's right, a lot of great storylines, but let's take a quick look back at our highlights from this most previous series. Again, game 1 actually going to Jumunez. She had some really nice plays, able to get those dynamic punches off versus that Lantern. Did hang on with 1 HP, but gets the farm down, so very nice play from Jumunez there. Again, you do not want to have your Shadow Charizard lined up versus the Lantern. That was the dream matchup for Jumunez, almost a reverse of game 3.
That's right. I think it's one of those high risk, high reward scenarios there. And what I talked about a little earlier, rock, paper, scissors a little bit, but this surf coming through on the Lickitung, being able to basically solidify it. Ice Chris knowing that it won't be able to come back from that, and that's how Jumunez was able to take game number 1.
That's right, and you mentioned high risk, high reward. It was potentially the last game of the tournament, so you can't really hold anything back.
Exactly. This dynamic punch coming through at the exact same time as the Thunderbolt here, and Ice Chris going ahead and using that last Protect Shield, or the first Protect Shield at this moment, and I think this game was absolutely incredible and could have flipped to either trainer, but this catch was really the moment that Ice Chris managed to take control.
Like we said, it came down to who was able to execute on that finesse play, on that catch, and in game 2 it was Ice Chris digging his way out of that hole, allowing him to force a game 3, and that game 3 was all the dominoes fell into place for him without a doubt. Able to get the Charizard onto the Superior, able to get the Medicham onto the Lickitung after the chip and dip, and then finally the Superior into the Lantern. 2 shields, it doesn't matter. That third Frenzy Plant was enough to knock out and move on to the next round of the losers bracket, sending Jumunez back home.
Yeah. But I mean, honestly, congratulations to her for making it so far in like the biggest tournament that we've had so far in this GO season. These games have been absolutely incredible to watch. Yes, you see this Charizard going ahead and just giving a little blast burn farewell.
And Amanda, I've been critical of some plays from time to time.
Sure.
Of missed opportunities, miscues. Frankly, I didn't see any misplays whatsoever there from Jumunez, especially in that game number 3. That's just such a hard hole to dig out of. And in game number 2, it's not always, okay, well, who can make the fewest mistakes, but who can make more winning plays? Yes. And that was Ice Chris in game number 2. I was very, very impressed, not only in game number 2 with that catch on the aerial ace, but also in game number 3, knowing that like I said, if he swaps into Medicham or swaps into Superior at an energy disadvantage against that Lickitung, he has the potential to lose that matchup. Right. But throwing that Dragon Claw cements that switch for him, so he maintains that alignment and locks in to the next round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's a very good wherewithal as well. And it's like one of those things where maybe newer players or people, I mean, I'm guilty of it sometimes as well. It's like when my opponent switches, I automatically want to switch as well, because it's like, I know if I had a good lead, I want to try to do it as quickly as possible. My reaction time isn't as quick as those little, 15-year-olds anymore as I'm getting older. So I was like, and then sometimes I was like, ooh, I did not want to switch out. Why did I even do that?
Well, Lickitung was the safe swap there. The logical response seems like the Medicham, but the chip and dip ended up being very impactful. The Medicham, great answer, but you got to get that chip damage to start. Speaking of Medicham, though, we actually have a spotlight to take you through what makes Medicham such a great Pokemon.
All right, trainers, let's take a deep breath and now exhale. My name is Will Dunphy, and it's time for us to meditate on why Medicham is the premier fighting type Pokemon in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. Medicham is a fighting and psychic type Pokemon. Since the inception of Pokemon Go PvP, it has been a staple of the Great League meta, thanks to its great stats and unique type combination.
Medicham and hone our battle skills. And before we start, let's remember to take a deep breath in, hold, and let it out. You've got this.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Latin America International Championships 2024. It's been an incredible tournament so far, and we are closing out our coverage of day number 1. So many epic battles, so many epic upsets, so many trainers to look out for, and so many new and upcoming trainers carving out a name for themselves. For the last time today, I'm Swedish Chief 2 here with Caleb Pang.
And like you said, incredible battles on stage, but so many incredible battles off stage. We wish we could show you all of them. Unfortunately, we can't, but be sure to follow along the bracket if you want to see how those results played out. We have, I think, 2 sets of battles left here on broadcast, but a lot more to go still at the weekend. And, of course, we're trying to carve out and find who the top 16 are in the tournament for day number 2 for Saturday, and we're closing in on that mark.
Dude, I just want to harp on a point you said. Looking at the bracket, looking back at some of these trainers' journeys is absolutely mind-blowing. Seeing the trainers they've defeated, if you're in the losers bracket, seeing the trainers they've lost to get to where they are is just incredible. There's so many storylines that are going to play out tomorrow, so you definitely do not want to miss that action. And I think that's our homework, right? As casters, we're going to go back to the hotel, look over these matchups, look over the brackets, and try to figure out how we got to where we are, because so many very talented trainers like Harjeff is standing right next to people that are running Bastion, Cloudsire, Obstagoon. Like, how did that happen?
I can do all the homework in the world. I don't know how they got to where they are. But speaking of how they got to where they are, I think our trainers on stage are ready, so let's see them get down with the action. And we have Javier V20 on the left-hand side running the Umbreon, Lantern, Shadow Alone Sand/, Gligar, Medicham, Serperior. A very meta team we've seen a couple of times already in this tournament. Now we're in winners finals Group G.
On the right side, E4X, Luis Gelato is running Lickitung, Shadow Swampert, Alolan Sand/, non-Shadow, I want to point out, with Pelipper, Purified Sableye, and Medicham. This is probably the furthest that we've seen Purified Sableye make it in the tournament. And Caleb, our best friend, our frenemy, Pelipper is back. There's a Lantern on the other side. Is it going to be good? I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I'm not saying it's my best friend, but it definitely seems like you're a friend of me here. I think Pelipper does look pretty interesting, but the bulk on Javier's side is pretty strong. Serperior doesn't even play that poorly into Pelipper, especially because if you're not landing a Hurricane, the frenzy plans really start adding up. Alolan Sand/, it's kind of a neutral matchup back and forth for sure. You have a great matchup against Medicham and Gligar, but you're just hard-walled by that Lantern. And that Lantern could be a problem because there's no grass types on E4 side.
Yeah, exactly. Lantern could be a safe switch, it could be a lead, it could be a closer. But I think one thing is for sure, if you are Luis Gelato, you need to anticipate that Lantern showing up. Javier had a bit more success at LAIC last year, placing 9th overall, whereas Luis Gelato tied at 25th. So I think the storyline has kind of been consistent across a lot of these matchups. Trainers with previous success versus trainers looking to make a name for themselves. We've got to lock in on both sides of the screen. We've got 2 more matches to show you. This is number 1. Let's kick it off. We've got leads on the field.
And this is going to be a battle between meta and anti-meta for sure. We have the Serperior in the lead against Medicham. A pretty neutral matchup back and forth. Serperior does need to land a Frenzy Plant to really win this matchup in that zero shield scenario.
Again, this is a shiny Serperior, a nice flex, but can it flex its grass type muscles and win this Medicham matchup? First Frenzy Plant does get fired off here. No Protect Shield coming up from Luis. He's going to allow that full damage to come through. Now you're within Aerial Ace range. You pace a little bit more quickly, but the Ice Punch getting queued up here. No Protect Shield here, Caleb. If we see a shield on the Aerial Ace, Medicham might be able to counter all the way down.
And it looks like they are going to reach the... Oh, no. Getting to the Aerial Ace 1 turn before the second Ice Punch. And now Medicham forced to shield the lower energy move. However, I think like you predicted, this might be a counter down situation. Can Javier get to another Aerial Ace? It looks like it's close. And Luis does not want to risk it. Throws the Ice Punch to maintain switch advantage. Switch advantage is going to be pretty important because you're going to be able to get a Sableye on the Medicham in the back. Umbreon, though, looks like a huge core breaker for the entire backline of Luis.
No, it really does. I think Umbreon's going to be very, very consistent as this matchup plays out. Going for the big Psychic and the catch. The swap and the catch. Javier absorbs that Psychic onto his Dark-type Umbreon. Yum.
Huge catch for sure. Double resisted. No defense drop as well. Now forced to bring in the Lickitung, and so this way you ensure that you get the Sableye potentially on the Medicham, but you have to get through the bulky Umbreon first. And Umbreon is going to throw a foul play, start chipping away at the high health of this Lickitung.
Like you called out, where that Purified Sableye lines up, it's going to be so critical. And as we see in the back, honestly, Luis still has that matchup that he wants. He still has the Sableye in the back. There's still the Medicham in the back for Javier. Sableye's hardest counter in Umbreon is out on the field right now. So I definitely think that Luis is going to be content just dealing some charge attack damage, just trying to chip down this Umbreon. But he needs to start to pull away the Protect Shields as well.
And even though Umbreon is a check to both the Lickitung and the Sableye, it just can't do it by itself. Even with the shield advantage, you don't want to be in a situation where you're shielding by Sam. Luis shaking his head a little bit, letting a full snarl through. However, I think Luis is still in a pretty solid position overall. Sableye is going to be fantastic into Medicham, and even with the shield advantage, that's not going to do too much for Javier in that matchup.
And this is so curious because the Medicham switch has actually been available for Javier for quite a while, and he is just now choosing to bring it out. He predicted something in the back, but Luis has something for him. He's going to go and fire up the Body Slam here, and then immediately look for that swap into the Purified Sableye.
And here comes Sableye. This is going to be a tough situation to Javier to claw from. Luis is going to start clawing away at the Medicham. You don't really need to shield any of the Ice Punch, and with open team sheets, you know this is not the harder hitting Dynamic Punch for Surge, so you could really play around the Ice Punch Medicham quite easily.
Second Ice Punch does get queued up here. No protection like you called out. Luis is very content just letting his Sableye absorb this damage. Looking for some double foul play action here as he builds him to 2. Gonna go ahead and fire up the first one any moment. Actually, excuse me, just gonna Shadow Claw down. Now he's got 2 foul plays for the Umbreon.
And going to throw this first foul play, letting the full snarl come through. I think you could have got a Shadow Claw in as well. Pretty much capped that energy, but you're guaranteed to let in a snarl either way. Is going to go for another move soon, and you see the it's going to be on charge attack priority, throwing when at the return energy, so forcing Javier to shield the resistive foul play. Honestly, you just need to keep as much health as you can on the Umbreon. There's still 3 Pokemon on the side of Luis Gelato, but all 3 have very little health.
Yeah, that was a really nice play. That was a tough roll there on charge attack party. Gets another foul play, a third charge attack, but the foul play here from Javier cuts off the Purified Sableye. Only a couple of options left. Like you said, very little HP. What do you come in with here?
I don't even know. I mean, probably the Lickitung, because you can tank the snarl damage a little bit better. Trying to see what he can do with the Medicham. Unfortunately, not able to. I think maybe if you come with Lickitung, you might be able to get to a Bison, but Umbreon, just a little bit too much health left to counter down to Lick Down. Able to finish off the Lickitung. There's only a little bit of health left on Medicham. Can Medicham get the Ice Punch? No! Not able to. Javier is able to snarl down the Medicham. Timer was almost about to run out. It's about to be a timeout game, but Javier hanging on there with that Umbreon.
Yeah, what is this, Ultra League? You know, these timeout games are very, very rare, but there are win conditions that exist in those scenarios. And Luis preserving all 3 of his Pokemon, maybe he was actually playing with that in mind, keeping his team around, keeping the number superiority. So if it does come down to a timeout decision, he's still able to take the victory. But Javier V20 was able to win that first game. I think we will have a brief moment here to touch base with our judge just to get a little bit of a review on what's going on there, because you could tell Luis wasn't entirely happy with that Umbreon versus Sableye matchup.
I think there's one situation where Luis was expecting to win charge attack priority with the Sableye versus Umbreon.
Yeah.
I would need to rewatch that myself to even make a, my own personal judgment on the situation. But I thought that Luis actually wasn't at the foul play yet when that foul play was thrown from Umbreon. But I might have misseen that myself. Yeah. So I think if the trainers are bringing it up to the judges for a review, definitely good to look it over, especially with our expert judges to see if everything ran as it should have.
I mean, earlier in the stream when Quagsire had double mud bombs, you didn't believe that either. But I was telling you,
I'm not a believer until I see it, for myself.
Hey, that's fair. That's a fair point there. Well, judges are going to take a look back at that footage, see what they can find in terms of that critical matchup. Because again, these trainers have battled it out all day long. This day started very early in the morning. We are now approaching the 7 p.m. mark. So these trainers want to make sure that if they have a shot at day 2, that they do it the right way. So I definitely think this is the right call, and we'll just see what the judge decides ultimately.
This is also winner's final, so winner of this will guarantee a spot on the winner's side in top 16, which is going to be a huge advantage. I mean, you got to go against the likes of Hard Jeff, Andre, right, that spicy team, some really big name trainers. I think Trixim was there too, right? So yeah. a lot of really talented trainers. It's already tough on the winner side. It's even harder if you come in from the loser side. So you want as much advantage as you can go into day number 2. We want to make sure everything is going as it should.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's one of the toughest parts, right? Because Pokemon Go is so fast-paced. It's not like the video game series or even the trading card game where you have certain turn intervals that, you know, you have time to kind of breathe, think about your next play. You have a countdown timer. In Pokemon Go, a turn is a half second. So if you're looking at 4.5 minutes of gameplay and every half second is a turn, that's a lot of turns, and we want to make sure we get every single one of them right, every single chance we get.
That really is too, and those turns go by pretty quick, so you definitely want to make sure you know what you're looking at. It looks like the judges are going to review this specific match. I believe that was what I said earlier. I don't know for sure if that's exactly what Luis wants to be reviewed, but I think it was that Sableye versus Umbreon matchup. What did you see in that matchup, Speedy?
No, I agree with you. And when you get down to that critical kind of juncture where you fired off the double foul plays, you've taken both of the Protect Shields away from your opponent, and you're reaching for that final foul play. You see that button illuminate, you see the Dark-type charge attack populate, it's ready to go, and then suddenly you're unable to execute on it. That's really, really tough. So it's a question of turn intervals again, right? Because you have a 3-turn Snarl versus 2-turn Shadow Claw. So if you did 2 Shadow Claws and your charge attack populated, if your opponent did 1 Snarl, they got their foul play on that turn number 4, which means that your foul play got queued, but it wasn't quite ready yet.
Yep, exactly. Really well explained there too. The turns there, I mean, like you said, half-second differences. And sometimes it might look like you should have got to move at the same time, but you were just 1/2 second off. Sometimes, though, you really should have got the move off, and maybe it just didn't pan out how it should have.
Yeah.
So I think the judge is going to be looking at that specific scenario. But you mentioned this earlier too, which I think is super fascinating. One of the few Purified Sableye we've seen make it this far in the tournament, which I feel like if you said that a few months ago, we'd be like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no way. Sableye is so meta. But we're in a meta where Sableye is not even that prevalent, not even that strong anymore. And that's when Metacham is at nearly 100% top #1 usage in so many of these tournaments, especially in these top cuts. But, I mean, if you look at it, too, Lickitung, Umbreon, so strong in this meta. You even got Carbig mixed in from time to time. So many things that hard check that Sableye, and it's just similar to Swampert. It's got some bulk, but just it's not bulky enough. And here we got the replay, too.
Yeah, we're going to see this come through. Like you pointed out, could have gone for that 1 single Shadow Claw, but it's going to go straight for the foul play instead and pull away that first Protect Shield. He's going to build it to the return. This is a really clever charge attack priority tie. 3 Shadow Claws for 6 turns versus 2 Snarls. Very, very smart charge attack priority event there in order to strip away the final shield.
Yeah, and this is going to be where the review is triggered. Going for this foul play, and we see a shield. There's another foul play ready. I think Javier goes for 1 Snarl and then throws. So in total, that'll be 4 turns. Let's see. Yeah,
that's exactly.
Yeah. So at least from the way I'm seeing right now, Luis Gelato would not have actually been a charge attack priority because there was a total of 4 turns on the side of Javier to throw the Snarl and throw the foul play. Luis Javier, both names confused. Luis Gelato ended up throwing 2 Shadow Claw, which equals a 4 turn.
Yes.
He was getting to that foul play on the 5th turn.
Yes.
And by that standard, it played out exactly how it should have.
Well, that's what we were talking about, right? Like your charge attack button might populate, it might be ready, you might have gathered that energy, but you still need to wait for that Shadow Claw to complete before you can use your charge attack. So again, 3-turn Snarl, it takes 1 turn to throw the charge attack, which is a total of 4 turns for the Umbreon. Meanwhile, Purified Sableye got 2 Shadow Claws in the midst of that Snarl, but on that 4th turn, when that Shadow Claw was completing, the Snarl got fired off.
Shadow Claw is that 2-turn
or,
move. So
excuse me,
2
the foul
plus
play.
2, yeah, the foul play. 2 plus 2 equals 4. +1 equals the foul play.
That's quick maths with Caleb Peng.
That's quick maths. You know, I'm not the smartest guy, but I know some quick maths from time to time.
Well, to your point about Sableye, I think it's not only the Carbings, the Lickitungs, the Umbreons, it's also the Mandibuzz, and it's also the neutral plays. Purified Sableye had so much flex play against, Season 1 Pokemon like Nidoqueen, like Walrein, but when you pair it up against Trevenant, exactly, right? When you pair it up against like Superior, Lantern, this new meta Gligar, this Purified Sableye has a tougher time working through those bulky matchups, so it's really, really tough to bring that Pokemon. But when you look at the Medicham usage, the #1 counter to Medicham is that Purified Sableye. It's been that way since the very first Go Battle League battles, and I definitely think a lot of trainers remember that. It's just so tough to bring that Pokemon in the current environment.
And I actually thought that was going to be really good because Noctowl's pretty much extinct at this point in the meta. So, and that was one of the hardest counters to Sableye. And with that gone, you're thinking, okay, Sableye's pretty much going to be good. But, I mean, once the Owl's gone, the Lickitung just came to play. Umbreon's here as well. And it is tough. It is tough. And also a lot of the Swampert too. They're non-Shadow Swampert, so they can tank the foul play much more. And they're going to outpace you to the charge moves. They're going to get to Hydro Cannon way faster than you're going to get to your foul play.
Sure, but if you're looking at the statistics, right, I always go back to this example. Kimmy Sui in Fort Wayne last year, he looked at all the different teams, all the different top cuts, and he said Defensor Deoxys is going to fill so many gaps. It's going to attack so many weaknesses in teams. If you're looking at these top 32, right, the last 4 top cuts that we've had, those 32 trainers, 31 of them have brought Medicham on their team. It seems like Sableye for days, right? Sableye is the answer to stop Medicham, but you do run into so many obstacles. And like we talked about, Umbreon is one of them. We take another look at this matchup, really expertly played by Luis to get the bait, to get the first Protect Shield, build up here to the Charge Attack priority tie, get the second Protect Shield on the Charge Attack priority tie. But like we talked about the turn intervals, maybe we'll get a slower look this time. It's just so fast-paced here at the end.
Yeah, very fast-paced. The first foul play is going to connect. And, of course, if you're Luis, you definitely want to make some use of the shield, right? You're hoping to shield this and get off another foul play before the next one comes out. Unfortunately, at this point, the shield didn't really matter too much because you weren't able to get to this foul play. And you can see, going for the double Shadow Claw, then the foul play. 5 turns compared to the 4 turns on the side of Javier. At least from what it looks like from my personal opinion. Yeah. But we're not the judges, so we're going to leave it to the judges for sure to make a ruling on the situation. But I think if that's the situation that is being reviewed, it looks like the Umbreon should have got the foul play off first.
Yeah, I mean, in that micro situation, right, there might be another point in the game where maybe Luis felt like he missed out on a turn somewhere else that would have put his Purified Sableye a little bit further ahead. There's also that to consider, so our judging team is just looking at every possible angle, which I definitely think is the right approach.
Yeah, of course, and we don't know, again, maybe the players are bringing up a different point in the specific scenario, so they're going to take a double check at this as much as possible. But yeah, I mean, this is why this meta is super interesting, right? You don't even have that hard counter matchup of Sableye into Medicham very often, and because of that, we just have so much neutral play across the board. I don't know if Sableye comes back into play or not, but what do you think?
You know what? I just want. I'll leave the Sableye talk for now. I want to bring up something you said off camera.
Okay. What did I say?
All right. Caleb Peng said that this meta is so good, you would not mind another 6 months of this meta. Do you still stand by that?
Look, I say, well, now people are going to come at me with maybe a bad
they
take.
won't. No.
I'll say if we're stuck with a similar meta for another 3 months, I wouldn't mind it. All right, I think it's a good meta. And the reason why I say this is because there really weren't even new Pokemon introduced into meta outside of Clodsire. Clodsire, this is just the first tournament, so even then you don't even see too much of it. But throughout the first tournament in Pittsburgh, the first regional of the season until now, or maybe you could say until the last one in Toronto, so much has changed. We had, Wadaj winning it all with a Shadow Dragonite, a Deoxys Defense, a Registeel. Registeel is spice these days, right? It's so much has changed and is constantly evolving week to week at all the different regions, whether you're in North America, Europe, Latin America, and now soon to be Oceania too, when they're about to have their first sets of regionals. Things are constantly changing from week to week, despite the fact that no moveset changes have happened. No new Pokemon have been introduced for the most part. Actually, no, I would say Charge Bug Community Day. There was that Grubbin Community Day. Charge Bug getting Volt Switch actually did switch up the meta a little bit too. There are a lot of people running that Volt Switch Charge Bug. So, little wrinkles here there, but for the most part, the meta's about the same. the Pokemon are the same in the meta, but the meta is constantly changing, which is super interesting to watch.
No, I think you're right. I think that's what makes Pokemon Go so unique as well, is there's so many different factors that can occur. Of course, you have your season updates. You also have new Shadow Pokemon coming into the meta. You have community days popping up every single month. You have Community Day Classics, which could bring former favorites back into the spotlight. But speaking of the spotlight, I will say we have reached a resolution on stage. There will be no rematch granted. So Javier V20 is going to win that game number 1 off the back of his incredible Umbreon play.
And yeah, looking back at the play too, that looked like the right call to us, and it looked like the right call to the judge as well. So Javier V20 is going to hold on to that 1-point lead over Luis Gelato in this winners finals. Luis Gelato still can come back though, win 2 wins in a row to beat Javier and win a spot in that top 16. Javier just 1 game away.
1 game away from day 2 here in Sao Paulo. And again, the international competitions are so much different than a regional competition. Typically, we'd only have coverage on Saturday and Sunday. However, we had coverage all day today. We're going to get all of the top 16 tomorrow, and then we're going to get Championship Sunday, which you definitely don't want to miss. Pokemon Go kicking things off in the best way possible, right? With exciting matches, great players, everything you come to expect from our Championship Series.
Yeah, Pokemon Go gets to kick everything off on Championship Sunday. We got the Championship Sunday for not only Pokemon Go, but for the trading card game and BGC. And we got to start things off with the exciting top 3. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we do have a top 16 to flush out first.
Exactly. As we head into this game number 2, Purified Sableye made that appearance in game number 1 for Luis. Do we see it return here in game number 2? I think it's got tons of flex play. I think it's a solid Pokemon. You have to avoid certain key matchups, but you need more. You need more than just the Purified Sableye. You need to hit hard here. You need to put Javier on the back foot if you're going to win this series.
I know I talked about how Pelipper, Mantine, you shouldn't underestimate it, but I think in this specific matchup, I think it is a right play to probably bench the Pelipper.
Somebody clip it.
Look, Clotsire already looked pretty good today every time it's on stage. That's the win I'll take for the take, right? I wasn't saying I'm like a big Pelipper fan myself. I'm just saying we can't disrespect the region that popularized or made Pelipper work going undefeated with Hard Jeff.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Like I said before, I won't challenge greatness, right? And Hard Jeffy definitely was incredible in his tournament run, but we're here on stage. Javier's up 1 game. He needs 1 more win to make it to the top 16 and day 2 in Sao Paulo. Luis, meanwhile, is fighting hard. He's got to find a way around that Umbreon. He's got to find some more neutral play. It's so tough when you have Lickitung on your team and you see opposing Umbreon on the other side. It's almost like Umbreon's a direct counter, even though it's technically not, right? I mean, as a normal type Pokemon, you have to watch out for fighting type attacks. Umbreon's got none of that, but it's got all the resistance you need to grind out that matchup.
Umbreon's looked really good in this entire tournament so far. I mean, I know Umbreon's usually pretty strong in general, so it's like, I'm not like saying like it was like underrated, but it's really been used a lot in a lot of the battles here in Latin America International Championship. So let's see how these trainers are going to play around these matchups. And we had the Lantern leading into the Lickitung to start things off. You got a Alolan Sandslash back lurking there, trying to lock in to that Superior.
Yeah, exactly. Alignment is going to be very, very critical in this matchup, but I would give Lickitung the slight edge in the opening matchup. A great no-shield here by Luis. He knows this is not Thunderbolt, so he lets that surf through and avoids a lot of damage onto his Lickitung. We see the counter swap into the Umbreon. When do we reach for the Medicham? Maybe right after the Body Slam?
Yeah, and throwing the Body Slam, you don't really need to throw the Body Slam because Medicham still can win this matchup against the Umbreon, but maybe trying to ensure that you win it, or maybe just choosing to let it go, expecting the Umbreon to try to bait something out. I'm not really sure, but Luis is going to throw another Body Slam to start chipping away at the Umbreon. Umbreon already over a foul play worth of energy.
Yeah, staying in this matchup a long while, maybe trying to predict what's in the back, but like we talked about, this Umbreon, even at a slight disadvantage in terms of health, can be a solid counter to the Lickitung because the Licks are so heavily resisted. Foul play doesn't connect. We see the counter swap into Shadow, Alolan Sandslash. What do you feel about this play?
Wow, so, I mean, obviously Luis Gelato doesn't know the Superior in the back, so maybe just trying to get rid of this Alolan Sandslash, expecting maybe there's a Medicham in the back instead. Obviously, Medicham very strong, so definitely something that you always watch out for. Powder Snow, Alolan Sandslash again. This is the non-Shadow version, though, so it's a lot bulkier, still forcing Luis to spend a shield.
Yeah, Umbreon is just such a mainstay in the Open Great League, and the foul plays have to be respected no matter if you're Shadow or not. The difference, though, is that I don't think the drill run's going to be enough to KO. I think if you're Luis, you have to throw another charge tag. Maybe you should have gone for double Ice Punch.
Yeah, or maybe trying to go for the Powder Snow down. I don't know if you can even Powder Snow down. Maybe going to try to, though. This is the non-Shadow variant, which means that it's going to take a little bit longer, but if you get the full Powder Snow down, you do come out with way more energy. And this Powder Snow alone, Sandslash actually has so much play into the entire backline of Javier, so actually going to be pretty useful. However, it is much lower on health now.
Yeah, I predict we're going to see some Protect Shields being shed by Javier here as the drill run is loaded. Shadow Load and Sandslash goes straight for it against the Lantern.
And going to see a Q shield from Javier. I like this play. Javier knows you want to keep the Superior away from the Alolan Sandslash. Honestly, that's your worst matchup. And here coming in with the Link Down, but catching the Body Slam on the Superior. And now you see Luis saying, man, I wish I saved my Alolan Sandslash for this.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he was predicting something different in the back, but it was also very heads up to throw the Body Slam there. If you'd have thrown the Power Whip, that would have been resisted. A lot of energy would have gone down the drain. So not all is lost. I do think Luis is still in a solid position.
And it's really hard to Vine Whip down Licky Tongue, so I think Javier is going to have to commit some of this energy eventually. You don't want to get hit by another Body Slam. Going to farm up a little bit extra more energy and throwing this aerial waste. You still have some play if you're Luis. It's not over. You have a full health Medicham, and full health Medicham is definitely nothing to discount.
Do you come in Sandslash? Do you do that? Yeah, you do! Because you want to deal some Powder Snow damage.
Yeah, and throwing the Powder Snow damage to really chip away. I like this play too, because Powder Snow damage, super effective and superior, resists against Lantern. This is the most value you can get out of your Alolan Sandslash.
And additionally, you force the Superior to throw energy. So now it's not close to double Aerial Ace. So if you just single Protect Shield your Medicham here, you can actually go for a really hefty farm down onto this Superior.
And I think this is definitely the play. You want to shield this. I think this is going to do more damage than the Thunderbolt from the Lantern. That's really the main move you need to worry about. Lantern, though, has not only energy, but also a shield advantage. This is going to be a tough situation for Medicham to climb out of. Do you bait with an Ice Punch, potentially?
A lot of trainers get nervous. At this point, right, you're so close to day 2. You want to play things safe. I would not be shocked at all to see a bait and a Protect Shield come up here. But I love this play even more. Here comes Luis, straight with the Psychic, but the Protect Shield is going to put a damper on that plan.
And Javier is going to snuff out the Psychic, shielding the harder hitting move, trying to get to the Surf, and goes for the Surf right before the Psychic reach. I love that play, getting that extra spark damage to ensure that the Surf can potentially knock out. Does Medicham hang on? No, not going to be able to do that. Javier V20 is going to go 2-0 in this Winners Finals and earn himself a spot in top 16 for day number 2 at Latin America International Championships.
Very nicely played by Javier. Cool, calm, and collected it in the very final moments of that series to take the 2-0 victory over Luis. Luis is definitely very close. I definitely think if you throw an Ice Punch bait there, I like the aggressive play. I like to just, you know, YOLO the Psychic in there and try to get the knockout, but throwing the Ice Punch could have been the one potential win condition. But then, like you pointed out, the Lantern had so much energy. It could have outpaced the second Surf regardless.
Yeah, and I think the Lantern probably would not even be knocked out from the Psychic. Psychic did lose some damage in this recent update for PvP, so not hitting nearly as hard as he used to. However, Luis just going for it, you know, saying, this might be my last chance to take a win here and force a tie, force a game 3. Not able to do it. However, it's not over for Luis yet. There's still a losers finals that he'll be waiting his opponent for. Let's take a look at some of these highlights.
Yeah, very, very nice series. Very well played by both trainers. We see the Ice Punch here from Luis to get the knockout onto Superior and try to control the pacing of this matchup. But he spent all his Medicham's energy and left the Umbreon in the back. Purified Sableye tries to make something out of nothing here against the Dark-type Umbreon, throwing triple foul plays, trying to get the win, but does not quite get it done.
Sableye looking kind of hard to use these days, even when there's so much Frost Ice in the meta too. I mean, even a few Cloud Side from time to time could do pretty well in that matchup, but the trusty bulk is the way to go. I mean, you got Umbreon Medicham Superior in this first game, and the second game Javier ran the Umbreon Superior Lantern. Just so much bulk all the way around, and I think that is really the key to success in this current meta.
Almost a timeout game, but jumping into game number 2, Aerial Ace takes out that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I thought that was a great play by Luis to force his opponent to a tough situation, even Protect Shields up. The super effective Aerial Ace did everything he could in the current position he had, but the Lantern in the back was just too much for Luis to beat as it comes out here. Protect Shields up the critical Psychic, and then gets to the Surf.
Speedy, I got a question for you.
Sure.
And I don't know the answer myself, so that's why I'm really asking a question. Right? This is not a quiz. This is for my own understanding.
It feels like a trick, but here we go.
it's really not. You talked about Powder Snow, Shadow Alone Sand Slash, or Powder Snow Alone Sand Slash in general, right? There wasn't even a Shadow variant on Luis's side.
That's true.
Have we seen any Shadow Claw today at all, or was that all Powder Snow? I feel like I've only seen Powder Snow. Maybe I missed a Shadow Claw here or there, but I don't recall seeing any, especially on the big stage, running Shadow Claw, which is pretty wild. I feel like that's the highest percentage usage of Powder Snow Alone Sand Slash we've seen to date.
I would defer to our chat, everybody watching at home. If you've seen a Shadow Claw Alolan Sand Slash on the field, let us know. In our particular hangout spot, we don't exactly have audio on the screen when we watch our co-casters, Wholesome and Amanda, crush those games, but I have not seen Shadow Claw Alolan Sand Slash at all. So maybe we're mistaken, maybe we missed it, but I tend to agree with you, Caleb. I think this is all-time peak for Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash usage.
I mean, you talk about which is better, but it's hard to say, right? Can we even say Shadow Claw is worse if we don't see it?
Okay.
I don't know. That's my last ditch effort to say Shadow Claw might have some play. But anyway, let's get into our final set of battles as our trainers are setting up. We got some familiar faces for sure. We got Nighttime Clasher on the left-hand side coming all the way from North America to compete at the first Latin America International Championships that he's ever attended.
Yes.
And not his first international, but definitely the first one in LATAM, going against DVS Daniel in the winners finals of Group H.
Now, Nighttime Clasher famously popularized Togedemaru. He was one of those trainers that used it. We actually see the Togedemaru plush on the stage as well. But he's left the Steel and Electric type at home here, Caleb. He's not going to bring that Pokemon here. He's actually opting for some high-octane offense and some stalwart defense. He's got Shadow Charizard and Clodsire on his team.
You know I love it when I see the Clodsire for sure. And honestly, the team for Nighttime Clasher looks very strong against that Spice Pig Registeel on Daniel's side. You got Clodsire, you got Shadow Dragonite, two of the hardest counters for that Registeel. And Metacham, I believe he is not running the Dynamic Punch Metacham. So not as strong of a counter to that Registeel, but you have two very hard counters. Daniel on his side running the Registeel, Superior, Frostlass, Metacham, Lickitung, and Swampert. A pretty meta team for the most part, but you got that Spice Pick Registeel, which again, people are saying is Registeel Spice. I'm telling you, it is Spice, especially in this current meta. It definitely is Spice.
I mean, it looks like a Salt Shaker, right? It resembles a Salt Shaker, but that being said, look at the team here from Nighttime Clasher. If the Protect Shields are down, Registeel can Focus Blast the Lickitung, it can Zap Cannon or Focus Blast the Dugong, it can Zap Cannon the Charizard, and it really gives Superior a tough time. So if you're Daniel, I think one of your main objectives, is to pull down those Protect Shields early, maybe with a Pokemon like Frostlass or Swampert, and then just try to clear the runway for Registeel to just Zap Cannon Focus Blast its way through the rest.
On the flip side for Nighttime Clasher, that Shadow Charizard is almost unchecked.
True.
Amazing matchup into Registeel, Superior, and Metacham. Pretty solid matchup into Frostlass because you just straight up outpace the Frostlass. Kind of neutral in the Lickitung, but if you're letting Blast Burn, that's a pretty good time for the Charizard. Your only check is the Swampert, and the Swampert has to land a Hydro Cannon. If you have Shield Advantage, it's not a great situation for Daniel. So I think Nighttime Clasher is going to bring that Shadow Charizard into every single game, and he's brought it in multiple tournaments in the past, so I think he's going to really leverage that Shadow Charizard. I don't think we actually see Clodsire too much, because if you're already weak to Shadow Swampert, or Swampert in general with the Charizard, you don't want to be double weak to it on your team.
Nighttime. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Nighttime Clasher stormed onto the scene, placing 7th in Fresno last season, 9th at NAIC, and then this season, 5th in Pittsburgh, and then 3rd in Peoria. So he's really done well for himself, changing up the scene, being very adaptive, and kind of changing his approach. We also have the current championship point numbers here for him as well. So about halfway along his qualification to Worlds.
And a little flip side of this too, very accomplished battler, Nighttime Clashers, especially this season. That 3rd place in Peoria, looking so strong. And then it kind of went downhill for him from there. 2 wins, 2 losses in Sacramento. right? Not his best performance, not a great one, but not a terrible one either. And then going 0-2 in Toronto. He is definitely trying to make a comeback, and he is on to a right start here in this winners finals. It's going to be Lickitung in the lead into Swampert, and this is exactly what he wants to see. He needs to get rid of Swampert, and then his Charizard is pretty much free.
Well, look at his Medicham, right? You got Lickitung and Registeel in the back for Daniel, so I definitely like this approach. We're going to see a Body Slam get fired off. I would be shocked to not see the Medicham switch in almost immediately here.
Yeah, and this Body Slam is so crucial because we've seen in multiple games today, Lickitung able to win switch against Medicham if they just swap straight away with Medicham. Instead, chipping with the Body Slam to ensure that the counter damage and Ice Punch damage over time can knock out the Lickitung. You might even go for Psychic here or force a shield from Daniel, which is also a good spot because, and going straight for the Psychic, I love this play. If Daniel goes down a shield, that's also a really tough spot for Daniel. And expecting Daniel not to spend that shield, landing the hard-hitting Psychic, trying to go for one more counter, getting the counter before the Body Slam comes out. That's huge for Nighttime Clasher.
Yeah, absolutely massive. It takes about 6 counters for that Body Slam to queue up on Lickitung, so great pacing, great awareness there, and it really shows Nighttime Clasher's growth throughout the championship series. Now, this Swampert's going to fire some vital energy here against the Medicham. Lickitung will undoubtedly come out. You're not going to bring Shadow Charizard into this matchup, I wouldn't think, but Lickitung is a little bit behind. Now, Swampert can pace the Earthquake here, deal some hard-hitting damage, but we see another swap here into Registeel.
Oh, this is so bad for Daniel. Yes, you have a little bit energy lead, but the Charizard is going to outpace the Blast Burn after this first Zap Cannon is reached. Even if you debuff in this situation, the Blast Burn is still going to hit so hard, and even if it doesn't knock out the Registeel, they're just going to get Wing Attack down. The attack drop is going to happen, but how do you get out of this matchup if you're Daniel? The Blast Burn is really going to start raining down. Do you shield? And I think maybe we're going to see at least one shield.
Yeah, you can get about 7 wing attacks in the span that it takes for that Registeel to get up to the Zap Cannon. You see Daniel very happy to protect shield up the first Blast Burn, but another one's coming. Rapid fire. Here comes Charizard. Nighttime Clasher trying to clear this Pokemon off the field, and Daniel uses his second Protect Shield on it.
Okay, I smell combo play coming, Speedy. I smell combo play.
Yeah.
You're forcing the Zap Cannon. You're forcing the shield. Nighttime Clasher's timer's behind, so he can't even catch the move from the Swampert. Swampert is at the Hydro Cannon. He's going for it. Can he pull off the combo play? Here it comes. Throws the Hydro Cannon, but it's going to be a charge attack priority. Charizard is going to get the Blaster off first. Doesn't knock out the Swampert before he gets to the Hydro Cannon.
2 Zap Cannons later, and Charizard can't quite do it. Here comes Swampert. It's going to have to fire its charge attacks as quickly as it can because the Lickitung might be able to lick down the Swampert before it even gets to its second Hydro Cannon.
Quick reaction skills from Nighttime Clasher getting out, but here comes another Hydro Cannon. However, this just means Charizard gets more energy off the Swampert.
Well, look at another Lickitung hangs on, which means Registeel gets all the energy it needs.
Oh my gosh. This game is going back and forth all over the place. You see Daniel already knowing, wait, I got the win condition now too. I'm just going to lock on down, throw Zap Cannon, and knock out the Charizard. Charizard doesn't have any energy, I believe, threw all the energy away. Daniel's finding a way to find a win condition in this tough matchup, but it just relied on the combo play and 4 shields spent in that situation to get him into this spot.
One more Body Slam. This is all that Nighttime Clasher can muster. This Body Slam's going to bounce off of the Registeel. It's going to lock this Lickitung all the way down, and in the process, going to lock down this game. Number 1, here comes Daniel, just surprising everyone with the Registeel play.
Wow, I did not think Daniel had a play there, but the combo play, the switch timer maneuvering, and finding the win condition against the accomplished Nighttime Clasher. What a fantastic first game for Daniel. And we gotta say, we talk about Nighttime Clasher, we gotta talk about Daniel, right?
Yes.
Tied for 65th at Sao Paulo 2023, tied for 65th at Latin America International Championships. So, I believe this is probably his furthest run so far in a tournament. He's looking to make it even further and make his first top cut ever.
I'm telling you, if you look at how that matchup played out, if you're in Daniel's shoes, you say, okay, Daniel, you're just going to safe swap a couple times. You're going to end up with Charizard versus Registeel. You just have to shield 2 Blast Burns, make a switch into Swampert, survive a couple more licks, get to 2 Hydro Cannons, then come in with your own Registeel, lock onto the Lickitung, and then Zap Cannon the Charizard. Like, how does that script even go? That was absolutely wild.
That's a mountainous task, but he was able to scale the mountain somehow. He lost lead, He lost a counter swap, he lost a backhand matchup, and he still won. It's absolutely wild. We're going into game number 2 here. Let's see if Nighttime Clasher can find a win condition after he already had all the win conditions laid in front of him. Superior into Metachamp.
This is the test, right? For Nighttime Clasher, he needs to not buckle. He needs to bend, but not break. Trust his Pokemon, trust his skills, and how far he's come in the Championship Series. First Defensive Plane does get fired off here into the Metachamp. A lot of neutral damage is going to rain down onto the Psychic and Fighting type, but as we know, it can withstand it. We might even see a no shield here on the first Ice Punch from Metachamp.
And you're feeling good if you're Daniel, because you really want to avoid the Superior because you got the Swampert in the back. Nighttime Clasher has to predict there might be a Swampert, right? It's his best check, Daniel's best check to his Charizard. Aerial Ace is going to be restructured, and catching the Aerial Ace on the Lickitung, a huge catch from Daniel.
This isn't all bad, right? Because famously, the Shadow Charizard can hang with the Swampert in the 2 shields, but this isn't Shadow Swampert. That changes the dynamic of this matchup quite a bit. So right now, the story's being written. This Metachamp Lickitung matchup is critical to see how the rest of this game plays out.
Nighttime Clasher going straight with her Psychic. Do you shield this if you're Daniel? I mean, this is going to do a lot of damage and making a huge shield call there too. Big and no attack, no defense drop. Now the main thing is you want to chip down this matchup. You want to put it low, maybe even grab a shield off of Nighttime Clasher. Yes, the Superior's still around in the back, but it doesn't have much energy. It doesn't have much health. Swampert looking real good for that Charizard in the back.
Well, what stops 2-shield Charizard? What stops 2-shield Charizard on Daniel's entire team, especially when Lickitung is already this low?
That's a good question. The Metachamp does have Ice Punch though, so
oh,
that's
true,
all I
true,
gotta
true.
say.
Good point,
Yeah.
good point. Here comes Shadow Charizard, gonna look for a big wing attack down on Lickitung. I would not be shocked to see one Protect Shield get spent here. This is all up to Charizard. Nighttime Clasher is putting his whole tournament run on the back of this Pokemon right here.
Do we see a swap from Daniel? You don't want to give the Charizard too much energy, and no, actually going to get wing attack down. Maybe come in with the Metachamp, force the Charizard to throw. Actually, no, bring in the Swampert instead. And this is going to be an interesting situation. Blastburn resisted, and it's actually going to do more damage than Dragon Claw, and Daniel is actually going to let the Blastburn go. This is going to hurt quite a bit.
It hurts the Swampert a lot, putting it close to Dragon Claw range. And the Charge Tech priority tie, Nighttime Clasher is piloting this Charizard to perfection. But like you pointed out, Caleb, remember that Metachamp still has an Ice Punch stored in the back.
Does he shield? I think he could shield and maybe try to catch the Ice Punch. He's got a sense there might be a combo play coming. Metachamp has an Ice Punch ready. If you catch your energy on the Superior, you're in a good spot. Doesn't see it. Oh,
the combo play!
The combo play, but then the catch on the Superior. Huge catch to predict the call from Daniel. Now Daniel undercharging. Not undercharging enough though in this situation. Charizard going for a full wing attack down.
Oh.
Can you get to the Ice Punch? Not able to, and you can see Daniel not loving that, and Shadow Charizard came to play for sure, closing it out for Nighttime Clasher. Nighttime Clasher still have a chance here to make top cut here at Latin America.
Talk about a heads up play. Daniel had not even made the switch, and Nighttime Clasher was already pressing on the Superior. He knew the Metachamp was coming. He knew the combo play, just like Game 1 was on the horizon. He saw it coming. He made the correct adjustment, and that was absolutely stellar to bounce back in this series.
Daniel going for the combo play. Nighttime Clasher going for the combo defense there. Combo catch, whatever you want to call it. Nighttime Clasher finding a way to win that game and trying to win this winners finals to make it to day number 2. A lot on the line for Nighttime Clasher, as you can see, building up the championship points needed for that Worlds qualification, but Daniel also trying to pave a story for himself.
You know, Caleb, in the time that you finished that sentence right there, one of our trainers already locked in. They're ready. They're ready. They're putting it all on the line here in our finals for Group H. Winner's side of the bracket. Again, whoever wins this series will advance to day 2 on the winner's side, which is a massive advantage. We don't have to wait very long, Caleb. We've got lock-ins on both sides. Let's see what we get.
Yeah, all I know is there's definitely going to be a Charizard, there's definitely going to be a Swampert, because those are the best 2 Pokemon for these 2 trainers. And here we go. It's exactly what's going to be happening, but it's going to be the Swampert locked into Charizard. A fantastic lead for Daniel.
A little bit tricky because this is not a Shadow Swampert. A lot of trainers are so used to the Shadow Charizard, Shadow Swampert matchup. You know, in the 2-shield scenario, typically you can Dragon Claw all the way through. What a call on the early Blastburn. A bait in Dragon Claw, excuse me.
Huge no shield, and now Swampert is at back-to-back Hydro Cannon. Nighttime Clasher doesn't have a move yet. You're going to spend both shields for trying to catch some of this energy. What are you going to do? And now going to throw, actually had the Dragon Claw ready, but did not throw it. Spending both shields right off the bat on the Charizard.
5 and 4. That's the pacing for the first 2 Hydro Cannons. The third is 5. We're going to see the swap out into the Lickitung. Nighttime Clasher has a decision to make. He's going to bait here with the Dragon Claw. Does Daniel call it? This is a huge call if he makes it. Oh my gosh, and he shields it at the last second.
Almost made the call, did not quite do it. However, this is still not too bad for Daniel. Why? Look at the back line. If you take out the Lickitung, you got Charizard going to be 1-hit knocked out from the process. You got Medicham 1-hit knocked off in the process. You take out the Lickitung, you're in a clear situation to win this game.
Yeah, I think this is shaping up very favorably for Daniel. I'm a little bit curious why we didn't see the Medicham come in here into the opposing Lickitung, but again, I think Nighttime Clasher is predicting something else in the back. Body Slam gets fired off here by Daniel's Lickitung, gonna chip down Nighttime Clasher's Lickitung, but a Body Slam in return as these two bulky normal type Pokemon throw their weight around.
I like this adjust from Daniel too, not showing the process in the first 2 games, bringing it into this game. Now recognize that it has some play to Charizard, definitely has play if you're up a shield, and then fantastic play into that Medicham, which he expected Nighttime Clash to bring, especially because the Psychic going to have the advantage in the mirror matchup, so expecting the Medicham to come out for sure in this game.
Body Slams can continue to connect as the switch timer expires for Nighttime Clasher. Actually, a very rare charge attack priority tie there in the midst of so many licks at such a impromptu, just random time.
Yeah, exactly. This actually could be really interesting. If Daniel swaps straight away to Frostlass, Nighttime Clasher is in trouble. Yes, the Lickitung has some super effective link damage, but it's not going to do too much.
Oh, there
that's
it goes!
exactly the play! Daniel is going to go for it. Going for the aggressive farm down. Do you get it all the way? Nighttime Clasher trying to reach a power whip. You need to do something. You need to take out this process. Can you get to it? You do get to the power whip. But what do? There's a process with so much energy. You do get the shield, but you come in Medicham. Are you going to catch a Shadow Ball? Like, the Shadow Ball is going to do a lot of damage.
I think you might have needed to do a peekaboo play, right? Bring in the Charizard and then switch to Medicham to catch the Avalanche to give yourself a chance. But Shadow Ball will connect. Medicham's might really shines through as it hangs on, but can't get to a charge attack. Going for the Ice Punch at the last second, but cutting it off with the Avalanche.
Wow, the plays from Daniel, recognizing that it was going to be on charge attack priority, not even wanting to tank any of that Ice Punch damage. Charizard still has to throw some of his energy, take out this Frostlass, is going to get to it. Now this is getting interesting.
Is there a way?
There might be a way. It really depends on if this Charizard's on that 5 or 4 cycle on the Dragon Claw. Is it on the 4 cycle, 5 cycle? And compared to the Swampert, Daniel doing everything he can to draw all the energy. Again, not able to. You can't butt shot down the Charizard. You need to outpace. You need to be on the 4 cycle on Swampert. You need to be on the 5 cycle on the Charizard.
Swampert's on the 5 cycle. It's on because it fired 2 Hydro Cannons. It's on the 5 cycle. Here comes Charizard with the sweep. Nighttime Clasher. Charizard, he needs to swipe his bubble, so if he's going to get the win, he's going to go for the Dragon Claw here. And Charizard reverse sweeps Daniel's team to send him to day number 2.
Nighttime Clasher winning it all here in the winners finals. Not the first time he's been in this position, but it's been a while since he's been in this position, flying all the way from North America to Latin America to Brazil to win it all on day number 1. He is earning himself a spot in that top 16 on that winner side. He's feeling fantastic about himself. He's earning some championship points, and he's finally feeling the groove.
I'm telling you, so many trainers made Charizard look like a hammer, right? You just bring down those blast burns and just KO Pokemon one after the other. Nighttime Clasher made it look like a scalpel, right? Just perfect precision Dragon Claw time and time again. The awareness to throw it immediately against the Lickitung, he came within a half second of losing that game. If he does one more ring attack, Lickitung gets the body slam, Nighttime Clasher is out. He goes to that loser's bracket, but he threw it as soon as he got it. He seized that moment, seized that opportunity, and I just can't say enough good things about that trainer.
Surgical precision plays from Nighttime Clasher. Let's take a look at the highlights, see how it all went down. In that first game, the first game we thought that was his best situation, right? You won the lead, you won the counter swap, you had the backline matchup. How are you going to lose this matchup? Nighttime Clasher, though, not able to outmaneuver Daniel, though. Daniel going for the combo plays, trying to force the energy from Nighttime Clasher, and just found a way to win this super tough game for him. Tough alignment in that game number 1. Yeah, after that, though, it looked like Nighttime Clasher didn't have as much of a composition advantage in these games, and still able to find the wins there.
Yeah, the big lick down there from Lickitung was really instrumental, but this Registeel was even more powerful. Like you said, just coming from all odds, Daniel able to really flip that situation on its head. Registeel came in and came out of that matchup like 2 or 3 times and eventually closed the door on the Lickitung. Game number 2, this is a critical shield call from Daniel to keep his Lickitung in this matchup.
Yeah, and you see the Ligaton getting a lot of value. I think, you know, looking back on it, I think we said, oh, Daniel has a pretty good position as well here. Serperior's almost expended out in terms of energy and health. Swampert looking pretty good in that back-end matchup, especially against the Charizard, but you called it out. What do you do if Charizard has a shield advantage? It's not going to be easy to take out. And you can see even making that catch on the Ice Punch, a huge catch from Nighttime Clasher to expect the combo. You saw the combo in the first game. He's seeing coming in the second game for sure. Getting the full wing attack down. And game number 3, spending both shields on that Charizard. And here, again, Daniel looking like in the driver's seat. But Shadow Ball, not enough to take out Medicham. I think the play is Powder Snow all the way down. Don't worry about the Ice Punch. The Ice Punch is going to do some damage for sure.
Yeah.
But you have an Avalanche ready. I mean, what can Nighttime Clasher do? His switch timer's not up. He can't even catch the energy on the Ligaton. You go straight for the Avalanche, you win the game.
Yeah, crucial misstep there because that Medicham, again, the Ice Punch isn't going to do too much damage. Maybe he was concerned about the Psychic, but that one hesitation, that one moment of being unsure led to this. The Charizard reverse sweep through all 3 of Daniel's Pokemon. Almost poetic in the sense that Charizard had every opportunity game number 1 against the Registeel. Couldn't close it out, but Charizard comes through in game number 3 for Nighttime Clasher.
Nighttime Clasher, a real sign of a talented trainer. You know, even when things look super uphill, down all your shields, you have nothing to protect your Charizard from the Avalanche, from the Shadow Ball against the Medicham, but finding the one potential misplay your opponent made, grasping onto it, running with it, and finding a win condition. Congratulations, Nighttime Clasher. And of course, we got Daniel going to the losers final, still has a chance to make it to day number 2 and top 16.
Well, speaking of winners, let's go ahead and take a look here at our winners side bracket. The Blastbirds have landed, the Frenzy Plants have flourished, and these are your top 8 trainers in the winners side bracket. Caleb, I see you shaking your head. I cannot believe the talent, the skill, and the hype that we have right here.
Yeah, I don't know which side looks, which specific pairing looks really good, which one looks more stacked, but they all look like fantastic matchups. I mean, one thing I'm real excited to see, Hard Jeff, one of the most talented trainers in the world, going against one of the craziest, wildest team from Andre. I mean, you know, that's a tough one. I mean, I don't want to be biased, but that Clodsire Bastiodon combination is cooking.
Yeah, again, that was the winner's side bracket. You're gonna have to tune in tomorrow to see the losers side bracket as well. 8 more trainers that have just as fair a shot at winning it all here in the Latin America International Championships 2024. 16 of the best trainers in the region and in the world throwing down here on the same channel tomorrow.
Yeah, we saw a lot of people from outside the region even coming down to compete against some of these best trainers from Latin America, and very excited to see the different regions, the different countries clash it out on the big stage. So be sure to follow us on our different socials as well. Follow us at PlayPokemon X. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon to share us your thoughts. Of course, you have youtube.com/Pokemon, especially to check out the VODs, and then Facebook.com/Pokemon, and of course, Instagram.com/Pokemon.
Dude, personally, I'm gonna watch back the VODs. I'm gonna hear you lose your voice through some of these really, really hype moments, but we're gonna have to regain our voices because you need to tune into day number 2 tomorrow at 9 a.m. Brazil Standard Time, 5 a.m. Pacific Time. It's an early morning. Some people might even just stay up through the night to watch this because it's going to be so hype.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, another reason to watch this is we got Twitch drops for you as well, especially if you're a trainer, you follow Pokemon TCG or Pokemon Go. We got drops for you for both game, for the Trading Card game live, and of course, we got Star Piece, Rare Candy, Charge TM, Fast TMs, different things in these packages. And the best way to get this is you just gotta watch the streams. And I mean, honestly, you're probably gonna watch it anyway because these battles are so hype. You don't want to miss out on any of the action. Might as well get rewarded for it on top of that.
It's true. And for all of our Scarlet and Violet trainers, you can pick up Alex Gomez's Dragapult. Make sure to redeem that code. Get that Pokemon in game. Dragapult's one of my favorite designs. It's such a cool Pokemon. Very fun to play in Scarlet and Violet. It's got that a little bit of champion mystique to it as well.
Yeah, so definitely another thing to do. I mean, receiving a previous champions team is definitely a really cool little memento you can take and utilize in your future battles too.
Exactly. I heard a rumor, Caleb. I heard that Iron Hands is the Medicham of VGC, but speaking of fighting type Pokemon, we have an incredible one here, the Paradox form of Galley. This is Iron Valiant. Make sure to redeem this code as well for the TCG.
And that's a good looking card there too. I'm no TCG expert, but that looks like a good one that you want to have in your deck. And I think that about wraps it up for us. However, if you're wondering, when can I tune in for that top 16 for some more epic action? Be sure to tune in here at twitch.tv/Pokemon Go for day number 2 on the action. And what time should they tune in, Speedy?
Oh, about 5 a.m. Pacific time, right? For all of our friends in the United States, or 9 a.m. Brazil time. I want to say, make sure to follow the channels, make sure to turn those notifications on so you get notified as soon as the battles go live, because you don't want to miss a single moment of this coverage. Caleb, I think we're ending our coverage for day number 1. Any closing thoughts before we send everyone home?
My only closing thought is, Cloudsire's the truth. That's what we're going to end with.
Cloudsire's the truth.
Cloudsire's the truth.
Well, we have exciting battles coming up for you tomorrow. We hope that you tune in. Remember to share all your favorite moments on social media as well. We'd love to showcase those on the stream. And until then, see you tomorrow.